Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. How did I? It hurts. It hurts a lot. In a distant land, far away from any civilizations, under a tree emerged countless transparent maggots, with three-dimensional patterns. These maggots slowly made their way towards each other, curling together, twisting, tangling, merging and shaping into a humanoid body. They formed a skeleton, then came the flesh and associated vessels, and finally, the skin. In a few moments, a man laid there on the ground, on the very place where these countless maggots began merging. He was naked and curled into a fetal position. He was panting heavily and his eyes were tightly shut. Slowly the man loosened up a bit. His breath softened and his eyes, which were once closed, fluttered open. He had black hair, black eyes, and ordinary features. This was the king of angels of the seer pathway, Klein Moretti. Klein clenched his chest for a moment and then eased with a sigh. He felt a piercing sensation curling through his entire body, as if every worm of spirit was being stabbed by 1,000 needles. He slowly got up from his position and observed his surroundings. Well, there was nothing to observe really. He was sitting under a tree in the middle of a forest surrounded by even more trees. Where am I? No, the bigger question should be, how did I even get here and what happened to me? Countless thoughts plagued Klein's mind. It was then he noticed he was standing naked. He closed his eyes and transparent maggots emerged from his body, forming a well-suited attire. It made him look like a well-distinguished gentleman. Sighing, Klein diverted his thoughts back to his current predicament. He dived into his memories in search of finding some answers, and sure enough, his memories were shattered into bits and crumbles. His latest memory that he could recall was his conversation with the Evernight goddess Amon-Isis, when he had given her the river water of the Spherote, river of eternal darkness from one of its tributaries situated inside Calderon City in the spirit world, and she had told him to make preparations to ascend to Sequence 0, fool. Then I returned to Sapphira Castle and then. That was all he could recall. Klein couldn't help but sigh again. This situation reminded him of the time he first awakened in his current body, the body of the original Klein Moretti. Back then his memories were jumbled, and he could not recall the series of events that led to the original Klein's suicide. Pushing that aside, Klein habitually began to consider all possibilities that could have led him to his predicament, with the most obvious one being that he might have gotten into a fight with now Sequence 0, Error Amon, and Sequence 0, Visionary Adam. This would explain his extremely bad condition and his unknown situation. Just as this thought popped into Klein's mind, he discarded it. His reasoning being that he wouldn't have been alive if he had really gotten into a fight with the father-son duo. However, Klein, ever the cautious person, kept the possibility lingering in his mind. Speaking of which, Klein closed his eyes once more, and felt his connection with Sapphira Castle. He realized that it was only very slight, and not on the level of complete ownership which he previously had. Still, just the fact that I have any level of connection with Sapphira Castle proves it wasn't Amon. But then who? Klein pondered. It was only then that he realized a very peculiar thing. There is divinity in the air. Klein immediately assumed a narrowed demeanor. At his level, he could sense the presence of Sequence 0 deities, and this godhood that he could feel in air was originating from a Sequence 0 deity. But there was one peculiarity about it: the godhood he felt was much more chaotic and madness-stricken than the one he felt around Amon-Isis. It almost gave him a headache. For the deities to make a divine descent with their real body would mean. Klein's head pierced up, he looked at the sky, looked at the world barrier. His expression became even more grave than before. The world barrier is way too stable. Forget about it breaking in the next 10 years, it probably won't break for another thousands of years. But, this would mean. Klein stopped himself from thinking any further. Yet the thought kept ringing in his mind. The extreme amounts of divinity in the air, the strength of the world barrier, and my unknown situation. It can't be right. Klein stopped thinking, and extended his hand. He pulled out 4 portions of staple food from the historical void, and placed them in 4 corners forming a rectangle. Klein himself stood at the center. He closed his eyes and took a step forward counterclockwise in the shape of a square and chanted softly. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted Therak of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. After chanting, Klein returned back to his original spot and stood there. Just as he expected, he heard familiar murmurs, the ravings of celestial worthy, the previous Lord of mysteries. But this time, they were more grounded, to the point Klein felt a slight shiver. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar gray fog. The grayish-white fog vibrated, as a symbol consisting of 4 dots in a rectangular manner, surfaced in Klein's right arm, prompting him to lift his hand in the air. Sapphira Castle itself began to shake as the grayish-white fog churned violently and penetrated Klein's raised arm, a sensationless feeling as the symbol on his hand brightly lit up, illuminating the entire Sapphira. Klein regained his connection with Sapphira Castle, becoming its owner once more. The fog settled down once again, while the symbol on his hand dissolved in his skin. Sighing again, he observed the mysterious space above the spirit world and found that it had gone through a reset. There was no majestic ancient palace, nor were there any high-end molded table. The 22 high back chairs were also not present. Sapphira Castle was exactly like how it was when Klein had entered it the first time. Only the grey fog and a deafening silence. His junk pile was also gone. This further confirmed his suspicion. He took a step forward and appeared before a set of stairs that led upwards towards a bluish-black door. The door of light, the true body of Sapphira Castle. Klein climbed up the stairs. Now standing before the door of light, he slowly lifted his gaze and saw the almost completely transparent cocoon of light. Inside the cocoon was a man, in his early 30s. He was wearing a t-shirt and jeans and held a smartphone in his right hand. His expression appeared normal and relaxing, but his eyes were tightly shut. Countless others like him were inside these cocoons of light, hung up above Sapphira Castle by thin black threads. All wore different attires, had varying expressions, and all belonged to various parts of the planet. However, one thing they all shared was their tightly shut eyes and their loneliness. That all of them have lost everything they lived for or cared about, without them even knowing about it. Klein slowly shifted his gaze and settled it onto a particular spot. His breathing grew heavy as his eyes widened. What Klein saw was the familiar cocoon of light that belonged to him. It was broken and empty. Besides this cocoon was another cocoon of light that belonged to his fellow countryman, his friend and transmigrator Senior Roselle Gustav. Also known as Huang Tao. This cocoon, which should have been in the same condition as Klein's, was instead intact. It was still housing the spirit body of Huang Tao, who appeared relaxed while bearing a slight smile. Across Klein's and Roselle's cocoons was another, which should belong to the Evernight goddess Amon-Isis. As he expected, it was left broken and empty. Klein's breathing worsened, his heart beating palpable, as he immediately pulled out a gold coin from the historical void and flipped it. The coin gained some height before gently landing in the palms of Klein's hand and disappeared. Klein stared at his now empty hand and brought them to his face. He rubbed his forehead and loudly sighed. He divined the time period he was currently in, and sure enough, it wasn't the Fifth Epoch. He was currently in the Second Epoch. More specifically in the early era of fire. The darkest era of humanity and the period of ancient gods. How did I? Klein had no words to speak, his head was mostly empty, or more accurately numbed from shock. This wasn't the first time this has happened to him, and this made him more terrified because this time around he had no hope to cling on to. Ha 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 ha, I have already lost everything once, and now I have lost everything twice. Klein couldn't help but laugh like he had just heard the funniest joke in his life. No, at this point he felt like his very life was a joke. When Klein transmigrated from the modern age to the Fifth Epoch, he had a hope in his heart that he could return back to his world. This was brutally crushed when he came across Chernobyl, realizing everyone he once knew, and everything he once cared for was gone. So, he opted to focus on his other priorities, which included the Tarot Club, his family, his friends like Mr. Azek, Will Septon, his church, and his countless believers that were his anchors. And now all of it is gone. He had once again lost everything in his life. And this dealt a massive blow to his psyche. He couldn't help but laugh. And this time, I can't consult my psychiatrist. After all, her ancestors haven't even been born yet. Klein laughed even louder than before and dropped to his knees, held his mouth and knelt down, continuing to laugh like a madman. His laugh echoed through the empty Sapphira Castle. Chapter 2, Sorting Things Out. Shrouded in grey fog stood the ancient majestic palace with a vast dome supported by ancient pillars. Directly under the dome stood an ancient, long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs, 10 on both sides and 2 on ends. At the long end of the table, on the divine throne of the fool sat Klein, who had just recovered from his initial grief and loss. Well, let's straighten things out. I am currently in the Second Epoch. At least, this can't be the work of those brothers. Klein pondered. As far as he knew, none of the deities in the Fifth Epoch had authority over time. Even Amon, who was a slug of time, should not have the level of authority required to send him so far back. Then it only leaves one existence that should be capable of such a feat, but I don't see a reason why he would do so. After all, what benefit could he reap from sending me to a distant past? Klein then noted an anomaly with himself. Even though he had 0 anchors in this time period, his condition was completely stable. This. Klein closed his eyes and began inspecting himself. Soon he realized that some unknown existence had erected a seal inside him that was preventing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth from corrupting him and taking over his body. Klein was even more baffled now. Not only was this unknown existence capable of sending him to the past, it was also capable of sealing the corruption stemming from a great old one, a true pillar. As far as Klein knew, apart from the mother goddess of depravity in her peak, only one existence stood equal to the Lord of the Mysteries, and that is God Almighty. But I fail to see a reason for him to send me back in time either. And besides, he does not possess authority over time. On top of that, is he even capable of sealing the very embodiment of a seal? Though Klein wanted to disregard this theory, he still kept it in mind. Regardless, I should probably stop thinking about how I am here. If this existence is capable of such feats, chances are I'll never be able to know about them in my lifetime. Or until I am the Lord of Mysteries. A sigh escaped him as he deeply inspected the seal within him, mentally noting down its peculiarities and limits. This seal can completely resist the madness brought about by the Beyonder characteristics. But it is a little fragile, it would probably break at some point before the world barrier fails. But still, its durability is a little insane for it to shield me from a pillar. Also, from its current strength, I could potentially accommodate the full uniqueness. I definitely can't advance to sequence 0, the qualitative change brought about will destroy it. Klein sighed once more. How many times has he sighed in a single day? If only the seal maker was a little more generous, then I could have probably advanced to sequence 0. Klein lampooned out of habit. His mood was slowly lighting up, as for a long time, he could push aside issues revolving around madness and corruption. Still, my situation is shrouded in mystery. While there's no imminent danger, I should remain cautious. Klein reminded himself. He leaned back on his chair and began thinking about what he should do now. One thing is for certain, I shouldn't be present at this time, and yet here I am. This means history has changed. Does this mean my existence has given birth to a new timeline? Klein paused and examined his hands. He rendered an image of his body in his mind and then wondered. I am still in Klein Moretti's body, which means I have physically traveled back in time, and not spiritually. I also have my 2 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics with me. Klein slowly rubbed his chin. One Beyonder characteristic is from the curtain. The other belonging to Zeradal should technically be somewhere out there in this era. The other sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic should be with the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria as well as the uniqueness. I am pretty sure the Beyonder characteristic corresponding to Zeradal in future and the one in the curtain should have disappeared in this timeline due to my existence. After all, except for certain special cases, there can only be 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. I, who has already digested the said characteristic, holds overall higher authority over them, and so the current undigested Beyonder characteristic would disappear under the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility. There can never be more than 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, and there can never be less than that. Of course, under certain circumstances this law can be broken, but I doubt even the omnipotent and omniscient would be capable of maintaining his envisioning of characteristics through time and history, considering he shouldn't have fully revived. This also explains why my cocoon broke open in the Second Epoch, when it was supposed to break in the Fifth Epoch, because I already exist here in this timeline. It's similar to the principle of uniqueness. Just like how there can never be 2 uniqueness of the same pathway, there can be 2 spirit bodies of the same person. Every being originates from the original creator, and so every being is unique in one way or another. While consciousness may be replicable by a visionary, that isn't the case with the spirit body, the very core of a person. When I came to this timeline, there were for a moment 2 versions of me, one inside the cocoon and one inside this body. Since my life order is much higher than the one inside the cocoon, it immediately broke and my soul probably merged with me. This explains my fragmented memories. I have double the memories for a portion of my life. This is also helping me strengthen my humanity. Klein couldn't help but curl his lips. While he didn't like the fact that he had lost all his anchors and friends, there were quite a substantial amount of pros to his situation too. And besides, I haven't completely lost them, I merely have to wait for them to be born. Klein then paused and giggled. This time I truly will be an ancient deity by the time I'll form the Tarot Club again. Assuming I'll survive till then. Klein composed himself, and leisurely laid back on his chair. I should take advantage of my situation. Considering my cocoon has already been broken, history has already been altered. Since it changed, I might as well cause mayhem and shift certain situations in my favor. Starting with acquiring and accommodating the fool's uniqueness. Once I become the half-fool, my strength and authority will at the very least reach sequence 0. This way, I'll be able to better influence things, and won't have to always worry about running into danger. I'll also be able to borrow the error and door authorities of which would make life overall much easier. Nodding in affirmation, Klein came to a decision to acquire the fool's uniqueness and accommodate it to become the half-fool. Speaking of which, I don't even have to do the ritual, considering my very existence is an anomaly in all history, fate, and time. When I came to this time period, my fog of history which spans up to Fifth Epoch collided with this time's fog of history which only spans up to Second Epoch. This creates a contradiction since the third, fourth, and fifth epoch has yet to happen, but the fog of history of those times already exists. In this way, history has been fooled. Not only that, originally I was supposed to be born in the fifth epoch, and so I should have been inside the cocoon of light during this period. But not only is that not the case due to my existence, my fate, which was to tread the fool's pathway in the fifth epoch, has already been played out. However, I am now in the second epoch. In this way, fate has also been fooled. And time has naturally been fooled as well. Simply because I shouldn't be in this era. My fate and history has overlapped with this timeline, which naturally creates a contradiction in time. Klein's lips curled up into a grin. The more he thought about it, the more he realized just how much the pros outweigh the cons. If only I knew it would have been this easy, I would have agreed with whoever sent me back in time. Klein laughed a little, before settling his emotions and coming to a decision. It's settled then. Currently the fool's uniqueness should be with the demonic wolf Fleegria, who has accommodated it and in result went mad. Wait. Klein summoned a gold coin from the historical void and tossed the coin. It gained some height before landing back in his palm and disappeared. Klein had divined if the annihilation demonic wolf was still alive, and found the answer to be affirmative. This means the giant King Ormer's betrayal hasn't happened yet. Klein seriously divined his exact current time period and found that there was still quite a bit of time before Ormer's betrayal and the fall of Fleegria. At least another 10 years or so. Klein nodded and formed a plan. Then, I should wait until Fleegria perishes and then retrieve the full uniqueness from his body. I can leave the sequence 1 attendant of mysteries characteristic for Antigonus so that the Antigonus family can be formed in the fourth epoch, and support the Tudor Empire later on. Yes, while I will create changes in history according to my needs. I will still let the major events in history take place, so as to not birth any large and unpredictable changes. For example, the fall of the ancient sun god, so the era of gods can take place, or the war of the four emperors, since that led to the creation of Lone, Intis, and other countries. I need to make sure that the changes I create wouldn't hinder the overall development of this timeline. Klein summoned a pen and paper and wrote down this statement, noting it as a rule that he must follow. He then went back to his plan to take the fool's uniqueness and came across a single variable. Ammon-Isis. The Evernight god, no, Ammon-Isis, shouldn't really be a hindrance to this plan, considering at the current time she is only a sequence 2, servant of concealment. If I want to take the uniqueness, she wouldn't be able to prevent it. But this may cause me to be hunted down by her church in the future and might ruin some of the changes I wish to make in the third and fourth epoch. Klein came to a very easy solution for this problem. To befriend Ammon-Isis. It has only been maybe 2 years since she was born, and so naturally she is going to be in a much more vulnerable state due to naiveness and her still very much unknown circumstances. If I can help her during this time period and gain her trust, then she can be a powerful ally of mine, which would certainly allow things to be much easier. Yeah, I am definitely not going to manipulate her to do my bidding, Klein seriously added. This wasn't the only reason Klein wanted to befriend Ammon-Isis. He simply felt it was a natural thing to do. Ammon-Isis had aided him throughout his journey. She separated the sequence 9 to 1 beyond her characteristic, saving him from his fate of losing control. She directly blessed him, an act which helped Klein on multiple occasions. She also helped him kill himself against Ammon, bet on him from day one, and went out of her way to protect him against the Antigonus family notebook, albeit by sending him into a dangerous spot. Klein was naturally grateful for her help. So, now that the position was reversed, he felt it was the only right thing to do so. And, I would actually have someone to talk to. I won't have to be completely alone, which would certainly help with my mental sanity. Klein rubbed his temples and came to a decision. I'll approach her later on and gain her trust during this time period. I can then help her in digestion and in accommodating her uniqueness and rising to sequence 0. I'll then have a sequence 0 ally, and through her I can keep my schemes concealed as well as myself. This would provide me with adequate room to do my own things. I can also teach and tell her about various things she should be aware of, such as outer deities, great old ones, world barrier. And maybe also about how this world is Earth. I doubt she would be aware of it by now. More than likely, she got to know of this when she met the ancient sun god. Speaking of which, I should for the most part keep my existence hidden. Considering I am an individual that has authority over a Sapphira, I may very well be hunted down by the various deities and king of angels. It is better if they are not aware of the fool. I can get Ammon-Isis' help, as she can more effectively conceal me. Klein sighed and got up from his seat. This should be it for now. My main goal is to befriend Ammon-Isis and gain her trust and make sure my existence wouldn't be revealed. I also need to focus on maintaining my humanity. I don't have any anchors currently. I can't rely on avatars and the seal to keep me balanced. I'll have to do it myself. Yes, this is supposed to be humanity's darkest era. I should go around the world and connect with the now enslaved humanity, maybe even help them, albeit groundly. Klein looked down and slowly shook his head. Humanity doesn't come just from anchors but also from meaningless human interactions. If I can help people and share a part in their suffering, it will in turn strengthen my connection with humanity and help me in keeping my mental condition stable. I need to remain as humane as possible. This needs to be one of my top priorities. Remember, you are he, not a he. Klein nodded. He then extended his right hand and pulled a historical projection of himself from when he was a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker. Klein then entered a concealed state, allowing him to descend in the projection. The reason Klein used a historical projection instead of his real body or an avatar was to minimize the effect of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. Amon-Isis was a subsidiary god to the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria, who had accommodated the fool's uniqueness. If Klein were to pop with his real body, he would inevitably attract Phlegria's attention. But through the use of a historical projection of a lower sequence, and at the same sequence as Phlegria's subsidiary gods, Klein could minimize the effects to an extent. Albeit the possibility of attracting his attention still wasn't negligible. So even if Klein were to get in trouble, he would be able to easily escape by simply canceling the projection. Klein's projection took a step forward, leaving Sapphira Castle and immediately appearing back into the forest he had awoken in. He cancelled the historical projection of staple foods which he had used for the luck enhancement ritual. He then closed his eyes and borrowed Door's pathway authority from Sapphira Castle and entered the spirit world. Klein kept his eyes closed and focused as if trying to sense something. He then began walking in a certain direction and continued onwards for a while before coming to a halt. He then walked outside to the real world, appearing on the edge of a cliff. The ground beneath him appeared fractured, crumbling away while the crimson moon shined atop. Further away from him, laid a sprawling settlement stretched across the desolate landscape. An amalgamation of various grotesque cities inhabited by humans and monsters alike. Their movements and appearance resemble corpses, marionettes with their strings cut off, wandering through the desolate lands like forgotten souls. Majestic mansions, each one of them crafted with extravagant style and detail, laid in starking contrast along the decay surrounding them. It was as if to mock all the passerbys who looked at them with envy. Drilling from these lifelike lifeless corpses were illusory, thin lines which extended to the sky, stretching to an infinite height. These extensions vanished into a swirling grayish-white fog that hung heavy over the settlements. This grayish-white fog concealed at its center an ancient black chapel, the crimson moon hanging just above it, naturally complementing its appearance. An eerie silence enveloped it, as if no living nor non-living thing had dared come close to it for over a millennia. This was the divine kingdom of the ancient god, king of demonic wolves, Phlegria. Klein slowly moved his head, observing the various small and large cities set up by his subsidiary gods. His gaze then pierced through the whole settlement, landing at its furthest outskirt. There he saw a small house that appeared more lively than the rest. Moonflowers and night vanillas flourished around the house, their delicate petals glowing faintly in the eerie crimson light. This was the small abode of one of the subsidiary gods of Phlegria, the goddess of misfortune, Amon-Isis. A slight smile spread to Klein's lips. Chapter 3, A Wish. Ha! Nightmares, nightmares once again. Panting heavily, she shut her eyes tightly, trying to gain control over her breath, but it was futile. The trembling wouldn't stop and neither would the tears. This had become a normal routine for Amon-Isis. After a while, she managed to steady her breath enough for her to rise from her resting place and walk towards the mirror at the corner of her room. She stopped right in front of it and stared at her still foreign reflection. Sighing, her gaze shifted down to the floorboards, lingering there. A part of her wanted to roll over and go back to sleep, while the other part wanted to continue her research of finding a way to go back home. And yet all of it is for nothing. Nearly a year had passed since she had opened her eyes in this world, trapped in a body that wasn't hers. Reminiscing about her old home, her parents and friends, Amon-Isis just stood there rooted to ground. Suddenly a sound almost like a murmur intercepted the silence and pierced her ears. Amon-Isis quickly grew alert, turning her body toward the door to her room, her attention fully focused on the sound. She stood there patiently, yet nothing else happened. It was only then she paid serious attention to the murmur and realized it sounded extremely familiar. This auditory illusion. Amon-Isis was intrigued. After listening to it for a few more seconds, she felt a sense of familiarity and soon came to a shocking realization. This was a piece of tune from a famous song that was getting popular back in her world. It was a song from her world, her home. Amon-Isis's mood instantly shifted. Without hesitation, she quickly leaped out of her room, rushing downstairs and out of her house to the beautiful garden inlaid with moonflower and night vanilla. She closed her eyes, heightening her sense of hearing, and began walking in a certain direction, the song growing clearer with every step. Before long, she broke into a sprint and followed the melody that tugged her forward. Before she knew it, she had crossed the boundaries of Phlegria's divine kingdom. Amon-Isis knew all too well how dangerous it was, aware that she was potentially being lured into a trap. But this was the first time she had encountered something, anything, that resembled her old home, her true home. That was enough reason for her to keep going even if it was nothing more than a trap. Of course, while Amon-Isis was driven by her emotions, it didn't cloud her intelligence. She had long concealed herself and was ready to flee at a moment's notice. Darkness teleportation, one of the abilities of a Sequence 3 horror bishop, was ready in the back of her mind in case things went south and her life was threatened. She wasn't reckless, just determined. After what felt like an eternity of sprinting, Amon-Isis arrived at the edge of a cliff, not far from Phlegria's divine kingdom. There, she saw a humanoid figure, a man sitting at a cliff's edge, his legs dangling over the cliff. He wore a black robe, and a classic hat adorned with red feathers on his head, his back facing her. Though his face remained unseen, Amon-Isis noticed something peculiar about the mysterious man. His demeanor and presence were unnervingly ordinary, lacking any special traits to them. This wouldn't have been a big deal if it wasn't for the fact that, this time period, she currently found herself and was ruled by ancient mythical races that regarded humans as slaves. For an ordinary person like him to be roaming around so freely means, he was by no means ordinary. Amon-Isis also took notice that the melody she followed, the one that guided her over here, had abruptly stopped. As if sensing her gaze, the man slowly shifted his head from staring at the crimson moon to meeting her eyes, a smile on his face. Amon-Isis observed the man. His appearance was just as ordinary as his demeanor. This man slowly rose from his sitting position. Once on his feet, he took off his hat and gave her a gentlemanly bow. His attire resembled that of a magician she had seen illustration of, in the various storybooks she read back on Earth. "Good evening, Lady of Misfortune," the man greeted in a calm, steady tone as he placed his hat back on his head. His smile was unwavering even though he was facing a demonic wolf which were known for their cruelty. Amon-Isis acutely noted this fact. The man before her, despite his plain appearance, was clearly anything but ordinary. Or he is just stupid. But that seems unlikely. Amon-Isis lampooned inwardly. She kept her gaze fixed on the man and calmly spoke. "Who are you?" "Me. I am just an ordinary wandering magician." The man calmly replied, pulling out a magician's wand from under his coat, as if he was going to put on a magic show in front of her. Amon-Isis' expression remained unchanged, as she continued in a flat tone. "Ordinary, you say? Well, if you were, I am afraid you wouldn't have been able to roam around so freely. Either you are really good at concealing yourself from the various beings that litter these lands, or you are not ordinary at all." Amon-Isis rebuked. The man's expression didn't change, as he slowly replied. "You are right, I am not ordinary, but I am still a wandering magician. My speciality is wish-fulfilling magic. Tell me, do you have any wish you would like fulfilled?" Amon-Isis' expressions changed to an amusing one. "A miracle invoker?" she inquired. Silence. The man did not reply, his gaze fixed at her, his smile unchanged, as if waiting for her to state her wish. Amon-Isis softly spoke. "You did refer to me as the Lady of Misfortune, which means you should be aware that I am one of the subsidiary gods of the King of Demonic Wolves." "That, I am." "Then you should also be aware of the fact that 2 out of the 5 subsidiary gods under our god are miracle invokers like you. If I had any wish that I would like fulfilled, then I would rather ask them." "Why you?" Amon-Isis rebutted with reason, attempting to gauge any sort of reaction from this suspicious fellow. And she succeeded. The man's expression softened and he spoke in an alluring tone. "You are right, that you would. But can they fulfill the wish that is closest to your heart, the one that you hold the dearest from the very moment you opened your eyes to this world?" Pause. Amon-Isis' expression twisted indescribably. She immediately responded, raising her tone in a threatening way. "Who are you?" "I am just like you, a being that does not belong to this era." Amon-Isis' eyes widened, a chill ran up her spine as the man in front of her continued. "Yes, Amon-Isis, I am a transmigrator like you. Someone who opened his eyes in an unfamiliar body and bore witness to a world he never knew of." The man said with a smile that seemed to hide the pain in his words. Amon-Isis' mind was blank. The possibility that there might be others like her in this world had never crossed her mind. But now, standing before her was a man, whom she did not even know the name of, yet she shared with him a history no other being was aware of. The surge of emotions she felt in those brief moments was overwhelming, so much so that her mind seemed to have gone numb. "Wait, should I be happy that there are others like me or should I be saddened?" She lampooned inwardly to calm her mind. She wanted to ask this person so many questions, but when she went to open her mouth, the man raised his hand signaling her to stop. His smile dropped and his expressions became grave. For a few moments he stayed motionless, before his lips slowly curled up and he began to speak. "While I would love to continue our chat, I am afraid I'll have to take my leave. Otherwise I will attract his attention." Phlegria, Amon-Isis thought, and remembered that this man seemed to be a miracle invoker, the Sequence 2 of Fool's Pathway which the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria held authority over. "But if you wish to continue this convo of ours then." The man took out a white piece of paper from under his coat. He threw the paper at Amon-Isis like a sharp dagger, which pierced itself in the ground just beside her paws. "Pray to me." The man waved his hand casually as he turned and began walking toward the edge of the cliff. Amon-Isis glanced down at the white piece of paper, then at the man. For a brief instant, she hesitated, before finally shouting. "What should I call you? At least give me your name." The man stopped. He remained silent for a moment before saying without turning around. Klein Moretti." Amon-Isis witnessed as Klein walked off the cliff. For some time she stood there and processed the whole conversation that had just taken place between the two strangers that shared a distant past. She then shifted her gaze to the piece of paper Klein had given her. On it was what seemed to be his honorific name in a beautiful handwriting and written in English. It read, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." As soon as Amon-Isis was done reading the honorific name written on the white piece of paper, it went up in flames and reduced to ash. Suddenly Amon-Isis felt an intense gaze on herself. She froze up in fear and stood there, not daring to do as much as breath. After a while, the gaze receded and Amon-Isis, not wanting to stay there for even a second longer, turned her body around and sprinted her way back home. When Amon-Isis first awoke in this world, she found herself lying in a pool of blood. Her own blood. As if not horrifying enough, she quickly realized that she was no longer in her body, but instead she found herself in the body of a giant eight-legged, black-furred demonic wolf. That was when she had realized that she had transmigrated. The original Amon-Isis, the goddess of misfortune, was killed in a power struggle among her siblings that wished to dethrone her from her position as one of the subsidiary gods to king of demonic wolves, Phlegria. This was her first introduction to this cruel world, and the starting point of her nightmares. In the hopes of finding a way to return back to her world, she began to study mysticism, distancing herself from the other subsidiary gods and demonic wolves as well as her master Phlegria. She moved to the outskirts of his divine kingdom and set up her abode over there. It wasn't actually the outskirts of his divine kingdom as, that only stretched up to the length of his divine chapel, with the rest of the settlement and small towns, set by his subsidiary gods and demonic wolves, situated around it. Due to the gray fog that covered the entire settlement, many demonic wolves and other subsidiary gods began to consider the entire land as Phlegria's divine kingdom. They called it a blessed land that no mortal dare tread on, unless wanting to become prey. Phlegria was a mad god. He had accommodated the fool's pathway uniqueness, which wasn't a neighboring pathway to his original pathway, darkness. Due to which, he very rarely called anyone inside his divine kingdom, and if anywhere dared approach it or even got a little bit close to it without his permission, he would kill them and then eat their body. Due to this, there ran a deep fear in the mind of everyone that served under Phlegria, not wanting to anger this deity. On one special occasion, where Phlegria did call his subsidiary gods in his divine realm, Amon-Isis once asked him, "Great Master, do you think there might be some mysteries in this world that truly bear no answer to themselves?" Amon-Isis had asked him this, due to feeling lost in her pursuit of returning home. She had pretty much studied all knowledge demonic wolves had on mysticism and had come into contact with various old spirits that roam the unfounded. Yet her effort yielded nothing as she did not find single clue regarding her research. In his rare moment of sanity, Phlegria answered, albeit not one in the way she expected. He told her about an ancient relic left behind by the original creator, the maker of everything in this universe. He said that, when the original creator went into slumber, from his body formed an ancient relic which he had named Sapphira Castle. According to him, it was a place shrouded in grey fog, a divine kingdom belonging to the omnipresent ruler of the spirit world. While Phlegria truly believed that Sapphira Castle existed, he could not for his life find this ancient relic, hence a mystery that truly bears no answer to itself. This only left Amon-Isis feeling even more lost. At some point in time, she had reached a giant wall in her research, preventing her from progressing any further. As the dead ends piled up, Amon-Isis grew tired of her endless pursuit in searching for a way back home. She even began to believe that there was no way to go back. This combined with the loneliness she felt and her longing for her home had long pushed her into a deep abyss. She began to believe this was how the rest of her life was going to be, a never-ending suffering that will slowly eat her away until there would be left nothing but the goddess of misfortune. But this changed today, because she had met someone that was from her world, from her home. Lying in her room, Amon-Isis analyzed her previous conversation with the man named Klein. She softly chanted his honorific name in her mind, not daring to say it out. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The fool. Amon-Isis softly muttered, his honorific name doesn't make much sense. At best he should be a sequence 2 or 1 and maybe from fool's pathway. That does not make him the fool, yet his honorific name directly refers to him as such. Not only that, it only contains 3 lines which are used for deities. And what does he mean by the mysterious ruler above the grey fog? Amon Isis instinctually looked out of her window to a distant spectacle of the demonic wolf settlement that was shrouded in a thin grey fog. She observed it for a moment before slowly muttering in her head. Sapphira Castle. It seems far-stretched, but if an ancient relic like that does exist, then. Amon Isis pondered for some moments, she then shook her head and sighs, there is no way to really know without meeting him. And finally, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. I am pretty sure, a miracle invoker can to a certain extent alter the probability of future events. This can be inferred as luck to a certain extent. Amon Isis then slowly giggled, aren't you the god of fortune, instead? Amon Isis then began to contemplate if she should pray to him or not. Usually, praying to a hidden, unknown existence would be a faux pas, even for a subsidiary god like her. But here, Amon Isis was sure that Klein was definitely not a deity, since the full uniqueness was with Phlegria. And he didn't appear to be a deity from another pathway, otherwise his honorific name wouldn't have had himself referred to as the Fool. Merely reciting the honorific name shouldn't be a problem. As far as my mysticism knowledge goes, reciting someone's honorific name should only attract their attention, but he shouldn't be capable of doing anything else with this connection. If my previous conjectures were correct, then he should at best be a sequence one, an attendant of mysteries. There shouldn't be too much of a gap between us, so I should be capable of resistance in case he tries to do something. Amon Isis acutely weighed all possibilities before ultimately coming to the decision to pray. Forgive me, master, for I am about to sin. Amon Isis lampooned and giggled inwardly. She actually felt a little happy about contacting someone that shared something common with her, in this case their home. Standing upright, she closed her eyes and softly chanted in Jotun. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. In the majestic towering palace, propped up by various stone pillars, a crimson star shines brightly with ripples, its illumination dampened by the thick fog around it. It flew over a high back chair that was situated closest to the seat of the fool. Klein gazed at the shining crimson star with a smile, he leaned back and reached out his hand, touching the rippling circle of light. Following that, he expanded his spirituality, enveloping the crimson star. Amon Isis suddenly felt a tug. She opened her eyes and found an endless grayish-white fog beneath her, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. What? Surprised, she looked around and saw various towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace propped up by those stone pillars. She then slowly turned her head towards the end of the long bronze table and saw a man of average looks. He had black hair and black eyes and was average built. The man was also looking at her while smiling. The man slowly got up from his seat, took his hat off and gave her a gentlemanly bow. Welcome, Amon Isis. Let me reintroduce myself. Klein Moretti. Chapter 4, Friend. Klein Moretti. Klein introduced himself, and returned to his seat. He then witnessed, as Amon Isis also stood up, bowed and formally introduced herself. Afterward, she sat back down and began to look around. She then curiously asked, is this Sapphira Castle? Klein was amused. He leaned back on his chair and leisurely replied. Yep, in a way. I am actually surprised you are aware of it. Amon Isis gave him a deep look. She noticed that his attire and bearings were different from the ordinary wandering magician she had previously conversed with. As expected, a top-level faceless would never appear in his real self. He would always don a disguise, so as to never reveal his true identity. If things went south, this man can just quietly leave the stage and discard the mask among his many. I wonder if this is his. As if reading her mind, he said. The appearance before you is the real deal. Amon Isis remained silent and nodded. She then saw Klein stretch his hand and snap his fingers. Suddenly, 2 porcelain cups, with sweet latte tea appeared at the table before her. Forgive me, I should treat my guests on their first visit to my humble palace. Klein smiled and conjured some desi pie for the both of them. Following that, he summoned various sweets such as donuts and pastry from the historical void. Amon Isis acutely noticed his choice of food and thought, does he have a sweet tooth? She then looked at the porcelain cup, then down at her paws and then back at Klein, who had already begun sipping his tea. Klein noticed her gaze and expressed confusion. He looked at the porcelain cup and then at her. He then showed enlightenment through his expression, which spelled, oh. Ah, forgive me, I forgot about your physical anomaly. Klein sincerely apologized. He poured tea in the saucer, allowing Amon Isis to drink the tea, although like a dog. Aren't you the thoughtful one? Amon Isis lampooned and sipped her tea. She then looked at Klein and said, if I may ask, how did you get into Sapphira Castle? Klein put his cup down, and took a slice of his chocolate pastry. There is no need for formalities. Klein said in a casual tone. Does that mean I can refer to you as he and not he? Amon Isis casually asked. Were you referring to me as such? Klein asked with an amused expression. He then continued, yes, you may. In fact, I don't like being called a he. Besides, there is only a sequence difference between us. Indeed, Isis mentally noted the fact and sipped on her tea. She took a bite out of a donut and made a satisfied expression. This was the first time she was able to eat something reminiscent of her old home. You do not like being called a he. Klein shook his head and replied, I'd rather be treated as a human than some high, mighty deity. As for your other question, it's quite a story, but I first need to know, how did you transmigrate? Klein asked. It was an actual question Klein had ever since he deduced that Isis might be a fellow transmigrator. How did I transmigrate? Isis looked down at her paws and began to ponder. Come to think of it, how did I transmigrate? Noticing her confused expression, Klein visibly sighed and asked. What's your last memory of Earth? Did you perform some sort of ritual or brought some ancient silver plate? Isis tilted her head and displayed further confusion at his examples. She then said. I was trying to pirate this one show my friend kept talking about, and I think I saw something mysterious on that website, and that was all she could remember. Klein's expression twisted indescribably. Are you fucking with me? I performed an ancient ritual, Roselle brought some ancient silver plate with mysterious engravings, and you were just pirating some random show. What website were you even on? Isis noticed his change as her mood brightened. She then proceeded to ask, how did you transmigrate? Performed a luck enhancement ritual, written in an old book from my hometown. Now that makes sense. Though that ritual doesn't seem to enhance luck. In fact, I would say, you'd have to possess some extremely bad luck to be transferred to another world. Isis nodded and watched as Klein leaned forward on his chair. He clasped his hands and continued. When I woke up in this world, I performed the luck enhancement ritual again in hopes of going back. Ended up getting Sapphira Castle instead. Klein looked at the ancient majestic palace and at the bronze table in front of him. He sighed and picked his cup of tea and sipped on it. Is that the reason Master was never able to find Sapphira Castle? Because you need to perform a certain ritual to access this place. But then what was the information about this ritual doing in our world? Isis habitually analyzed Klein's statement and began to ponder. Klein gauged her reaction and an important thought crossed his mind. Should I tell her the truth of this world? Or... No, wait, Klein internally sighed and asked, so, how is life going for you? Isis found his question a bit weird, but regardless, she honestly answered, pretty bad. I spent most of my time researching on finding a way BA. She abruptly stopped, looked at Klein in the eye and seriously asked. Have you found a way back home? This time, Klein visibly sighed and a small smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I can't tell her that this is our world right now. If I did, she would immediately lose control. She has spent the last year or so doing nothing but researching a way back home. She had isolated herself from everyone, and as a result suffered from loneliness. Not to mention the fact that she had transmigrated into a place where one wouldn't even trust their own kin. She was already looking pretty depressed the first time I saw her. I can relate to this feeling. I had also felt that way after all. The difference between us being that, when I found out the truth, I had a lot of people I sincerely cared for. They acted as my anchors and prevented me from succumbing to madness. On the other hand, she has no one in this world. The terrible blow would result in her death. Klein came to the decision to not disclose the fact that they had never left their home. Yes, I'll personally tell her this when the time is right. But for now. Noticing his prolonged silence, Isis had a bad feeling. Next minute, it came true as Klein said with a solemn expression. I am afraid not. Though to be honest, I have stopped actively searching for a way. Klein told her half the truth. Isis' expression grimaced and she asked, why? Hee, you do realize, I have been alive for longer than you. Klein lied with a straight face. Isis nodded, but inwardly she thought, I had not. Thanks for the enlightenment. I have searched far and wide, going from eastern to northern continent, the spirit world, and even the vast astral world. And yet, all that added up to a grand total of nothing. I eventually grew tired and came to accept my fate. Isis' expression became even more twisted. She looked down at her paws and slowly thought, what he is implying is that there might not be a way back. Isis felt her hopes shattering bit by bit. Klein had intentionally revealed some bits of information in a roundabout manner to prevent saying the obvious out loud, and to possibly have Isis stir away from her research so as to dampen the inevitable impact she'll suffer from knowing the truth. For a long time, the majestic palace returned to its original serenity, as neither of them uttered a word or tried to eat the various sweets sitting in front of them. Both remained silent, although for varying reasoning. Isis was silently digesting the fact that her hard work and research she put into finding her way back home may have been truly useless, as that way may or may not even exist. Though she had long considered this possibility, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. After all, if there is a way to come, there must be a way to leave, right? But now listening to the same possibility, although in a roundabout manner from Klein, who had lived for far longer than her and probably had a deeper research in this aspect, made her think otherwise. She had instinctively begun to consider that this might be the case, and it only worsened her situation. Klein, on the other hand, remained silent to let Amon-Isis digest the crumble of information he had dropped on her, but also due to his own grief. The yearning for a home that does not exist. Klein sighed and looked at Amon-Isis warmly. After a while, when he felt her condition recovering, he picked up his cup of tea, which was still warm because it was not real, and said, "What's your name?" Amon-Isis slowly looked up to him. She sat silent for a long while before uttering her name. Her real name. Klein maintained his smile and nodded. He took a sip from his tea and beckoned Amon-Isis to do so too. He then playfully said, "Jo Minguri." "Chinese." Amon-Isis spoke. "Yep, Chinese. You seem to be from Europe." Amon-Isis nodded. She hesitated for a moment but then proceeded to ask, "How many transmigrators are there?" "Just the two of us. For now at least." Klein sat his empty cup down and breathed a sigh of relief. He limply leaned back on his high chair, and rested his head in his hands, while leaning sideways. "Though I am pretty sure there might be one more, but the method through which he transmigrated might be different from ours." Amon-Isis' curiosity piqued. She also assumed a resting position, leaning back on her high chair and slowly uttered, "How different?" Klein's expression remained unchanged. He measly uttered, "You do not need to know for now." "Not need to know for now." Amon-Isis didn't probe him any further. In her spent as the subsidiary god to the annihilation demonic wolf, she had learned one very important lesson, and that is, there are some things that make it easier to be infected the more you know. To stir away the conversation from previous topic, Amon-Isis looked at the bronze table and asked, "What exactly is Sapphira Castle?" While the annihilation demonic wolf referred to it as an ancient relic, born from the original creator's body, how much of it is actually true? And what's the meaning behind the omnipresent ruler of the spirit world? Celestial worthy. Klein thought immediately. He remained silent for a moment before cautiously asking, "Do you have any knowledge about transcending the sequence?" "Transcending sequence?" Amon-Isis' pupil dilated and she shouted at him. "There is way to transcend the sequence entirely?" Klein chuckled a bit and then continued, "Yes, though I like to refer to it as the Great Old Ones." Klein sighed and looked at Amon-Isis amusingly. "I'm sure you know of the saying, the higher in the sequence you go, the more the will of the primordial one awakens in you, right?" Amon-Isis nodded. "Well, where do you think this corruption stems from?" "That's right, it's the remaining will of the Great Old Ones of that pathway, inside the Beyonder characteristics, which awakens within you the further you advance in sequence, as they try to make you lose control and take over your body." Klein paused to gauge her reaction. He then continued, "There are a total of 22 Beyonder pathways on this planet. Among these exist 9 high sequence groups, as in some of the pathways are interchangeable at higher sequence such as Darkness, Twilight Giant and Death, or Red Priest and Demoness or Seer, Apprentice and Marauder pathways." Klein deliberately didn't use the sequence 0 terms for the Marauder pathway, as he was not aware of what era was called before ancient sun god bestowed this name. Amon-Isis nodded in a continuous manner. This was an extreme amount of information she was receiving, and hence she was taking mental notes in her mind. Hence, there are 9 high-sequence Beyonder pathway groups on this planet. And it just so happens that there are 9 Spherote in this world. Spherote? Amon-Isis acutely pointed out. Klein nodded and continued, "When the original creator split apart, he left behind 9 legacies that were born from his body, Spherote." Klein then looked at the majestic palace and slowly uttered, "Sapphira Castle is one of them. The relic left behind by the original creator is in fact a Spherote." Amon-Isis silently nodded. For a sequence 0 to become a Great Old One, they must accommodate the Sapphira corresponding to their pathway. It is the most important thing in becoming a Great Old One, and without one, they would remain a dual or triple pathway true deity. Aside from Sapphira Castle, there is the Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, Key of Light, Brood Hive, Tenebrous World, City of Calamity, Nation of Disorder and the Knowledge More. Each Sapphira corresponds to a Great Old One. For example, the River of Eternal Darkness corresponds to the Great Old One Eternal Darkness. City of Calamity corresponds to the Calamity of Destruction. Knowledge More corresponds to the Demon of Knowledge, while the Nation of Disorder corresponds to the Anarchy. Tenebrous World corresponds to the Father of Devils, and the Brood Hive corresponds to the Goddess of Origin. Finally, the Key of Light corresponds to the Key of Light, and yes, the Sapphira and the Great Old share a similar name. Klein suddenly felt silent. He looked up at the grayish-white fog and continued, "Chaos Sea corresponds to the Great Old One, the True Pillar, God Almighty." He fell silent again and let out an audible sigh. He then chuckled and Amon-Isis could notice his troubled expression and strong emotions. "And finally, Sapphira Castle belongs to the..." Klein looked at her, a small smile on his face and finally uttered, "Lord of Mysteries." Amon-Isis remained silent. She slowly digested and analyzed the heavy information he shared. The key point she picked up was Klein's strong emotions when referring to the Lord of Mysteries. Klein is from the full pathway, whose sequence 9 is Seer. He mentioned before that the Seer, Apprentice and Marauder pathway are interchangeable at higher sequence. Considering he can control Sapphira Castle and Master was also looking for Sapphira Castle. It is safe to assume that the Lord of Mysteries is the Great Old One belonging to the Seer, Apprentice and Marauder pathway group. But why did he have such a strong emotional reaction when referring to the Lord of Mysteries? It was almost like he was saddened and pained. Isis wanted to ask him about it, but before she could, he continued, currently there are no Great Old Ones on this planet, all of them perished at some point in the First Epoch. Not only that, 7 out of the 9 Spherote were sealed in the Western continent by the Lord of Mysteries right before his death. Isis' eyes widened, she immediately shouted, sealed the Spherote. And on top of that, 7 of them. But how is this even possible? Isis bombarded him with questions, to which Klein just chuckled. He then said, well, that's because the Lord of Mysteries is an existence that stands far above a Sapphira. He is a persona of the original creator and a true pillar. Persona of the creator. Pillar. He referred to God Almighty the same way. Noticing her shocked expression, Klein chuckled once more, and said in a soft voice. While there may only be 22 pathways and 9 Great Old Ones in this world, there are an unknown number of Beyonder pathways and Great Old Ones in the cosmos. Above them stood 3 beings. They were, Klein smiled widened and he continued. Mother Goddess of Depravity. Origin of Evil. The Indestructible. God Almighty. Creator, Maker. The Omnipotent and Omniscient. Lord of the Astral World. And finally, King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny. Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Dominator of the Spirit World. Klein smiled continuously and slowly uttered, Lord of Mysteries. Silence. Neither of them uttered another word. Klein let Isis digest the information while the latter felt like her mind was malfunctioning. She did not intend to receive this high level of information and so she was naturally having trouble absorbing it. After a long while, Klein uttered, the omnipresent ruler of the spirit refers to the Lord of Mysteries. Yeah, I think I already made that connection long ago. Isis lampooned. She for a fact, did not want to continue this topic anymore. She needed serious time to fully analyze this info. That's when a question popped in her mind. Where did you learn this information? Klein looked at her and said, from the 7 lights, he half-lied and saw as her expression twisted further, Sapphira Castle exists above the spirit world and its owner is the dominator of the whole realm. As the current owner of Sapphira Castle, I am treated by the 7 lights the same way they treat their omnipresent ruler. Klein explained. But, how can a sequence 1 control a spherote and be its owner? Isis asked again. Because I am not just a regular sequence 1. I have a mystical connection with Sapphira Castle and it recognizes me as its owner as well as a contender for the divine throne of mysteries. Indeed. His honorific name makes sense now. Since Sapphira Castle represents the Lord of Mysteries, I assume as its owner, and a contender for his divine throne, Klein would be more of a fool than the actual fool. Isis nodded and then sighed. She felt really tired from all this talk of Great Old Ones. Klein noticed her weariness and decided to stir away the topic to something else. By the way, what's the current status of Phlegria? He asked. Isis bobbed her head up and looked at him. Mad, he rarely calls us to his divine kingdom. Isis had no shame divulging any info on her master, in fact she only considered him her master due to influence from memories of the original Isis. Besides, she was slowly humbling up to Klein. He hasn't shown any hostility and appeared friendly and easy to talk to. Of course, Isis still couldn't fully trust him. That was one of her biggest principles, after all the original Isis was killed by her own siblings. But she was currently feeling a rare sense of easiness that she hasn't felt ever since she transmigrated into this world. Klein was nice to talk to, and she wanted to talk to him more. Isis then remembered the piercing gaze she felt when Klein left the cliff's edge. By the way, when you left, I felt a chilling gaze upon myself. I am pretty sure it was Master. He may have noticed you when you were leaving. Isis warned him. Though Klein's expression didn't change, he nonchalantly said, not possible. I concealed the space using Sapphira Castle power. Even if he is a true deity, all he should have seen was a grayish-white fog. Isis bobbed her head in enlightenment and astonishment. She then immediately analyzed his words and suddenly noticed something. Concealment. The full pathway doesn't have much authority over concealment. Even if he is using Sapphira Castle power, he should only be able to use abilities from the 3 pathways corresponding to the Lord of Mysteries. Lord of Mysteries. Mysteries. Yes, it doesn't seem far-stretched that either apprentice or marauder pathway probably possess authority over concealment. Now that I think about it, the Phoenix ancestor has also shown authority over concealment despite her pathway, Phoenix not having much authority over it. And she is also an insane goddess. Could it be possible that she has accommodated a non-neighboring pathway's uniqueness? Maybe, apprentice or marauder. Amon Isis pushed aside her trail of thought and inwardly sighed, my brain is on overdrive. This reminds me of my previous job, where I always had to stay overtime to handle company affairs. Those were such good times now that I look back at them. Even though I came home tired and out of my wits, I could at least crash land on my couch and just doze off without having to worry about my fucking life. She chuckled, much to Klein's confusion, though he slowly figured out what she was thinking and joined her. But wouldn't it be dangerous if a master saw the grayish-white fog of Sapphira Castle? Amon Isis asked with a smile, to which Klein reciprocated and replied, even if he could feel Sapphira Castle's presence, he would be incapable of doing anything about it. Sapphira Castle yields to me, I can control who enters this place or not. The only thing I need to be wary of is your connection to me and subsequently to this place, and for that I'll need a little bit of your help. Amon Isis keenly listened and nodded, indicating he had her support. Klein smiled and continued. It's simple, let's first set up a time for our meeting, and when this time approaches you just need to fall asleep and conceal your astral projection, so that I can pull it above the gray fog without drawing attention. More specifically, while pulling the astral projection is usually a problem, since it's the manifestation of a person's emotions and conflicts, you who is a beyonder of the sleepless pathway can maintain lucidity in dreams. It's also more concealed since it's an outer manifestation of a person's soul body. And when you return, make sure to erase any presence of Sapphira Castle from your astral projection, as that can be sensed by Phlegria. Smart. He thought of everything before pulling me up here. Amon Isis continued smiling, and so did Klein. They finally took notice of the food sitting on the table, and each grabbed their own choice of sweet and began eating. They ate and talked about random things. How is the world outside? Amon Isis has never left Phlegria's divine kingdom, so she naturally had no knowledge of the outside world. True, how is the outside world again? Klein lampooned and began to speak, chaotic, though the northern continent is a bit better. Klein explicitly was referring to humanity's condition. Though it has been a long time since I left the eastern continent, I am not too sure of the current situation. I see, so this is the eastern continent? Amon Isis asked, to which Klein simply nodded his head. Klein then looked at her up and down and said, how does it feel to be a demonic wolf? Amon Isis just stared at him, and slowly replied. I feel like a dog. She noticed Klein's expression changing a bit before immediately returning to normal. You damn clown. She cursed in her mind. Actually, I know of a way to give you a physical body. Amon Isis' eyes lit up. She immediately asked, how? Tell me. Klein chuckled a bit, then said, simple, by having human anchors. If you can have enough human believers that think of you as a humanoid deity, then the corruption stemming from those anchors will morph your physical appearance to the corresponding image. Oh, I already knew of that method. Amon Isis looked down in disappointment. The plan is good, but the flaw in it being that, how am I to gain believers? Amon Isis said in a low voice. Klein looked at his friend and calmly said, if you want to, I can help you with it. Her head immediately bobbed up and she replied, really? But why would you? Klein shook his head and chuckled, it's not like I am doing it for free. You'd owe me a favor in exchange. Klein casually added. Amon Isis' expression calmed down a bit, albeit a bit tense as to what favor Klein was going to ask for. The favor I want is pretty simple, but I first need to know something. Klein's gaze locked in with her as he continued, do you feel any familial love towards the other demonic wolves? Or your master? You don't have to give the answer today, savor it for our next meeting. Klein stated, and leaned back on his chair. Amon Isis continued staring at him and thought in her mind, do I? They continued chatting onwards until the time came for Amon Isis to return. Both felt a sense of serene and calmness as they let down their guards and chatted about. On that day, a new friendship blossomed. And finally, when it was time for Amon Isis to leave, Klein remembered something important and said to her, you remember the third transmigrator I talked about? Amon Isis nodded, showing acknowledgement. Klein's expression became grave. If you ever happen to cross paths with him, do not under any circumstances try to approach him or talk to him, and absolutely do not divulge the fact that you are a transmigrator. Trust me, it's for your own safety. And do tell me if you ever see him, you can just pray to me. Klein warned with a serious expression. Amon Isis did not question him. She noted his warning in her mind and then asked, how would I know he is a transmigrator? Oh, you'd recognize him immediately, don't worry about that. Amon Isis tilted her head and expressed confusion. Regardless, I should take his words seriously. While the other transmigrator may be from our world, that doesn't mean he would be like Klein, smart and friendly. Also Klein referred to him as him, that means he must be a true deity. Maybe he has gone mad from power or lost control or something. She and him then set up a meeting time, every 2 days, let's meet every 2 days at this exact time. Klein said and Amon-Isis agreed. Klein and her then bid farewell as Klein severed his mystical connection from her, letting her astral projection descend back into her real body. When Amon-Isis came to her senses, she immediately collapsed on the floor and sighed. She felt exhausted from all the information she received today but at the same time, happy and relieved having chatted with someone whom she could potentially call a friend. What a wild day. Amon-Isis thought and limply made her way to her resting place. She then slowly uttered Klein before falling asleep. Inside Sapphira Castle, Klein leaned back on his chair and sighed, part 1 of my many plans is successful. I now have an actual friend with whom I can talk to. Amon-Isis truly is different from the one I know. She has more humanity and displays more emotions. It's a good thing, I can potentially help her maintain her humanity. Also chatting with her will naturally help me. Phew. Life sure requires hard work. Klein lampooned and chuckled. He looked up at the grayish-white fog and sat there, in a calm and deafening silence. The fog gently swayed around him. Chapter 5, The World of the Second Epoch. Now that this is sorted out. Sitting inside the majestic ancient palace above the spirit world, Klein straightened himself on his chair. He extended his hand and pulled a historical projection of himself when he was a miracle invoker. Now that I have effectively befriended Amon-Isis, I can put matters regarding the fool's uniqueness aside for now. My next main objective should be maintaining my humanity. Right now, I lack anchors, and I can only rely on myself. But before that I should brief myself on the current world situation. After all, a magician never performs unprepared. Klein nodded and then concealed himself within Sapphira Castle. His consciousness descended into the historical projection. He then extended his hand bringing out creeping hunger from the historical void. He wore it on his left hand and Klein, now donning the face and identity of Merlin Hermes, grinned to himself. He stretched his hands, turned around and looked at the divine chair of Fool. He then leaned back and began to fall, the ancient majestic palace leaving his sight immediately as his body felt the chilling sensation of dropping down. In just a moment, he saw the 7 lights that preceded over the spirit world, the embodiment of limitless knowledge. Klein closed his eyes and felt countless gazes on him, as if he was being watched from every direction. His smile only widened as he opened his eyes and twisted his body around, the image of the spirit world entering his eyes. The thick grayish-white fog that permeated the space, concealing indescribable figures that wandered the unfound, the saturated colors, forming a spectrum that seemed to resemble the 7 pure light above. Countless murmurs, almost ravings, entered Klein's ears. This was part of the abysmal land ruled by the various mythical races, this was the spirit world of the Second Epoch. The realm of chaos and knowledge. Klein swiftly landed on his feet like a cat, and began to observe his surroundings. There wasn't much visible difference between the spirit world he was familiar with, and the spirit world he was currently in. Yet, Klein could feel countless beings eyeing him. Klein laughed and clasped his hands. Looking up, he gazed at the 7 lights above. In just a few moments, the orange light began to flicker and descend, landing just beside Klein. It took on a humanoid shape, and now standing in front of Klein was an old plump man in an orange robe. His appearance and demeanor appeared amiable. The orange light Hilarion. He smiled at Klein and nodded. Your Excellency, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Orange Light Hilarion. Why do I feel like this is a reenactment? While inwardly lampooning, Klein responded with a smile, I am aware. Hilarion's expression didn't falter as he nodded. He then said in a confused tone, Your Excellency, I have a question I wish to ask of you. State, Klein replied. Hilarion calmly asked, Your Excellency, it eludes us as to how your existence only came to be a few hours ago. Not only that, but a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the seer pathway disappeared as soon as you manifested. My brothers and I have been very confused regarding this matter and have been meaning to meet you. Klein's eyes twitched. He contemplated for a moment before saying to Hilarion, Of course, it will be my honor. As soon as he finished speaking, different colors of lights arose from the ground, each of them transforming into an old man. Your Excellency, shall I introduce each of us to you? Hilarion asked politely, to which Klein simply shook his head and replied, There is no need. I am aware of each and every one of you. Klein smiled and showed his friendliness and gratitude. He then added, Let us sit down and have a chat. Suddenly dark red flames arose as various high-backed chairs appeared. Klein sat down gesturing to the other 7 lights. After they were all settled, Klein looked at them with a smile and said amiably, I am aware of the various questions you have and I am willing to answer all of them. The 7 lights nodded as Klein continued, You should be made aware that I am not the previous Lord of Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. I am merely a contender for his divine throne, and the current owner of Sapphire Castle. The Seven Lights nodded in acknowledgement, and Hilarion said, yes, while we weren't sure of it, we did infer if you were the great ruler of the spirit world or not. We couldn't divine or prophesize it, since that would have resulted in direct failure. While we weren't sure if you were him or not. This possibility was the most optimal. It would explain the sudden appearance of a great existence like your excellency in this time. Klein nodded as Orange Light looked at his brothers. They all gave curt nods as Orange Light. Hilarion continued, while you may not be the great ruler of the spirit world, you are still the owner of Sapphire Castle, and a contender for his divine throne. Hilarion paused and then continued, this fact in itself makes you a great existence. And so in our eyes, you are equivalent to the great ruler of the spirit world, and your excellency. The seven stood up at the same time, and gave a gentlemanly bow. Klein followed after them, indicating his gratefulness. We will help you in whatever way we can. Orange Light. Hilarion smiled at Klein, followed by the other 6 lights. Klein returned the gesture and stated, the reason why you were only able to sense my existence a few hours ago, was because I somehow managed to travel back from the 5th epoch to this time, the Second Epoch. The 7 lights' expressions visibly twisted before contorting. Klein didn't bother hiding anything, as he considered that whether the 7 lights knew he was from the future or not didn't change anything as long as they didn't divulge the secret. Yellow Light Vani then slowly stated, while I did expect that time travel should be possible, I didn't think there would come a day where I would witness one. Klein chuckled a bit as Vani then continued slowly, Your Excellency, do you think it might be the work of the great ruler? Klein shook his head in decline. I have considered all possibilities, and it doesn't seem to be the work of the celestial worthy, God Almighty, nor the outer deities. While I am not sure which existence has enough authority to send me back in time, I am not too keen on knowing about them. For now. The 7 lights nodded in response. Klein leaned back on his chair and continued, the one sequence, one characteristic of the seer pathway also disappeared, since I currently have the characteristic within myself. In fact, I possess 2. That means your excellency is only a step away from becoming a true deity. The red light Ire Moria exclaimed. Klein smiled, yes, but I am not keen on becoming one right now. Probably won't until the apocalypse is nigh. Klein paused and then asked, are you all aware of the apocalypse? Yellow Light Vani then nodded, I have already deduced that this world will reach its end when the will of the original creator fades to a certain limit. Is that the apocalypse your excellency speaks of? Klein sighed, and said, 1368 of the 5th epoch. That will be the day when the world barrier will break open. The day when the greatest oldest one will enter this land. Klein paused, feeling a little heavy, then continued, I came from 1353 of the 5th epoch, so I have yet to witness the apocalypse, not that I am keen on it, hee. The 7 lights nodded, and the blue light Kuthumi said, we share the sentiment, your excellency. Klein looked at him and smiled. Very well. I need your help, more particularly I seek some information. Orange Light Hilarion immediately spoke, please speak your mind. Klein chuckled at this. What's the current situation of the eastern continent? Klein asked, assuming a more serious tone. Orange Light Hilarion replied slowly. The eastern continent, as you should already be aware of, your excellency, is in a state of complete chaos. It's being overrun by the various races such as the giants, demonic wolves, sanguines, and so on. These races took over this land a few hundred years after the death of our great ruler. Since then, most of their kind have been at war with each other, while others such as the demonic wolves have vowed to annihilate all life from this planet, leaving only darkness, horror, and misfortune. They have also enslaved the humans whose ancestors once used to roam these lands under the dominion of the omnipotent and omniscient. Klein's eyelids twitched. God Almighty. He dictated the humans in the 1st epoch. The orange light tilted his head, and slowly spoke, it was more like, just letting them live in his lands. He never interacted with them, just observed. Interesting, it seems weirdly fit for a visionary like him to observe humanity. Klein silently took note of the fact. In current times, Giant King Ormur, Sanguine Ancestor Lilith and Elf King Saniatherm are on one side fighting against Phoenix Ancestor Gregis, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt and Mutated King Faster. Whereas the King of Demonic Wolves, the Annihilation King Fleegria and Devil Monarch Farbody just wish to corrupt and destroy everything. Klein nodded in acknowledgement. It's exactly as I remember. That confirms that other than my presence in this era, there are so far no additional anomalies. What about the northern and southern continents? This was something Klein was genuinely curious about. Any information he had on the Second Epoch stemmed mostly from Amon and the City of Silver's records. He had no idea about the condition of the northern and southern continents during this period. The northern continent isn't as chaotic and desolate as the eastern continent. It is mostly ruled by human families that are disconnected from the outside world. Of course, it isn't all rainbows and sunshine either. Most of humanity are living in small villages, and a majority are fighting against the mythical races that have been wanting to infiltrate the northern continent. This mainly includes the elves. As for the southern continent, it is probably the safest place in the current world. It is completely inhabited by humans, which are safe from the invasion of other races due to the extremely bad weather at the seashore, restraining transportation. The central continent, which connects the southern and northern continents, is also very dangerous, overrun by unintelligent beyonder creatures. This makes it way too dangerous to traverse through. As for traversing using the spirit world, its exact coordinates are unknown to most, and due to the bad weather and the still very much developing humans, its coordinates are unsettled and change often, preventing most from entering the place. Klein displayed astonishment. It seems the southern continent has always been weird. Doesn't help that it used to be South America at some point. Also, the central continent is here. It was probably destroyed by Salinger during the beginning of Fourth Epoch, or maybe the end of Third Epoch. Or was it in the Pale Era? Klein thought. He then began to analyze the information. The northern and southern continents haven't been invaded by the mythical races yet. Considering that some of these mythical creatures are going to fall in the next 10 or so years, it's safe to assume that it won't happen. It also makes sense why Antigonus and Mother of the Sky fled to the northern continent after the death of Phlegria. The northern continent should be in a state of disorder, with only a few loosely organized factions that are probably fighting off the elves on the coast. Could this be the place where Leodoro, Occuses, and Ouroboros were born? And later, when Ormur betrayed Lilith and caused her, as well as Kvastor and Phlegria, to fall, these angels or demigods came together, drove all of the mythical races to extinction, and later became king of angels under the ancient sun god. If that is the case, then I suppose Hermes is probably also from the northern continent. When did ancient Hermes come to be then? Most likely, after the mythical races fell, so somewhere at the end of the Second Epoch. What was Hermes doing for the rest of the Third and Fourth Epoch then? Countless questions flooded Klein's thoughts. He decided to put matters regarding Hermes in the back of his mind. He then looked at Hilarion and asked, "What's the situation of the Abyss?" Devil Monarch Farbody is currently looking for it. Besides that, there isn't much going on in the Abyss. Hilarion paused for a moment and then continued with a heavy tone, "At least on the surface. There seems to be something going on in the deeper parts of it. Forgive us, Your Excellency, but we are unable to go deeper than that, otherwise we will suffer corruption." Klein nodded, and then thought. Farbody is looking for the Abyss. If I recall, Amon mentioned that this ancient god, later known as the dark side of the universe, was the only one bar Lilith, surviving ancient god. That means he fled to the Abyss during the rise of the ancient sun god and later changed his name. So, he began searching for the Abyss this far back. But wait, how did he even get to know of its existence? The Abyss is in the far west, whereas he should be in the eastern continent. As if reading his thoughts, Hilarion spoke, "We are not aware of how he got to know of its existence. We only know that he began to search for its whereabouts a few years ago." Is that so? Farbody is the sequence 0, Abyss. This pathway originally belonged to the Mother Tree of Desire. Could it be that he is being subtly influenced? But what's there in the Abyss for her to influence someone from her pathway to seek? At that moment Klein's head snapped. He immediately asked, "How is the situation with Giant Queen Omabella?" Hilarion tilted his head in confusion from the sudden shift in tone. "Nothing to take note of. The Kingdom of Silver worships her. She would descend on the kingdom from time to time, sometimes to bestow a good harvest while other times." Hilarion's voice became distant and hesitant. Seeing his brother troubled, blue light Kuthumi continued in his stead, "It's a little complex, Your Excellency, please allow me to elaborate. When the goddess of harvest Omabella descends on the Kingdom of Silver, she displays two images. One corresponds to light and goodness, with the harvest grace, life's precious embrace, as the core of fate, viewing the people of the Kingdom of Silver as her own children, always ensuring bountiful harvest, an abundance of livestock and poultry. This is the main reason why the Kingdom of Silver can prosper, and not suffer meaningless slaughter. This is also the reason why this kingdom is the only successful human one within the eastern continent." Klein bobbed his head up and down in enlightenment. Kuthumi continued, "As for the other image, more often than not, Omabella would descend in a different form than the one I just stated. This form of hers corresponds to death and desolation, and brings forth extreme despair in all of the Kingdom of Silver. When Omabella descends in this form, she would demand for bloody sacrifices, with large numbers of humans as offerings. Even if the Kingdom of Silver obeys to her, sacrificing their own family members and friends, they would still sometimes suffer famine, lasting up to a year. If they don't do so, then the famine might last up to 3 to 5 years." Klein silently listened. He then sighed and thought, the City of Silver always had one problem after another, huh? Probably the ancient sun god's era was their only true, peaceful moment. I wonder if I can do something for them. Klein then diverted his thoughts to Omabella. She has two completely contradictory faces. Omabella should be an angel of the Mother pathway, probably a sequence 1 nature walker. Could it be that she is being affected by the Mother goddess of depravity? If someone like Farbody can be affected by the Mother Tree of Desire, who isn't even a pillar, then the mother goddess of depravity, who used to be a one and still has its mark on her, could probably better penetrate the barrier and influence creatures from her pathway. I should pay a visit in a convoluted manner to confirm my theory. Of course, I can't just show up out of nowhere, that would probably lead to my death, and especially not now when the situation is this tense in this place. Klein noted down this fact and added it in his to-do list. When the time is right, I will head to the Giant King's court. Until then I could visit the Kingdom of Silver to better know the situation and also provide some help. Klein looked at Blue Light Kuthumi and asked slowly, when was the last time Omabella descended on the Kingdom of Silver? Around a year ago. Kuthumi immediately replied. Klein followed with another question. Is there any set pattern for her descent or is it random? Kuthumi shook his head. It's random, Your Excellency, but she does seem to descend once every 3 to 5 years. But this could be longer than that or shorter. Klein nodded. He began thinking of what to ask next. After pondering for many moments, Klein calmly asked, do you know anything about Leodoro, Aucuses, and Herabergen? The Seven Lights were a bit confused, but soon remembered that Klein was from the future. For him to specifically ask about someone must mean they are special in future. The Red Light Ire Moria replied, Leodoro and Aucuses are saints that are fighting off the elven invasion in the northern continent. Herabergen, better known as the Dragon of Wisdom Herabergen, is one of the subsidiary gods under the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. He is a Sequence 1 angel of the White Tower pathway. Other than that there is nothing interesting about these three. Red Light Ire Moria paused, looked at his brothers and then said, but if you wish, Your Excellency, then we, the Seven Lights, will keep a special eye on them and alert you on any development. Klein chuckled at Seven Lights' willingness to serve him. He shook his hands and uttered, there is no need. The Seven Lights simply nodded and smiled. Klein rubbed his chin for a moment and began pondering. I want to ask them about Medici and Ouroboros, but I'm pretty sure those are names given by the ancient sun god, and I am not aware of what their original names were. Forget it. They are probably in a similar position as others. Then what else is there? Suddenly Klein remembered something. How is the sanguine ancestor Lilith? Orange Light Hilarion cleared his throat and replied, nothing different than the other gods. She commands the entire sanguine race and is the Sequence 0, moon. The only thing appropriate to mention about her would be the interesting fact that one of her Sequence 1 characteristics appeared to be impure, which allowed one of her subsidiary god, Aurania, to retain her status as a Sequence 1 despite Lilith being the goddess of the moon pathway. There is also the Moon City, which houses both sanguine and humans alike. Although humans are treated as slaves and livestock by this race. Hilarion's voice trailed off. He then suddenly asked, Your Excellency, were you used to being a human once? Klein nodded in affirmation. Forgive me, then I should have stated about humanity's condition long ago. Other than what I have already told you about humans in the northern and southern continents. The sanguine race treats humans as low-level workers and slaves, and even livestock to quench their thirst. Elves treat humans as mere slaves, albeit providing them sufficient food and rest. Giants, on the other hand, treat humans as subordinates, providing them with food, shelter, and clothes. They do not view them as equals and believe these low-level species need to be nurtured. A major part of their military forces encompasses humans, and within the Giant King's court, they usually work as laborers or servants. Of course, due to the giant's bad temper, it is still dangerous to work for them. But it can be considered the safest place to be in as a human. The other races such as mutants, devils, and demonic wolves do not care about humans at all and kill indiscriminately. Klein remained silent and analyzed the information. He noticed a particular point of interest being the giant's temperament against humans. It makes sense when I think about it. Giant King Ormer should be aware that his origins were human, so he is naturally not hard towards this species. If only that was the case with the other races. Klein sighed and waved his head. Suddenly something snapped in him as his eyes widened and he thought to himself. Did I just refer to humans as the species? Klein audibly sighed and rubbed his temples. That's not good. I am growing detached from humanity. Even if I may not be susceptible to losing control, I can still lose myself. I should go around and explore these situations myself. Only when I witness the cruelty and harshness of mortals as well as their suffering would I be able to connect with them and further strengthen my humanity. Klein came to a decision. He looked at the Seven Lights and spoke. That's all for now. Klein stood up from his seat, the Seven Lights following after him. He bowed and said with a smile. Thank you for your answers. It was our pleasure. May Your Excellency return to the throne of the great ruler above the spirit world as quickly as possible. The seven responded in unison. This is literally a replay of previous events. These guys haven't changed at all. Klein lampooned as he politely sent the Seven Lights away. Klein sighed and stood there for some moments, his head hanging down. Finally, he looked up and began walking in a certain direction. Wherever fate led him. Chapter 6, The Most Basic Wish. Whoosh. My name is Fred. I am a 20-year-old man, or maybe 21. I don't know. I don't remember what my age is anymore. Not that it matters much. I live in Moon City, and work as a servant for Lord Quan. I am just an ordinary man trying to live. Even if that's the hardest thing a human can achieve. As a house servant, I always woke up as soon as the crimson moon descended. Me and my friends' living quarters aren't that big, half the size of the barn out in the garden. It gets really cramped at night, but hey, at least we get to sleep. Our first duty of the day is to clean the mansion thoroughly, not leaving so much as a speck of dust. Lord Quan's mansion is big, really big, and so it always takes a long amount of time before we are done with cleaning. We are then allowed to have our first meal of the day. I think they call it breakfast. Hey Fred. I heard a familiar voice as I was grabbing my plate. I slowly turned around and saw one of my close friends, Kin, approach me with his breakfast. Wanna eat together? Of course, why wouldn't I wanna? We both walked towards a wall and sat down on the hard ground, our plates in hand and our stomachs growling. We first chewed on the uncooked ration and then my friend Kin said, "Man, I feel like an old guy from all this work. Wouldn't it be nice if we received some breaks more often than not? The mere fact that we are alive is already more than enough in my eyes." I said without hesitation as Kin gave me an annoyed look. But what's the point of living such a life? I don't even know what he is talking about anymore. We are alive, we are eating and we are able to sleep. What more could a person want in their life other than to live? I shook my head and silently ate my food, while Kin continued to babble about all sorts of stuff, much of which I couldn't make sense of, but I still listened anyway. Me and Kin have been friends since we were kids, so I was more or less used to his gibberish. It gave me a rare moment of calm. After lunch we all had varying work. Some went to do laundry while others worked on farmland, some took care of animal livestock, while some had the task to take care of the human ones. Thankfully I had none of that. Instead I had the task to deliver important things from Lord Quan's mansion to Lord Semirun's mansion. Lord Quan and Lord Semirun were brothers and lived opposite each other on the furthest ends of Moon City, so the whole trip took 2 days. This task was much better because I got to stay the night at Lord Semirun's place whose living quarters for slaves were much bigger, and so I could sleep comfortably in my own corner. They also gave blankets. Today I received one such task. It was a small box, the size of my palm. I received the order to deliver it to Lord Semirun's mansion. Just the usual things I thought as I put the small box in my bag, and left Lord Quan's mansion. The path to Moon City wasn't anything noteworthy. It was a simple dirt road that connected to the city's outlet. Nothing too interesting, not too shabby either. The path is surrounded by trees of varying length, in fact the entire place is situated in a forest area. I simply walked forth, not wanting to be late to my destination or attract danger. In about half a day, I reached the city's central area. According to one of my friends, Moon City is akin to a kingdom of sorts rather than a city. Not that I understand the difference between them, but I'll take his word. I lower my head and slowly make my way through the city. I have long memorized my route, and so I had no need to look up. I have gone through this place countless times, yet it still gives me chills. The atmosphere is cold, really cold, and there is always this stench, a foul smell that invades my nostrils. Even though the sanguines have a better sense of smell than humans, this stench of sorts doesn't seem to bother them, in fact it makes them eccentric in a twisted manner. I have never paid attention to the city in detail. Not because I was uninterested or anything, but because I always had this sense of danger of sorts. That if I dare to look up something bad will happen to me. My biggest goal in life was to live, and so I had no intentions of taking risks. But this wasn't the case with my friend Jeez, who seems to be really interested in this city. She had described it as a grotesque of buildings, bodies, and flesh. I think I vaguely understood what she meant. But I need not concern myself with this. Thankfully, I managed to leave the city without any mishaps. The foul stench still lingered in my nostrils, but at this point I was very much used to it. Just before the crimson moon rose, I managed to reach Lord Semirun's mansion and deliver the small box. I was then led to the servants' quarter where I spent the night. I don't know if it was just me, but the overall environment in the servants' quarters seemed gloomy, as if something bad had happened. I almost wanted to ask about it but decided not to. It didn't concern me and so I had no reason to, and I knew better than myself to keep my curiosity in check. In the morning, when I was preparing to leave, I heard a shrill noise. Since it was already morning and Lord Semirun's place was relatively safe, I decided to check it out. I left the servant quarters and followed the shrill noise until I reached the garden area. There I saw a bunch of people, their expression pained and some even had tears in their eyes. They gathered around the center of a clearing, surrounding a man. He laid there on the solid, cold ground. His skin pale, and his eyes devoid of any color. His expression lifeless, unmoving, displaying a strange sense of horror. Besides him lies a woman, her head buried in his chest. She was crying silently to herself. I didn't even have to get close to know that the man was dead. Not because of his pale skin, or lifeless features, but because of the bright red grotesque wound on his neck. His skin and flesh ripped out and his blood sucked dry until there remained nothing but bones and skin. It wasn't anything new. I have seen this image countless times now. I simply turned around and made my way back. Ignorance is bliss. I didn't try to approach the scene any further than I needed to. Neither did I try to know how it had happened. Not like I already didn't know. Ignorance is bliss. I simply wish to live. I have no need to concern myself with matters that have no connection to me. I walked inside the living quarters, and picked up my bag. I then silently and slowly made my way outside Lord Semirun's mansion, turned and bowed. Then I politely walked off, not wanting to stay a second longer. Ignorance is bliss. 1 week later, I received another task to deliver a rectangular box, the size of my hand. Immediately I noticed the foul stench akin to the one I smelled in Moon City, coming from the box. Okay, it shouldn't be too hard. I thought to myself as I packed the rectangular box in my bag. Beside me stood Kin. He curiously looked at the box and then at me. He then opened his mouth and said, "That smell from that box. Isn't that like blood?" I didn't answer him. I simply kept packing. He didn't bother me either. After a while, I bid him farewell and left. The journey to Lord Semirun's mansion went smoothly with no mishaps on the way. The only notable thing was a rumor I heard when I was crossing the city. It was about a man in strange attire that was spotted a few distance away from the city. Some of the servants of Lord Marcus and Lady Shi ran into him. He describes himself as a wandering magician that can grant wishes. What a joke. I paid no mind to the rumor, thinking it was just a baseless story. But when I returned to Lord Quan's mansion, this wandering magician had become the hot topic of discussion over here. All because my friend Kin claims that he has met this magician. I swear to the goddess, I ran into him. Kin exclaimed with an excited expression. But I wasn't buying it that easily, and how can I believe you? Kin's expression remained unchanged and he said in an excited, almost shaking tone. I knew it. I knew you were going to ask me something like this, which is the reason I got this from that magician. Kin put his hands in his pocket and pulled out a shiny accessory. It was a golden chain with a circular flat object hanging from it. On closer inspection, the flat object appeared to be a casing hiding something inside of it. It had what appeared to be a traceable disc of sorts on top. Kin put his thumb on the disc and pressed it gently, causing the cover to flip open. Inside the cover was a strange mechanism of sorts, comprising various strange machinery. It had 12 weird symbols inlaid in a circular manner, and 3 thin flat sheets or sticks of sorts. One extremely small, one a little taller and one tall one. The tallest stick kept rotating in a flat orbit. It is strangely very beautiful, possibly the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. That wandering magician gave this to me. He said it's called a pocket watch. Pocket watch? What's that? As if reading my thoughts, Kin continued, he said this pocket watch can tell the time of the day. Isn't this amazing? Tell the time of the day. How exactly? Regardless, I have never seen something like this. Maybe Kin is telling the truth. But then what was this wandering magician doing in Moon City? Even more so, how hasn't he been caught by the Sanguines? Various thoughts flooded my mind as it tried to make sense of this magician situation. But it was futile. I opened my mouth, but before I could ask Kin any further, he went to show his pocket watch to others. I could only close my mouth and silently watch as he excitedly went around showing off his little toy to the others, earning amazement and wows. In a rare moment, the cramped room was bright, filled with joy and smiles and laughter. A small smile crept up on my face. I think I like this. Again. I thought as I received another delivery task, this time a glass encasing holding in it a bloody heart. I looked at the glass encasing with a disgusted expression before putting it away in my bag. I bid farewell to my friend Kin, who still hasn't gotten over his excitement of having met the magician. Oh Kin, how simple are you, my friend? Never change. I chuckled and left Lord Quan's mansion. Isn't the frequency of these deliveries increasing? I thought to myself while slowly walking on the dirt road. I looked up and saw black clouds hanging up above in the sky. The sun couldn't be seen and the air itself felt a little heavy. Suddenly I had a bad premonition. I almost wished to turn around and go back, but I knew all too well how that would turn out. I shook my head and focused on the path ahead. It is always a little dangerous when you are carrying a bloodied organ through a city whose inhabitants' main course in food is blood. In a few hours, I reached the Moon City. Sighing heavily, I put my head down and began walking my way across the city. Lots of people on the streets today. No, Sanguines, not people. I thought as I kept my head down and sigh inwardly. Suddenly the air became heavier and thicker. The bustling environment became silent as everybody looked up. I had a bad feeling. I slowly lifted my head and looked at the sky, the once dark clouds receding away and the blood-red crimson shone brightly atop. The crimson moon. The blood moon. I felt my heartbeat increasing, as crowds of praise erupted in my ears. Praise the goddess. I heard the same exact 3 words back to back, from different voices, from different tones, from different people. And then I felt a chilling gaze landing on me. Praise the goddess. I shouted instinctively. The gazes did not move away from me, they only increased in number and became more piercing, as if a predator eyeing its prey. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. I slowly began to move forwards, slowly reciting the honorable name of goddess. My voice was shaking, no, my entire body was shaking. Whenever the blood moon happens, the sanguines become more ferocious, deadlier and more bloodthirsty, sometimes outright losing control and becoming mindless beasts with the sole purpose of mating and devouring. Currently, I stood in the middle of Moon City, a place inhabited by sanguines, and it just so happened that there is a blood moon. How bad can my luck be? Regardless, I continued walking and eventually made my way out of Moon City in one piece. Thank the goddess. I sincerely prayed to the sanguine goddess. But the danger wasn't over yet. The blood moon still lay hanging in the sky, its color intensifying with no signs of receding. Since I was now a distance away from Moon City, I broke into a sprint wanting to reach Lord Semirun's mansion as soon as possible. In about a quarter of a day, I reached my destination. The blood moon has receded behind the dark clouds. That gives me time for a breather. It was only then that I noticed an anomaly. The guards at the gate of the mansion were absent and the gate itself was wide open. I had a bad feeling again, yet something compelled me to go inside. I remained standing before finally taking a step forward and passed the gate. The garden that usually bustled with servants was empty, not a being in sight. There was an eerie silence which only heightened my tension. I slowly made my way towards the front door. I reached out and grabbed the handle as I began to push open the door. It creaked, revealing the bloody content inside. I saw a bloody trail on the floor and not far away a body of a woman. Her limbs were torn off and her flesh mutilated. I could clearly see her face, whose expression had frozen in time. The expression of horror and pain. I immediately knew what had happened here. Lord Semirun has lost control. My body went numb at this realization. In my shocked state, the bag that I clenched tightly with my hand dropped to the floor, creating a sharp noise that could clearly be heard in this eerie environment. Immediately I heard a horrifying growl, akin to that of a hungry beast, and the loud steps of someone, something running towards me. I was not stupid, so I immediately turned around and ran out, the approaching footsteps only becoming louder before breaking into a sprint. As I ran outside into the garden, I quickly made my way towards the gate and ran into the dark forest. I didn't dare look back, I was too scared to. I continued to run through the forest, trying to shake whatever the hideous thing Lord Semirun may have become. At that moment, time became meaningless for me as I ran and ran for my dear life, extinguishing every bad thought that came to my mind, giving myself assurance that I will live. The dark forest flashed past my eyes as I made one leap after another, avoiding the various obstacles on the way. I had never been good at physical activities like running. But it seems fear can bring the best and worst out of people. Suddenly my vision began to blur. Only then did I hear the sharp noises of my own breath, the sound of panting. Under the effects of fear, I had lost all sensation of my body, and my primal instinct to survive took over. In that regard, I had also failed to notice my own exhaustion. This wave of exhaustion finally began to catch up to me, as my vision blurred further and I collapsed on the ground, rolling and tumbling, before settling before a giant boulder. Immediately I felt a stinging sensation on my right knee. I slowly tried to get back up only to drop back down. Panting heavily, I twisted my body around and raised my head to look at my bloodied knee, which had been scraped and mutilated badly when I had collapsed. This can't be happening now. I cursed and tried to get up, only to tumble back down on my feet. The sensation of pain washing over me. I began to panic again. In my current condition, I wouldn't be able to run no matter how hard I try, and if I couldn't, then I can kiss my life goodbye. Only then did I notice the eerie silence around me. I calmed my breath and slowly looked up at the towering trees that prevented sunlight from fully illuminating this dark, gloomy forest. After staying like that for a few more moments, I let out a sigh of relief. I had come to realize that nothing was chasing me. Perhaps I did succeed in losing him. I thought and realized that I hadn't been chased since I left Lord Semirun's mansion. I had no interest in knowing the reasoning behind that, I was simply glad that I was still alive. Still, I can't stay here for much longer either. I nodded and looked at my scraped knee. I grabbed my right sleeve and tore it into a piece of cloth. I dusted it off and then carefully tied it around my wound, temporarily stopping the intensive blood loss. I leaned myself against the boulder, and looked down, letting the fresh pain settle in. Never had I thought in my wildest dreams that one of these days, this seemingly nice job would go so horribly wrong. I couldn't help but chuckle at my own bad fate. First the blood moon, then this. After settling down for a little while longer, I felt the pain settling itself, and felt like I could move again. I smiled. Seems like my bad luck was turning around. Then I felt the air changing, and a crimson hue settling in. Bright crimson light pierced the lush green, thick forest, illuminating everything and nothingness. Then I heard a sharp noise, an inhuman growl that seemed to originate from a giant. A devouring beast ready to rip anything its eyes laid on to satisfy his hunger. I slowly looked up from the ground, my smile no more and my expression terrific. As a mere servant, I never had the opportunity to meet Lord Semirun in person, in that matter Lord Quan too. Hence, I couldn't tell just how much of Lord Semirun was left in the abomination in front of me. It was donning a humanoid appearance, its eyes a darker shade of red than blood, its nails bigger than my arm and pieces of flesh that still hung from its teeth. The pitch-black wings on his back complementing his hideous appearance. His dark red eyes, that seemed to be filled with indescribable madness, stared at me. Staring at its prey. Immediately I tried to get back up, only to realize my body had become paralyzed due to fear. I tried to command my body, my legs, my arms, my lower abdomen but nothing seemed to listen. As my body became motionless, he leapt up from his position, his hand displaced in air, and his sharp nails pointing at me, ready to pierce me, and rip me to shreds. I closed my eyes. I felt at that moment, an indescribable emotion. Despair, sadness, grief, loss. I don't know what it was. I had always wished to live, not to enjoy but to simply live. To be alive anyhow, even if it meant living a meaningless life every day. Yet this most basic wish seemed too far-fetched to ever be fulfilled. It hurt realizing it only in my last moments. I waited and waited. Waiting for a sharp pain to take over all my body and my senses. I waited to die, yet nothing happened. Still shaking, I slowly opened my eyes to see the hideous monster staring at me. It was not a look of madness, or that of a wild beast, but that of a calm and elegant man. Confusion began to wash over, as I couldn't help but tilt my head, my expression twisting to match my feelings. Slowly he took a step back, bowed down and turned around raising his hands in a welcoming gesture, towards an individual that slowly approached me. This individual, a man, stood a few feet before me. He wore strange clothes, ones I have never seen before and a tall hat. His dark eyes, locked with my blue ones. A small smile on his unremarkable face. He took a step forward, stopping just before me. He then slowly extended his hand in what can be described as an elegant manner. "Get up, good sir. The dirty ground isn't the best place for someone as hurt as you." His voice strangely calmed my nerves, the panic and tension slowly washing away. I contemplated for a moment before taking his hand and getting back up on my feet with his help. It was then I took a good look at the Lord Semirun, who had bowed down to this man. Despite having lost control and turning into a hideous monster, he had seemed to have temporarily regained his manners. Yet, still shaken from the previous incident, I did not take a chance and got away from the man, leaning my back on the boulder. I slowly asked in a hesitating, almost shaky voice, "Who are you?" The man's relaxed expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. He looked at me with an unfazed expression and said in a honey-sweet voice, "Don't be so tense. I am just an ordinary wandering magician." My eyes widened and the realization slowly hit me as the man continued, "You may refer to me as Merlin Hermes." Chapter 7, Demonic Wolves. Yawn. Ammonize's eyes fluttered open as she lazily propped herself up from her resting place. Her eyes were still half closed, as she yawned and licked her paws like a wolf. However, she soon regained full lucidity and stopped her actions. "I need to stop doing that every time I get up," she mused to herself. Ammonize lazily turned her head towards the mirror at the corner of her room and dragged her body towards it. She looked at her disheveled reflection and continued staring at it. Then a realization dawned on her: she did not have any nightmares today. Slowly the memories of the previous ethereal conversation that took place between her and her newly found and only friend, Klein, came back to Ammonize. She couldn't help but let out a sigh and shake her head. Perhaps knowing you are not alone does help, she thought to herself, a small smile on her face. She then began to analyze the information Klein divulged to her in their previous meeting. Above the sequence, Great Old Ones, Sapphira, high sequence neighboring pathways. He did not hold back. Ammonize felt her head a little heavy, as she began to digest the information piece by piece, noting down the important points in her mind. So, there are 9 high-sequence pathway groups on this planet, each belonging to a Great Old One and 9 Sapphira. In usual circumstances, Ammonize would have had a hard time believing such extreme information from a person she has only met twice. But considering the fact that she herself has gone inside Sapphira Castle, one of the 9 Sapphira belonging to the Lord of Mysteries, she was inclined to believe it. Still, isn't this a bit too insane? Probably no one in this world is aware of this information. And besides, he had no qualms about revealing such extensive information. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was weird for anyone to reveal such info for absolutely no payment. Her suspicion steadily rose as she began to question Klein's motives. Still, he appeared very much relaxed, as if it was no big deal to him. But then again, this is a sequence 1 of the Full Pathway. They are adept at keeping their motives hidden. Isis seriously contemplated as to what extent she could trust Klein. If she was to be honest to herself, she wanted to trust him. After all, this has been the first time someone had shown kindness and friendliness to her ever since she transmigrated to this world. At the same time, Isis knew the danger of blindly trusting someone in this world. While Klein may appear friendly on the surface, who knows what agenda he might have beneath his relaxed expression. After a long process of thinking and analyzing Klein's behavior, Isis came to a conclusion. She would partially trust Klein for now, and remain cautious of him until she could truly gauge his true motives. Speaking of which, there was also the thing with the favor he wished to ask of me. Isis had an idea as to what this favor may be. Considering he is from the Full Pathway and a sequence 1 at that, there is only one thing he could ask of me. And that is to help acquire the Fool's uniqueness. It would also explain why he asked me if I had any familial love towards the demonic wolves. Isis' expression became grave. She could understand why Klein would want the Fool's uniqueness. After all, what deity would not want their authority? Even Isis herself would like to have the darkness uniqueness. But that would only be possible with the death of annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria. Even if he has Sapphira Castle, he shouldn't be capable of killing an ancient god, even with my help. Only then, Isis suddenly recalled the 3rd transmigrator, more specifically due to how Klein referred to him as him. While a sequence 1 and sequence 2 wouldn't be capable of killing a true deity. If we were to have a true deity on our side. Isis contemplated. In the end, she decided to let go of this thought for now, as it was nothing more than a preposterous speculation. It was very possible that Klein might want something entirely different than what she had in mind. Shaking her head, she began to think of what to do today. Suddenly, she felt her body and mind settle down as though she was in a half-awakened state. Darkness purged itself, blanketing her vision and all senses. After an unknown period of time, the darkness slowly receded, revealing the interior of an ancient black chapel, inlaid with thick gray fog. Isis herself lay flat on the cold ground, and in front of her lay mountains of dead bodies. Some were demonic wolves, others phoenixes, giants, humans, and even devils. The Black Chapel, the divine kingdom of annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria. Its interior was mostly concealed by pure darkness and a grayish-white fog. Several towering stone arches seemingly held the place. The bright crimson light shone through its intricate windows, accompanied by a pure silence that made one hear their own heartbeat. Isis instantly knew where she was. Immediately, she got up on her paws and bowed her head down, her body visibly shaking. She then heard a light whimper and felt something tugging beside her. Isis, still keeping her head down, only slightly moved her gaze to the right to see a short 8-legged demonic wolf with transparent maggots twisting among his thick black hairs. His body was quivering, almost convulsing, while his head was bashed against the cold hard floor, extreme fear radiating from every fiber of his being. Isis instantly recognized him. This was one of the subsidiary gods of the annihilation wolf and his youngest son. The god of miracles, Antigonus. Beside him was his sister, Melantha, 1. Her head down like Isis and her body visibly shaken, though not as bad as her younger brother. Isis slowly shifted her gaze to the left and saw a white feathered serpent, its entire body coiled in itself in a twisted and indescribable manner. The god of dead Salinger. Beside him was another 8-legged giant demonic wolf, with short grayish-white fur on his forehead. His body was profoundly shaking and extreme fear and tension aroused from him. The god of wishes, Kotar. These were all the subsidiary gods of the king of demonic wolf, annihilation Phlegria, that have been summoned to his divine kingdom. Isis slowly shifted her gaze back to the concrete floor. The crimson moon shining brightly through the window, illuminating each of the subsidiary gods' terror. After an unknown period of time, a voice spoke in a calm tone. I saw the aura of Sapphira Castle. Each subsidiary god felt like they were on the verge of losing control. The mere voice made them feel as if their skulls were pierced in half and their soul body were crushed, shattered to pieces. Antigonus' body convulsed badly before disintegrating into transparent maggots. These maggots wriggled and tangled with each other trying to reform his body but to no avail. Antigonus hasn't lost control, he was simply too terrified and therefore couldn't maintain his physical body. Similarly, Kotar also began to show transparent maggots on his fur. The other subsidiary gods also reacted badly, with only Amon-Isis somewhat composed. Klein, she thought. The voice remained silent for a few more moments before speaking once more. Amon-Isis. At that moment, Amon-Isis could not have described the terror she felt hearing her name. Her entire body froze and her blood ran dry. She silently waited for him to continue. You left your house the other day and went out of the settlement. Why is that? I heard a strange sound, an auditory illusion, while I was doing my research. The sound felt strangely familiar, so I was driven by my curiosity and failed to realize when I had left your kingdom. Amon-Isis softly gave her response. She wasn't worried that Phlegria might have found out about Klein. After all, even if he did, as according to Klein, it isn't like he'll be able to do anything. The voice went silent once more, the dark chapel returning to its eerie silence. Investigate all nearby settlements and areas, find anything regarding anyone from the full pathway that isn't a demonic wolf. With that said, darkness purged Amon-Isis's eyes once more. After a while, she found herself back inside her room, in front of her mirror. She immediately collapsed on the floor, panting and still shivering. Her heart raced faster than she could imagine. She remained like that for a long time. Do you feel any familial love towards the other demonic wolves? Or your master? I need to figure this out too. Amon-Isis thought while gently walking in her garden. She liked the scent and texture of moon flowers and night vanilla a lot. So she filled her entire garden with these beautiful flowers and regularly maintained it. In truth, one of Amon-Isis's hobbies was gardening back in her world. She hadn't let go of that. She admired the beauty of her garden and praised herself, before hopping onto and lying down on a bench. Her house wasn't big, it only had 2 floors. The ground floor being her living room and library, while the upstairs being her bedroom. Since she was a mythical creature, she did not have any need to eat, and hence she did not require a kitchen. She did not have any need to sleep either, she simply did it as an act of maintaining humanity and because she liked sleeping. Sighing, she looked up at the crimson moon. I am pretty sure I don't have any familial or, in that matter, any love towards the demonic wolves. Amon-Isis reasoned with herself, but then came to notice something. Pretty sure. Not 100% certain. But why? It didn't take Amon-Isis long to figure out what was wrong with her. The memories and emotions of the original Amon-Isis were still very much prevalent on her. The original Amon-Isis was madly loyal to the demonic wolf Phlegria, so anything that even potentially threatened his life was her biggest enemy. Even if this Amon-Isis had faded away, incorporating her body naturally affected the current Amon-Isis. Now, how do I get rid of this latent influence? She began to contemplate. Suddenly she remembered something. Antigonus would hold a banquet at his villa for the occasion of his birthday. And he had naturally invited all the subsidiary gods, even the ones he hated. Amon-Isis wasn't planning to go initially, but now seeing her internal struggle, she remembered a quote she had read on the internet in her world. Sometimes, cruelty can be the best form of medicine. The demonic wolves were cruel, that was what they were best known for. Even if Amon-Isis is currently one, she had never truly considered herself part of them, still believing that she is a human at heart. After all, how couldn't she? She is a human. The only reason she was internally struggling was due to the remaining will of the original Amon-Isis. Even if she had been killed by her siblings, she was still loyal to Phlegria, and did not want to bring harm to her master. This wasn't the case with the current Amon-Isis. Amon-Isis thought that, by exposing herself to the cruelty and madness of the demonic wolf, that she had avoided so far and was the main reason she completely isolated herself, she could get rid of any latent influence the original Amon-Isis had on her by invoking the shaking humanity inside her. Amon-Isis, while not some heroine of justice, still didn't like seeing innocent people die for the sake of pleasure for some. After a long while of going back and forth, she decided to attend this subsidiary god's banquet. Leaping from her bench, she looked back at her house and thought to herself, what if I get ambushed again? Those guys should be pretty salty that I am still alive, so the possibility isn't far-fetched. She thought about it for a while and then softly muttered. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Suddenly, Amon-Isis saw a crimson hue and then the thick grayish-white fog. In front of her, stood the ancient majestic palace, with towering pillars holding an ancient dome, under which, where the fog gathered, an ancient long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs stood. At the end of the table sat Klein, looking down on her with a peculiar expression. I wish for you to watch over me for some time. At least until I return home. Klein remained silent and continued staring at her. After a while, a small smile appeared on his face and he gently nodded. Lifting his hand, he flicked it and sent her back into the real world. Amon-Isis gained back control over her body and looked up at the sky. That guy. He sure knows how to act like a god, doesn't he? Making himself look all grand and lofty, while he couldn't even remember that a wolf can't drink tea through a small porcelain cup. Amon-Isis cursed and lampooned. She sighed once more, and left her house heading for Antigonus's mansion. The demonic wolf settlement couldn't be described as anything less than nightmarish. Ridden with desolate and cracked buildings, the ruins of the previous civilization that had lived there. The eerie fog that enveloped the entire landscape, hiding beneath the marionettes, some of the king of demonic wolves, while others of his subsidiary gods. The crimson moon that shone atop brightly illuminating the decaying settlements, under the rule of its king. An insane king. Everyone knew it, and perhaps that's why no one dared roam the streets freely, in fear of turning into a lifeless doll, to wander this dead place for the rest of eternity. The crimson moon never receded away from this grotesque amalgamation of cities, it continued to shine atop of the ancient Black Chapel, the true divine kingdom of the king of demonic wolves. Day and night had no meaning, as the landscape never changed. The starry sky always blanketed the place, bearing witness, as the number of the lifeless slowly increased, the place becoming more dead by the passing. Yet, the ancient chapel stood there unmoving and untouched, and with it, the beautiful intricate mansions of his subsidiary gods. Amon-Isis currently stood in front of one of them. The sprawling mansion that stood at front, mainly of bright red, yellow, and white. Its beautiful design, and neatness seemed like a miracle in the dead that surrounded it. A funky style. Not gonna lie, the color scheme closely resembles that of a clown. Amon-Isis noted the fact and slowly walked towards the mansion's front gate. She stood there for a moment, before the door slowly creaked open itself. She saw a featureless mannequin walking out, its faceless head turned towards her as it elegantly bowed, and dictated with its hands for her to come inside. She coldly looked at it and walked inside the mansion. As soon as she entered, she promptly lifted her head to witness more mannequins, eerily hung up above by thin, illusory black lines. Amon-Isis felt a cold wind pass her by, as these lifeless dolls slowly turned their heads towards her. "I didn't expect you to come. What a pleasant surprise." Amon-Isis heard a sweet-laced voice. The mannequins slowly cleared up, revealing behind them a short, 8-legged demonic wolf, transparent maggots sprawling from his body, twisting and turning continuously. Antigonus. Amon-Isis smiled and slowly walked towards him, the short demonic wolf reclining a little. She lifted her paw and gently patted his head, saying in a gentle and calm voice, "Happy birthday." Antigonus's tail went wild, displacing the air around him, as he made gentle grunts of satisfaction. His body was shivering a little. Amon-Isis found it amusing. She retracted her paw and noticed the visible disappointment that crept on his face. Thanks, come inside please," Antigonus said, trying to hide his mild embarrassment. "But I am already inside." Amon-Isis flashed him a beautiful smile, seemingly teasing the short demonic wolf in front of her. "I mean, let's go to the banquet hall. Everyone else is already here." Amon-Isis's smile immediately dropped and she nodded. As they walked inside, Amon-Isis felt the air around her grow cold. With each step she took, the environment became eerier, and the number of marionettes that hung above in the air, seemingly decorating the roof of the mansion, increased. Antigonus's mansion wasn't too big, especially when put in comparison with others. Soon they reached the banquet hall, and Amon-Isis felt uneasy as Antigonus opened the grand door to the banquet hall. Immediately, Amon-Isis witnessed as her surroundings began to swell and twist in an indescribable manner, before shattering apart like glass. She now found herself comfortably seated on a giant cushion, with a grand empty table standing in front of her, and surrounding it and her fellow subsidiary gods was pure darkness, closed in on them like a box. She felt multiple gazes land upon her at once, some cold, some amazed and some nonchalant. Amon-Isis sighed and moved her head to look at the subsidiary gods sitting at the table. To her right was Antigonus and to her left was Melinda. Right in front of her was Kotor, and beside him Salinger. What a surprise. "I never expected you to come. Then again, I didn't expect either Salinger or Kotor to show up." Amon-Isis heard a serene, calm voice coming from her left. She slowly turned her head towards Melinda and gave her a simple smile. Before she could say anything, she heard a distant noise. A damped scream, carrying with it a great sense of terror. The next moment, the noise disappeared. Amon-Isis gulped. "Wasn't like I was planning to," Kotor said nonchalantly, as if without a care in this world. "Neither was I keen on having you." Antigonus rebuked in a rude manner, causing Kotor to turn his attention towards him. He then said in an arrogant tone, "You should know that I only showed up because of your sister's request, and for the entertainment I was promised. Otherwise I have no reason to be here. And that's the only reason I am tolerating you here. If it wasn't for Melinda, I would have kicked you out by now." Kotor leaned forward, baring his teeth into a smile, before breaking into ugly laughter. "You would have kicked me out? How funny." He then stopped laughing and said in a threatening tone, "Look at your size and mine. You are barely half me and you think you can do anything. Such an idiot." Kotar. Melinda gazed at him intensely. And Antigonus, didn't I tell you to not bicker? Kotar leaned back and said in a nonchalant tone, then keep a leash on your little brother. He needs to learn how to talk with his superiors. Suddenly Kotar felt his hair stand. He looked to his left to see Salinger, gazing at him with the corner of his eye, his tail slowly coiling about Kotar's cushion. I don't think you are any superior than the rest of us. Salinger hissed at him, causing Kotar to nearly fall from his cushion to the endless void below them. Melinda sighed heavily and spoke, I am not in the mood to deal with your troubles. You have been invited to this party because of Antigonus's birthday. Whether you care for him or not is your own choice. She paused for a moment and then added. As for me, the one that cares about this special occasion, I would like to not have my mood ruined. Everyone present nodded. Amon-Isis watched this unhealthy conversation from the sidelines, not wanting to interrupt the two from having their moment. Antigonus and Kotar truly hate each other. So, Melinda arranged this party. Typical of her, but how she managed to get Salinger to show up is beyond me. Amon-Isis tilted her head. She heard the distant screams once more, this time more intense and closer. Salinger suddenly snapped his head to a certain spot and intensely looked at it, causing everyone in the room to shiver. The screams disappeared once again and silence fell on the place. Amon-Isis's nerves tensed. She had a vague idea about what these screams were, and she knew more than enough that her guess was more or less right. The banquet hall fell silent. The subsidiary gods just stared at each other, none of them spoke a word. Amon-Isis tried her best to stir away her mind, and began to think of a topic of conversation. It was then she remembered something important. Didn't Klein ask me about the condition of Phlegria? The information I gave him was based on my last meeting, which was months ago. But now that I think about the meeting that took place yesterday, Phlegria feels more on the verge of losing control than just being mad. Should I ask them about the current situations regarding Phlegria and the demonic wolves? Klein should be watching over me currently. At least I hope so. Amon-Isis could not sense Klein's gaze over her. Usually she could feel it when Phlegria's gaze fell on her, but this wasn't the case with this sequence one, who had control over his Sapphira. Then again, if I could sense it then so could everyone else. That would have been a bigger problem explaining why some secret existence is watching over me. Klein can definitely see more than I can in this darkness. Does that mean he can see what's happening to the people? It wasn't that Amon-Isis couldn't see through the darkness. She intentionally avoided it as she knew the sight she would witness would be beyond horrifying. Amon-Isis knew she would eventually have to take a look, but she wanted to hold off on it for as long as she could. About Master. Amon-Isis paused and witnessed the head of everyone turning towards her. He seems to be more than mad at this point, almost like he is on the verge of losing control. Salinger slightly nodded, while Melinda said, his condition has been like this for some time at this point, and it seems to only be worsening. Amon-Isis nodded and asked, and what about the dead kingdom outside? This is also the reason behind the increasingly dead kingdom. Master seems to be turning everyone and everything into his marionettes, afterwards they disappear never to be seen again. Melinda looked at Amon-Isis in a strange way. Did you walk your way over? Amon-Isis nodded, but then heard Antigonus shout beside her. That's dangerous. He could have turned you into his marionette. I am pretty sure I would have been pulled inside a majestic palace before that happened. Amon-Isis turned towards him and nodded. She looked back at Melinda who said, I see. Amon-Isis looked down in the empty darkness. She almost wanted to ask about the captured prey, but at the same time, she was mildly aware of what had happened to them. Or should I say, what is happening to them right now? Amon-Isis thought. Melinda turned toward Salinger and hesitantly asked, that makes me remember, didn't you recently take a pack of wolves and leave to explore? Rumor has it that you went to the Phoenix Ancestor. Everyone, including Amon-Isis, turned their head towards Salinger. He, however, merely gazed at Melinda, causing her to slightly shiver. He then said in a calm tone, what is it that you are trying to imply? I am merely asking. Melinda replied immediately. The environment became slightly heavy. Salinger remained silent, though his gaze remained fixed on Melinda, as if ready to attack her at any moment. This caused Antigonus to put his guard up to protect his sister, while Kotar slightly distanced himself from Salinger and was ready to cancel the historical projection through which he appeared. After a long while, Salinger said in a heavy tone, I was invited. Amon-Isis's eyes widened, as Salinger continued. There is a lot in this world we are not aware of. We have been living a luxurious life, but who knows how long that will remain. This world is unpredictable. Especially when it comes to matters that concern true deities, that is something we can never fathom. Of course neither you or I or anyone sitting here is stupid. You should have all noticed the changing times, and how this world is heading towards the end of an era. Whenever the end approaches, it brings about an unforeseen change. I am merely preparing myself for it. Everyone silently listened to Salinger. While his words didn't make resonance with most of them due to them never having left Phlegria's divine kingdom, they could see where their fellow subsidiary god was coming from, and could indeed notice the worsening situation of the world. More especially, the condition of their own master served a better example to them. I don't think I invited everyone here to discuss the inevitable, Antigonus said, earning an annoyed snicker from Kotar. He ignored him and looked down at the empty void. Besides, the prey is almost done hoisting, he said in a casual tone, his teeth bearing a crude smile. Amon-Isis knew it was about time. She took a deep breath and slowly looked down from her couch to the endless darkness below. She gulped and slowly extended her field of view, looking through the darkness. Amon-Isis saw ruins of a big city. There were buildings, towers, small houses, streets, everything a normal city would have, except they were crumbling. The stone building bearing cracks over cracks, glass shattered into crumbles, the towers fallen, and the ground crumbled and desolate. This was a one-on-one replica of the demonic wolf settlement, except the Black Chapel, the divine kingdom of Phlegria. Amon-Isis saw moving figures inside this replica. These figures bore resemblance to humans, some demonic wolves, some undead and others indescribable entities. It didn't take long for Amon-Isis to realize that the only living beings there were humans. The demonic wolves were marionettes of Kotar, the undead were that of Salinger, and the indescribable entities were horrors conjured by Melantha. This was a twisted game of survival and horror. Humans tasked to survive against the conjured horrors of the three subsidiary gods. A game that they were never meant to survive. This was Antigonus' twisted way of hoisting his prey. Once a human died, they were simply pulled up by thin black threads and hung above the replica. Those that survived were to be the main course of this banquet. Amon-Isis knew these twisted and crude methods all too well. Some humans were bathed in blood, while others were missing limbs, some hugging their legs with lost expressions, and then there were some that were praying in their final moments. Amon-Isis looked at them, looked in their eyes, their dead eyes that had suffered immutable horror and terror, having witnessed their loved ones passing in front of their eyes, their frivolous figure unable to stop the madness and cruelty. And then she felt fear. Amon-Isis's reason for coming here was so she could witness the cruelty and madness of mythical creatures and invoke her humanity, so as to not leave a scent of doubt in her mind, for if she ever had to betray the demonic wolves, especially her master, this plan of hers worked. She no longer had any doubt in her mind about annihilating this race. She had now discarded any influence the original Amon-Isis had on her. But not because of her invoking humanity, but because she didn't like to see people die for petty reasons. And that's what scared her. This wasn't a feeling but a logical decision. It wasn't because she was feeling bad for the people, but because she didn't like the sight she was seeing. Realizing this, Amon-Isis had to question her entire motive for coming here. Did she really need to see countless people suffer to their death, for her to realize, oh, I am human, after all? And if that was the case, then how was she any different than the rest of subsidiary gods? Using low-level species for their own gain, just because they couldn't fight back. Amon-Isis was using their suffering to invoke something she wasn't even sure she had anymore, while others were using them for entertainment. Perhaps. In my isolation, other than the hope of going back home, I had also lost something important. My humanity. At that point, she felt her entire world crumble down, as she sat there in a daze. Over 100 humans survived. Melantha said in a crude manner, but then noticed Amon-Isis's anomaly. Before she could ask anything, she heard Kotar say, "Let's just get this over with, I am getting hungry." Salinger beside him nodded. He slowly shifted his head downwards and looked at the various pathetic humans down inside the replica of the dead kingdom. Kotar controlled his marionettes, making them head to the closest humans. This time, these survivors did not attempt to escape. They were tired and perhaps death would be a better solution to their suffering. Melantha also retracted her attention from Amon-Isis and shifted it back on the replica. Antigonus leaned forward. Amon-Isis' head still hung low as she waited for another bloodbath to happen, knowing well she wouldn't stop it. Then, a miracle happened. In the next moment, countless doors of light opened beneath the surviving humans, as they fell inside these doors and disappeared. The subsidiary gods with the exception of Amon-Isis stood up, shocked as they witnessed hundreds of doors of lights open up, and their prey falling into them. What the? Before any of them could react, a thick grayish-white fog began enveloping the entire replica of the settlement. This thick fog began to eerily rise up. Rise towards them. The darkness surrounding the subsidiary gods began to be ripped apart, as the very box of darkness began to be filled with the thick grayish-white fog. These subsidiary gods for the first time in centuries fell into panic. Suddenly all of them saw a dark figure in the gray fog. His appearance concealed, with only the bare outline visible. Behind him stood a massive bluish-black door, formed of countless spherical lights, each enveloped by translucent maggots. Klein. Amon-Isis thought, as the figure in the fog slowly raised his hand, a finger on his lips, "Sho." Amon-Isi's vision instantly went black, leaving her unable to look at anything. Immediately the subsidiary gods felt as if their mind was being torn apart. Unimaginable pain began to recede in their soul body as it began to be ripped apart. This was the corruption of Sapphira Castle. The corruption from an actual Sapphira. Kotor cancelled his historical projection, Antigonus switched his position with the marionette outside of his palace, while Salinger and Melanda escaped into the spirit world. All that was left was Amon-Isis and the grayish-white fog. Her vision returned to herself as she looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog. The figure looked at her, before turning around, the bluish-black door slowly receded away and so did the grayish-white fog. Suddenly, Amon-Isis now found herself in an open field, just a bit away from her house. She stood there in daze, trying to process what had happened back at Antigonus's mansion. After a while, she began to walk, albeit still in a bit of a daze. She slowly made her way back to her house. As she approached, she suddenly noticed a figure sitting at the bench in her garden, looking over the moonflowers and night vanillas. She slowly turned her figure towards him. It was a man, wearing a clergyman robe, a crucifix hung from his neck. He had raven black hair with a hint of blonde at its end. His eyes gold in color and his skin, rather white skin. The man had a warm smile on his face, as he slowly turned his head towards her. Amon-Isis, upon looking at his outfit and analyzing it, fell out of her daze. She looked at him deeply and a single thought rang through her mind. The third transmigrator. The man noticed her increasingly twisting expression. He slowly opened his mouth, but before any words could escape his lips, he saw Amon-Isis lighting up in a crimson flame before vanishing. A thick grayish-white fog gathered around the spot where Amon-Isis previously stood. From the fog, emerged Klein. He looked at the men in front of him and walked towards him, stopping a few steps away. Klein and the men stared at each other for a moment, then, Klein lifted his hand, took off his hat, and offered a gentlemanly bow. "Good evening," Klein said in English, as he put his hat back on his head. Sun God. Chapter 8, Old Friends. What the fuck has been going on with my life? Amon-Isis cursed in her mind. She was sitting inside Sapphira Castle besides the fool's high back chair. She was beyond baffled, extremely confused and most prominently tired. Maybe I should have remained shut in. In the span of 2 days, Amon-Isis not only came across a transmigrator like her, but got her hopes of going back crushed, got to know about great old ones among other high-level secrets, entered a Sapphira, got called in Fleegria's divine kingdom, realized she had lost a big chunk of her humanity, and now ran across the third transmigrator, whom she was told to avoid at all cost. All of this in the span of 2 days. This was, possibly, the most chaotic 2 days she had experienced in her entire 2 lives. And now she was sitting inside Sapphira Castle, waiting for Klein and the third transmigrator to be finished with their conversation. "I just want to go home and rest. Please." Amon-Isis banged her head on the table, leaned her entire body forward as she rested on it. She silently laid there, grumpily waiting to be called back to the waking world. The sun god slowly rose up from the bench and nodded in acknowledgement. He maintained his smile and slowly responded to Klein in English, "Good evening, very nice to meet you." His voice was deep, yet affirming, making Klein feel a strange sense of security. No wonder he was able to gain so many followers. Klein thought with slight amusement. The sun god continued, "Might I have your introductions?" Klein smiled at him. He contemplated for a moment, before slowly saying in English, "Isn't it polite to first introduce yourself? But you are already aware of who I am." The sun god asked in confusion, slightly tilting his head. "I am not aware of who you are." "As in, who you truly are." "Better start with your name." Klein smiled brightly. Sun god slowly nodded in enlightenment. He seemed to contemplate for a moment before saying, "My name is Grisha, 1. I am from Ukraine." Silence enveloped the place once more. "Is that all? Either this guy is hopelessly bad at conversation or he isn't too keen on conversing with me." Klein lampooned. "My name is Zhou Mingyuri, I am from China." Klein introduced himself, earning a nod from Grisha. What a twisted turn of events. I expected to come here and meet the goddess of misfortune, but now I am face to face with another person from prehistoric times. Grisha said with a hint of amazement. He keenly looked at Klein and asked, "Did you also fall in Chernobyl?" Klein shook his head. "Only you." Grisha now showed visible confusion. "So are there other places like Chernobyl?" "If you are talking about the Chaos Sea, then yes." Klein began to walk in the beautiful garden, crafted by Amon-Isis. Grisha walked towards him and joined him on his walk. "Then, how many like us are out there?" Grisha asked, looking up at the crimson moon, his tone calm, carrying with a strange sense of serenity and peacefulness. "Just you, me, and the goddess of misfortune. At least for now." Grisha keenly picked up on Klein's remark but decided to not ask him about it. How long have you been alive? He asked, to which Klein replied. Longer than you and her. Grisha nodded. He extended his hand, letting his fingers touch the beautiful and serene moonflowers, their soft glowing petals brushing against his fingers. How long have you known her? Klein stopped walking and lifted his head towards the starry sky. Grisha stopped beside him and looked at him curiously. They both remained silent for some moments, before Klein softly spoke. Take a guess. Grisha's eyes slightly twitched. He thought for a moment and then said, I sensed an anomaly around 2 days ago. It's not exactly describable, but my spirituality could sense the presence of a great existence. Grisha paused to notice any changes in Klein's calm expression, but alas, his smile remained unchanged. I spent some time pondering as to why a great existence suddenly appeared in this era. I began to deduce the reason, but before long its presence disappeared entirely. Grisha slowly walked in front of Klein. Klein's head shifted from the starry sky to the innocent and nonchalant face of Grisha, as the man softly continued. I can sense the same presence from you. Klein smiled, remained still, if not widening a little. Considering it has been 2 days since then, I believe it shouldn't be longer than that. Bingo. Klein pointed a finger gun at him. He pushed his hands back in his pockets, and said, You are right, I only met her not longer than 2 days ago. Klein paused, pondered, and then continued. Or at least, she has. Grisha raised his eyebrows, picking up on the subtle clues Klein was leaving. Klein began to walk again, brushing his shoulders with that of Grisha, prompting him to walk alongside him. They continued in silence for a while. In a concealed place, Melanda's figure suddenly appeared as she dropped onto the floor, grunting heavily. She slammed her head on the hard floor, gritting her teeth as she clutched her head with the help of her paws. Her vision blurred as she felt as if her head would explode any moment. After what felt to her like an eternity, she slowly began to grow composed. Using her own godhood, she slowly began to get rid of the corruption invading her soul body. After a long while, she finally got up from her spot, albeit limply. I need to report this to the master immediately. Just as she opened her mouth to pray to the evernight demonic wolf, she completely froze. Her eyes dulled and her face became devoid of any expression. Melanda stood there in darkness, in complete silence. Suddenly the life in her eyes came back, as confusion dawned on her face. She looked down at the ground with a weird expression and muttered, What? Why do I feel like I was about to do something important? Melanda stood, rooted to the ground, trying hard to remember. In her daze, she did not take notice of the worm of spirit that was crawling on her neck. This sinister patterned maggot rubbed itself, before disappearing into a thick grayish-white fog, leaving Melanda dumbfounded. Almost like a fool. Amon Icy's eyelids twitched as she saw 4 transparent maggots suddenly appearing in front of her. These maggots also noticed her presence and crawled towards her, twisting and tangling together. Amon Icy stood up and looked at them. She leaned forward, booping the transparent maggots with her nose. They smell nice. She almost wanted to give them a lick, but stopped herself upon realizing that they were a part of Klein's body. Licking these maggots would have been equivalent to licking Klein. I don't think I would be able to give him any explanation for this one. She shook her head, and laid down beside these maggots. These worms of spirits. There are 4 of them, so Klein had left them with the subsidiary gods. When? Speaking of, why did he bother to save those people at all? What will he achieve from doing that? And where did he even send them? Also, those doors of lights, Phoenix ancestor Gregus and her subsidiary gods have also shown to be able to do something similar. This confirms my suspicion that she has also accommodated a non-neighboring pathway uniqueness. That means she is, as expected, also mad. So, Klein can use high-level abilities from the apprentice and marauder pathways. That makes that guy much stronger than any sequence 1 out there. Possibly the strongest sequence 1 beyonder to have ever lived. And if he get his hands on the uniqueness. Amon Icy shuddered to think about Klein's strength. At least, sequence 0 level strength and authority. He can also just straight up advance to sequence 0. Would that make his strength equivalent to a great old one? Amon Icy shook her hand, and decided to rest the topic. I thought I had a good grasp on the power scaling of this world, but never mind. She shifted her thoughts to Klein's interference with Antigonus's banquet. Wouldn't the other subsidiary gods have reported this to the master? There is also the 3rd transmigrator and Klein in my garden. Wouldn't master have sensed their presence by now? Actually, now that I think about it, those 2 don't seem stupid. They probably have done something to prevent Phlegria from noticing their presence. Klein probably did something similar when he showed up at the banquet. He also likely did something to prevent the subsidiary gods from praying to Phlegria. These worms of spirits were probably left with them for this purpose. Amon Icy's let out a sigh. In a matter of 2 days, my life has been flipped on its tail. I wonder what kind of person No being the third transmigrator is. How exactly did you fall in Chernobyl? Klein turned his head towards Grisha and asked. Grisha's expression slightly changed before returning back to normal. He turned to Klein and slowly said, I was about to ask this. Did you and the goddess of misfortune also fall into a place similar to the Chaos Sea? You can say that, though we didn't fall in it. Klein answered, but then fell silent, before spreading his lips into a smile. By the rule of reciprocity, you need to answer my previous question. He slightly chuckled, remembering a certain mirror. I'll look out for when a Rhodes will be born. Grisha nodded and slowly said, I used to be a lead researcher in Chernobyl. One day, we stumbled upon a dried-up oil field that suddenly began to produce crude oil again. As we began to research this anomaly, we noticed the people stationed near the oil field disappear one after another and that the volume of oil was slowly increasing. With each missing person, the volume of oil expanded. It didn't take us long to realize that something was wrong with this oil field. Yet, things only turned for the worse as more and more vanished. This time, it wasn't just the station staff but also the scientists and other researchers, even the cleaning and maintenance crew. The CCTV footage captured nothing of the disappearances. One day all hell broke loose, as we began to hear strange noises, almost murmurs, coming from that oil field. And then, I saw it with my very own eyes, as people beside me began to melt before turning into a black puddle. Grisha paused and looked at Klein with a serious expression. It was madness. More and more people began to turn into black puddles, and those that had yet to become one, sealed off the facility to prevent anyone from leaving. It only took people a little more, before they began to kill each other. Friends or family or other relationships didn't matter at that point, as they became desperate to survive. I remember locking myself inside my room amidst the chaos. But that's all. I don't know how I fell into the borehole that led to the oil field, I now call Chaos Sea. Klein silently and keenly listened. Pretty much the same as what I read in those documents, but now hearing it from an eyewitness, I can only imagine the horror. Klein inwardly commented and then nodded. He contemplated for a moment and then said, I did a luck enhancement ritual. Grisha's expression grew strange as he turned his head towards Klein. Klein, unbothered, continued, the goddess of misfortune was trying to pirate this one show her friend kept talking about. Grisha couldn't help but stop walking as he stared at Klein with bewilderment. Silence enveloped them once more, as Grisha's head remained fixed on Klein while Klein just silently stared at the garden before them. By the way, don't tell Amon Isis that this is our world. She thinks she has been transmigrated, not coming to terms with the harsh truth. But why? Why keep her in the dark? Grisha immediately followed with a question. Klein simply shook his head and waved with his hands, because she will lose control and if not that, her hopes will be shattered. Klein looked up at the sky and solemnly continued. Above all. Amon Isis' desperacy to return back home flashed through Klein's eyes. Without turning his head, he asked Grisha. How much humanity do you have? Grisha remained calm, and focused on Klein's unchanging expression. He thought about it for a moment and replied, perhaps, not as much as you would like. Do you still have enough humanity to understand concepts like hope and despair? Grisha remained silent. Klein received his answer from Grisha's silence. He chuckled, and said in a bitter tone. It's strange. Even in the worst of circumstances, people will try to find any last bit of hope, completely aware that it will eventually be shattered, leaving nothing behind but despair and hopelessness. Yet, time after time, people have pursued hope, even if the possibility of it coming true is beyond. I have seen the same hope in her. Even if her humanity is as dwindled as yours, there is this last bit of hope in her, the hope of going back home, that allows her to maintain her connection with humanity. The hope of one day, waking back in her real body, in her bed, showering, making breakfast, leaving for work, coming back wrecked. There is a hope to resume those meaningful yet meaningless actions, and the hope to see the people she cared for, once more. This very hope is her anchor. If this anchor were to be shattered right now, I am afraid she will succumb into madness. Grisha remained silent. While he wasn't a visionary, his connection with the Chaos Sea allowed him to borrow the relevant powers. The sequence 7 of the visionary pathway was Psyche Analyst. Naturally, Grisha could look through Klein's words, and find that, while they were meant for Amon Isis, the emotions in them were that of Klein. He was indirectly talking about his own hope he once held, only for it to be mercilessly shattered due to a certain monocle man. Grisha felt from Klein an incredible sense of sadness and loneliness. He doesn't seem to be a bad person, especially considering how he saved all those people from before. He seems to have retained his humanity much better than I am goddess of misfortune. This also means he is more susceptible to turbulent emotion and unstable mental health. Grisha very calmly nodded. He hesitated for a moment, before deciding to say, while I may no longer have much humanity, I am still very much capable of understanding emotions and can comprehend the concepts of hope and grief, albeit only logically. He paused for a moment and then continued. I won't tell her about the truth. But, in return, I leave that responsibility to you. Klein nodded in agreement. I will tell her when the time is right. Silence befell over them. Grisha and Klein continued staring at each other, waiting for the other person to say or ask something. When it became apparent to them that the other part had nothing to say anymore, they both sighed simultaneously. Perhaps, I should actually discuss what I came here for. Klein smiled and replied, I am already aware. Somehow Grisha did not find it surprising even a bit. He had long confirmed that Klein was much smarter and sharper than he appeared to be. But perhaps, it's about time we include the goddess of misfortune in our conversation. You also need to introduce yourself. Klein continued, with a mischievous grin. Speaking of her, why is she a demonic wolf and not a human? Grisha asked, to which Klein simply shook his head. As I said, unlike you, we did not fall inside the Chaos Sea. While we are all from an ancient, long-forgotten time, our methods of transmigration are widely different. Klein sighed, remembering a certain cape and a mask. Grisha was instantly reminded of the methods through which Klein and Goddess of Misfortune had so-called transmigrated. That's right, they seemed to have encountered an anomaly just by doing everyday mundane tasks. Except Klein's ritual, that is not something you do every day, he sighed. I'll tell you more about it later, but for now. Klein extended his hands towards Grisha. Wanna see something majestic? Grisha looked at Klein's hand, and slowly took it. Then a crimson hue entered his vision. As he saw a grayish-white fog enter his vision. Shrouded in fog, stood an ancient majestic palace with a dome propped up by ancient pillars of carrying heights. Under the dome, a long bronze-molded table with 22 high-backed chairs. Grisha was seated in one of them, in front of him, the bronze-modeled long table, on the table a big black-furred, demonic wolf. Isis instantly felt the presence of two people staring at her, as she lazily propped herself up and saw Klein sitting at the end of the table on the chair belonging to the fool, and beside him on the left, a man wearing a clergyman robe. They looked at her, she looked at them. The environment became awkward. Chapter 9, Ancient People. That took a while. Klein's lips twitched. It took him over a minute to settle down Isis and Grisha, after the previous awkward moment. Isis was sitting to the right of Klein, whereas Grisha was sitting to his left. As they both finally sat down on their high-backed chairs, Klein felt a shift. He observed behind Isis' chair, as a symbol appeared. The symbol composed of a swirling design with curving lines and bright small stars aligning it. It had a blue tint to it. Klein instantly knew what it was. The Darkness Pathway emblem. He turned his head towards Grisha, who was curiously looking at the palace that lay before him. Sure enough, a profound symbol had appeared behind his high-backed chair. It was a giant cross, with a bright sun behind it. It had an indescribable holiness to it. Could this be God Almighty's sacred emblem? Klein instinctively looked up, observing the constellations that formed the sacred emblem of mysteries, a pupilless eye, with contorted lines representing secrecy and change. He suddenly felt a bit tense. Grisha keenly observed the giant majestic palace, and the thick grayish-white fog that surrounded him. He looked at the bronze-modeled table and touched it, his fingers brushing against cold metal that formed the table. Without turning towards Klein, he asked, is this the same place as Chaos Sea? He looked up at the Goddess of Misfortune, only to find that she was observing him intensely. Chaos Sea. Isn't that one of the Sephiroth? The one belonging to God Almighty. How is he aware of it? Did the seven lights tell him this too? Countless questions flooded Isis, as she kept her caution against the newcomer whom she was sure was a sequence zero. She did not wish to take any chances. The one time she did, her entire life was flipped from its tail. Seriously, never in my wildest dreams did I think acquainting with Klein would result in all of this. Well, I never dreamt of it either. She silently teased herself. Yes, its name is Sapphira Castle. Klein replied, leaning back on his chair leisurely. So he is just like me, huh? We both bear control over these mystical spaces. Sapphira Castle. How many more of these things are out there? Grisha reflected. Klein looked at Isis and then towards Grisha, both of whom understood his implications. Myself, Grisha. Grisha introduced himself with a smile. Isis. She curtly responded, and continued staring down Grisha, keeping her caution at maximum. Klein inwardly facepalmed. These two are hopeless. Grisha is somehow bad at introducing himself, whereas Isis is way too cautious of him to bother with it. He instantly felt that this conversation that was about to take place was not going to be anything less than awkward. Instantly deciding to take hold of the conversation so as to not make things difficult for himself, he cleared his throat, attracting the attention of the demonic wolf and the men in clergyman's robe. Let's not waste time here. He turned towards Grisha. What did you want to talk about? Grisha nodded, keeping his smile plastered. He turned towards Amon Isis and began speaking. You are probably aware of me, since you have acquainted yourself with Joe Dash. Klein cut off Grisha and said, Call me Klein. Grisha nodded again and continued, I wish to form a cooperative alliance with you. Silence. What? Amon Isis blurted out in mild shock. She did not expect the Sequence Zero true deity to want to form an alliance with her. After all, what would she offer him? You heard it right. I wish to form a temporary alliance with you. Grisha maintained his smile, while Klein remained nonchalant. He had anticipated something like this. And why would you want that? It's pretty simple when you think about it. I wish to take down Phlegria. Amon Isis was a bit surprised, but then composed herself. But what can a subsidiary god like me do in taking down a real god? Not much, but it would be nice to have an insider. Amon Isis continued staring at him. Klein curled his lips upwards. As straightforward as I would imagine him to be. I now wonder how their first conversation actually went. Grisha continued, while in an actual fight you would prove useless, seeing how you now have such a formidable ally. Grisha turned his head towards Klein, perhaps that might not be the case. Klein flashed him a smile as Amon Isis kept her gaze fixed on him. She then looked at Klein and back at Grisha and thought to herself, as I thought. If a Sequence Zero can help me and Klein, then taking down Phlegria may not be so unfeasible. She contemplated for a moment and then asked, what would I get from this? Grisha had anticipated this question, so he calmly replied. Spoils of war. The uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics. Amon Isis calmly nodded. She thought about it for a moment, then turned her head towards Klein and said, I wish to have a personal conversation with you. Klein keenly looked at her and then at Grisha, who said, It's fine. I can wait on that bench. Klein chuckled and said, No need. He flicked his hand as thick grayish fog surrounded Grisha, obscuring his perception. Grisha remained motionless. After staying still for a while, he tried to use his listener abilities to pry into their conversation, but found that he was incapable of doing so. As expected, this is a concealment done through the use of this place. I cannot penetrate through it. It seems Klein has better control over this mystical place than I have over Chaos Sea at the moment. Not only is his connection much stronger than mine, he seems to be able to exercise absolute control within it. Grisha was taking quite a risk here. Not only had he accepted being pulled into an unknown person's territory, he had soon realized that Klein was not by any means stupid. Due to the difference between our connections to our respective mystical places, Klein is able to forcefully suppress my connection to Chaos Sea. I can still use the abilities of the 5 pathways that correspond to the Chaos Sea, but not on the level that I am capable of in the real world. Still, he shouldn't be capable of hurting me. Neither can I. This place provides him a formidable defense that wouldn't be shattered by even a Sequence Zero. Not only that, I am only able to sit here due to the connection formed between Klein and I. He can cut that connection anytime. I'll simply have to comply with the situation at the moment. Neither Amon Isis or Klein is stupid, especially the latter. He was dominating our previous conversations, deliberately letting off some hints which would make me cautious of him. Even Amon Isis, who seems to be more naive, is exercising absolute caution. Even subtle manipulation wouldn't work here. Grisha shook his head. He was sure of one thing from the previous conversation he had with Klein. Klein knew much more than Grisha did at the moment. Any forms of manipulation or deception wouldn't work on him. And as soon as they failed on Klein, he wouldn't let them work on Amon Isis either. This situation was completely and utterly indomitable. On the other hand, Amon Isis keenly stared at Klein, who was smiling intently. I have made my decision. Klein nodded as Amon Isis sighed and said, I don't have any forms of feelings towards the demonic wolves. Amon Isis noticed Klein's smile slightly widened. I know. Amon Isis wasn't surprised. After all, this was a Sequence 1 of full pathway. Then shall I talk about my deal? Amon Isis nodded. You should have figured it out by now, but I wish to obtain the full uniqueness. For that, I will have to kill Phlegria. Amon Isis nodded again. Subconsciously she got tense, waiting for Klein to continue. Klein maintained his smile and said, I merely wish for your support. In return, I will help you gain followers. Amon Isis remained silent. It's just as I expected. But, he only wants me to support him. The term is quite vague, but it seems he simply wants me to back him up, while he obtains the uniqueness. Amon Isis let out a sigh of relief. The terms are quite good, in fact really good. I merely have to support him, while he will help me gain followers and a human form. Eventually when the demonic wolves fall, I wouldn't have to suffer from lack of anchors and I would have the uniqueness and the sequence 1 characteristics of the darkness pathway, if I were to accept Grisha's deal. This is equivalent to hitting a gold mine. I would also be able to leave them and go my separate way if I wish. Suddenly Icy's thoughts fell silent. It was then she remembered how Klein had saved all those people before. She slowly turned her head towards Klein and asked, "Why did you save all those people from before?" Klein gazed fixed on her, his smile becoming a little weary. There was an empty silence between them only to be broken by a sigh and a chuckle. Klein, in an empty and calm tone slowly said, "No reason. No reason." Icy stared at him, stared at his expressions, his smile, his eyes, his cheeks. Even if Klein was a clown, Icy knew it, perhaps from her soul, that Klein did not mean anything ulterior. He truly had no reason for saving those people. He simply did it because he could. "I'd rather be treated as a human than some high and mighty deity." Klein's words rang through Icy's mind. Her perception of Klein changed a little. Up until now she had only considered him to be a friendly being closest to becoming a deity. But now she had come to notice a side of him, contradictory yet non-contradictory to her initial perception. Perhaps he is more human than a god. Silence dawned as their gazes remained fixed on each other. Icy slowly adjusted her perception of Klein to be a person who would go out of his way to save people. Unknowingly she smiled. She envied him. Having still maintained his humanity despite living longer than her. She wished to experience the same, not needing to find a reason to do something. Then, she noticed, as Klein opened his mouth and said, "If you want to, I will help you maintain your humanity. And I'll do it for free." Icy's opened her mouth to ask why, but then stopped. She thought about it for a moment and then said in an ethereal voice, "I appreciate it." They both smiled at each other in silence. After a while, Icy's asked with a suspicious tone, "What's with that guy?" Klein rubbed his chin and replied, "Dual pathway true deity, with preliminary control over Chaos C." Icy's eyes widened. She exclaimed in a shocked tone, "Control over Chaos C. So, he is like you?" Klein nodded in agreement. "Yes and no. While he is like me, a being that has control over a Sapphira, there is a massive difference between our level of connection." Klein leaned back on his chair, pooping his one leg on the other. Grisha only has preliminary control over the Chaos C, which allows him to use the abilities of the pathway corresponding to God Almighty, but his overall authority over Chaos C is still relatively weak. Of course, this is because it has only been some months since he has transmigrated. Over time, his connection will become stronger, and his authority will deepen. Icy's keenly listened, nodding from time to time. On the other hand, I have near-complete control over Sapphira Castle and near-complete ownership of it. My connection with this Sapphira is much stronger than what Grisha has, at the moment. And my control will only further deepen once I have the full uniqueness. Icy's picked up on the little detail Klein had spoiled and thought, my deduction was right. Klein will only become stronger when he gains the fool's uniqueness with a strength comparable to a true deity. It seems that the Sapphira are not only capable of amplifying one's strength, but also capable of bestowment of abilities. Icy's face palmed. Damn it. There are 2 transmigrators and both of them have their Sapphira. Where is mine? When will I get one? She shook her head in defeat, and opted to wait until her fate bestowed her with her respective Sapphira. So, what should we do about him now? Klein seemingly thought for a moment and then wrapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, an action he was very much used to performing as his role of the fool. Let's roll with it. It would make killing Phlegria much easier, and we'll gain a new ally, albeit only temporary. Icy's nodded. She remained calm and asked, "What are the pathways that correspond to God Almighty?" "Visionary, Hanged Man, White Tower, Sun and Tyrant." Icy's face increasingly twisted. I sent this a little too many. No wonder he is called God Almighty, the Omnipotent and Omniscient. Icy's was not aware of any of these pathways, but remembered that Klein had always used the sequence 0 terms of the pathways. Then she noticed a difference. Klein had not used the sequence 0 terms for Seer, Apprentice and Marauder pathway when referring to the Lord of Mysteries. Before she could ask him about it, Klein opened his mouth and uttered, "Shall we have him back?" Icy's instinctively wanted to say no, but decided against it and simply nodded. Klein raised his hand and flicked it, as Grisha reappeared on his seat. He looked around for a bit, looking at Klein and then at Icy's and asked, "So, have you made a decision?" Icy's nodded and said, "I know, we accept." Klein's eyelids slightly twitched as he chuckled. Grisha nodded and said, "Then it's settled. I have to make some other preparations, so we will have to hold on for a while." "Ah yes, preparation, to kill Kavastur, and kill Lilith too." It should be at least 10 years before the early era of fire ends. Good enough time for me to help Amon-Isis gain followers and gain her complete trust. Klein mentally noted down his tasks, and slightly nodded. Grisha thought about it for a moment and then turned towards Klein and asked, "May I have your honorific name? If I wish to contact you." Klein looked at him and uttered in Jotun. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Grisha keenly listened and thought to himself, the fool. The Zeroth card of the Arcana and the sequence 0 name of the Seer pathway. Amon-Isis also listened to Klein's honorific name and thought to herself, shouldn't I also have an honorific name? Especially considering I am about to have human followers, and they probably would need an honorific name so as to pray to me. She mentally noted down the task and pushed in the back of her mind. She noticed Grisha glancing at her. She tilted her head in confusion before realizing that Grisha was asking her for her honorific name. What should I say? I can't just make an honorific name on the fly. She racked her brain for a moment before saying, just tell Klein if you have anything for me. Grisha nodded and smiled. I haven't thought of an honorific name yet, so if you wish to contact me, you'll just have to track me down. Klein nodded, and said, that won't be an issue. Sapphira Castle returned to its original serenity. None of them uttered another word, as they stared at the grey fog surrounding them. Do you know the reason for our transmigration? Grisha said, and turned towards Klein. Amon-Isis also turned towards him, in a bit of a surprise. She had not considered that Klein might be aware of the reasons behind transmigration. After all, he had lived far longer than her, in her perception. Klein leaned back on his high-back chair, and turned his head toward Grisha and leisurely said, weren't you a researcher before? Amon-Isis' eyes widened as she looked towards Grisha, who nodded on Klein's statement. Klein continued with a grin. And you also have the blasphemy slate. You have all the resources needed, so figure it out yourself. Blasphemy slate. What's that? Amon-Isis questioned in her head. On the other end, Grisha's expression slightly twisted. He was surprised, beyond surprised. He is aware of the blasphemy slate. I thought I had kept it well hidden, but it seems to not be the case. Or could it be that Klein had entered the Chaos Sea before I awoke? His control over Sapphira Castle should allow him to fight the corruptive and degenerative forces of Chaos Sea. But then why would he leave the blasphemy slate there? He could have just taken it away and kept it inside this place. Could it be due to the connection between it and Chaos Sea? But no, that connection shouldn't have interfered with Klein wanting to take it away. In fact, under long exposure, the blasphemy slate should have been corrupted by Sapphira Castle and its connection with Chaos would have been repressed. I was still underestimating him. But no, this guy could be an actual threat in the future. It will be much better to have him as an ally than an enemy. I need to keep this in mind. Grisha became extremely wary of Klein, who mentioned his smile as if telling Grisha, there is no secret between us. Amon-Isis noticed Grisha's change and made the connection that the blasphemy slate had to be an extremely important and hidden topic for Grisha to have such a reaction by Klein merely mentioning it. She decided not to ask about it at the moment, and instead later asked Klein. I see. I'll try. Grisha replied, his tone audibly much more wary and low. The smile no longer dawned on his face. Klein maintained his grin, only widening it further. Amon-Isis' face remained expressionless. She then remembered the people from before and asked, by the way, what did you do to those people? Where did you send them? Klein leisurely replied, send them to an isolated area in the northern continent. I left an avatar there, to dictate the people as to form a civilization and get used to their new life. When they asked about who saved them, I, as in that avatar said, Klein leaned forward towards Amon-Isis, lifting some of the seals inside Sapphira Castle and uttered, Goddess of Misfortune. At that very moment, hundreds of distinct voices entered Amon-Isis' ears, each and every one of them a prayer of thanks and devotion towards the demonic wolf. Amon-Isis instantly became extremely calm, managing the hundreds of prayers she had received and was receiving. It took her a long while, before stabilizing her condition and managing the stemming corruption from the faith of the new anchors. She then began thinking, you really can't let your guard down around this guy. Avatars? That's not an ability of the full pathway, so either apprentice or marauder. Now that I think about it, the full pathway allows one to turn people into marionettes, whereas either the marauder or the apprentice pathway allow one to make an avatar of themselves, or am I assuming too much? This can be considered a similarity between the pathways, so the neighboring pathways have similar abilities that complement each other. I am not too sure about the abilities of the Phoenix or the Death pathway, but I am pretty sure they can command spirits to a certain extent, which is quite similar to what those of the Darkness pathway can do. Yes, perhaps it has to do with the Great Old One of the pathways which caused these pathways to have similarities between them. Amon-Isis found yet another interesting fact about the pathways, that she updated in her knowledge over the pathways. She leaned back on her chair and rubbed her head with her paws. Give me a warning next time, for, she was about to say, for God's sake, but then paused and thought, which God's sake though? There are like 7 or 8 of them. Shaking her head, she shook her paw, shaking off the topic entirely. Klein nodded and leaned back. He rubbed his chin, then rested his hands on the armrest of his chair. He said in a monotone tone, if there is nothing else, then let's end this meeting, ladies and gentlemen. He stood up from his seat, prompting both Amonices and Grisha to sit up. They both nodded. Then let's meet here again every 7 days, if you both agree, of course. Grisha nodded, indicating his agreement, whereas Amonices thought, wait, we are extending our meeting time. Klein and Amonices had agreed on their previous meeting to meet every 2 to 3 days, but now Klein had officially expanded the time between the meetings. Klein stared at the grayish-white fog in front of him and raised his hand, flicking it, causing Grisha to light up in a crimson flame before the flame completely consumed him. In the place he stood, now had a bright crimson star that settled on the seat. Amonices still remained on her spot. She looked at Klein, confused as to why he hadn't sent her back yet. Before she could ask him anything, Klein turned towards her with a serious expression and said in a serious tone, do not under any circumstances think of Grisha's name in the real world. Merely thinking about him or uttering his name will cause you to be fully exposed to him. Even your concealment authority wouldn't be able to stop his meta-awareness. Amonices' eyes widened in shock. The omnipotent and omniscient. She nodded with a serious expression. Klein continued, our personal meeting length would not change. You and I will still meet every 2 days. But we would only meet with Grisha every 7 days. Remember my warning and do not expose the content of our subsequent meetings in the meeting involving Grisha. I know of the questions you have and I will give you their answers when I see the time to be right. Have trust in me, on that one. Amonices seriously listened and her eyebrows ever so slightly dulled. She did not have full trust in Klein, but after witnessing how Klein had saved all those people, even blowing his own cover away for that, she had a natural increase in trust towards him. She slightly nodded, indicating her increasing trust towards him. Klein smiled towards her, prompting her to do so as well. Then, till fate brings us together once more. Crimson hue entered Amonices' eyes as the familiar garden, inlaid with moonflower and vanilla night, entered her sight again. She immediately noticed a barrier formed of grayish-white fog around her house. Slowly the barrier receded away as the crimson light penetrated her garden once more, returning it to its original serenity. She sighed, shook her head and went inside her house with a single name ringing in her head. Klein. Chapter 10, Hope and Trust. And I have to do work. Standing on top of a house. Klein Moretti overlooked the hundreds of people he had just saved from death a few hours ago. Many confused, scared, shaking, kneeled on the ground, praying to the goddess of misfortune, who had presumably saved them. At least, that's what Klein told them. He gazed at the masses and sighed in his heart. Many of them are badly wounded and most of them are still afraid and shaken from the recent and lifetime of hellish experiences they have endured. He shook his head, and witnessed as the brave among these survivors, a few whom still had some level of rationality, began to roam the small town Klein had erected through the power of wishes. He had chosen a random and isolated area in the northern continent so as to safely rehabilitate these survivors from the demonic wolf settlement. Then through the power of wishes of a miracle invoker, Klein had invoked a miracle, erecting a small town, with all the basic necessities, livestock, ration, farmland, and clothes included within, giving these poor survivors an easy start to their new reality. The land where this small town lay was surrounded by hilly regions and a lush green forest. The crimson moon shining above, ever so brightly, greatly complemented the appearance of the surroundings. The small town in the middle, torches lining the roads illuminating the area brightly together with the ominous crimson moon, reflected the petrified look of most who lay on the ground, leaned on the walls, weary, tired, terrified, and mourning those they have lost. Yet, these people continued to struggle at the sight of new hope, evident by the few individuals that took command, when they noticed that perhaps they may still be able to live a fulfilling life, and leave the past horrors behind for good. All thanks to the goddess of misfortune. That's what Klein said. Yet, hesitancy and fear dawned on even the bravest one. They slowly began to fall back, as if their past trauma lurked the surroundings. Seeing this, Klein took a step forward, falling from the roof of the house to the grassy ground, attracting the attention of everyone present. He slowly walked towards the center of the town and summoned a pedestal from the historical void. He stood on the pedestal, cleared his throat and said loud and clearly, "Stay calm, everybody. Do not be afraid." Klein said, his voice resonating in a strange way to the people. This further startled the people surrounding the pedestal, as many of them began to back away. Klein, noticing this, sighed, feeling the misery and fear of people. Even though he had already introduced himself when informing them of their situation, reassuring them that they were completely safe, the people were still visibly shaken, believing that this was yet another twisted way the gods will toy with them. Klein knew well that their trust could not be easily bought. After all, these people have gone through scenarios like these countless times, given false hope of freedom and tranquility only for it to be ruthlessly crushed. But he had to try right. He thought to himself, closed his eyes, cleared his throat once more and said in a reassuring and affirming tone, I know what every single one of you are going through currently. I can understand your fear. But just being petrified like this isn't going to make things better. Klein tried to reason with the hesitant survivors, yet his attempt only seemed to worsen things. You can't reason with those that have lost reason. Klein mused, looking at the mutilated faces of the survivors. Their faces lined with hesitance and fear. Klein stood at the pedestal motionless, looking down on them. He took a moment and analyzed the words he had just uttered and thought to himself. Seems like godhood has begun to show its effect now that I don't have any anchors. These words are not mine but words stemming from my godhood. I am trying to reason with these hesitant and traumatized people, who have long lost hope. Even the prayers from before were done out of fear instead of devotion. I need to do something, otherwise these people will succumb to their internal trauma and madness. If only Ms. Justice was here. Klein suddenly paused his initial train of thoughts and then went on. Ms. Justice. How would she have taken care of these survivors and the follow-up rehabilitation? Klein imagined a scenario. He took this same situation he was in currently, but replaced himself with the kind, beautiful and caring Ms. Justice. He began to emulate the scenario in his mind as to how Ms. Justice would have gained these people's trust. He simulated the scenario further and further in his mind, and a smile slowly formed on his face. Klein looked down at the frightened people, flashing them a smile. He cancelled the projection of the mic and pedestal, causing him to drop down on the ground, though Klein, slick as a cat, landed on his feet. He maintained his smile as he extended his hand, pulling out the life's cane from the historical void. Holding the mystical artifact, Klein walked towards a lady who lay on the ground, missing an arm, while her face and neck were badly mutilated. She noticed Klein approaching her and began to back away. Due to her badly mutilated face and neck, she had long lost her voice, preventing her from creating any noise. Yet the fear was evident. The panic shone through what remained of her face. She stumbled and backed away, extending her only arm in defense. The people surrounding her dispersed in fear. The disabled women hopelessly watched as Klein lifted the hand that held the life's cane. He extended the cane vertically, pointing its tip towards the woman. Before she could back away any further, he leaped forward, gently tapping her body with the tip of the cane. The woman, witnessing this, fell in despair, and closed her eyes, waiting for the worst to happen. Then, she felt an indescribable sensation crawling up her body, towards the cut-off area of the limb she dearly missed. There, she felt a chilling sensation that intensified, taking a familiar shape that resembled that of an arm. An arm. She opened her eyes and looked down to witness as her arm regenerated itself. Instinctually she curled her fingers, feeling the sensation of her nails poking against the skin of her palm. In surprise, she brought her arms up and felt her thin lips. She repeatedly touched her face, feeling the smooth sensation of her skin radiating both from her fingers and her face. Tears unconsciously began to flow down her cheeks, as the lady, now completely healed, devoid of any deformity she once had, broke down into a shrill cry. Hearing her own voice she had lost long ago once more caused her cries to intensify, just so she could hear herself more. She looked up at Klein, and saw a mirror in his hands. The mirror clearly reflecting her intact features. She saw the tears and snout, running down her skinny cheeks, and a smile which soon turned into a wide grin, formed on her face. Her bright grin made her happiness evident to all those who wearily observed from a distance. Having witnessed this miracle, the people that once surrounded her and then backed away, returned. The sound of murmurs and the faces of awe dominating the environment. Klein looked at these people with an innocent smile, and inwardly sighed. He looked back at the women before him and saw her hands and her head lowered to the floor, in pure reverence. A gesture of extreme gratitude and worship from the women. Klein chuckled and nonchalantly shook his hands. He clutched life's cane tightly in his hands, and began to walk towards the surrounding people. Having bore witness to a profound miracle and an act of benevolence, these people held themselves firmly to the ground, not letting their fears take over. Klein gently bumped the cane's tip to each and every one present, healing away wounds, mutations, and disease. These people, having been ridden of their ailments, roared in joy, a moment of pure bliss taking over them and the fear they possessed within themselves. Perhaps in a long while, for some, the first time in their lives, they could feel a moment of joy, having not to worry about death hanging over their necks. Witnessing this joy and happiness spreading, Klein smiled, feeling his own humanity increase. More often than not, words aren't enough to move people, especially those that have become incapable of trust. Only actions can speak to them, and show them that perhaps, this world still cherishes and nurtures hope, and that there are still people out there that are willing to help with everything they can. Miss Justice's voice rang through Klein's ears, beckoning him to curl his lips further. He chuckled before breaking into a short laughter. Klein brought his hands up and rubbed his temples. My relation with the Tarot Club runs far deeper than merely the relation between a god and his believers. In fact, so deep it surpasses the barrier of time separating us. I'll patiently wait for the day to convey that meeting once more. After all, it's the tarot club that makes me the fool. Klein shook his head and clasped his hands, attracting the attention of everyone in the small town. This time he didn't summon a pedestal. He remained standing at his spot and began to speak audibly. I can't understand what you all went through. I am incapable of feeling your emotions, especially your fears, loss, and nightmares. I have neither borne witness to the horrors and tragedies that you have all faced nor have I suffered anything similar. Klein paused to gauge the reaction of the crowd. Seeing the mixed faces of grief and slight fear, he continued. Yet, I can understand them, even if that's not enough. I can understand why you would not want to trust me, or anyone else, for your life was once reduced to nothing but playthings to the gods of this world. Klein's gaze grew dull and his smile distant, making it seem like he was going through great pain while speaking. He was in fact using his clown prowess to produce facial emotions that would warm these people up. But you are safe now. Even if it's hard to believe, or that your fear prevents you from doing so, you are safe here. This town has been. He paused and internally cringed for what he was about to say. This town has been built by the goddess of misfortune for you all to live here peacefully. Klein exclaimed, trying his best to maintain his affirming tone. Internally, his thoughts were running wild. This reminds me of when I was preaching about myself. Ah, cringe memories. She is a benevolent deity that has not long ago infiltrated the wicked forces of the demonic wolves so as to help the common men out. The scene you all saw earlier including those doors were her doing. Klein felt his chest tightening from embarrassment. If it wasn't for a clown's facial control, Klein would have produced the most abstract facial expression known to men. For some weird reason, this is a good way to strengthen humanity. I suppose embarrassment is quite a strong human emotion. Actually, if I can feel embarrassment, that means my humanity is indeed strengthening, and that's good. Klein further preached about Amon-Isis, or the goddess of misfortune. About her benevolence, her good nature, will and kindness. By the end, he had successfully managed to convert the faith of people to the goddess of misfortune, yet some remained on edge. It wasn't easy to suddenly believe in a deity, especially after their lifelong experiences. This town rightfully belongs to you now. Make this your new home and build a friendly and strong civilization. Cheers erupted as the people began to explore the town. What was once a mass of empty structures was now a bustling town, with people slowly warming up and accepting it as their new home. Klein observed this beautiful development and sighed, maintaining his smile. I suppose for now this should be good enough. He thought and walked towards the wall of a building and leaned against it. The reason Klein didn't return to Sapphira Castle was because of the ongoing meeting between his real body and Amon-Isis and Grisha. Until that meeting concluded, he couldn't return to the main body. Hence, this Klein simply waited on the outskirts of the town. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his surroundings thicken as the grayish-white fog enveloped him. The next moment, he appeared seated at the high back of the world, in front him the copper-mottled long table, and above beautiful stars. At the end of the table, at the high back chair of the fool, sat the main body looking at his avatar. He smiled and spoke softly, "You did a great job. I suppose being complimented by myself is a good thing." The real body chuckled, and so did the avatar. The avatar Klein gazed at the real body with a smile before turning into a cluster of maggots. These clusters of worms of spirits jumped on the ancient table and crawled towards the real Klein and merged back into his body, becoming whole again. Klein closed his eyes and felt one of his Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker characteristics return to his body. Interesting. Usually a Trojan horse of destiny is incapable of creating avatars of other pathways. All his avatars would have to be from the error pathway due to them being formed from worms of time. This isn't the case for me. Due to my authority over Sapphira Castle, I can use error and door pathways abilities, which allows my worms of spirits to split from my body and form avatars of the full pathway. If I had any characteristics of error or door within me, I would probably be able to form an avatar of them too. Klein, when creating this particular avatar, had split one of the 2 Miracle Invoker's characteristics from within his body, which allowed him to create a Sequence 2 avatar. This way Klein was able to perform 2 separate actions simultaneously without having to split his attention between. Avatars truly are a useful ability. Still, marionettes are much better. Unlike avatars where I have to split parts of my own body to form them, marionettes are merely puppets that I can control and have no relation to me except my control over their spirit body threads. As a king of angels, I can create tens of thousands of marionettes at any given moment, and the best thing is, these marionettes can be of any sequence, even my own. Klein grinned widely and chuckled. He leaned back on his chair and leisurely thought. Still, in situations like my previous meeting with Grisha, I had to pay all my attention to him to make sure he doesn't do anything funny. Controlling a marionette on top of that would have been a little tipsy, and Grisha would have sensed the anomaly. Avatars are much better in times like these since they have their own consciousness and autonomy without me having to control their every step. Klein summoned a pen and paper and began to note down the strength and weakness of his various abilities. While writing, Klein thought to himself. I'll try to gather the sequence 2 characteristics of error, door, and the full pathway so as to experiment further with avatars. Definitely not sequence 1, merely holding them might cause the convergence effect to take place. After thoroughly reading the paper, Klein cancelled the projection and leaned back once more, diverting his thoughts to some of more important matters. Good, I was able to strengthen my humanity. This also proves my previous theory that simply being between humans isn't going to cut it. I need to form an actual, real connection with the people to be able to maintain and strengthen my humanity. Now that I have also promised Ammonices to help her maintain her humanity, I can deploy this method to efficiently help her. Actually, no. After the mess I made today, the subsidiary gods definitely won't be allowed to leave their settlement anytime soon. And, here I was thinking I needed to prioritize keeping myself hidden. That plan didn't even last like 2 days. Klein shook his head in disappointment. I suppose it isn't that big of a deal, after all these demonic wolves aren't going to stay alive for long. I will need to pay attention to Phlegria's subsidiary gods though. While I have stolen their memories of the recent incident, they should have realized the inconsistencies by now which would arouse suspicion. Once I get the full uniqueness, I'll imbue that incident with a fooling effect so as to truly conceal it. I need to take more precautions than ever before. So long as word of my existence doesn't spread out of the demonic wolf settlement, I should be fine. In that regard, I can ask Ammonises' help. I also need to stay wary of Grisha. I gave him quite a scare before, a taste of his own medicine. Now, he would either evade me completely, or he would want to soon contact and meet me so he can deduce some more information out of me. There are so many things to take care of, some of which I never even considered when initially formulating my plans. I thought I would just silently observe whatever developments will occur, but here I am now. The biggest variable I did not consider was my own humanity and emotions. I can't just sit still and watch as people die for no reason other than the pleasure of some random sequence too. Klein sighed and rubbed his temples. He smiled and affirmed himself. If given the opportunity, I will help people in whatever way I can. Even if it means blowing my own cover. Now as for the task with helping Ammonises, I suppose I'll need more help from Miss Justice. I sure miss them. He nodded and began to ponder over his current task. Realizing he had nothing to do in particular, Klein stood up from his seat and pulled out Merlin Hermes from the historical void. He concealed his real self, allowing his consciousness to descend into his own projection. Assuming the demeanor of Merlin Hermes, Klein smiled brightly, took off his magician hat and bowed at the seat of the fool. He left Sapphira Castle shortly after, appearing in the spirit world. Klein rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and began to walk in a certain direction. He had been meaning to thoroughly visit a place from the beginning, but hasn't gotten around in doing so. Now that he had nothing else to do, Klein decided it was a good time to drop by Moon City and witness the horrors of the sanguine ancestor, future Earth Mother, Lilith. In a few moments, Klein left the spirit world appearing some distance away from a gross amalgamation of wood, stone, and flesh. He witnessed humans, and sanguines alike walking on dirt roads, a clear distinction among them from the style and state of their clothing and appearance. Before Klein could observe any further, a crimson hue began to envelope the area surrounding the city. Klein immediately looked up to witness the bright crimson moon rising from the clouds in the bluish sky, its illumination overpowering that of the already faint sun. He felt a strange attraction and looked straight ahead, broadening his field of view further from the city to witness a giant mountain range of flesh rising from a thick black fog. From its top, all kinds of strange reproductive organs spewed out, while constantly giving birth to all sorts of strange, ugly creatures. This was the manifestation of the sanguine ancestor, Sequence 0, Moon, Lilith. Chapter 11, The Moon City. What the actual fuck? Klein immediately moved his gaze away and cancelled his projection. Regaining control of his real body inside Sapphira Castle, Klein abruptly leaned forward and panted. He suddenly felt a bulge in his pants. Then his stomach began to expand, while his bulge grew, threatening to tear his clothes off. Klein facepalmed with a disgusted expression and used his connection with Sapphira Castle to cleanse himself of the various mutations happening all over his body. The grayish-white fog immediately gathered around him as black vapor erupted from his body. Slowly, his growing stomach and bulging pants halted, and returned to normal. While I have read about that form, it's much scarier in person. If I overstayed my welcome, the instinct to mate would have taken over. Klein gulped loudly, imagining the sight of himself and that mountain of flesh. He immediately dispelled his imagination, shaking his head vigorously. I should wait before getting near that place. He sat down on his chair and rubbed his chin. Habitually, he began to analyze the sight he had just witnessed. Lilith is most certainly mad, or at least partially. This means the same could be said for sanguine since they originate from her. There is also the crimson moon. Lilith should be the Sequence 0 moon currently. There is a high chance she may be influenced by the mother goddess of depravity, which would explain that, things. It seems I was correct, the influence a former pillar has on her pathways is much stronger, even with the resilient and stable barrier. Hee, I need to be extra wary. Out of all the people that should discover my existence, the Great Mother is the last one. No, in that regard, all outer deities are ranked last. Klein nodded and remained patient. After over an hour of sitting in silence, he slowly got up from his chair. He closed his eyes and analyzed his body for any latent mutations, but found that everything had returned to normalcy. Sighing in relief, Klein resummoned his Sequence 2 projection and used it to descend into the real world once more, this time much further away from Moon City. Standing on his foot on the solid ground, Klein felt the warm rays of sun tearing from the clouds and the gentle breeze of air fluttering his hair and clothes with it. He closed his eyes, letting his mind enjoy the rare moment of calm. Then, slowly, he began to walk towards the Moon City, assuming the demeanor of a wandering magician. A wandering magician that just happened to come across the city of Sanguines. Walking on an empty dirt road, Klein reached the periphery of the Moon City, the crimson moon no longer in the sky, but neither the bright sun. Moon City was surrounded by a thick forest and always ridden with dark clouds, preventing sunlight from reaching it. As Klein slowly walked by, minding his business, he heard a noise growing closer, and not long after, he saw a group of humans, their clothes ragged and torn, carrying some bags solemnly walking forwards, their heads hanging low. Sensing his gaze, they slowly looked up to see the men in strange attire looking at them with a faint smile. Klein slowly and cautiously approached, so as to not startle these normal humans. Stopping some feet away from them, he contemplated for a moment before speaking in a soft tone. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen." The group of people continued to stare him down for a moment before silently nodding. Among them, a woman of short stature spoke up with hesitancy, "You don't seem to be from here." Klein maintained his smile and asked with puzzlement, "How did you know?" The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on Klein. Her companions also stared at him in silence, none of them daring to speak another word. Klein noticed their lifelike yet lifeless eyes that reflected his image, and their slow and calm breath that made them seem almost dead, yet the warmth radiating from their skin proved otherwise. After a long and awkward silence, the woman from before spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion, "Leave." Her expression slightly twisted before returning to a strange calmness, an emotionless face, like an empty husk. She took a step forward and so did her companions as they left in a hurry, leaving Klein to ponder over their strange behavior. Klein during all of this remained motionless. Standing there for a while, staring at the empty road, he walked forward towards the Moon City Central, disregarding the warning he had been given. The wind unmoving, the shadows of the dark clouds enlarging, and the stillness and frigidness of the air, surrounded this king of angels with each step he took towards Moon City. He soon noticed the increasingly distant and silent environment that filled the place. Usually, Klein would have been extremely cautious and wary upon witnessing such eeriness. But currently, his spiritual intuition had not provided him any premonition of even the slightest danger, which lessened some of his worries. Of course, as a beyonder of the seer pathway, Klein still exercised caution, ready to cancel his projection any moment. Soon after, sights of wooden buildings, stone towers, majestic mansions made out of cobble, wood and giant parts of oozing and rotting flesh entered Klein's vision. He walked a little further before coming to a halt. Standing at his spot, he observed the peculiar city of Crimson. Moon City was for a fact massive. It was much bigger than its counterpart in the Fifth Epoch. The buildings within the city, mostly composed of stone and cobble with semicircular arches combined with massive cylindrical pillars. Each building radiating an austere and fortress-like quality. These buildings were connected to each other through the massive stone arches, giving the whole city the likeness of one massive fortress. The mansions, in between, had massive thick walls with high-rise buildings attached to rectangular-shaped ones. There were small openings in the walls and small circular-shaped red-tinted windows letting small packets of light illuminate their interior. Klein observed the massive and intricate buildings and thought to himself, these buildings closely resemble Norman architecture. He rubbed his chin and diverted his attention to the giant oozing crumbles of flesh that engulfed the walls, arches, and domes of the buildings. These crimson pieces of flesh littered the entire place. They leached on the exteriors of the buildings, twisting, dangling and sucking on the giant arches and extended down to the roads as if slowly absorbing them. Klein instantly thought back to the giant fleshy mountain range he had seen previously, and deciphered that they were likely all part of Lilith. He then observed as these crumbles of flesh oozed out a thin black fog that gently swayed with the air. There wasn't a person or sanguine in sight, not even an animal. There were no birds in the dark sky, as the whole of Moon City remained still, almost giving a feeling of abandonment. The longer Klein remained, the more eerie he felt, yet his spiritual intuition did not alarm him of any unforeseen danger. After standing still for quite a while, Klein finally decided to explore further. He walked towards a wall and climbed over it, landing on one of the many stone arches. The entire city was connected through a series of stone arches, which connected all mundane buildings and even mansions in Moon City. Klein began to traverse through the city, walking along the arches. As he walked, he noticed the black fog thickening and the style of the buildings turning more chaotic, with the number of arches growing, as well as the complexity of the connection between them. This, of course, wasn't a problem for Klein as he walked in silence, letting his spiritual intuition guide him. What once were small pieces of flesh lined on the walls and arches of the buildings, were now entire organs that stuck to their spots, sucking everything around them with the intention of engulfing its entirety. Eventually, he heard some noises resembling moans. Klein looked at a certain direction and began to walk towards the growing sound of moaning and groans. He soon noticed that these noises were originating from the center of the city, the part where the black fog was the thickest. He held his breath and began to contemplate before ultimately deciding to walk further. As he reached the place, having long concealed himself through illusions, the sight that entered Klein's eyes made his guts rise up and his lips twitched indescribably. Giant fleshy organs entailed the entirety of the area, engulfing everything in its sheath. The fleshy organs in themselves were indescribable, making no sense in their structure and deformity. They seemed to simply exist, holding a form yet seemingly formless. Klein saw sanguines, humans and animals alike mating with these organs. The fleshy walls of the organs formed various reproductive organs, allowing both men and women alike to mate mindlessly, while the giant organ constantly reproduced strange and indescribable creatures. These strange creatures also immediately crawled back towards the fleshy organ and mindlessly mated with them, creating an endless cycle. Moans, groans, and screams filled the whole place as all creatures in the area, seemingly attracted by the organs, began to mate with it. They had seemingly lost their minds and any semblance of rationality. Their groans of pleasure and pain alike intermixed, as the giant fleshy organs produced pointy tentacles engulfing everyone around it. Then, suddenly everything stopped. Silence engulfed the area, as the various creatures stopped mating with the giant flesh organs. Klein noticed the organ itself begin to swell. It ballooned in size rapidly before exploding into a thick black fog that instantly engulfed the entire city. The various creatures that were once mating with these organs, in a daze, dressed themselves and began to walk towards various places in the city like puppets being led back. Klein, having witnessed the whole incident, had to firmly hold himself and deceive his ever-growing instinct to mate and reproduce. He witnessed as the creatures that were born from the indescribable organ began to swell before exploding into flesh and crumbles, with these remains attaching themselves to the various walls and arches surrounding them. Lilith. Klein thought, watching as the sanguines and humans returned to their original lives, completely discarding the previous incident as if it had never happened. Yeah, Lilith is corrupted by the Great Mother. Definitely. Actually, it's not just Lilith. Due to her connection with the sanguine as their ancestor, the whole sanguine race should be affected by her madness and be partially mad. This would affect the humans living in the city too. Also, the characteristics displayed by those flesh organs. Could it be that Lilith has a Sequence 1 Nature Walker characteristic within her? I remember that the ancient gods all possessed impure characteristics during these times, so it isn't far-fetched. There is also the Sanguine Queen Aurenia, who is a Sequence 1 in this time. Yeah, Lilith definitely has a Sequence 1 Nature Walker characteristic. The way those creatures were produced from the giant fleshy organ and then immediately returned to their birthplace is essentially a semblance from Mother and Moon pathway. If that is the case, then Lilith's condition makes even more sense. Possessing high-level pure and impure characteristics from the brood hive pathways would probably drive anyone mad. That giant organ from before is likely one of the many organs that were spewed out by the fleshy mountain. The fleshy mountain range appeared when the crimson moon did. Now that I think about it, is it really Lilith that is consciously causing the blood moon to appear, or is it a symbolism of the increasing influence of the Great Mother? As Klein analyzed Lilith's condition further, his attention was suddenly dragged by the black fog that gently swayed around him. Suddenly his eyes widened, as he observed the various small organs and crumbles and bits of flesh that engulfed the entire city. From these pieces of flesh spewed out thickish black fog that gently swayed around. If these organs and pieces of flesh are a part of Lilith's body, or at least parts of the organs created by her, then... He looked back on the spot where the giant fleshy organ had exploded and saw the crumbles of flesh attaching themselves to any places, buildings, roads, walls. He gulped the saliva in his mouth and asked himself a question. What happens to them during the blood moon? It was at that moment a chilling realization dawned on him. Moon City was much more than just the city of sanguines. It was alive. No matter where Klein gazed, what entered his vision was a thick black fog, and the infrastructure that was ridden with pieces of flesh. No matter where he looked in the city, the black fog and pieces were always present. Whenever the blood moon happened, these pieces of flesh came together at the center and formed the giant organs, attracting everyone in the city to mate with them. It then gave birth to those indescribable entities who would later explode into the crumbles of flesh and latch onto the infrastructure in the city, effectively growing this infestation. Eventually, as the time passed, the whole of Moon City would be engulfed by the flesh of the ancestor, forming one large organ with the sole purpose of mating and reproduction. It was like a perpetual motion machine that would slowly eat away everything in its wake. This city of sanguines was very much alive, breathing and exhaling the black fog. Klein took a deep breath, filtering the black fog while doing so, and composed himself. He looked down at the sanguines and the people, going about their mundane tasks, completely ignoring the pieces of flesh around them. He slowly exhaled and narrowed his eyes, before taking a step forward, disappearing, not attracting anyone's attention. A grotesque of buildings, bodies, and flesh. Klein wasn't too worried about Moon City. The reason behind that being, he already knew what was going to happen to it. The sun god would eventually take Moon City under his roof, saving them from their damning fate. Hence, Klein didn't have to worry about the inhabitants' future. What he was more interested in was the sanguine ancestor Lilith. Lilith was mad. That much Klein could confirm. But he also knew that her condition was stabilized at some point, as shown from her attitude as Earth Mother, and the fact that Grisha and Amon-Isis had helped her steal giant Queen Umbella's identity. But then how did her condition stabilize? And just to what extent was Lilith mad? These were questions Klein was interested in. Of course, he had his guesses, particularly with the former one being that Grisha might have helped Lilith and cut her connection with the mother goddess of depravity through Chaos Sea. But Grisha wasn't a saint. He wouldn't just help anyone without gaining something in return. Then, what did Lilith have in offer that prompted this quasi-great old one to not only help her stabilize from madness, but also help her obtain Omabella's identity? For the latter one, this was the question that prompted Klein to stay for a while in Moon City and wait for another blood moon, so as to witness the waking city. Klein knew this was dangerous, extremely so as the last time, merely looking at the crimson moon and the giant mountain of flesh had invoked mutations in his body. But as king of angels, and a sequence one that had nigh complete control over his corresponding spherote, Klein had his own ways to deal with the corresponding corruption and protect himself. Hence, instead of using a historical projection to loiter around, he had set up a three-way system to deal with any possible madness. First, he created an avatar from one of the sequence 2 characteristics. By using this avatar, Klein had obtained a marionette and gave it a worm of spirit, allowing it to use the abilities of a miracle invoker. Then, this avatar Klein had hidden himself within the historical void in a spot much further away from Moon City, and through the use of Klein's real body, swapped the location of the spirit body threads of his marionette closest to his avatar, allowing unprecedented control. In this way, Klein had set up a large system which made sure that his real body sitting inside Sapphira Castle would remain unaffected by the corruption that may be caused during the blood moon. Smiling, the marionette Klein, who had donned the appearance of Merlin Hermes, loitered around the periphery of Moon City, which he considered the safest in this place. It didn't have the black fog or the pieces and crumbles of flesh that surrounded the main city. As Klein randomly wandered, looking up at the clouds, he suddenly heard a noise and looked straight to see a group of people, different from the ones he had seen during his first visit. These people stopped and curiously looked at Klein, mostly attracted to his strange attire. Klein instantly noticed that these groups of workers were in a much better condition than the ones he had previously seen. Their clothing was proper, and faces clean. Seems like not everyone treats their slaves harshly. Klein flashed a smile at them and slowly approached, displaying his friendliness. These workers were slightly startled, and looked at each other in confusion as to what to do. As Klein stopped some meters away from them, he raised his hand, taking his hat off and bowed down in a gentlemanly fashion. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." Klein spoke in a soft and amiable tone, while resting his hat back on his head. These workers witnessed this act of courtesy, and abruptly bowed their heads in response, greeting the gentleman in front of them. An awkward silence settled in, as Klein continued to stare at the various people in front of him. Finally, one among them, a man resting at the same height as Klein, spoke with some level of hesitancy. "Good evening, sir. Can we know who you are?" "Of course, I am just an ordinary wandering magician. As for my name, I bear many." His response only further confused the people before him, as they exchanged glances, displaying bewilderment. Among them, a man with a light beard and short stature picked up on the key detail Klein had presented and pointed out. "Wandering magician." Klein nodded and said, "Yes, I am a wandering magician that specializes in wish-fulfilling magic. Do you have any wish you would like fulfilled?" This interested everyone. None of them had ever seen a magician in their life, let alone a wandering one that specializes in fulfilling wishes. As some of them began to ponder over the wandering magician part, a quick-witted woman among them raised her hand and spoke up with slight hesitancy. "You can fulfill wishes, right? I am a little hungry, so I wish for some good food to eat." Klein, upon hearing this innocent wish, couldn't help but chuckle calmly, while the women's peers stared over her with weird faces. "Sure. Your wish is granted." Klein extended his hand and pulled out Desi pie from the historical void. In the eyes of spectators, though he had pulled that dish from thin air, he had just performed magic. Any hesitancy or doubt this group of people had instantly vanished as they all watched, baffled, as Klein handed over the sweet pie to the sweet women in front of him. The women held the plate containing Desi pie, with a surprised and confused look. However, her hunger soon took over as she began to munch down on the sweet dish, presenting a delighted expression that her wish had been fulfilled. Having witnessed this magic trick, her companions also began to wish for a plethora of things. One wished for relief from back pain, another person wished for better clothes, some other wished for happiness and prosperity for himself and his friends. It was a rare happy moment for everyone. They all wished for something, their wishes simple, a reflection of their simple lives, and all were fulfilled. After a moment of happiness and bliss, the group of people and the wandering magician parted ways, but not before a question. Who do you serve? Klein asked softly as the people, their faces beaming, looked at him. The woman who had wished for some food before, replied, us. We are servants of the Blood Queen. Klein immediately became extremely calm and silent. He slowly nodded and waved his hands as he and the servants of Blood Queen continued on their way. This was the starting point of the tale of the wandering magician. A tale that soon spread out like wildfire, engulfing the entirety of Moon City, gripping the very throat of each and everyone. Eventually the tale of the wandering magician became a common tale around the Moon City and reached the ear of a certain delivery man, a servant of Sanguine Quan. What a joke. At this point Klein had spent over a week inside the Moon City. Between this, he had 2 personal meetings with Ammonices, and 1 normal meeting with Grisha and Ammonices. 1. Nothing particular happened in either of them, except Ammonices panicking the hell out. During this week, Klein had ran countless times into humans and sanguines alike, who were amazed in having met the famous wandering magician. They wished for something, and their wishes were fulfilled. For more greedier wishes, Klein ended up distorting them to teach the people a lesson. Today, he ran into one such person. A servant of Lord Quan, Mr. Qin. You are the famous wandering magician. Qin pointed at Klein in amazement, to which Klein chuckled and nodded. That's right. Do you also have any wishes you would like to have fulfilled? Qin assumed a thoughtful expression and lifted his chin upwards, as he began to ponder. After quite a while of thinking, he looked at the wandering magician and replied with a soft tone, I wish for my friend, Fred, to have a happy and fulfilling life. He always worries about living, neglecting the simple joys of life. What's the point in living a life that is constantly shrouded in fear and misery? Qin chuckled, his face displaying his sincerity for the happiness of his friend. Klein stared at Qin in silence and nodded. He brought his hands up and snapped his fingers. Your wish has been fulfilled. Qin nodded with a smile. He then thought for a moment and asked, pointing his fingers upwards, Mr. Magician, can I ask you for something else too? You see, if I were to just go back and tell others I met the wandering magician, they wouldn't believe me. Klein nodded and chuckled again. His hand reached inside his black cloak and pulled out a pocket watch from under it. He took Qin's hand and handed him over the pocket watch, while saying, now they will. Klein then taught Qin how to open and close the pocket watch, and how to use it to read time of the day. By the end of their meeting, Qin was more than delighted, considering this day as one of the best in his life. He waved his hands back at Klein, while running back to Lord Quan's mansion, holding the pocket watch firmly in his hands, like a child that has been provided with the most wonderful toy of his life. Klein looked back at him and sighed in his heart. He turned around while thinking to himself, the most basic of wishes. While loitering around in the Moon City, having concealed himself through illusions and deception, Klein observed the everyday mundane life of the people in the city, and had come to notice something very interesting. Not every sanguine in the Moon City was a bad person, as despite them treating humans as mere slaves, a lot of the sanguines took great care of their slaves, providing them with good food, clothing, and even days off to rest up. Of course, there were a lot of them that treated slaves as disposable workers. Worked them to their deaths, and disposed of the bodies. Klein took care of such workers, which is why there was a lot of news of missing slaves going around in the city. This wasn't all that Klein found in his time. Klein had come to understand the hierarchy between humans, sanguines, and vampires. Yes, vampires. A lot of times, some sanguines had to get rid of extra characteristics within their body, and for that they had to mate. While mating with another sanguine would be more ideal, and liking to their taste, not every male sanguine had a female sanguine who would be ready to copulate with them. But they did have female humans. Hence birth, vampires. Vampires were also born from human experimentation done by some of the sanguines. This included them injecting beyonder characteristics within the humans. Most of them died due to forceful advancement. Those that did survive became vampires. Vampires were bloodthirsty, mad, and cruel. They were like wild ferocious beasts, who only knew how to kill and mate. Which is the reason they were the lowest in the hierarchy and made to do labor and street work. Among them were humans, who served in the mansions and houses of sanguines as their workers and rarely even companions. And of course, above all were sanguines. Sanguines also had an internal hierarchy, but that was set up by sanguine ancestor Lilith. Klein didn't bother with this particular subject, since he knew that Blood Queen Aurenia was at the top of the hierarchy and dictated the entire sanguine race under the command of the sanguine ancestor. As Klein continued to walk his way through the Moon City, his gaze suddenly landed on one particular fellow. Fred, this was a friend of Qin, and the person he had sincerely wished would lead a happy life. Klein walked towards Fred and began alongside him. Fred kept his head hanging low, as if avoiding showing his face or meeting anyone's eye. As they walked, Klein suddenly felt the air change. His spiritual intuition immediately provided him with a warning and a detailed scene of what was to happen, which prompted Klein to ever so slightly look up at the sky, and saw crimson rays. He immediately turned his head towards Fred, who was looking up at the sky, looking at the crimson moon. The blood moon. Klein witnessed as Fred turned his head back down, and hastened his pace, wanting to leave the moon city as quickly as possible. He sighed and used a planeswaker ability to swap Fred's location to a tree branch much further out of Moon City, and then used illusions to conceal the sudden action. Klein himself leapt up at the sky, landing on one of the many arches in the city. He used the wandering ability from the door's pathway and traveled to the center of the city, on the arch where he had previously witnessed the giant reproductive organs. He did not open a door for this task, as that would have been sensed by Lilith during the blood moon. As his feet landed on the solid surface of the arch, Klein let out a sigh and used his real body to form a cocoon of gray fog around the marionette. He sighed once more, and looked up at the sky, his vision penetrating the thick black fog. As he expected, he saw the giant fleshy mountain range in the distance. From its surface thick black fog erupted, and from its peaks, giant reproduction organs constantly spawned. While Klein's body would have begun to undergo a number of mutations and develop an irresistible urge to mate with anything, upon witnessing this scene, this wasn't the case anymore. The cocoon formed from the powers of Sapphira Castle prevented Klein Marionette from being corrupted and mutated, and subsequently prevented Klein's avatar and main body from being likewise affected. Klein couldn't help but grin widely. He looked back down and saw as the pieces of flesh began to sew back up and slowly began to form the giant fleshy organs. He also witnessed as the giant fleshy organs that were spewing out from the mountain of flesh landed on the Moon City. These organs did not damage the city's infrastructure but instead swallowed its entirety. From these organs, thick blackish fog erupted that penetrated the city. In less than a few moments, the entire Moon City was covered in the black fog, with the crimson moonlight shining, as these giant flesh organs began to attract each and every living being in the city to mate with them. Klein observed as sanguines and humans alike began to run towards the flesh organ closest to them and began to mate with it, like wild ferocious beasts with the sole purpose of giving birth. The entire city descended into chaos and madness, every being in the city attracted by the flesh organs, letting themselves fall into their carnal urges. Klein felt his guts rise up as he witnessed this scene of horror and madness. He looked back up at the giant flesh mountain range and then at the blood-red moon and sighed again, bringing his hand upwards, rubbing his temples. He now had the answer to one of the remaining questions he had a week ago. Lilith is mad. Yes. To what extent? Resistible, under normal circumstances. Klein noted in his head. Having witnessed this whole scene, Klein had confirmed one thing. The blood moon wasn't caused by Lilith but by the primordial moon herself. Lilith was very much being affected by the mother goddess of depravity, but due to the still resilient and strong barrier, her influence wasn't able to take its full effects on the sanguine ancestor. Hence, the Great Mother had to choose an alternative method to affect this ancient deity, the broodhive of filth. Through the use of the cutoff part of her original Sapphira, the broodhive, the Great Mother began to subtly influence the mother and moon pathway. Due to Lilith having high-level characteristics of both pathways of the broodhive, she was mildly corrupted by the influence of the Sapphira, sealed within the western continent not far from Moon City. Whenever the blood moon happened, this corruption grew in intensity, causing Lilith to turn into that monstrosity. Of course, the corruption was still very much resolvable. After all, the broodhive was sealed inside the western continent, and so its influence wasn't that strong on her. If the connection between her and the Sapphira can be severed, then Lilith's condition would begin to somewhat stabilize. Klein silently witnessed as the blood moon came and passed. Yet the effects lingered for a bit, before everything eventually returned to normalcy. Klein witnessed the whole event and finally decided to move on. He took a step, appearing at the periphery of Moon City. As Klein's avatar was just about to give up the control over the marionette and return to the main body, he suddenly heard a noise. Looking back, he thought for a moment before deciding to investigate it. Klein's avatar controlled the marionette and entered the spirit world and traversed through it, appearing at the source that was a giant mansion. The reason Klein immediately knew the source of the noise was through the abilities of the door pathway, more specifically positioning. This ability allowed Klein to accurately pin down the source of the noise, preventing the hassle of searching. As Klein looked around, his gaze immediately landed on the torn-up body of a woman on the entrance and a torn bag, which Klein instantly recognized to be that of Fred's. Immediately, Klein used positioning and tracked down Fred's current location. He opened a door of light to that place, and while in a secret state, he saw a sanguine, seemingly having lost control, eyeing the poor man, who had seemed to scrape his knee, making him unable to move. Klein sighed, as he saw the maddened sanguine leaping towards Fred, raising his fangs to strike him down. Klein controlled his marionette and raised its hands, and grabbed the spirit body threads of this insane sanguine. Almost immediately, Klein gained the initial control, and in the next 2 seconds, he had turned the maddened sanguine into his marionette. Sighing again, Klein's marionette left his spot. Controlling the sanguine marionette, he made it take a step back, bow down and present his hands towards the approaching Klein. Fred raised his head up and looked at Klein, his hand shaking, his face expressing his horror. Klein smiled and presented a relaxed expression as he stopped a few feet before him, and extended his hands towards the knelt-down Fred and spoke in a soft tone. "Get up, good sir. The dirty ground isn't the best place for someone as hurt as you." Fred, seemingly contemplating for a moment, decided to take his hands and got back up on his feet. Klein witnessed as Fred turned his head back towards the sanguine and then, in horror, took a step back from Klein. He looked back at him and asked, his voice full of hesitancy and fear, "Who are you?" Klein maintained his smile and slowly replied, "Don't be so tense. I am just an ordinary wandering magician." He paused for a moment, before continuing. "You may refer to me as Merlin Hermes." Chapter 12, Humans and Elves. Thud. Up above the spirit world, inside the ancient majestic palace shrouded in grey fog, Klein Moretti sat leisurely at the high back chair that belonged to the fool. In front of him the copper-mottled long table, and above the ancient majestic dome, propped up by pillars of varying height. Klein wrapped the armrest of his chair, while leaning back letting his back rest on it. He brought his hands to his head and rubbed his temples, sighing slowly. "Well, I was able to gauge Lilith's current condition, and I got to know of the current situation of the inhabitants of Moon City. A successful trip if you ask me." Klein commended himself and nodded. "I never expected the outer deity's influence was present so far back. Lilith, as a sequence 0 of the Moon pathway, and suspected to have at least one Naturewalker characteristic is affected to such an extent. Then, it is safe to assume the same for Omabella, who should have the uniqueness and either the rest or one sequence 1 characteristic of the Mother pathway. Then, it is likely that other deities such as the Mutant King Faster and Devil Monarch for Body, both of which are from the Chained and Abyss pathways respectively, would be affected by the Mother Tree of Desire. Or at least, the part of her original Sapphira on Earth, the Tenebrous World. Wait a minute. Farbody is looking for the Abyss. I previously deduced that it might be due to the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire. But, could it actually be the influence from her will within the Tenebrous World that is attracting the Devil Monarch towards the Abyss? But then, what about the mutated king? What's his deal? Klein racked his brain for some moments, but was unable to come to any definite conclusions. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but think to himself. There is so much I am aware of, yet so little. I thought to myself at the beginning that I knew everything about the third and fourth epoch. But now I can't help but question, as to how many mysteries hide within the holes in my historical knowledge. He felt the portion of the fog of history that belonged to the second epoch clear up further, which only made him chuckle. After laughing to himself for a moment, he turned his attention towards his possible next task. But, before Klein could begin ruminating on it, he heard illusory whispers in his ears. "Someone is praying to me." Klein tilted his head to listen to the murmurs. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Following his honorific name, Klein was provided a series of coordinates, and was asked to descend there as soon as possible by a fucking cuttlefish. Never in my life did I think a cuttlefish would pray to me. This was done by Grisha, of course. Klein instantly realized that. After cursing his fellow ally for a bit, Klein focused on the details of the prayer he had just received. "Grisha wishes to meet me, huh?" Klein softly recited the coordinates had been provided by Grisha, in his mind. He then used the positonting ability of the door pathway and immediately traced the location from the coordinates in the real world. Klein's eyelids slightly twitched as his lips curled into a small smile. Interesting. Bansi Harbor, or at least the place which will be named that in the future. Klein leisurely rested himself on his chair, propping his one leg on the other. Bansi, huh? Could the City of Calamity have begun to show its effects on the place? That would explain why this dual pathway true deity would be interested in it. But then, what motive could he have for calling me? Klein thought to himself, and caressed his chin with his fingers. He tapped the armrest of his chair once more, while summoning a gold coin. Klein positioned the coin in his fingers and tossed it in the air, divining whether or not meeting Grisha was safe. His pupils dilated for a moment, as the coin flipped in the air, before landing back in his palm. Klein's pupils returned to normal, while he dispelled the projection of the coin. The answer he received was that it was relatively safe. While a king of angels like Klein would not have received such a vague answer upon divination, this matter concerned a dual pathway true deity with a level of control over Chaos C. Klein was surprised by the fact that he even received an answer from his divination, having fully expected it to fail. This immediately made him suspicious that his divination was interfered by the Chaos C, to make it seem safe. Well, of course, Grisha must have expected me to divine it. Usually, interference in his divination would have been a major bad sign for Klein, and it still was. But considering he was divining about Grisha, Klein knew well that it was his twisted way of telling him that it was indeed safe to come. After all, Grisha isn't stupid, neither does he consider me one. He knows well that interference in the divination of a seer is a hostile sign unless he is trying to check my level of competence and reverse thinking. Klein bobbed his head up and down. After contemplating for some moment, he decided to head to Grisha's call and visit Bansi Harbor. But then something else came to mind. Now that I think of it, Bansi is in Sonia Sea, which is the home of the elves. It is also pretty close to the part of the northern continent that will later become the Lone Kingdom. Klein instantly nodded again. This opportunity is too perfect to miss. I am already going to Bansi, so why not drop to the shores of the northern continent? The Seven Lights said that the elves and humans are in constant battle there. I can witness the fight myself and be able to better my understanding of human and elven factions. Klein instantly came to the decision to visit the northern continent first, before heading towards Bansi Harbor. Grinning, he extended his hand, and pulled out his projection from moments ago. The reason Klein didn't pull out Merlin Hermes this time around was because he was leaving the eastern continent, which would lessen the effects of convergence, easing his worry of Fleegria tracking him down. And for the fact that he was meeting with Grisha in a place that was suspected to be affected by the City of Calamity, a Sapphira. The trip was going to be anything less than safe. On top of that, Klein's divination was already altered, making him discard the answer received from it. Merlin Hermes, the miracle invoker, a sequence 2 would likely not be enough to deal with all the dangers that might come his way. Klein concealed himself through Sapphira Castle, and descended inside his historical projection. He stretched his body, smiled, and then left towards the spirit world. Sea. To everywhere one could sow their eyes on was a large expanse of water, housing thousands of aquatic life beneath its surface. The violent clouds that hung above in the sky, a display of the chaotic weather that loomed over the entire Sonia Sea. The vortex of waters, the tsunami rising towards the very clouds in the sky, and the lightning bolts that often smote and ocean thunderstorms that hovered above the sea. The entirety of Sonia Sea was written with natural disasters and calamity threatening any and all that dared tread its waters. But this wasn't a natural disaster, but a calamity born from the war that had gone on for thousands of years, from the very beginning of this world, to this very day, this very hour, this very second. Boom. Boom. Explosions occurred in the chaotic sea, as the tides rose up towards the sky, washing over the various seafarers that were swimming in its waters. Up above the gigantic tidal waves, floating in the sky was a figure shrouded by the clouds, reflected by the lightning storm. Blue hair, blue eyes, pointy ears, and fair skin with only a leather cloth covering his reproductive organs. This Sea King elf gazed at the vast expanse of water in the land that laid not too far from him. The mere reflection of his gaze instilled fear in all that caught its glimpses. He slowly breathed out, raised his hand, pointing towards the land with his index finger. In the very next moment, large water cannons shoot out from the gigantic tide, some landing on water, while others landing on land, their impact shattering the very ground as rubbles flew up in the air, carried on by the swift strides of air, aiming towards each and every human on land and sea. The Sea King in the air extended his hands and then clapped, creating an enormous shockwave that traveled through the water at insane speed, giving birth to even larger tides. Between them formed a giant vortex of water, a tsunami that traveled at unfathomable speed towards the land and the part of the water on which humans were floating. Suddenly, the wind seemingly took a tangible shape. As its speed grew, it curved, and formed a wind blade. This wind blade traveled at hypersonic speed, sliced through the giant tides and the tsunami that was heading its way, with the sliced halves calmly returning back into the water. However, the wind blade did not stop there, as it traveled and changed its aim to the Sea King hovering among the clouds, looking to cut through his body and dye the sea with his blood. The Sea King elf, witnessing the spectacle, took a singular step forward as the surroundings itself also moved, with the lightning storms booming in the background, its sound soon shattering the eardrums of the people within a 10 kilometers radius. The wind blade, which was of extreme speed, slowed down, and was completely halted by giant walls of water which had instantly risen from the sea below. These walls were lined one after another, creating an impenetrable barrier between the Sea King and the edge of the massive wind blade. Yet, the wind blade seemed to magically gain momentum and fight back against the barrier. It suddenly grew in size, as it cut through numerous water walls, and continued on its path to the Sea King. Witnessing this scene, the Sea King nonchalantly lifted his arm and flicked it, as the air obeyed his command and instantly formed a swirling wind blade with equal size and momentum to the approaching one. The two wind blades collided, creating a massive shock wave that split apart the very sea beneath them, shoved the remaining clouds away, and cracked the ocean floor. The sky ruptured due to the collision of the two massive forces, giving birth to a chaotic rainstorm that poured down to the ocean floor, fixing its cracks. The violent undulating sea suddenly rose, and soon shaped into a gigantic hand, with a figure standing on its palm. The figure had dark blue hair, tied in a bun of the same color, his face wrinkled yet bore a calm expression. He looked as if in his middle ages, yet dignified, clad in a dark blue robe. His gaze fixated on the Sea King in front of him, as lightning streaked behind him, illuminating the area with his own figure. Holy Lord of Store, no. Leotaro. In a faraway place, Klein observed this grand spectacle, featuring a fight between two sea kings, Leotaro, and an elf. While traversing through the spirit world, his attention was drawn to the chaos in the corresponding region, which had now brought him here. Klein continued to observe the battlefield, having concealed himself. He initially planned on saving the people that might get caught in the crossfire between these two demigods, but he soon realized that Leotaro was ensuring the safety of his men on the battlefield by creating protective air bubbles around them and controlling the sea to safely wash them to the shore. Despite his irascible nature, Leotaro does seem to care about his men. Klein thought for a moment, before turning his attention back to the battle. In the tense atmosphere, Leotaro and the Sea King elf stared each other down, their gazes locked on each other. For the longest of time, the sea remained mostly unchanging with only waves rising and crashing, lightning streaked through the clouds, illuminating the dark environment, as everyone's gaze were fixed on the two kings of the ocean. Boom. An ear-shattering boom roared in the sky, as both demigods disappeared from their spots. Suddenly, large tides grew from the sea's surface, resurging up to cloud length. Whereas, the wind took a tangible form, the raindrops that were pouring from the sky changed their trajectory under the wind's influence, as tens of thousands of these drops came together, swirling with the wind forming innumerable water blades. The water and wind blades clashed with the giant tides, creating massive explosions that cracked the very ground beneath the sea. In between the clashing tides and the water blades, the two saints clashed with each other at hypersonic speeds. The elf Sea King controlled the wind forming minuscule yet extremely sharpened wind blades. He pointed towards Leotaro as these wind blades traveled at supersonic speed looking to cut him in half. Leotaro, noticing this, roared loudly at them. His roar created a massive shockwave that completely changed the wind's direction at his side, dissipating these wind blades into nothingness. The shockwave created by Leotaro shook the entire sea around them, as well as the clouds, causing the rainstorm to grow in intensity, lightning streaking brightly due to the impact between the clouds. As these two demigods further clashed with each other, the surrounding sea headed on their call. Those several kilometers away on land, and those deep underwater couldn't help but watch in awe at the sheer strength of the two beings that were closest to godhood. Klein on the other hand, while amazed, couldn't help but muse to himself, I can dodge all of them through Door's ability. Actually I don't even have to dodge them, the wind blade isn't sturdy enough to cut through me, and what's water gonna do to me? Wet my clothes? Disheveled my hair? He chuckled. Klein had to specifically remind himself to lampoon so as to maintain a connection with his humanity. On a more serious note, Klein's eyes suddenly turned glint, as a mysterious symbol appeared, traveling up his eyeball and disappearing within them. The torrential rain is disrupting the flow of spirituality, which makes it harder to use beyond our powers. Not just that, the waves around them are interfering in the spirit world, causing a kind of seal to be erected in its place. The humidity, air pressure, and overall environment has become hostile to most saints in the 10 kilometers radius of their battlefield. Also, there seems to be an illusory barrier around this place, possibly formed from their dominion ability. Both the Sea Kings have claimed this area of the sea as their domain, which allows them to suppress anyone in the area, inhibiting their spirituality as a whole, and even inhibiting teleportation, realm shifting. No wonder, Sea King is possibly one of the strongest sequence 3 of any pathway. They are near impossible to deal with at the sea. He shook his head, when he suddenly felt the surroundings shaking. Klein immediately looked down at the sea, his eyes reflecting a giant shadow that was rapidly making its way upwards. As a mythical creature, Klein's vision was capable of penetrating the water and seeing through it, which was the reason why his expression grew slightly twisted upon seeing the monstrosity that was heading its way towards the battlefield. The fuck? Leotaro observed his opponent grinning and mocking him. The elf then extended his hand outward, as he plummeted down to the sea. Leotaro was about to follow him, but he noticed something and halted. He felt the very air change, and the water level rising up, as it shook far greater than ever before. Leotaro witnessed, as a shadow began to rise from the depths of the sea, and shortly, a giant monstrosity, a sea creature half the size of Sonia Island itself rose from the surface of the water, displacing the entire sea with its rise. Leotaro, upon noticing the rising water, shifted his attention and controlled the water so as to not submerge the shore behind him. The elf Sea King, who was but a dot in comparison, leisurely sat on its head, as the giant sea monster rose making its way towards Leotaro with the intention to swallow him whole. Leotaro, seeing this monstrosity, released out a sigh, his facial expression remaining calm. He slowly raised his hands, curling his fingers, and brought them down. Seeing this, the Sea King elf immediately moved away from the head creature. Suddenly, a lightning bolt snaked through the sky, striking the giant sea creature, then the lightning began to branch out through the raindrops in the environment, hitting the sea creature in various spots. In an instant, the thunder completely branched to all parts of the sea creature, hitting every point of its skin. It creaked loudly, burning the creature on various spots. Leotaro did not stop there, he repeatedly hit the creature with lightning and controlled the rainstorm, making it even more violent, allowing the bolt to branch out further and further until it enveloped the entire creature. Eventually, the creature dropped back into the ocean, incapable of handling any more damage to its body. As it fell, the entire ocean rose back up before submerging within it, once more. The Sea King, watching the death of the giant sea creature, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and suddenly moved at hypersonic speeds, barely avoiding a lightning bolt. More lightning bolts began to come his way, as he continued to dodge them with mild easiness. Suddenly the Sea King elf halted his movements and clasped his hands, creating a massive shockwave that split apart the very sea beneath them. Leotaro immediately created various layers of wind wall, halting the shockwave from hitting him. He extended his hands and brought them upwards in a swinging motion. Suddenly, thousands and thousands of water spears began to rise from the ocean, each one of them aiming towards the Sea King elf. The raindrops around them also took the form of small water spears, and aimed themselves towards the Sea King. Leotaro slightly grinned as he snapped his fingers. All the water spears both in air and ocean immediately launched themselves at incredible speed towards the Sea King, aiming to impale his body. In a singular second, the Sea King was completely surrounded by the water spears, with no space to escape from. Yet he didn't lose his cool. Shaking his hands, he controlled the already violent wind, and created a torpedo, which grew larger and larger in size, disrupting the trajectories of water spears that were enveloped in it. In some moments, the torpedo grew larger, developing into a full sea storm. The Sea King elf controlled the wind and water around the storm, making thousands and thousands of wind and water blades, making the storm a shredder that was heading Leotaro's way, looking to shred him. The Sea King elf grinned widely, as he extended his hands in splendor. He looked up at the dark sky, and softly began to whisper at him in Elvish. He softly muttered certain words in a beautiful voice. Suddenly, Leotaro's heart stopped and fear took over him. He watched as the Sea King elf began to be surrounded by an unopposable and terrifying tyrannical aura that could drive anyone into fear and submission. A tyrannical aura. The aura of the tyrant, the Elf King Siniatherm. Leotaro's face twisted, as panic overcame him. It was then, other than the imposing fear and awe, he felt a sting of madness that began to take root in his mind, as he felt like his head was splitting apart. This wasn't a tyrannical aura, but genuine madness that seemed to originate from nowhere. Far away, Klein suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise up by several degrees, prompting his eyebrows to rise. As he began to ponder over the sudden anomaly that originated from the Sea King who borrowed some of the tyrant's aura. He continued observing the battlefield and the panicking Leotaro that began to mount several walls of water and wind, but stopped as a voice echoed in his ears. Retreat! A soft ethereal voice sounded everywhere and nowhere at the same time in the entirety of the environment, even overcoming the sounds of the violent wind and the noisy sea. The Sea King elf's attack suddenly halted before disappearing entirely, whereas he himself turned to look in a certain direction far away from where he was floating. It wasn't just him, but all the elves looked back in the distance, as the soft ethereal voice continued, "The envoys of death loiter, return immediately." Without waiting for another second, the Sea King left the area, his speed overcoming that of sound, causing a sonic boom. With his leave, the other elves also retreated from the battlefield, not paying another gaze to the humans who were in awe and shock. The sea slowly calmed itself, as the sunlight penetrated through the dark clouds. What once was a chaotic shore, ridden with calamities, was now a calm ocean with the sound of water hitting the shore. Shortly, cheers erupted from humans, as they commended their captain, Leotaro, for having fended off another elven attack. Leotaro, still floating in mid-air, remained unmoving. He neither took part in the celebrations, nor did he intend to stop them. He wasn't happy at all. Since he hadn't won the battle, he didn't even succeed in winning the battle against them. If it wasn't for that ethereal voice calling the Sea King elf back. He sighed and turned around, floating back to the shore. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded by people, each of whom tried to pat his back. Yet, Leotaro's expression remained still. Queen of Calamity, Kohainam. Far away, Klein sighed. He continued to watch over the humans at the shore, before disappearing from his spot, entering the spirit world. Immediately, he noticed the chaotic state of this particular area of the spirit world, and shook his head. He began to traverse through the place, before leaving the spirit world, arriving at a foggy shore. He heard the distant sound of waves crashing at the high ground, and the sound of birds chirping. Klein's vision was dampened by the white fog that surrounded the entire Second Epoch Bansi harbor. Before he could examine the place closely, a soft familiar voice entered his ears. "You sure took your time." Chapter 13, God of War. "You sure took your time." Klein heard a familiar voice call out to him. He slowly breathed out, witnessing as a figure emerged from the thick white fog in front of him. It was a man wearing a black clergyman robe, with a silver cross dangling from his neck. Sun God, Grisha. Klein immediately noticed a figure standing beside him. A man in a black cloak. He had dark curly hair over his shoulder and a pair of eyes that seemed to be covered with shadows. While the specific appearance was not very clear and quite difficult to see. However, Klein noticed silver threads, complicated patterns and luxuriant accessories on his clothes. Dark Angel Sasser. Klein instantly recognized the King of Angels standing before him. He looked at Grisha, then back at Sasser, whose gaze was fixated on Klein, while his temperament remained nonchalant and unchanging. His face displayed no emotions, making him appear rather stoic and calm. Grisha tilted his head and nodded towards Klein. "So, what did you call me here for?" Klein asked, his tone nonchalant and calm. Grisha remained silent, his smile fixated on his pretty face. "You are aware of the reason. There is no need for me to mention it to you." Klein's eyebrows ever so slightly twitched upon hearing that. He didn't reply, and instead opted to simply nod. Grisha maintained his smile and raised his hands, pointing towards the silent island before him. "Shall we?" Klein observed his actions, and took a step forward, stopping just beside him and Sasser. The three then began their journey through the barren island shrouded in white mist. Grisha, contemplating for a moment, began to speak in a distant voice as if questioning this very world. "How many of these mystical places are there on this planet?" Klein narrowed his gaze, trying to penetrate through the thick mist, yet found himself unable to do so. "Fog. 9, Grisha nodded in acknowledgement, letting the silence dawn in again. Beside him, Sasser shifted his gaze towards Klein, observing the thick grayish-white fog that surrounded his very figure. Remaining silent for a moment, he slowly asked in a calm and heavy tone. "How many like us are out there that have control over these mystical places?" Klein also shifted his gaze towards Sasser. "None." As the both of them looked at each other, when suddenly the ground beneath them exploded. Rubbles flew upwards as a massive explosion occurred in the place where Klein, Grisha, and Sasser were standing, leaving only fog and dust. As this dust slowly cleared up, and the fog thickened, specks of burning crumbles of paper flew off, beneath them a moving giant shadow. A little further away from the ground of the explosion, Klein Moretti stood, observing the flying rubbles and burning paper. He took a step to his right, avoiding a sword that was about to slash his shoulder. The creature holding the sword, an elf, swung his sword sideways towards Klein, prompting the latter to bend down. With the support of his hands, Klein lifted the lower half of his body upwards, and delivered 2 consecutive kicks to the chin of the elf, knocking him down instantly. Standing back at his feet, Klein quickly rolled forward, dodging a flying phoenix that flew down at his previous spot. Klein quickly observed as various figures, elves, humans, phoenixes, appeared out of the thickish white fog that surrounded him, blanketing his vision. As the army of creatures gathered around him quickly, Klein remained motionless, observing their tactical coordination, and armed weapons, which were made out of steel, with some of them on fire. In less than a few moments, Klein was completely surrounded by the army of creatures who formed a tactical dome, covering both ground and in the sky, leaving him no point of escape. They quickly began to close the distance between him and themselves, raising their weapons ready to strike him down from all directions. As the weapons were about to come in contact with him, their trajectory suddenly changed, as the ones holding them swung their weapons at each other instead of him. Shock screams and cries resounded, as the pointy steel penetrated the bodies of the various creatures. Klein remained untouched and unharmed, while the large army of creatures stood confused and horrified as to why they had swung their weapons at each other instead of their targets. In reality, Klein had reassembled the target of this army from himself to each other. Fog of war, army of creatures, and this rising temperature. Could it be? The King of Angels stood at his spot, closed his eyes as he used the connection between the army of creatures and their commander to track down his location. In less than a few moments, Klein decrypted his location, through his positioning and authority over decryption. He entered the spirit world, but as soon as his figure came into direct contact with it, he was suddenly ignited. Before Klein could even react, every single worm of spirit was burned to crisp, killing him instantly. This was a trap set up by the Weather Warlock, whom had turned the spirit world area corresponding to Bansi Harbor into a death trap, instantly scorching any being that dared enter it once that war had commenced. Far away, a calamity giant, dozens of meters tall, with a giant iron skull blazing in purple flames, observed the death of one of the intruders that had entered his home turf. It was then he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Turning his head, his retina quickly rendered the image of a man with black hair, black eyes, and formal clothing. The same man he had seen burned to ashes through his trap. What the calamity giant had seen was a blinked image of Klein, which was turned real through a mentor of deceit's deception of rules at the level of a worm of spirit, effectively fooling his opponent. Immediately bright purple flames engulfed the calamity giant as he disappeared into ashes, only to reappear from a pool of fire barely 10 feet away from his original position, dumbfounding the mythical creature. Klein had swapped the location of the pool of fire, created by this calamity giant prior to attacking them. Suddenly the fog of war around Klein shrank as it ignited itself, lighting to flames. But before these flames could extend further, a shadow penetrated the fog of war, putting out the flames and surrounding the entire area, as it dampened the very fog itself. Before the Calamity Giant could react to such assault, his movements were instantly restricted by his own shadow, which had tangled with him. As the Calamity Giant briefly stood, stunned for a moment, the shadow began to cloak around him, as bright sunlight penetrated the thickish fog of war, making the Calamity Giant feel as if his very essence was burning away. He immediately transferred most of the damage to his army, but in the process felt as if the connection between them and him was becoming purified. Suddenly the fog of war shunned again, as the weather suddenly shifted from a clear sky with the bright sun illuminating the land to heavy dark clouds who immediately busted as heavy rainstorm suddenly enveloped the entire island. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to way below freezing, causing even the falling raindrops and the very air to immediately solidify, with the rainstorm morphing into a hailstorm. The ground beneath them froze under such extreme cold temperatures. The wind began to suddenly sway, while the hailstorm intensified. Concurrently to this, the temperature suddenly shot up, rising to that of hot molten magma. The swaying wind increased its speed, as well as its trajectory, quickly forming a hurricane. The increasingly rising temperature ignited the thickish fog of war that had swayed with the violent hurricane, causing the hurricane to turn into a giant firestorm. The firestorm rapidly grew in size as the temperature constantly fluctuated from scorching hot to ice cold. The hailstorm, despite the constant high temperature, did not stop. In fact, it intensified further. In just a few moments, there lay before the Calamity Giant a storm of death that he had conjured through his control over weather as a weather warlock. He had done so not with the intention of killing the intruders, as he was aware that such a storm was simply not enough, but to distract them and escape immediately. And this was seemingly successful, as he witnessed Klein turning his head around and watching over the death storm that was approaching his way, as well as the shadow that had tangled with him loosen up. The Calamity Giant took the opportunity as he opened his mouth, letting out a shrill war cry, which greatly enhanced his strength. Immediately he broke free from the shadow that had tangled with him and gathered the fog of war around himself. Through it and the fire that had erupted from the death storm, just as he was about to escape through the use of fire teleportation, he heard a loud dong. The Calamity Giant witnessed as the fire that had been around him, as well as the giant death storm, suddenly slowed down to a halt. Dong. The death storm still remained in its place, in all its glory, yet unmoving and unchanging. The fire still burned, yet it did not sway. The Calamity Giant tried to move his limbs but found himself incapable of doing so. Dong. Another loud gong sound resounded across the lands, across the oceans, across the air, across the world barrier, as time itself seemingly came to a halt, moving forward yet seemingly unmoving. The hand that marched towards the end of Giant, an ancient modeled wall clock, remained fixated in its place, as the Calamity Giant finally took notice of the giant monument, a grandfather clock that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, not too far away from him. In front of the stone clock, stood the gentleman that fixed his hat on his head, took hold of the longest hand of the clock through his left hand, and moved it upwards, as the death storm once again became active. Klein lifted his other hand, erecting a barrier around the death storm, trapping and sealing it in a singular place. As the death storm became active and began to move, it quickly collided with the walls of the barrier, unable to penetrate it. It collided again and again, each time clashing with the barrier, yet incapable of even scratching it. In what imposing manner the Calamity had appeared, it halted and returned to dust the same. The Calamity Giant had lost control over the Calamity he had created, both due to interference in the flow time, rendering him incapable of using his abilities, but also due to the barrier Klein had erected, cutting off the connection in between them. The imposing clock disappeared, as time returned to its original flow. Klein quickly turned around, and twisted his hands as he tampered with the connection between the Calamity Giant and the fog of war, grafting the entire fog of war that had enveloped Bansi to a different location in the world. The surroundings immediately cleared up, as the sunlight once again penetrated the area. The Calamity Giant couldn't even take a last stance, as countless dark eyes appeared around and before him, his shadow tangled with himself once more, this time far more tightly, locking him in place. He sensed his abilities vanish with the scrutinizing shadowy eyes, like it had degenerated into nothingness, while the bright sun penetrated deeper, burning his very essence. Suddenly a bright light shined in front of the Calamity Giant, blinding his vision and senses, subjugating any last bit of strength he had left. He felt his entire existence relaxing before eventually succumbing into total inactivity, as a fair hand slowly rested itself on his head. "Shall we talk now?" A voice sounded in his mind, soothing every fiber of his being. His very mind was the most calm it has ever been, as he slowly lifted his gaze, witnessing as white clouds descended from the sky, cloaking the figure of a man in a clergyman robe. A tall shadow loomed over, seemingly supporting the world itself, while the sun shone brightly above, concentrating its light, like its sole purpose was to illuminate the man's figure. The Calamity Giant took notice of the innocent and pure eyes of the man, the golden starry gentle eyes he possessed, his very figure reflecting in the clear surface of them, seemingly burning away all his sins and worries, washing away his congenital madness. Suddenly the Calamity Giant found himself in front of a tall dark mountain. Beneath him was a clear surface, seemingly made of water, yet he wasn't sinking in. Above him was the bright blue sky with white clouds floating in the air, the sun illuminating the surroundings as well as the dark tall mountain that stood imposingly before him. He lifted his head and bore witness as a singular figure stood at its peak. His shadow looming over all dark and evil. His gentle eyes looking over the whole world that lay before him, as if a king, no, a god looking over his creation. He stood at an unimaginable, inconceivable height, displaying his superiority over anything and everything. The Calamity Giant returned to his previous position, tangled with his shadow, a hand that rested on his head. He dropped to his knees, while his gaze remained fixated on the god that stood before him. A bit further away from the both of them, Klein and Sasser stood side by side, Sasser admiring his lord's apprehension while Klein. This. And here I thought my acting was often too lofty and stuff, but this guy is on a whole nother level. He truly is Jesus wannabe. He inwardly lampooned in his head, while bringing forth a potion of his incomplete divine kingdom in his mind, realm of mysteries. This was a miracle. A miracle which isolated his thoughts from Grisha. Who are you? The Calamity Giant spoke in a broken Elvish, his words near incomprehensible. It took even Klein a moment to decipher what this subsidiary god had said. Grisha smiled, displaying his amiableness. He retracted his hand and took a step back from the Calamity Giant and spoke in a calm and innocent voice that seemed to resonate with the mythical creature's very soul. That depends on how you perceive me. The Calamity Giant became visibly confused, and mildly displayed his confusion through his facial expression. What do you say I am? Grisha asked him a simple question, a question that contained innumerable answers. The Calamity Giant thought for a moment, keeping his gaze fixed on Grisha. After some moments of pondering, he spoke calmly, a deity. His language became audibly more fluid and clearer, a display of the intellect of a high-sequence conspirer. As I said. It depends on how you wish to perceive me. To some, I appear a deity, while to others, a normal human. Perhaps a devil in flesh, or a savior of mankind. Grisha spoke, his tone full of conviction. He is deliberately making himself appear more enigmatic, as if an existence that remains incomprehensible no matter the thought put into him. Previously, the question this calamity asked of him was merely to gauge the entity in front of him, after having acknowledged his superiority. Of course, this is a pseudo-visionary, in terms of mind game, maybe only a certain dragon can currently come close. Klein analyzed while remaining still. Curiously, he moved his gaze toward Sasser, only to catch the glimpses of his gaze that was locked on him. Klein didn't flinch, instead opting to turn his head completely toward Sasser, and speak. Is there anything you wish to ask of me? Klein displayed a small smile, while Sasser's facial expression and gaze remained still. Not at the moment, as our Lord is speaking. But, I do wish to speak with you after. What do you mean by our? He is not my Lord. Klein displayed a smile, his gaze narrowing as he nodded in affirmation. He turned his head back to Grisha and the Calamity Giant, who had remained silent ever since the former's enigmatic reply. What do you want from me? The Calamity Giant asked, his tone much more cautious than ever before. Grisha maintained his smile, taking a singular step forward before halting immediately. He closed his eyes, remaining still for a moment before speaking gently, nothing. This increased the giant's confusion. Almost immediately, he followed with a question, nothing. Then why did you intrude on my territory? Grisha slowly opened his eyes, his golden iris slightly constricting. Our intention wasn't that. We merely came to investigate a peculiarity about this place, but fate brought us into this predicament. Grisha replied, half honestly. But you have caught my interest now. Grisha continued, his gaze narrowing, penetrating the Calamity Giant. The former felt an inexplicable chill, and gulped. Grisha's smile widened into a grin before lifting his hand upwards. He pointed to the sky with his index finger and said, you are, what I would describe as a mythical creature, yes. Mythical creatures aren't just born from nothing. You are a warlock, a weather warlock, capable of creating calamities, a god of war, a symbol of iron and blood. An exceptional hunter adept at using all sorts of traps and all sorts of tricks to catch their prey. The only other hunter like you in this world that I am aware of is the god of war of the mutated king. Grisha paused, as he noticed the slightly twisting expression of the Calamity Giant in front of him. Smiling, he continued. It just so happens to be that he was spotted here about 30 to 35 days ago, at this very island, your home ground. I wonder what attracted him over here. It surely can't be you considering you were born in the same time period as his return to the eastern continent. The Calamity Giant face completely devolved into a troubled and shocked expression. He was able to catch on as to what the god in front of him was implying. Grisha maintained his smile, brightening the whole world under his shed, casting a shadow that seemed larger than the very sky above them. I wonder. Chapter 14, The Angel of Red. I wonder if that has something to do with your birth. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence that both events took place roughly the same time? Silent. The Calamity Giant could not utter another word, neither could he think of one. His head remained mostly empty, incredibly silent, yet numerous thoughts continuously ruptured in his stale mind. He watched, as the god in front of him, his smile ever so bright and alluring, took another step forward, now standing not even a foot away from him. Grisha opened his mouth, while his gaze remained fixed on the Calamity Giant, who limply sat in front of him. His words, ethereal in nature, a voice that seemed to penetrate through all evil and degeneracy, seemingly echoed through the environment, resounding in the ears of everyone present. You seem to possess a lot of questions with no answers in sight. Shall I help with them? His ethereal voice carried with it a strange sense of serenity, which instantly calmed the minds of everyone that heard it. Subsequently, the Calamity Giant felt himself at ease, and noticed that God, extending his hand towards him, his fair palm stilled itself in the air, waiting for the Calamity Giant to either refuse or accept it. The latter first calmed himself completely, before pondering on his options. After a while, he let a sigh escape and got up from his position, neither accepting nor refusing the god's offer. His figure towered over Grisha, Klein, and Sasser. He looked back down at the god in front of him, witnessing him retracing his hand to his back, while lifting his head up, the two gazes locked in with each other, while the smiling god only seemed to turn brighter. Further away from them, Klein Moretti leaned against a rock, taking the role of a spectator in the convo between a dual pathway true deity and a sequence 2, weather warlock. As expected of a hunter. He is taking caution, but Grisha did manage to pique his curiosity regarding his origins. This should make him roll with whatever he has in mind. As Klein narrowed his gaze, he noticed the Calamity Giant's open mouth, and asked, "What do you know of me?" Grisha remained silent for a moment, before slowly speaking, "Not much. In fact, I have already stated everything I know about you at the moment. Of course, this doesn't mean I can't know more." The Calamity Giant narrowed his gaze and leaned back a little. After some moments of contemplation, he spoke once more in a calm tone, "And about my father." His voice became slightly distanced at the end, seemingly an influx of emotions taking over, as the Calamity Giant's mouth slowly closed itself. Klein narrowed his gaze further, and tilted his head. Whereas Grisha remained unfazed, maintaining his smile, he spoke up. He is a servant of the mutant king, Faster. One of his subsidiary gods, the god of war. Grisha provided the most basic information, making the Calamity Giant bob his head vertically. Why did he give birth to me then? Who knows? Grisha's response slightly made the Calamity Giant frustrated, not because of the lack of information in them, but due to the failed conspiracy. A conspiracy? As a born mythical creature, he is incapable of feeling emotions such as love or longing, especially without a shred of humanity. This mythical creature, who had only learned to properly speak just now, naturally does not possess any humanity, and hence the distant emotions he displayed at the end of his previous question does not make sense. This immediately gave away the conspiracy he was brewing using misdirection. Should have learned from me, a senior mentor of deceit. Klein had a mischievous grin plastered on his face as he couldn't help but tease himself ever so slightly. He felt his humanity slightly strengthened, which only turned his mischievous grin more genuine, as he inwardly chuckled. As far as I know, a born mythical creature wouldn't care for how they were born. They only care about their current existence. Very solemnly would one be interested in their origins, a red priest mythical creature isn't one of them. But then, what was the end goal of his conspiracy? What was he trying to achieve? Klein rubbed his chin, as the smile on his face disappeared. He wasn't worried about the king of king angels, Sasser, that stood beside him, noticing his change of moods or expression due to long having erected his nascent divine kingdom. This not only concealed his thoughts from Grisha, but if Klein wished, also his physical actions. The Calamity Giant, who had remained silent ever since Grisha's response, did not attempt to hide his annoyance. After a moment, he took a deep breath, closing his eyes and then opening them once more, while his lips slowly parted from each other. "What do you seek of me?" He did not attempt to beat around the bush, coming straight to the main point after realizing mental games were futile before this god. Grisha chuckled, and continued to do so for a while. Finally, the smile on his pretty face slowly disappeared as he looked up back at the Calamity Giant, and asked, "Would you like to become an angel under me?" The Calamity Giant eyes widened. It took him no longer than a second to fully recognize the opportunity that was being presented. Yet, of course, he remained skeptical of the words that left this deity's mouth, and very cautiously questioned, "An angel? You mean one of those subsidiary gods?" Seeing Grisha nod, the Calamity Giant quickly followed, "And why do you think I would want to?" He was a bit tense while stating this, as he had long confirmed that he stood no chance against this deity. Neither did he stand a chance against the other two that remained by the side. This situation was absolutely unfavorable towards him, and so he naturally didn't wish to provoke any of them. He noticed Grisha's unchanging expression and inwardly sighed a breath of relief. "Don't you wish to rise in strength?" Grisha replied, narrowing his gaze, his lips curling back upwards into a smile. The Calamity Giant was instantly taken aback, before calming himself and tilting his head. "You have already bore witness to the sheer strength my angels possess, capable of empowering entire armies at moments." He turned around pointing towards Sasra, and looked at Klein, who shook his head and moved away from Grisha's gaze, refusing to be called his angel. The Calamity Giant looked at Sasra and remembered how he had been trapped within his fog of war, a previously believed impenetrable barrier that should have protected him from all outward interference. Yet, not only were his movement and powers restricted, the very fog of war dampened due to the strange, illusory shadow that cloaked the entire island. "You can reach that strength." Grisha chuckled upon saying that. While the Calamity Giant, whose gaze remained fixed on Sasra, seriously began to consider his options and this lucrative opportunity. Several minutes passed, as the Calamity Giant stood still, his eyes blank, while his temperament remained stoic and still. At a glance, he seemed to have been frozen in time. When suddenly, his fiery skull moved, turning from Sasra back to Grisha, as his jaws moved. A calm yet rough voice cut through the silence that had enveloped the environment. "How can I become stronger?" Grisha's smile visibly widened, as his hands reached behind his back and slowly pulled from it an ancient weathered stone slate. On its surface was the record of all 22 pathways, potion formulas, sequence names, and rituals. Klein immediately recognized this ancient slate as the first blasphemy slate. Klein was about to use the observational abilities of Error Pathway to take a look at the first blasphemy slate, before completely halting his activity, as he immediately noticed from the corner of his eyes, Grisha's gaze that was fixed on him. Klein's eyes twitched and turned completely towards Grisha while flashing him a slight smile. During this, the Calamity was completely and utterly shocked, as he looked at the engraved words on the strange stone slate. While having not ever seen those words before, he immediately understood them at a conceptual level. Sequence 9, Hunter, Sequence 8, Provoker, Sequence 7, Fire Mage, Sequence 6, Conspirer, Sequence 5, Reaper, Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight, Sequence 3, War Bishop, Sequence 2, Weather Warlock, Sequence 1, Conqueror. The Calamity Giant was incapable of reading the last sequence, due to it being blurred out. Even then, the sheer knowledge that the blasphemy slate provided him, it opened an entire realm of possibilities. Quickly, the Calamity Giant remembered being referred to as a weather warlock by this powerful deity. Making the connection, his gaze instantly wandered to Sequence 1, Conqueror potion formula and ritual as the realization dawned on him that, yes, he can become stronger. Without any further thoughts, he bowed down his head and dropped to a knee, as he solemnly muttered, "I swear in the name that you may provide, to serve you and only you from this day forth until the very end of mine." Grisha put away the blasphemy slate and raised his right hand, resting it on his head. As he did so, the surroundings immediately brightened far more than ever before, burning away any and all sins that this Calamity had committed ever since his birth, washing away all his regrets, all his worries, morphing him once again into a pure soul born from the fires of war, and the molten iron tainted with blood of countless. He felt his very words being tied with his soul forever and ever. It was like his statement had been engraved deep within his very soul, tying him to the God forever and ever. He, if you so wish then so it shall be. I, the resplendent and decadent sun, have you as my second angel. The Angel of Red, Medici. Grisha's voice echoed through the entire harbor, traveling through the vast sea, the air, the land, and even through the spirit world and the astral world. It was akin to an absolute declaration to this entire world, no, the entire cosmos. The weather itself began to change as a storm occurred amidst the bright sky and the clear clouds. A shadow taller than this very world loomed over as it extended beyond just the material plane, but also penetrated the astral world. It was a spectacle that could not have been put into words, a spectacle that could not be described, comprehended, or even thought about. As Klein bore witness to this massive spectacle, he suddenly came to notice, at the foot of the shadow, erupted a liquid that seemingly contained within itself all colors, a sea that encompassed within itself everything and nothing. Light but darkness, purity yet degeneracy. A sea that encompassed within itself all possibilities, all colors, and essentially the mind of all existence, even that of the original creator. It was utter chaos. The Chaos Sea. Klein chuckled upon viewing that, before breaking into a short yet simple laughter. Amazing. It has only been some weeks, yet his connection with the Chaos Sea has already deepened this much. Wearing a grin, Klein clapped with his hands, seemingly congratulating his friend upon gaining a new servant. As the environment soon returned to normalcy. Medici stood up from his position, feeling both at ease and serenity. His mind was clear as he faced the one and only deity he had sworn to serve from this day onwards. Grisha maintained his smile and walked away from Medici towards Klein while Sasra approached the Angel of Red. Grisha stopped a few meters away from Klein, both of them staring at each other for some moments. Grisha's smile slowly disappeared from his face as he tilted his head and began to speak. This place. It has a mystical connection with a higher-level object or existence. Considering Medici was born here and that a conqueror was attracted here, I am assuming. He paused for a moment before continuing. This mystical place corresponds to the Red Priest pathway. And since the Demonis neighbors the Red Priest, I am assuming the high sequence group corresponding to this mystical place constitutes the both of them. Klein, in response, simply displayed a slight smile and said, "Guess." Grisha narrowed his gaze and continued to stare at Klein. "Just. What are these mystical places?" Klein's smile slowly faded away from his beautiful and handsome face, as he seemingly pondered for some moments. Finally, he spoke up, not replying to Grisha's question but instead asserting a statement. "There are some things that make it easier to be infected, the more you know. The knowledge you seek is something I do not wish to provide you at the moment. Only, once you gain partial authority over omniscience, should you deduce the answers." Grisha remained unfazed from Klein's statement, and simply nodded. He thought for a moment before saying, "Where are the other mystical places?" Unlike Sapphira Castle and Chaos Sea, this island only seems to possess an extremely weak, almost imperceptible connection to it, so it can't be the proxy. I am assuming you can answer this much. Klein slightly chuckled and replied, "Sealed." "Sealed?" Grisha nodded, not making an attempt to ask who had sealed them, as he knew Klein would not answer. Besides, Klein's simple response gave Grisha more than enough information. These mystical places should, at the very least, be above the sequence 0 level. If an existence is capable of sealing these high-level items or existence, then it is safe to assume there are existence above sequence 0. While I am not sure if rising to the level of this existence is possible, the fact that my status as well as that of some of the other deities can be elevated to beyond sequence 0 strength simply due to me having a level of control over Chaos Sea, it is safe to assume that is the case. All of these mystical places seem to also possess a high-level neighboring group, such as Seer, Apprentice and Marauder, or Red Priest and Demonis. So, perhaps by gaining the authority of all neighboring pathways as well as nigh absolute control over the corresponding mystical place would one ascend to above the sequence. Grisha paused his instantaneous train of thought, and slowly smiled, reassessing his usual demeanor. He had decided to investigate more on this later, in isolation. Grisha turned away from Klein, before turning back at him and curiously asking. Was Medici born due to corruption subjected to the god of war of Kvastor by the city of Calamity? And yes, the god of war was likely attracted by the convergence effect erupting from this place. Once he came here, he likely suffered some corruption and got rid of a high-level characteristic to somewhat stabilize his already delicate condition. Medici was later born when the sequence 2 characteristics came to life due to the corruption it acquired through the City of Calamity. Grisha keenly listened and followed after Klein. That means he should have some level of connection with the City of Calamity. Observing Klein's nod, Grisha smiled and walked away. This prompted Klein to lean forward back again and walk towards Medici, only to be halted by Sasra. "Remember I talked about having something to discuss with you?" Klein nodded, in acknowledgement. Sasra tilted his head for a moment and spoke, "Why don't you consider coming under the shed of our Lord?" Klein smiled, and replied in a nonchalant tone. "Because I neither see him as one, nor do I wish to serve any in that matter." In a similarly nonchalant manner, the Dark Angel continued. "The ability you previously displayed, partial authority over time. If I am not mistaken, it should be an ability of the Marauder pathway, whose uniqueness is possessed by our Lord. You would eventually need it from him, if you were to try and ascend to sequence 0 of the corresponding pathway and become a dual pathway true deity, which I don't see a reason why you wouldn't. Wouldn't it be better for you then to serve under him, and with time be bestowed the uniqueness?" Sasra was soon a bit taken aback when Klein began to chuckle. Composing himself, Klein extended his hand and tipped his hat. "Nice try. But here's the thing, Sasra, I won't need to serve or even fight him for it. By the time I'll be needing the uniqueness, the trend of times would have long gone through multiple, uncontrollable changes." Klein slowly walked away from Sasra, while maintaining his smile. He walked towards Grisha and Medici and looked at the former, speaking to him in an eloquent manner. "If there is nothing else you need from me, shall I take my leave?" Grisha nodded, indicating he could take his leave. Seeing this, Klein turned his head towards Medici. "I suppose we will be seeing each other often." Medici remained motionless, only his gaze seemed to ever so slightly flickered. Klein chuckled once more and waved his hands as his figure disappeared from the Bansi harbor towards his next destination. A few days ago. Sitting in her comfy pillow, Isis yawned, tired, while wearing a solemn face. There was only one thought that constantly rang through her mind, sharply, prompting her to repeatedly shake her head. I was wrong about Klein not being mad. That guy is clinically insane. Chapter 15, Tiresome Isis. Isis has had an eventful time. In the 2 days that had passed since her second meeting with Klein and first meeting with Grisha, a lot had gone down on her side. All this stemmed from a single existence, a fool that remained seated at his divine chair. Klein Moretti. You truly are one troublesome individual, even towards your acquaintance. When she returned back to her house after the gathering between her, Klein and the one whose name must not be thought of, ended, the Evernight demonic wolf had pulled his subsidiary gods into another meeting. During it, he had interrogated them of the anomalies that had occurred in Antigonus's mansion, but surprisingly none of them had any recollection of the events whatsoever. They couldn't even recall showing up to Antigonus' mansion, not even Antigonus himself had any memories of what he had done for the whole day. This prompted the Evernight demonic wolf to speculate Giant King's involvement in this matter. On the other hand, even if Isis had expected something from Klein, even she was mildly taken aback by the level of sealing that was done on the memories of these subsidiary gods. No, this is more like theft than sealing. Entire memories have vanished from their minds. As if not chaotic enough, multiple massive barriers composed of grayish-white fog had been erected on the outskirts of the annihilation demonic wolf's kingdom and on each of the subsidiary gods' mansion. This put the entire settlement in a state of panic and disorder as they felt like they had been under enemy siege. Once Isis got to know of this, she immediately put the details together and came to a shocking realization. Klein. He erected multiple barriers all around the Master's divine kingdom. This created a sort of misdirection, allowing him to conceal my disappearance but also the suspicion that would have aroused from having a random barrier around my house. Though these hadn't lasted too long and shortly dissipated. The king of demonic wolves had been enraged from this chaos, and at the same time amazed. His previous speculation was immediately discarded as he could confirm that this was the work of Sapphira Castle, but he was even more amazed by the sheer fact that some entity out there had control over the relic left behind by the original creator. This had ignited a spark within this ancient god, as he sent out a large pack of wolves outside the demonic wolf settlement to investigate any miracle, wishes, puppets, or abstract activities that may have suddenly began to occur in the world. In addition, he handed over the same task to all his subsidiary gods, strictly expecting some results. If it wasn't for Fleegria's extreme condition, he may as well have gone out himself to search for the existence that may have gained control over Sapphira Castle. Due to these reasons, the last 2 days in demonic wolf settlement had been anything less than chaotic. It was only now that Isis finally had the leverage to relax and rest herself after having been tirelessly handling the situations from the previous incidents. I am too tired to even think. Lying on her comfy cushion, Isis sighed and wagged her tail. As she yawned and bumped her head downwards, an ethereal voice suddenly interrupted her rest. Prepare. Isis instantly recognized the voice to be that of Klein, and only then remembered that today was a meeting day. Instantly she stood up from her cushion and sat back down, concealing her entire house, while she herself stopped all her motions, patiently waiting for her friend to pull her inside Sapphira Castle. She didn't have to wait too long, as in just a few moments, a crimson hue entered her vision as her surroundings immediately became filled with an ancient castle, dotted with a grayish-white fog. Isis now found herself seated on an ancient high-backed chair. In front of her stood the ancient copper-mottled long table, the thickish grayish fog gently swaying at its surface. Above her, an ancient dome held by various long pillars of varying heights, while the thousands and millions of stars in the sky brightly shone. At the long end of the table sat the attendant of mysteries, Klein Moretti. Klein wore a smile on his face, as he brought his hands upwards and tipped with his long height, while his lips parted with themselves, allowing a sweet and charming voice escape from them. Nice to meet you again. And, what's this? Your condition seems much more stabilized than ever before. Same here. And all the credit is due upon you. Isis greeted him in the same gesture, while her lips subconsciously curled upwards, forming a grin. Their gazes remained fixated on each other, as Isis leaned herself back, so did Klein, propping one of his legs on the other. He thought for a second and spoke. How is the situation? Isis' gaze narrowed. Not very good thanks to a certain fool that doesn't belong to this era. She snickered, causing Klein to tip his top hat and scratch his head. Hey, he slightly chuckled and waved his hand, smiling once more while looking at her, waiting for her to continue. Isis couldn't help but sigh and shake her head once more. Fleegria has confirmed that there is someone with control over Sapphira Castle. He has sent out a pack of wolves as well as tasked all his subsidiary gods to investigate any unrelated miracle invoker and attendant of mysteries activities. He is hell-bent on finding you. Isis tilted her head waiting for Klein to respond. Klein keenly listened to her and then began to ponder. I see, well I did expect Fleegria to begin looking for me in full force after the Antigonus incident. I wonder if this will affect the future events. Klein caressed his chin while his slender fingers tapped the armrest of his chair. A few moments later, he spoke up. I expected that. Klein paused and looked up at the starry sky as he continued, there is no need to worry. I am currently in the city of Sanguines, the demonic wolves shouldn't be able to reach me there. Even if they did, dealing with them won't be troublesome. Amon Isis nodded, as the detail of him being potentially the strongest sequence one ever flashed in her mind. She also picked up on another key detail, City of Sanguines. Moon City. What business might he have over there? Some peculiar details and knowledge of the city surfaced in her mind, as Amon Isis couldn't help but slightly frown. Nonetheless, she took in Klein's words and sighed. Klein, only just now, picked up on detail he had not paid attention to in the past, Amon Isis being aware of sequence and potion names. By the way, how do you know about sequences, potion names, and all that? Amon Isis looked up at him. How do I know? Red Light Ire Moria told me. Klein was baffled, and he did not attempt to hide it. His body straightened up and leaned forward on his chair, resting his arms on the table. A gesture that spelled, go on. Amon Isis, noticing this, explained. While doing mysticism research, I went on a stroll through the spirit world and eventually came across an old spirit. I asked some questions and ended up getting Red Light's honorific name. Though I was warned that it was unlikely I would receive a response. I decided to pray anyway and actually got the Red Light to converse with me. He didn't say anything very useful, but when I asked about what these pathways were, he very vaguely gave out some information. Mostly, he told me about the concept of sequence, and that the pathways are much more than what they seem on the surface. Another way, or dare I say, the best way to describe them would be, these are the natures of the oldest ones, the characteristics being the embodiment of their will. I also got some of the sequence names of full pathway, as well as darkness and death. Klein keenly listened to her, while analyzing each and every word. She probably received a response due to her unique condition of being perfectly sane, unlike other subsidiary gods. It could also be due to the overlap in past, present and future that happens in the spirit world, which might have very vaguely made the Red Light aware of some future connection she would hold with me, the great ruler above the spirit world. Regardless, the analogy is interesting and Amon Isis should have made sense of it after getting the knowledge of great old ones. Klein nodded and paused for a moment, as he analyzed the peculiar look Amon Isis was giving him. He tilted his head, confusion visibly dawning on his face. The environment returned to serenity, as the two of them stared at each other, one wore a look of confusion while other that of peculiarity. What do you want? Just say it. Why are women so complicated? Klein inwardly lampooned, and finally, after some long stress-inducing time, Klein deduced the hint Amon Isis was dropping him and sighed inwardly. You want me to explain pathways in detail to you? Amon Isis instantly shook her head vigorously. Even if she is a mythical creature, cliché tendencies still follow her. I suppose it is a good thing, her humanity is strengthening. Klein shook his head. Leaning back on his high-backed chair, he thought for a moment and then began speaking. There is another way to refer to pathways, that is the paths of the divine. The paths of the divine are a series of 10 potions that grants its consumer mystical abilities and authorities, allowing them to transcend the normal boundaries. Amon Isis nodded and then asked, potions? Klein smiled and continued, yes, potions. The mythical races all possess within them characteristics that can be used as the main ingredient to create potions. These potions, once consumed by humans or any race for that matter, allow them to rise the sequence and transcend their boundaries, becoming something extraordinary. To tread the paths of the divine, the potion formulas are specifically, or even potions themselves are specifically made for humans. For humans, but... Before Amon Isis could think further, Klein leaned forward and asked, what do you think is the essence of the paths of the divine? Amon Isis thought for a moment, and linked Klein's question to his previous statements. Potions specifically made for humans to rise the sequence. She slowly parted her lips and replied, for normal humans to rise to true deities. Klein grinned, and elaborated. The essence of the paths of the divine is for normal humans to ascend to true deities. The mythical creatures that wander around unprecedentedly and rule over this current world are but mere ingredients for humans to use to rise in power and to tread on the pathways. Klein leaned forward towards Amon Isis and slowly said, in fact, the heart of a dark demonic wolf like you is the main ingredient for Servant of Concealment potion. Amon Isis felt a chill run down her spine as Klein leaned back on his chair. So what you are telling me is that I am essentially an ingredient for some random guy to use and rise to be a Servant of Concealment. Amon Isis began to think of herself as an ingredient and then shook the thought away. I need to gain a human body quickly. I see. So I am assuming these potions are essentially a liquefied version of characteristics. Klein shook his head. Liquid isn't essential. Some of the potions can be both liquid and gaseous. Regardless, you are right. The potions are essentially characteristics. Isis narrowed her gaze, then why can't one directly consume the characteristics? As soon as she said that, the answer itself popped in her mind. Because doing so is dangerous for normal humans and might lead to loss of control and becoming a monster. The potion formulas are designed in a way where it reduces the chance of losing control, and for this reason they have a main ingredient and a supplementary ingredient, and at a certain level rituals. Main ingredients for actual potions, while supplementary ingredients are to neutralize the madness within the potion. As you said, potions are essentially characteristics. Isis nodded in acknowledgement and then asked. But who designed these potion formulas? Klein rubbed his temples and rapped the edge of the copper-mottled long table. He turned his head towards Grisha's seat and slowly asked a question. Do you remember when I mentioned the blasphemy slate, in our previous meeting with Grisha? Isis recalled the scene and nodded. Klein remained silent for a few more seconds before turning his head back towards Isis and replying in a serious tone. The blasphemy slate is a mystical document that holds the potion formulas of all 22 paths of the divine. Klein paused, gauging her reaction, which was that of amazement and curiosity. He then dropped the bombshell. It is also what remains of God Almighty's dead body, other than the characteristics of his pathway. Upon hearing this, Isis' mind went blank. It took her a few moments in processing this information, but as soon as she did, she immediately blurted out. Remains of the omnipotent and omniscient. Klein chuckled, bringing his hands to his mouth. Isis also quickly composed herself, reassessing her usual demeanor. I doubt even Grisha is aware of this at the moment, but, yes. When God Almighty died at some point at the end of the first epoch, his remains within the chaos sea condensed into the blasphemy slate that Grisha now possesses. Isis listened with great detail and picked up on two key points. Considering Grisha now possesses the blasphemy slate, and that it is the remains of God Almighty, it makes sense why he managed to gain a connection to the chaos sea. Also, Klein previously mentioned that all great old ones perished at some point in the first epoch, including God Almighty and Lord of Mysteries. But she hesitated for a moment and then slowly asked in a calm and ethereal tone, how did they died? What caused these great existence to perish in the first epoch? Isis noticed Klein visibly becoming motionless. He remained silent, while his gaze remained fixated on her. After a while, Klein spoke up, replying, Lord of Mysteries and God Almighty fought with each other. They both perished. Lord of the Mysteries and God Almighty fought and killed each other. Did the other great old ones died in the fight between these two pillars? Also, why did they fight? What caused such a great catastrophe? Countless questions invaded her mind, prompting Isis to sort them out one by one. She slowly calmed her mind again. While sorting her thoughts, she had put one question above all others that occurred from the release of such information. How are you aware of all this information? Klein's smile widened into a grin as he leaned back, eloquently resting his body on his high-backed chair. You don't have to know. Isis wasn't surprised by his answer, in fact, she had expected such a reply. Pushing the matter of his knowledge aside once more, before Isis could ask him anything, Klein waved his hand and said, don't bother. I can't reveal as to why they fought at the moment. When the time is right, you will get to know. Isis opened her mouth then closed it again. The reason Klein could not make Isis aware as to why the two pillars fought was that he would have had to reveal the info over outer deities, eventually getting on to explain the world barrier. This would have only raised many more questions, which Klein was neither in the mood of answering nor did he see Isis' current condition fit to know so much unknown knowledge. Besides, it isn't like he knew the details of the fight. One thing at a time. First, is to get your condition and humanity fully stabilized, then I can gradually reveal the secrets of this world. Eventually its very truth. The palace was soon engulfed by a thick veil of silence as neither of them spoke for some time. The thickish grayish-white fog gently swayed around, as Isis further cleared her mind and decided to get back on the previous topic. If Grisha possesses the blasphemy slate, then I am assuming he wishes to use it for the betterment of humanity. In fact, yes. He wishes to get rid of the mythical races and redeem humanity from their shadows. I also wish for that too, but I do not have the strength to fight against a sequence 0. This is the main reason why I must obtain the full uniqueness. Klein explained, in a nonchalant tone. Isis remained still, as she asked once more, by the way, what exactly is uniqueness? Klein tilted his head and replied, a uniqueness is the embodiment of a pathway's authority. It is what allows a sequence 0 to bear absolute control over the pathway, and the corresponding authority that originates from it. You can consider it as the main ingredient to become a sequence 0, alongside the 3 sequence 1 characteristics. Isis mentally noted the explanation. You need 3 sequence 1 characteristics to become a sequence 0. She asked, to which Klein nodded and replied, in fact, there are only 3 for each pathway. The number of characteristics are limited, and hence, there are only 3 sequence 1 characteristics and at least 9 sequence 2. But in normal cases with the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic being a complete set, the number of sequence 2 beyonder characteristics will decrease by 3. Isis repeatedly nodded. She then took note of something and asked, "Are you aware of the potion formulas of all pathways? As in, have you read the blasphemy slate?" Klein nodded, causing Isis to gasp in shock. Amazing. He knows so much more than I initially thought. She didn't try to hide her amazement, letting it form her face. I am assuming you have to do more than just merely drinking a potion to advance. The ingredients should have their corresponding mental imprint within them. Klein nodded and explained. You are right. Starting from sequence 5, a human being must perform a certain ritual and then drink a potion to advance. Not doing so would greatly increase the risk of losing control and dying or turning into a monster. The rituals are needed to anchor one's humanity, so that they could maintain their mental stability during advancement and fight against godhood. Speaking of which, starting from sequence 4, a human begins to gain godhood within them. In fact, they can be considered demigods at this point. Their body would also begin to undergo mutation under divinity, as they gain an incomplete mythical creature form. This form becomes completed at sequence 2, which at that point, a human being truly transcends his boundaries, becoming an angel, a subsidiary god, and a true mythical creature. Isis keenly listened and took her mental notes. Mythical creature. It seems Klein was either born as a human and somehow managed to rise to sequence 1, becoming a mythical creature in the process, or perhaps he was transmigrated into the body of one like me. Likely the latter, since I am pretty sure no one is aware of the info of pathways as a whole, other than him, me, and Grisha. Well, there's I guess that also includes the 7 lights. And maybe some other hidden existence which I am not aware of. She smiled, proud of herself, more specifically on her ability to pick up so many details and quickly analyze them. To be honest, I don't think there is anything Klein could tell me that would surprise me too much. She witnessed Klein continuing. There is another thing I should have mentioned by now, and that is, all mythical races have originated from humans. Pause. Hold on. What? Isis was, in fact, immediately baffled by Klein. Chapter 16, The Origins. Isis was baffled. She was taken aback beyond belief by the info Klein had dropped on her. Mythical races originated from humans. Originated from humans. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and began sorting her thoughts. After a bout of cogitation, she looked back at Klein, who had been waiting for her to restabilize herself. How? Isis uttered. Her questioning embedded her confusion and her shock. Klein lightly chuckled and thought to himself, her reactions are quite similar to mine. The Isis I met and the Isis I am getting to know are far removed. I wonder how this version of her will eventually turn out. He leaned back on his chair and began to explain. While I am not aware as to how humans developed or mutated into the various mythical races we know of today, it is definite that most if not every mythical race has originated from humans, and that humans are the old ancestor of every being, sanguine, giants, elves, mutants. Isis keenly listened and nodded. How I got to know about this is through Giants King Ormur's parents. Isis was immediately intrigued and adequately displayed it. Klein smiled and continued in a soft tone, well, let me ask you something. What do you think the parents of a giant should look like? Isis almost immediately answered. Giant-like. Klein shook his head and explained, while this is the case for a normal giant, that does not hold true for the Giant King. The skeleton of his parents are that of humans, rather than giant. Isis' eyes slightly widened but then retracted again as she thought. Interesting. She witnessed as Klein continued, this led me to find more similarities in humanoid mythical races, such as elves, they are very much identical to humans except their point ears. Mutants such as wraiths, zombies, and werewolves also bear human resemblance, same goes for devils. While dragons, phoenixes, and demonic wolves may seem contradictory to it, there is also the fact that, at sequence 0, one is capable of changing the mythical creature form of their pathway. Wait, what? Isis blurted out, knowingly. Let's look at it this way. Klein said, leaning forward. The difference between you and me is that you are a born mythical creature, while I am a human that became a mythical creature through potions. This led me to have 2 forms, the one I'm currently displaying and... Klein paused, as his figure slowly began to distort. Isis immediately noticed as the Sapphira castle itself began to shake violently, while Klein's figure became more and more distorted before turning into a cluster of maggots. This cluster spun around on the fool's seat, before converging itself onto a bluish-black door that had emerged with Klein's body. From the bluish-black door more translucent maggots emerged forming a spiral in all directions. As more and more spirals emerged, the cluster of maggots slowly took the form of a vortex of maggots, from which countless translucent tentacles emerged swaying in all directions, while the vortex of maggots settled itself onto the fool's high-backed chair. This was the mythical creature form of Fool Pathway. Isis witnessed this spectacle with interest. I see. A vortex of maggots with tentacles emerging from it, not too far from those two. She was less intrigued by the mythical creature form but more so on the bluish-black door at its center. Isis could tell, from a feeling she received, that the bluish-black door was not a part of this creature. Instead, it held a much more imposing aura than the rest of the mythical creature form. Even merely gazing at the bluish-black door made Isis feel like her thoughts were turning sluggish, while her ears ringed, as an illusory, distant raving sounded. She turned her head away from the mythical creature, and looked at one of the many imposing pillars that held the ancient dome above them. She used her own abilities to restabilize her condition, while clearing her thoughts. The mythical creature form. An illusory voice rang in all directions, seemingly having no source to itself. Isis immediately recognized the voice to be that of Klein, and nodded indicating acknowledgement. The vortex of maggots separated itself, before quickly taking the form of Klein Moretti once more. With the appearance of his human figure, the bluish-black door also disappeared, seemingly drilling itself back in Klein's body. Isis took a breath and turned her head back towards Klein. Her gaze locked with his dark eyes. The mythical creature is the truest form of an angel and above, one that directly corresponds with the very godhood of this being. This form can be changed by a sequence 0 of the corresponding pathway, presumably through the uniqueness. Now here is the thing. You shouldn't be unaware of the concept of depleting characteristics through giving birth. That's how most creatures remove excess characteristics within them. The result of such copulation is, of course, another mythical creature. Since sequence zeros can change the entire mythical creature form, the human origins of non-humanoid races doesn't seem far-fetched. Isis nodded and began to analyze. Indeed. There is also visible mutation brought about by characteristics, such as gradient white fur formed of translucent maggots on Antigonus and Kotor's body. If these born mythical creatures can be affected, then humans developing into today's mythical races truly isn't far-fetched. In fact, with the giant king's parent skeleton being that of a human, this theory seems very likely. Isis shook her head and then thought, that means I do have something of a human in me. I don't know how I feel about this. She sighed and looked down at her paws. She let out another sigh and then looked back up at Klein, saying, I understand. She paused for a moment and then asked. Is that why corruption from anchors can change one's form because mythical creatures themselves do not possess a definite one? Yes. A mythical creature is different and cannot be measured in terms of mass, length, breadth, or any of other conventional methods. They are essentially pure godhood and pure knowledge given a physical form in a sense. You can think of them as an eldritch creature. This is also one of the reasons corruption stemming from the views of anchors can affect one's form. Klein paused for a moment, and then softly uttered. Every being has divinity. When enough anchors form a collective view of an entity, their faith and devotion takes the form of corruption. This can be used to fight against the godhood that stems from the characteristics, the very will of the original creator, the mental imprint of the greatest oldest one. This is also the most reliable way to sustain humanity. Isis took note of this, greatly paying attention to every word Klein spoke. Every being has divinity. Yes, if all is a creation of the original creator then every being must possess some level of godhood within them, including humans. By consuming potions, and rising in sequence, they are essentially increasing the amount of divinity within them, eventually completely surpassing the boundaries of humans. Red Light Ire Moria was right. The pathways are much more than what they seem. The nature of the oldest ones. She turned her head to the long copper-mottled table, and began to sort her thoughts. Klein also decided to give his throat a rest as he summoned 2 cups of sweet latte tea. He poured 1 cup of tea on the dish and then handed the dish full of tea to Isis, while he sipped from the remaining cup. As the two enjoyed their tea in silence, Isis suddenly said in a nonchalant tone. I may be leaving the demonic wolf settlement under the guise of investigating any miracle invoker-related activities. Klein tipped his hat hearing this, and took another sip. That's good. Then shall we meet? Of course. I also wish to see the town you made and populated with the people you stole back then. This was another one of the things that caused an uproar in demonic wolf settlement, as any and all human slaves they had vanished, causing a shortage of food. Isis never cared about this, as a mythical creature, she never had any need to eat. This wasn't the case with other subsidiary gods, they eat so as to fill the void that was their stomach. Klein chuckled, and asked, so, when are you planning to leave? Isis picked the dish from her mouth and gulped the rest of the tea down her throat. She rested the dish back on the table, and smiled, feeling the sweet taste of the tea. A little more than a week. She said, while Klein thought. She is like a dog. Klein lampooned, and thought about the mistress of horror, the Evernight goddess, and then compared that goddess to this demonic wolf sitting in front of him. Incomparable. How did Amon-Isis even develop into that genocidal deity? Actually, time and godhood should have done the trick. Klein lampooned again and used his clown and swindler prowess to hide the peculiar expression he would have made otherwise. He finished his tea and rested the cup on the table. This reminds me. Have you thought of an honorific name? Your believers have a way to more efficiently pray to you. Amon-Isis nodded. In fact, I have. She closed her eyes and then reopened them again as she slowly uttered in a beautiful, calm and serene voice. An existence from a bygone time. The Lady of Concealment. Herald of Misfortune. Mistress of Repose and Silence. Klein's breath immediately became heavy. An existence from a bygone time. It was almost like Klein could hear his own heartbeats, as the first line of his very honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, rang in his ears. It was like an ominous raving prompting him to swallow his own saliva. You have no idea just how spot on you are. Klein nodded at Amon-Isis, while maintaining his composure, though the latter did take notice of the slight change that occurred in his temperament for a singular moment. This is weird. Did he take notice of the fact that I took inspiration from his honorific name? Suddenly the memory of her creating her honorific name flashed through her mind. It was just yesterday, when she had some luxury of time to rest up a bit. That's when the thought about having an honorific name crossed her mind. Honorific name. She began to rack her brain with a number of ideas, remembering her third-grade poetry lessons she had back in her home world, eventually making her think of her mom, who used to be a poet, making her sigh. She then remembered Klein's honorific name, and decided to take some inspiration from it, to structure hers. I am sure he won't mind. She slightly grinned and began thinking. I can't state that I am a demonic wolf, that would scare people, so maybe a creature. No, an existence would work wonders. She nodded and continued onwards. An existence from another world. Too blatant and might attract some unwanted gazes. An existence from a forgotten time. Bygone time. Yeah, that would work. After all, how many people are even aware of the existence of other worlds? Amon-Isis nodded once again and settled on the first line of her honorific name. An existence from a bygone time. She softly uttered, and plunged herself back into her thoughts. First line settled. Then maybe, specifying some authorities. I don't have any mysterious space like Klein, so I can't mention that. Then. Yes, concealment. It's one of the main authorities of a servant of concealment such as myself, so I should mention it in my honorific name. Then. Amon-Isis pondered for a moment longer before uttering in a soft tone. The Lady of Concealment. Amon-Isis quickly settled with the second line of her honorific name. Now, about the third line. Maybe Goddess of Misfortune. Yeah, but a slight problem is that I am referred to as such here too. That might create some problems mystical-wise. Amon-Isis closed her eyes, as her ears twitched. Opening them again, she grinned and uttered. Herald of Misfortune. Nodding once more. Amon-Isis settled the third line. Now should I have a fourth line too? Klein only has 3 lines to his honorific name. She pondered for a moment before deciding on adding another line. Then. Maybe the nature of the pathway. Klein's honorific name, in a way, also implies the nature of full pathway. It's enigmatic and ancient in some way, signifying mysteries and history. The darkness pathway's symbolism is serenity and dreams. So maybe repose and silence. She racked her brain a bit more before softly and slowly uttering. Mistress of repose and silence. Amon-Isis' grin became wider. Perhaps those literature and poetry classes weren't for nothing. Now, should I add my name at the end too? Maybe, the great Amon-Isis. She immediately shook her head, while her expression became slightly twisted. Yeah, no. That's cringe. A 4-line honorific name should be enough. There is no need for people to know who I am, just that, I am a benevolent deity that has helped them from their inevitable fate of being eaten. The more enigmatic I remain, the better. Amon-Isis nodded. She took a deep breath and softly said, her voice calm and serene. An existence from a bygone time. The Lady of Concealment. Herald of Misfortune. Mistress of Repose and Silence. Back to the present day. Amon-Isis thought of asking Klein about it, but then decided against it, as she considered that it might be a bit too much. Maybe he was just taken aback. But again, he is a clown. For him to display any emotion would mean he was truly and utterly taken aback. Last time, I managed to take note of any high emotional radiance when he referred to the Lord of Mysteries, who is the great old one of his pathway, and a true pillar. Amon-Isis was going through an internal strife, which was quickly broken by the voice of Klein. Very good. I'll make the people in the town aware of it. Isis quickly nodded. Since he has moved on from the topic, let's save this question for another time. She nodded again. By the way, have you given a name to the town? She quickly noticed Klein's lips twitch, as they curled upwards, forming a warm smile that seemed to contain many emotions: sadness, happiness, nostalgia, and a distant feeling of pain and loneliness. Klein himself looked down at the grayish-white fog. Tingen. Klein uttered in a soft tone. His voice was a clear reflection of all the varying emotions that seemed to erupt from his figure. It was uncontrollable, neither did Klein wish to control them. Isis became motionless as she looked at the smiling Klein. At that moment, Isis felt something: sorrow. She could feel Klein's sorrow. You. Haha, just what are you? What have you suffered from in your life? Just what secrets do you hold? Mysteries. You have told me so much about this world, its secrets, its mysteries. But where do you fit in all this? At that moment Isis felt like laughing out loud. They had only known each other for merely a little more than 4 or 5 days at best. Yet, not only have they managed to become friends, albeit with some mistrust, Klein managed to make her feel something she thought she had lost by now. Humanity. Unknowingly, a smile formed on her face. Her pretty, demonic wolf's face. Perhaps she wanted to know Klein a bit better, even if it was to simply have the knowledge of one very mysterious figure in this world, or just a friend wanting to know the other. They both enjoyed their own little moments in silence. After an unknown amount of time, both gazed at each other as Klein softly mused, considering we are going to be meeting in a week and potentially travel for a while, let's not hold any other meeting for the week except the one with Grisha. Isis agreed. Then shall we end this meeting today? Isis maintained her smile and replied, sure. She extended her paw, which confused Klein for a moment, before he understood her implication and extended his left hand, shaking hands, paws, with her. With that, Klein cut off the mystical connection between them, allowing Isis' astral body to descend back into her real body. While Klein, watching her figure disappear into crimson, slowly sighed and leaned back against his chair. He lifted his left hand and looked at his palm. A tiresome smile formed on his face. Chapter 17, The Fool and the Demonic Wolf. Bustle, bustle. As the dust swayed by on the road, the bustling sound of people walking on its rough surface resonated through the surroundings. People went by, some coming and some going, some talking to each other, while others simply stood by looking over at the bright crimson sky, littered with countless stars, casting their illumination on the planet. It was a peaceful time, a blissful time for the newly established Tingen city. The people that were once subjected to a terrible, harsh life, with death being their only moment of rest, had now slowly begun to be rejuvenated with their new life, one actually worth living. They could now wear extravagant clothing that wasn't tattered, or ripped. Clean proper clothes that protected them from the harsh weather and made them appear like living, breathing people. They had the luxury of footwears, providing their feet's protection from dust, pebbles and a number of other things. They had plentiful and scrumptious meals, allowing them the luxury of choice. They had their own houses providing them ample shelter, and had the autonomy to choose their own vocations in life, unlike merely hoping they'll peacefully see the next day. To most, this felt like a dream. A lustrous one they would soon wake up from, back into their harsh reality, a scary thought that constantly plagued their minds, creeping at every corner. Yet, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a dream, the people, having slowly learned to enjoy it, were slowly escaping from their previous nightmare. As the constant bustle on the streets went by, with people going back to their home or some preferring to wander around in the starry night, suddenly, everyone froze. The town itself became motionless as if frozen in time, as the hundreds of people all stood at their spot, their eyes widened with shock as an illusory voice drilled into their head, ringing itself into their ears like an illusory raving. An unknown amount of time went by, as one by one, the people in town dropped to their knees, clasped their hands together, and in unison spoke out loudly, their varying voices mystically tuning together, as certain words escaped their lips. An existence from a bygone time. The Lady of Concealment. Herald of Misfortune. Mistress of Repose and Silence. Hundreds of people chanted the honorific name of Goddess of Misfortune, a revelation they have just received providing them with a means of praying to their benevolent deity. They chanted the honorific name over and over again, an act of genuine piousness towards the deity. Their chorus spread far and wide, as the morning sun faintly parted the sky. The sound of chanting filled the entire area, making itself known. Perhaps far away, landing in the ears of a certain sun god. Far away from Tingen, even further than the northern continent. Klein Moretti, the king of angels of Full Pathway, leaned against a giant boulder in the middle of a lush forest. His eyes were closed, while his relatively slender body bathed in the bright sunlight, giving birth to a massive shadow. He was relaxed, seemingly having no worries in his life, as he comfortably stood, patiently waiting for someone. That someone didn't take much of his time, as Klein felt a certain change in his surroundings, most noticeably the shadows created by the trees and that of his own thicken. It wasn't exactly the shadow, but the commutative darkness that was created from so many shadows gathering together. Klein observed as the darkness around him gathered at a spot, and then shaped into a corporal figure, resembling a wolf with 8 legs. The darkness suddenly scattered by, as a figure approached Klein, a black-furred, 8-legged demonic wolf, who had dark eyes that appeared serene, having the ability to calm one's soul. Klein chuckled, lifted his hand, and took off his hat, soon placing it on his chest. After offering her a gentlemanly bow, he spoke out in a soft but mischievous tone, "Good afternoon. Isn't the weather nice today? I don't know why, but I suddenly don't have a nice feeling about this." The servant of concealment, Amon-Isis, frowned. She let out a sigh and laughed. "I would say, it's a little too bright today." She spoke, trying to replicate his tone. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly as put his hat back on, and through the use of his clown prowess, immediately took notice of a change that had occurred in Amon-Isis' body. She has gotten much smaller. He thought as the image of the goddess of misfortune surfaced in his mind. Comparing that image to the demonic wolf in front of him, Klein confirmed his observation, and took notice of a number of more differences. Not only has her body reduced in size, it seems her internal skeleton is contracting alongside her organs. Her body has begun to change. Klein was amazed to a certain extent, as the figure of the Evernight goddess flashed in front of his eyes. Though, it's not by too much. She is still a demonic wolf, just a smaller one. With the rate, it would still take quite a while before she will truly gain a human form. I wonder if she will have those 6 arms. Amon-Isis took notice of his prolonged stare and felt awkward. So, from where shall we begin this adventure? Klein, unbothered by her weird expression, replied nonchalantly, "I haven't actually decided yet." "Where do you want to go?" "Where do I want to go? I thought you had something in mind, that's why I didn't bother thinking." Amon-Isis lampooned inwardly. She then looked up at the bluish sky and thought of the various places she knew of by name. Moon City. No. Anywhere but that. Giant King's Court. Too dangerous. Actually, I'd rather not be in the eastern continent because of Master. Then, how about the northern or southern continent? I did want to visit Tingen, that should be a good place to start. Amon-Isis looked back at Klein, and softly spoke, "How about Tingen for starters? We can explore from there." She saw Klein smile, and gave a thumbs up. "Very well then. Though I'll need to hide you through illusion. They wouldn't take a demonic wolf entering their newly established town lightly." "No." Amon-Isis nodded, indicating understanding. "I need to gain a human body quickly," she emphasized in her mind, as they both entered the spirit world. "Follow me," Klein said, waving his hand, as the two wandered through the illusory realm. "Tingen it is then. Actually, I wonder if..." Klein thought for a moment, as he caressed his chin. Turning around, his gaze landed at Amon-Isis as he asked, "Do you want to directly go there, or should we just go to the northern continent and travel to Tingen by foot from there?" "I am asking this, because we are essentially adventuring together. What fun would it be, if we were to directly reach our destination without experiencing a journey?" Klein had another unspoken reason. That was, that he had, so far, only seen the condition of this world in the more prominent places, such as Moon City, or the shores of the northern continent. He had not truly borne witness to this world of the Second Epoch, being utterly unaware of what might be happening in secrets. His main goal for exploring the world was to strengthen his humanity, so by embarking on a true journey of sorts, he could achieve just that. On a side note, the bluff I made in front of her would become true too. Klein inwardly nodded to himself, as he waited for his friend to give a reply. Amon-Isis thought, weighing his words, before ultimately nodding, indicating agreement. "Not gonna lie, with how this is shaping, I feel like I have ice-skated into an RPG world." Amon-Isis teased herself, as she and Klein got a move on again. After traveling for a bit further, while having a small chatter among themselves, they finally exited the spirit world, appearing not too further away from a shore. Amon-Isis gazed at the shore, looking over the various tents, burnt-out campfires littered with ashes, and the hundreds of humans that assumed a defensive stance against the sea at all times. Her gaze naturally moved over at sea, where she saw enormous tsunamis, capable of leveling entire cities, approaching the shore at high speed. Immediately her head turned towards Klein, who wore a nonchalant expression, displaying no care. Amon-Isis took it as a good sign, and turned her head back towards the enormous tsunamis approaching their way. But before they could get dangerously closer, a giant, sharpened, wind blade slashed through the body of water. This wind blade was followed by thousands more, as they quickly took care of the sea calamities. Get used to this. This is essentially life outside the demonic wolf settlement. Klein paused for a moment, as his gaze settled on Amon-Isis. Constant war. The demonic wolf remained incredibly still, feeling her companion's emphasis on war at the end. She then silently nodded as they began to walk away from the shore, while Klein gave her a rundown. The humans and elves are at war with each other on the shores of the continent and its neighboring island. The southern continent is mostly uncharted, with only phoenixes loitering around. The eastern continent situation is something you are already aware of. Amon Isis listened calmly, before posing a question. What about dragons and devils? I don't have much of an idea on devils, but dragons usually stay in the City of Miracles, Liveseed. Only on special occasions would they come out of this divine kingdom and descend onto the real world. Her curiosity instantly piqued. City of Miracles, Liveseed. She and Klein were walking down in a forest on a makeshift dirt road, presumably built for easy transportation of goods. While Amon Isis did not know of the route to Tingen, she had at least this much trust on Klein that they were heading in the right direction. While Klein, I have zero idea where this road leads us. He had an extremely innocent expression on his face as he explained, do you know of divine kingdoms? Well, regardless, at sequence 0, you became capable of manifesting a complete divine kingdom. It is essentially a realm that embodies the concept represented by the corresponding true deity. City of Miracles, Liveseed is. As Klein spoke, Amon Isis took notice of their darkening surroundings, as seemingly a shadowy veil enveloped the whole area, cutting off any and all connection from the outside world. She blinked as she felt her connection with the spirit world, and the surroundings' darkness vanished. Not only this, all her abilities felt suppressed, weakening her. Dragon of Imagination, Enkwelt's divine kingdom. Klein uttered the true name of the one who must not be named, causing Amon Isis to freeze up and gulp her own saliva. She remained still for the longest of time, waiting for a fleet of dragons to suddenly rain down upon the both of them. But as time went by, and nothing came to be, she slowly loosened herself, still on guard, and gave Klein a look of, what's wrong with you? Klein in response, presented the most innocent-looking smile ever, like that of a newborn, yet beneath it was a poorly concealed spite that very loudly spelled out, everything. I was correct. Traveling with this guy is gonna be stressful and troublesome. Amon Isis spiked on her poor choice of companion. Do not worry. Before uttering Dragon of Imagination real name, I brought forth the embryonic form of my divine kingdom. Klein paused and looked around for a moment, gazing at the thick shadowy curtain that veiled the area. Realm of Mysteries. It has the capability of distorting space and time to separate, blocking information transfer. You can think of anything or anyone in here, without having to worry about them being aware of it. You can even think of Grisha. Amon Isis' face slowly morphed into that of amusement. Embryonic form. That means it's still incomplete. But even more of a fact, that at sequence 1 you can create an embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Interesting. Or could it be due to Klein's connection to his corresponding Great Old One Sapphira? I am pretty sure his level is much above sequence 1 but below sequence 0, so it would make sense if that is the case. I suppose, I can only discover that once I became one myself. It seems to be that the Realm of Mysteries has extremely high concealment authority for it to completely separate itself from material, spirit, and even the astral world. The concealment authority doesn't seem to be any less potent than in the Darkness Path, but their way of concealment is wildly different. Back to topic. So, the City of Dragons is in fact a divine kingdom. Is that why no one could ever discover it? Countless thoughts plagued the servant of concealment's mind, as she bent her head down and began to make a few more connections which she hadn't thought of yet. Also, now that I can think of it. Merely thinking about Dragon of Imagination can cause him to be aware of you. The same applies for Grisha according to Klein. Does that mean one of the pathways of Chaos C, or should I say, God Almighty's is the dragon pathway? Klein silently stood there, letting her ruminate over her thoughts and make necessary connections. I am bored. He took out some cards from the historical void, and began to cut the deck in various ways to pass the time. A few moments later, Amon Isis finally looked back at him, and quickly noticed his activities as well as his stoic and bored expression. This is weirdly cute. She complimented in her head, and coughed lightly causing Klein to come out of his trance. You done? Amon Isis smiled and nodded. She then noticed the surroundings returning back to normalcy as the thick shadowy curtain retreated to void. Klein put away his deck of cards, and tipped his head. Then shall we get going? Amon Isis chuckled at his gentlemanly activities as they began to move again. Time flew by, as the fool and the demonic wolf continued on their journey, occasionally chattering, while sometimes silently ruminating. Occasionally stopping in their route to eat too. But we are mythical creatures, we don't have any need to eat. Amon Isis questioned as Klein rolled over a picnic carpet, and took out a basket from the historical void. Simple. Another way to maintain humanity is to perform mundane human tasks. For how meaningless they may be, they, to beings like us, hold a significant connection, a corresponding memory of sorts, that evokes emotion. Does that include washroom business too? Amon Isis tilted her head, but regardless laid down on the picnic carpet that was smaller than her body. Klein put on some jam and butter on a piece of white bread and then handed it over to her. Amon Isis sniffed the bread for a moment and then bit on it with her wolf teeth, before completely snatching it away from Klein's hand and eating the entire sandwich in one large bite. Klein chuckled upon seeing this, causing Isis to feel slight embarrassment. I truly am acting like a dog now. Like a talking dog. She looked away as her ears twitched wildly. They both ate their picnic fills, before lying down on the carpet, laid on a grassy field. Klein looked at the bright sun that was hanging on top of them, signifying midday. He couldn't help but gulp his own saliva and narrowed his gaze while looking at the bright sun, before ultimately relaxing himself. Taking out that worry over the sun. I have never been this relaxed in a long while. Seems like coming to this age wasn't a bad thing after all. He silently chuckled to himself as he closed his eyes, feeling the warm breeze flutter his hair's specks. Isis, whose head was turned towards this angel, watched his calm and relaxed expression, and felt herself feeling relaxed from it. It's a shame I can't feel sleepy without making it up. She closed her eyes, letting the warm rays of sun and gentle breeze calm her soul. This was possibly the best time she has had ever since her transmigration. After resting for quite a while, Klein dispelled the historical projections, as he and Isis continued on their journey, walking side by side. The sun has begun to set. Isis commented as she and Klein walked inside a small abandoned village. The carcasses of wooden buildings and structures, and the settled dust on their wooden frames alongside the deafening silence, gave this deserted place an eerie feeling, as if it has been preserved in time, creaking on untold history. What could have happened here? What secrets might lie beneath? What untold story have these wooden buildings witnessed? What happened to the people who once called this their home? They both could only merely speculate, with no way of confirming their guesses. Considering it's about to be nighttime, shall we set up a campfire and rest here for today? Klein asked, looking over at Isis, who stood a few feet away from him, her gaze fixed over a toppled house. You truly do consider it an adventure, huh? Isis found it quite amusing and simply nodded. Since they were already in the middle of a forest and within the carcasses of a village that was made out of wood, it didn't take Klein too long to set up a campfire. He quickly brought over some logs and set up a seating beside the bright burning fire. The environment grew increasingly quiet as time went by, the crimson slowly creaking and filling the night sky as well as illuminating the entire land, albeit faintly. Klein and Isis mostly remained silent, while the former cooked pieces of meat on top of the fire. Isis had zero idea where he even got them. It didn't take too long as the meat was nicely grilled. Klein took out condiments from the historical void and sizzled the piece of meat, before a plate of them over to Isis. She instinctively bent down and sniffed the plate, confirming that they weren't human meat. Seems like beef or pork. Wait. There are cows and pigs in this world. Isis was slightly taken aback, having never considered the existence of normal animals in this world. She shook her head and ate her portion, admitting to herself that Klein is a good cook. You enjoy cooking, huh? Isis commented, earning a stiff laughter from Klein. Well. I used to live alone in a rented apartment, and my salary wasn't really that great, to be honest. So, I kinda just learned how to cook to save up on money. Isis furrowed her eyebrows hearing this. This was the first time Klein had revealed anything regarding himself ever since their first meeting. Should I also talk about myself? I used to be a part of the higher management of a big company. And I was kinda bad at cooking. Isis said, and then instantly felt awkward. Seems like my communication skills have suffered from my godhood and prolonged isolation. Isis lampooned and looked up at Klein, who had an expression of amazement. That's really nice. I used to be an engineer. Isis felt a tug upon hearing this, and further chatted. Cool. My brother was an engineer too. Besides, I thought they had a good salary. Not really, I mean, it depends upon experience. I was freshly out of college. That means you are younger than me. For some reason, that does not give me good vibes. Klein lampooned as the both of them chatted their dinner away. Klein couldn't help but bring out a genuine smile, as someone that didn't have too many people to talk to, especially ever since his transmigration. It was a nice change to be able to talk freely without having to put up a character in place. He could truly just be himself. They both quickly finished their dinner, while continuing to chat about their profession, and before long, Isis felt like sleeping once more, an action she felt was quite important to her mental health. Klein only chuckled at this, as he summoned a blanket for her to rest upon, and before he knew it, this sleepless angel had fallen asleep. To think this woman would be the sequence 0 of the sleepless pathway. Klein leaned towards a tree and rested his head against the hardwood. He gazed at the starry crimson sky, letting a sigh escape himself. Moving his head towards the sleeping Isis, Klein smiled and shook his head. She is much different than what I imagined. There is almost no semblance of this Isis and the Evernight goddess I am familiar with. It only invokes my imagination further as to what that goddess went through. How did her and Grisha's first meeting go without me? Did she ever experience these moments? Haha, likely not. Another sigh escaped, as he felt bad for his fellow transmigrator and a true friend. But that's not the case anymore. I changed it. I wonder how she would have felt about this development. Hee, in saying, I wouldn't change history too much, to changing one of the biggest, most prominent figures in history. I truly did underestimate myself. Klein facepalmed while smiling like a madman. What has been done, has been done. There is nothing I can do anymore, neither do I wish to. I took a choice and I shall bear its consequences no matter how severe or serene they may be. He resonated with himself, affirming his past actions. But, there is one person I still can't decide what to do with. Klein's smile dropped as he turned his head towards some trees. It wasn't the trees that Klein was staring at, but far away in the direction of his head, thousands and thousands of kilometers away, was a certain pseudo-visionary whose gaze had been long fixated on the fool and the demonic wolf. Grisha. The contents of his last meeting flashed in Klein's eyes. Chapter 18, The Bright Blazing Sun. A man must accomplish the task he has been entrusted with. That's what Fred thought, as he walked over on the dirt road, surrounded by the lush green forest. His bag was slung over his shoulder as he silently ruminated over his past couple of days. Merlin. It has been months since I last saw him. Ever since his fateful encounter with Merlin Hermes, the wandering magician, Fred's thoughts had been completely plagued by the image of the latter, as well the horrific encounter that creeped up his soul every now and then. Fred wasn't stupid, he knew for a fact that he had been mentally scarred. How couldn't he? If it wasn't for Merlin that day, he would have never been able to return back. To let him recover, Lord Quan gave him a month of rest. An act of kindness. This had proven effective as Fred was mostly recovered from his injuries, as well as his mental trauma. Yet the effects lingered. It wasn't too much of a bother for Fred, he had simply learned to pay no mind to them. After a month of rest, Fred was assigned back to his duties. A deliveryman, though he was no longer given organs to deliver and was strictly forbidden to go anywhere near Lord Semirun's mansion. Fred, being the obedient one, strictly followed. Currently, he was delivering some gems to the other part of the city, one that Fred has never visited before. For this, he was to follow one of his close friends, G's. And this is what happens when you strictly abide by a singular route. I get it, you never had to deliver anywhere else, but did you seriously never bother exploring? G scolded her good friend. Well, she had been scolding him the entire way, so by this point, her words only fell on empty ears. Fred simply shook his head, presenting a tired expression, as he and G's approached the Moon City. G's unexpectedly closed her mouth, and leaned forward towards Fred, whispering in his ears. It isn't over yet. The latter felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly gulped. Are you kidding me? He deeply said, expressing his intense mental tiredness. He and G's hung their heads low as they slowly walked inside the Moon City. Almost instantly, their attention was caught by the abnormal silence that seemed to envelope the whole city of Sanguines. This caused G's to raise her head, and look around wearing a confused look. Suddenly, she felt hundreds of gazes land upon her at once. Some filled with malice, while others held an indescribable essence within them, one that could not be easily discerned. G's gulped, and so did Fred, whom had also felt the numerous gazes landing on them. His thoughts began to run wild, as the past trauma creeped itself back onto his mind, the scenes flashing past his eyes, as he felt his body turn stiff, before eventually succumbing to paralysis from fear. He felt a tug beside him, G's, who now held his hands, squeezing them tightly, while she barely maintained her composure. Fred saw her side profile from the corner of his eyes, and tried to move his body, trying to overcome his fear, even if the attempt was to result in failure. It was then, suddenly, a bright glow enveloped his vision. A radiant warmth washed over his body, purging all his bad emotions, washing them away, far away from his cloudy mind. Fred immediately gained back control over his body, and simultaneously looked up, before instinctively shielding his eyes. Soon, his vision adapted to the bright light that illuminated from the sky. The clouds that enveloped the Moon City began to clear up, as Fred and G's for the first time in their lives, witnessed a spectacle that they had only dreamt of witnessing. The bright blazing sun. Golden rays erupted from the sky, shining over the city of Sanguines, illuminating every part of the city, far brighter than what the crimson moon could ever hope to output. The sun, once always tucked away behind the dark clouds dotting the city's skies, had for the first time showed its full glory. Its purifying rays illuminated the land, casting away the darkness and madness that permeated the land. It was a beautiful and wonderful sight, one that Fred or G's could not have described in words. But for the Sanguines, it was nothing short of ugly. A despicable light that did nothing but harm them, burned their skin away. It was at that moment, Fred understood the reason behind the mostly empty streets of Moon City. Sun. It was the bright illumination from the sun that had caused these ravenous beasts to retract into the shadows. They could not withstood this incandescent light. A slight chuckle escaped from his lips as he squeezed G's hands, smiling and looking up at the bright sun. The incandescent sun. Klein breathed out while stretching his body. The King of Angels had donned on a winter fur jacket over his black waistcoat, as if to protect himself from the chilly tundra that surrounded him. Of course, naturally, as a mythical creature, Klein would not feel the cold the same way humans did. For this reason, he had to deceive his own body, to interact with the harsh environment as the average human would, a minor way to reinforce his humanity. So cold. Klein rubbed his hands and exhaled on them. Besides him, Isis took notice of his action, and couldn't help but muse to herself. Good thing I am a demonic wolf, my fur is thick enough to protect me from the harsh cold. Just as she grinned, a patch of snow fell over from a tall tree, landing directly on her head. What are the chances? Isis lampooned at her own bad luck even as the Lady of Misfortune, and shook off the snow from her head. She looked back at Klein, who covered a laugh, an action which caused the demonic wolf to crack a smile and then let out a chuckle. It had been a couple of months since the two had embarked on their adventure, with a natural result of the duo warming up to each other's presence. They began to walk once more through the snowy tundra plains, while looking at the cloudy sky, with orange bright rays penetrating in some places, giving the sky as a whole, an unholy look. Klein sighed looking at the cloudy figure of the sun that was tucked behind by clouds. His influence is growing, he thought, as a gentle cold breeze hit his face, prompting Klein to shiver. You should probably wear a head cap. Your ears and cheek are red. Just as Isis said that, she tilted her head, gazing at Klein, who appeared quite pretty due to his bright red facials, and his snowy fair skin. And your nose too. Your nose is red. Klein in response, shook his hands in front of his face, and nonchalantly said with a smile, I get it. I get it. The top hat on his head suddenly changed shape, as it turned into a Pikachu head-shaped cap that covered his ears. A Pokemon fan. If only, I could pull my card collection from the historical void. Isis felt solemn and displayed it adequately on her face. Klein noticed her expression, and tilted his head in confusion. Before he could have asked her anything regarding her weird expression, his spirituality triggered, prompting him to look in a certain direction in the forest. That. Isis had also seemingly sensed the strange attraction that had triggered both of their spirituality. Without exchanging words, they both advanced with caution towards the ominous attraction. In just a few moments, they reached an abandoned stone ruin, with moss and cobwebs covering its weathering form. This was a shocking matter for even Klein. Stone ruin. Didn't you say these plains are mostly untouched? Isis questioned, before pausing. Yeah. He said mostly. Realization dawned on her, while Klein, who was about to explain himself, noticed her enlightened expression and opted to remain silent. A stone ruin is pretty weird. Also the strange pull coming from here. Could it be that it has medium to high-level characteristics of fool, error, or door? This wasn't a surprise for Klein, as he and Isis had repeatedly encountered mid to high sequence characteristics monsters on their journey, with most of them being a mix of various non-neighboring pathways. Without entertaining a talk, the duo walked inside the stone ruin, with Klein wishing away the cobwebs and moss layering the place. Soon, they noticed various decayed skeletons, resembling that of various races. The ruin itself was not too big, hence it didn't take too long for Klein and Isis to completely explore the entirety of it. Yet, they were unable to identify the source of the mystical attraction. Suddenly, Isis felt her weight decrease, as she looked down and noticed herself floating on top of a void hole. Almost immediately, her figure disappeared from the spot, reappearing a few feet away from the void hole. The surroundings' darkness quickly gathered in spot, cloaking it entirely. The darkness then began to shatter, as the void hole was completely melted away. Isis didn't melt just a hole, but the very deception of space that was applied on her. She was deceived. The deception came along with an illusion, to mask the fake as real, making her feel like she was about to fall into the void, in spite of it not even being a real hole. The darkness around her quickly began to expand, covering the whole ruin in a matter of seconds. Isis looked down and clicked her tongue, as the darkness immediately melted away the entirety of ruin, skeletons within it, and even the figure of Klein, though it quickly turned into melted pieces of paper. Isis didn't stop there, as she controlled the darkness, expanding it into a large area outside the abandoned ruin, and melted and vanquished the whole area. From the darkness, her serene figure quickly took form, with her eyes devoid of the usual serenity that accompanied them. As she now stood in front of a staff, inlaid with gems, with the most brightest one presenting a bluish hue that shined on her face, she quickly retraced her vision as instead of the gems-inlaid staff, there now stood a figure of Klein himself. He raised his hand, as a door of light appeared at Isis' figure, entangling with her, locking her in a place. But then, the door of light damped, as the bright light that shone through it was converged by the darkness that gathered and poured through the door of light, swiftly melting it to nothingness, with Isis' figure melting into darkness. Klein, witnessing this, raised his hand once more, as more doors of light swiftly appeared all around, yet just as fast as they appeared, they were quickly melted into nothingness. Klein suddenly felt countless gazes land on him at once. He felt intense terror, and at the same time, an extreme feel of calm washed over his body, as before he could even react, his entire figure was torn apart by the surrounding darkness, with him being unable to even use paper substituents. But then, from the torn-apart body of Klein, the staff inlaid with gems reappeared. This Klein, Amon Isis had fought and overpowered, was but a mere illusion that was turned real through the use of deception at conceptual level. Before the staff could conjure any more tricks, the darkness around it churned, as a fair hand took hold of the staff. Amon Isis, who was about to pounce over at the staff, stopped herself, as she looked over at the man whom the fair hand belonged to. Another Klein. Amon Isis quickly controlled the darkness, as it took a material form of a spear, launching itself onto Klein, only for the spear to suddenly halt as it was unable to penetrate the thick grayish-white fog enveloping Klein's figure, like a cocoon. The grayish-white fog then expanded, overcoming the darkness around them, quickly engulfing the entire area. As soon as the grayish-white fog made contact with Amon Isis' figure, who was unable to dodge it due to the darkness around her having been consumed by the fog, she felt a wave of calm wash over her. Her thoughts became clear once more, as the serene calm returned in her eyes. What the? Amon Isis felt her clouded mind becoming clearer, as she remembered her previous action. She noticed the fog churning, as it soon disappeared, letting her take a look at the havoc she had wreaked. The entire 10 kilometers radius surrounding the once abandoned ruin was completely and utterly destroyed. Trees, ground, snow, everything appeared completely melted, with a black hue at the edges of what was left of them. The ground appeared completely plowed, and the once abandoned ruins had nothing left of them. It appeared as if there was simply never a ruin there. This caused her eyes to widen and her mouth to hang open. What the? Wait, what happened to me there? Amon Isis was confused, beyond baffled. She turned her head towards Klein, who wore a look of amusement and confusion. I swear on my life, I have zero idea what happened to me. She tried to explain herself, before being shunned away by Klein's waving hand. No, it's not your fault. Don't worry about that. Klein consoled her, before habitually beginning to analyze. In fact, it's a little weird. For a goddess as serene and calm as her, that act of irrationality is out of character. Not even the Evernight goddess had ever acted that immaturely. Well, I have never seen her fight, but still. Klein had a vague guess regarding her condition, which he considered to be the likely case. He then took note of her spoiled mood. Sighing, he walked towards Amon Isis, whose head hung low as she was pondering over her sudden loss of calm, when she suddenly felt a hand pat her head. Now, it's okay. Sometimes we all get carried away. Klein grinned, as he took notice of the sudden moment of her tale. Amon Isis' ears twitched, as she flinched away from him. I may act like a dog at times, but that doesn't equate to me being an actual dog, dammit. Klein chuckled, as he raised his hand to tip his top hat, only to remember he wasn't wearing one. Awkwardly laughing again, he put his hand against his chest, and gave a bow. Sorry. I just thought it would lighten your mood a little, which it seems to have. Amon Isis opened her mouth to refute, before shutting it again. Damn it. I need a human body, how much more time would it take? She turned her gaze towards the staff, inlaid with gems, and slowly asked. What is this thing? Klein, without turning his head, answered. I suppose you should be aware of artifacts. This is one such artifact belonging to Sequence 3, Mentor of Deceit, and Sequence 4, Lie. Klein paused, as he extended his hand and pulled a gold coin from the historical void. Chuckling, he tossed the coin in the air, as his pupil dilated. The coin spun around in mid-air, before landing back in his palm, and disappearing. Klein's pupil also returned to normal, as he began to speak again. It has living characteristics and has the capability to create various illusions, and make them seem real through deception. This deception is at a conceptual level, so even the effects are simulated to a certain extent. It first conjured the old trick in the book, simulating falling. Before conjuring an illusion of me from your memory. Of course, the illusions, especially at my level, are quite inaccurate, which is the reason you were able to get rid of it without much trouble. Amon Isis took note of the artifact, and nodded. Since my head wasn't clear, I wasn't able to discern the real Klein. I suppose visually, the artifact can create a one-to-one replica. Also, Mentor of Deceit. Amon Isis didn't hold back on her curiosity and simply asked, what pathway does Mentor of Deceit correspond to? Marauder. Klein replied. Marauder. Seems fitting for a pathway named Marauder to have deceiving abilities, even more fitting when you consider that it is one of the pathways of Lord of Mysteries. Actually, now that I think about it, don't giants also have similar abilities? Amon Isis thought to herself and nodded calmly. Klein looked at the staff, before looking back at Amon Isis. Wanna name it? Amon Isis' interest was instantly piqued, as she pondered for a moment, before replying. Lie. Klein smiled and nodded as the staff disappeared from his hand, appearing above the grey fog, within the ancient majestic palace. Lie had officially become the first member of Klein's junk pile. Klein sighed, as he looked around at the destroyed expanse of land. He extended his hands, and spoke out loudly. I wish for this place to return to how it was before. Just as Klein declared his wish, the surroundings churned, as the melted trees began to grow back at an abnormal rate. The melted snow quickly took back its original form, covering back the plowed ground. In just a few moments, the place had returned back to how it was before Klein and Ammonizes' arrival, with the exception of the ruins. This was because there was simply nothing left of them, not even pebbles. A miracle could not bring back what was lost in history. For Klein to be able to do that, he would have had to separate the past from present, something he was incapable of at the moment. Hence, he made the decision to leave it be. Ammonizes witnessed the miracle and felt somewhat relieved. I should stay away from fights. She had also guessed by this point as to the reason behind her previous actions, which only served to increase her annoyance. Shall we get a move on? Tingen City isn't too far away from here. Ammonizes nodded, as she and Klein began to move on again, not before Ammonizes took another look back at where the ruins used to be. Used to be? Have you? Far away from any land, in a distant part of the Sonia Sea, a figure with pointy ears, blue eyes, blue hairs, and fair skin that was covered by exotic mystical beast leather, deeply spoke in Elvish, his voice becoming distant at the end. This was a calamity elf, one of the many subsidiary gods of the Elven King, the tyrant whose supreme reign united the skies and seas. Besides this calamity, was a giant scaleless serpent, with dense patterns and complicated symbols representing godhood at its surface. Each symbol, while difficult to discern, seemingly represented a different shaped wheel that spun around slowly, representing the various future possibilities. Yes. I have wondered as to why the Queen's arrangements never allowed us to venture deep within human territory. The scaleless serpent followed after the calamity, as his tail wriggled, coiling around his own body. The calamity remained silent, seemingly contemplating over his Queen's numerous arrangements. Well, the biggest reason must be because of those envoys of death. Those wretched, oily, and puss-filled giant birds keep loitering around the Lord's territory, opening those annoying doors leading to everywhere. All the more reason why destroying their skeletal wings is my favorite pastime. The calamity elf roared in Elvish, his tone carrying a deep sense of hatred, excitement, and cruelty. The scaleless serpent hissed. And that is correct. If we don't take care of those giant birds, then who will? The giants are busy with dragons, while the sanguines are busy with mutants. The lower ranks cannot handle that many just through borrowing. They require us to descend. And if the Lord, himself, or the Queen have to step foot on the battlefield, then we may as well let the river of fate drown us for having failed the sole purpose of our lives. The calamity elf nodded, sharing the sentiment. He then began to think over again, a rare thing for a hot-headed elf like him, before turning his head back towards his ally. When was the last attack? He asked, to which, the scaleless serpent hissed once more, his giant tail moving around like it had a life of its own. It has been quite a long while since we last suffered an attack from them. Why? Do your hands itch? He spied openly, earning a deep but sinister chuckle from the calamity that stood beside him. I seek to bring forth a calamity in this world. Those envoys have not returned for a while now. Considering how close we are to the shores, and from how much trouble we have received from those humans. How about it? It wouldn't take too long to wipe them out. An immutable calamity that befalls upon all those that oppose the tyrant. He will be nothing short of pleased. The calamity elf broke into a maniacal laughter, imagining the tyrant commending him for getting rid of a long-term hindrance. Curiously, the surroundings seemed to resonate, as if the world's rules and laws were bending with his wild emotions. The scaleless snake was unperturbed by this as he simply scoffed. Or you will get executed. You are walking over the Queen's arrangement. I am aware of that. But think about it, if we got rid of those humans on the shore, then we would finally be able to occupy that large piece of land. So much territory to rule over. The end results will justify the means. The calamity spoke loudly. His voice once more affecting the multitude of realms overlapping his surroundings. Even if we may be stepping over the Queen's arrangement, we are doing it for the greater good of our race. The Queen will understand our point of view. The scaleless serpent remained silent for the longest of time. Seemingly in thought, while the symbols resembling a wheel churned and turned, completing one full rotation. His tail spun around before coiling itself completely like a spiral. The tail soon retracted itself, while the snake of Mercury narrowed his gaze, and proclaimed in a deep voice. A true calamity will soon sweep upon the enemies. It was a prophecy. A vague prophecy. The calamity elf's lips curled upwards. Without wasting another moment, he turned around and walked away, seemingly to gather an army. It didn't take too long as the scaleless serpent quickly heard synchronized steps behind him. Turning his body, he saw the Calamity Elf walking towards him. Behind was a sizable army of elves of varying strength. But the scaleless serpent quickly discerned most of them to be at higher rankings, around sequence 5 to 4. Nodding, the scaleless serpent's body began to morph before taking the shape of an elf that was slightly taller than the Calamity Elf. His hair was ruffled while his deep blue eyes had a wheel-like pupil. Sighing, the Snake of Mercury took a deep breath and dived into the ocean, followed by Calamity and other elves. The Calamity Elf stretched his hands outwards at the vast sea expanse, as giant waves began to take form. Suddenly a giant whirlwind blade took form just beneath the elves, engulfing all of them, as they began to traverse through the sea at supersonic speed. Giant waves, tornadoes, earthquakes, and even the sky shattered, as various calamities quickly took form one after another, lining themselves as they approached towards the shore at high speeds. The humans standing by quickly took notice of the sudden attack approaching their way, as one of them went inside the tents, soon coming back with a middle-aged, blue-haired man. Leodoro. Leodoro witnessed the approaching calamities and felt his heart sink. Quickly, he controlled the wind and began flying while reinforcing his dominion, forming various wind blades, high-rising waves, rainstorms, and a multitude of natural disasters, before clashing all of them with the approaching calamities in a bid to stop them. Yet, it instantly proved futile, as the approaching calamities were not only unhindered by this, they even incorporated them into their forms, seemingly multiplying and growing in intensity. Before Leodoro could make any further moves, the ground beneath him began to shake, prompting him to turn his head back down. Immediately various cracks produced from the earth, increasing in size as the earth began to split apart. The men standing on the fissuring ground quickly moved as they made distance away from the increasing cracks. Of course, not all of them were as quick-witted as the others. Some among the many, specifically those at lower sequence, were unable to react in time, causing them to fall into the cracks. Panic and fear quickly took over, as these helpless men stretched their arms out in an attempt to grab onto anything. Yet fate was cruel. Whatever they held onto broke after them, and whoever grabbed onto his falling ally only magically slipped after dooming the both of them. Leodoro, watching this, quickly diverted his attention and controlled the wind, catching on to as many people as possible. He turned his head and looked at the approaching calamities and then back at his allies. His gaze grew heavier as an internal strife occurred in his mind. Try to stop the approaching calamities or save his allies. Leodoro had to make a decision, and he had to make one fast. He gritted his teeth, contemplating. It was either the lives of many that will be lost once the calamity hit the shore, or the lives of those few that will be lost from falling inside the very land. His expressions twisted further and further, as his body began to shake uncontrollably. The calamity approaching towards the shore only took a more deadlier and deadlier form, looking to completely tear the entire shore apart. The earthquakes intensified in strength, causing the cracks to become widened. Eventually, the cracks developed into full ravines, swallowing everything at the shore, sand, water, and the various tents that were set up. More and more people began to fall in the newly created ravines, which caught Leodoro's attention as he controlled the wind, catching more people. It was at that moment, Leodoro made his decision. Along the lines of the shore, the water began to rise upwards, eventually reaching the clouds themselves. Whereas at the shore, a windy tornado took shape in midair. The wind swayed all those that had fallen in the large ravine, safely throwing them further away from the shore into the forest behind it, many kilometers away. Leodoro's decision was pretty simple. He chose both. By creating a giant tornado, he threw away all his men far back into the forest, while erecting a water wall behind him, to potentially give him a singular moment to face the impending calamity head-on. He would not retreat. Leodoro immediately turned around, as he witnessed the giant calamity storm colliding with the water wall he had erected. The water wall upon Colossine was instantly destroyed, crumbling back into the ocean. Leodoro's gaze settled on top of the calamity storm, as he looked over at a figure radiating oppression and fear, pointy ears, blue eyes, and blue hair. The Calamity Elf. From beneath the ocean, more elves began to emerge from the waters, each of which Leodoro recognized to be quite formidable. He remained motionless as the calamities were approaching one after the other, ready to hit shore any moment, while the elves that had come with the calamities began to advance towards him. Leodoro took a deep breath, before exhaling, and readying himself for what was about to come. He manipulated the wind and water to try and resist the calamity storm heading the shore's way when suddenly the calamity storm dissipated. It wasn't just the calamity storm, but every other calamity that had been created by the calamity elf soon dissipated. Not a single one of them hit the shore. Even the constant earthquakes had stopped. Leodoro was surprised by the sudden halt in the impending attacks and looked up at the calamity elf, only to see the latter wearing the same look of surprise and puzzlement. It was as if the very concept of calamity was shattered from this plane. All calamities throughout the world had halted. Then, Leodoro's eyes suddenly narrowed as a bright light flashed the area, causing him to hoist his hands upwards, putting them against his eyelids. Adjusting his vision, he looked back up, not at the Calamity Elf, but at the sky itself. The sky that usually held hundreds of dense clouds in this area, suddenly began to clear up as more and more bright rays penetrated into the dark atmosphere, reflecting the blue expanse of sea. As Leodoro came to witness, in just a few moments, the sky had completely cleared up with the bright blazing sun pulsating its illumination onto the sea, onto the land behind Leodoro, shining over the very figures of elves and human alike. A rainbow came out of nowhere shining brightly in the sky, complementing its appearance. It was a beautiful, almost enchanting spectacle, almost as if gods had gazed upon this battlefield. And the gods have decided to favor this measly human, as Leodoro noticed the sea trembling. Before he or the elves that had also noticed the anomaly could make any further sense of this situation, a giant hand emerged from the sea. Leodoro immediately backed away, expecting it to be another attack, which proved true, except the attack was not meant for him. As the giant hand made of water emerged from the sea, it was followed by a shoulder, a head, neck, and chest. In just a few moments, what had emerged from the sea was simply not describable. It appeared to be a giant body made of water, a titan whose lower half appeared to be submerged under the sea, while the other half the length of the sky itself. His jaw was hanging low from its head, so low to the point of touching the sea itself, while its giant arms flung around, cutting the elves at the bottom of the sea. The calamity giant took, who had been frozen from bearing witness to a calamity larger than one he had seen in his entire life, took notice of this, but before he could have made a move, a blood-curdling scream resounded through the air, as the arm emerged back from under the sea, this time dyed in crimson red. It opened its palms, letting the dead mutilated corpses of elves fall into the ocean. The charred corpses appeared to have been struck by lightning over and over until the very bones had been burned to crisp. The arms then turned towards the calamity elf. The latter instantly felt fear, alongside a crazy tyrannical aura, one akin to that of the tyrant himself. His mind was plagued by intense fear, as he turned around and tried to run away from this calamity. Suddenly, before the calamity elf could even react, one of the hands of the calamity had gotten hold of the lower half of his figure, instantly crushing it, causing the calamity elf to feel a wave of pain. This immediately caused the rest of his figure to deform into what appeared to be a sea creature full of tentacles, but half the part of his body was absent. It was an ugly creature, and a slippery one at that. As it tries to make use of the slipperiness of its body to potentially try to escape, yet, it resulted in failure as the calamity closed his hands on the creature, and before the calamity elf could even fathom his situation, his entire body was crushed. The calamity elf had hopelessly perished, unable to even put up any resistance against the true calamity. A tyrant. A true calamity will soon sweep upon the enemies. The prophecy had not described their victory, but indicated an inevitable failure, and the death that was soon to deliver onto them. Leodoro was speechless, even beyond senseless. His ears rang with the sounds of his own heartbeat beating, while his body trembled under the tyrannical aura that was radiated from the calamity that stood before him, yet strangely, he also felt himself relaxing from under the warm rays of the sun. Suddenly, the calamity before him trembled before exploding into a droplet of water that soon merged back with the sea, but Leodoro's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the calamity previously stood. Only after a long time did he raise his head and look at the bright, eternally pulsating sun, its golden rays providing warmth to the entire world, hoisting life itself under its gaze. Leodoro did not know of the emotions he was feeling: confusion, frustration, fear, enlightenment, happiness, sadness. He felt an influx of every emotion that dared to split apart his very psyche at any moment. Suddenly, Leodoro noticed the land that had split apart from the earthquakes began to sew itself back together, and just as he could have tuned his head to look at the insane development, the land was as good as untouched. The sea settled itself back down, while the sky remained clear with bright sun shining its rays upon the land and the ocean. Leodoro landed back down on the ground, looking at the vast expanse of sea before him. He clasped his hands, closed his eyes and lifted his head to look at the forever brightening Sunday. For the longest time, Leodoro maintained his position, as a bright bluish sphere, with lightning strikes occurring within the sphere, was dropped in front of him. Leodoro opened his eyes, looking over at the bluish sphere. The calamity characteristic. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Quote by John Milton. In the vast expanse of a clear sea, the bright sky that stretched outwards towards infinity, the small or large islands that stood like dots when watched from above. The magnificent, mighty scaled dragon soared above in the sky, that laid bare before their very eyes. In the city of miracles, Liveseed, the divine kingdom belonging to the dragon of imagination. A realm that solely belongs to the dragons, a place where no corruption could uphold, no truth could be hidden, no lie could be spoken. It was a city where the mind itself laid bare. And laid in a place, inaccessible to most. Then, why was this marvelous city now in chaos? Because the dragons became incapable of soaring in the sky. It was a situation never seen before, never heard of, and never imagined. The city of miracles, situated within the mind realm, was an incredibly hidden, and near impossible to access place. After all, no one except the dragons had the ability to navigate deep within the sea of collective subconsciousness. Yet, despite their imaginations, reality turned out beyond expectations. The oh-so-mighty, forever unyielding dragons, the kings of sky that ruled over the chaos of the mind, had been affected by the chaos of this very realm. The ushering madness that enveloped many of the dragons' minds had put the city on a tether of destruction, leaving no choice for the dragon of imagination and his kins to consult his very people himself. The bright sun illuminated the realm, brightening over the city of miracles. It was abnormal yet incredibly normal. The sun that should have never been looming over the city was suddenly there, casting its rays over the madness-stricken dragons, providing them a gentle warmth and a relief that was beyond imaginable. Why had the sun suddenly appeared? No one knew the answer. Yet, it was very clearly a declaration. The cogs had begun to make a turn, the clock hand had moved by a unit, the trends of time had undergone a change. All because of a brightly illuminating, forever blazing sun. The sky is different. The god of puppets, Antigonus uttered in a low distant voice, as if in a reverie. This relatively short demonic wolf stood at the balcony of his mansion, watching over the entire demonic wolf settlement, more specifically at the distant black chapel, at the center. The thick grayish-white fog that enveloped the whole place tucked the ancient black chapel behind it, while the crimson shone brighter as ever. That should have been the case. But, weirdly enough, it wasn't. The crimson moon that always shone atop the demonic wolf settlement, casting its illumination to the entire expanse that was of evernight demonic wolf, had visibly dimmed. The sky that was enveloped in a black curtain had a faint tint of blue in it. The thick grayish-white fog that enveloped the space for as far as Antigonus' eyes could see had become ever so slightly darker in color, bearing with it an aura of degeneracy and corruption. Merely staring at the white expanse of fog gave Antigonus a mad headache. Not only that, he felt his spirit body and his shadow wanting to become one and whole, which caused him to wish to ask Melantha, his sister, to conceal himself, so as to not be affected by the weird nature of the fog. Regardless, he didn't dare stare for too long as he turned his gaze to look at the very slightly bluish sky, and the dim crimson moon that shone, not so brightly, in the sky. What is happening? Antigonus couldn't help but think to himself, as he recalled the various anomalies that had occurred in the past couple of months, starting with his birthday where he, as well as the other subsidiary gods, had all lost their memories of the day, memories they still haven't been able to recover. Antigonus had initially tried to wish for his memories to return to him, but not only did the wish result in failure, but a grayish-white fog would also envelop his vision. Not only that, their livestock had also disappeared entirely. This was followed by the sudden appearance of giant barriers made of thick grayish-white fog that had ensued chaos in the entire settlement. Initially it was thought to be an attack from the Giant's King due to the memory loss he and the other subsidiary gods have suffered from, but was quickly dismissed due to his master belief of it being related to an existence that had control over Sapphira Castle. Antigonus himself never understood what Sapphira Castle truly was. Just that, it was equivalent to an existence or an artifact that was way above God's level. Due to the importance the King of Demonic Wolves had placed on this mystical castle of sorts, a large part of the Demonic Wolves pack, while some subsidiary gods such as Salinger and Ammon-Isis had been deployed out of the settlement in order to search and investigate on behalf of their master. Ammon-Isis. Antigonus' ears twitched as he closed his eyes, remembering her pretty face. He, Kotar, and Melantha had stayed behind so as to guard the settlement in case of a well-timed enemy attack. Well, at least, he and Melantha had stayed for this reason. Kotar only stayed behind because he was too lazy and because the outside world was scary. Coward. Antigonus commented, remembering the hideous face of Kotar, which always brought forth an urge to turn him into his puppet. Ever since his birthday, there hadn't been an occurrence of another visible anomaly. In reality, numerous small changes, such as with the dimming of the surrounding darkness, had occurred. The sky had gained a tint of blue, the crimson moon had dimmed in brightness, and the fog that enveloped the place had gained a corruptive, almost degenerative aura. There was also Phlegria's worsening condition, which was slowly accelerating, prompting the King of Demonic Wolves to become increasingly unstable, causing his kin, as well as the entire race, to suffer from his corruption, causing irrationality and bad temper. Antigonus couldn't help but narrow his gaze, sighing, as he looked back at the ancient black chapel, fixing his gaze at it for a moment, before turning his body back around and walking back inside his mansion. I just hope whatever may be in the future doesn't affect me and my sister. And Ammon-Isis too much. He thought, controlling his marionettes, preparing a scrumptious meal with whatever he may have left. As he went inside, he failed to take notice of a giant looming shadow, seemingly erupting from the astral world itself, casting its darkness on the demonic wolf settlement, on the ancient black chapel. The bright sun was troublesome. Its glow that burned away all evil and got rid of all corruption wasn't a good thing for those that wielded curses and evil. The devils fled in fear, with their bodies burning under the bright illumination of the sun, suffering mutation as it washed away their curses. The abyss and corruption fought against the sun's sudden purification, and sometimes, it seemed to push forward while other times, it fled away unable to withstand the radiance from the bright ball of warmth. The Devil Monarch wasn't happy with such a development, as he increased his search for the abyss. The mutants remained within the spirit world, not daring to step outside, as the fear of being burned alive washed over their every being. In a way, they had been trapped within the spirit world, incapable of stepping outside. No matter how much they tried to fight against the sun's purification, all their efforts resulted in utter failures, with not even Mutant King able to chain it completely. They had been hopelessly contained. In the Giant's King Court, the light of dawn grew deeper, with the king himself gazing at the eternally pulsating ball of light. A beautiful spectacle that seemed to signify glory beyond his, as well as holiness. While the phoenixes stopped their assaults, illusory doors closed everywhere around the world, to escape the illumination from the sun, but even more so, the gaze of the all-seeing eye, present on the sun's surface followed. It was invisible, yet every sequence zero and even a certain king of the king of angels, was able to sense the omniscient gaze that witnessed everything in the world at once. It witnessed the flourishing kindness, the struggles of mankind, the cruelty of mythical races, and a developing relationship between two mythical creatures. It witnessed everything, every sin, every sinner, every corrupt ruler to the smallest of slaves, for nothing was hidden to the bright omniscient sun. The bright blazing sun. Amon-Isis was delighted. Watching over, just a few meters away from them was the newly established Tingen city. It had been months over months since they began their journey together, to finally at the end reach Tingen. So, was it worth it? Klein asked while laughing in delight. It had been a long while, since he had to physically travel to some place. He was no longer wearing a jacket, and instead his normal clothing, with his tall top hat. Every second. Amon-Isis smiled while replying, as they both began to make their way towards Tingen. Klein concealed their figures through the use of illusions, so as to not startle the city's individuals. Just as they were about to reach the city, both Klein and Amon-Isis, as well as the inhabitant of Tingen, came to notice crimson creeping in. Klein felt a chill run down his spine, as he looked up at the sky, his eyes widening immediately. There, in the sky, was a large, extremely bright crimson moon, its glow creeping in, overpowering the bright rays of the sun, as the crimson enveloped the whole area, no. The whole world. It was a true blood moon, one that enveloped the entirety of the world in it, as the crimson descended everywhere, giving respite to the various mythical races that were affected by the bright glow of sun. Klein coldly looked at the crimson moon, as he began to contemplate. While Amon-Isis was perturbed by the abnormal glow of crimson moon, and by the cold temperament of Klein towards it. Both of their trains of thoughts were cut short, as a bright light shone atop of them. This time, Klein truly was surprised. As the crimson began to be overshadowed by the bright golden rays of sun that was right behind the crimson moon. The environment quickly shifted, as the world that was bathed in crimson was now enveloped by the hue of an orange light. The crimson and bright rays came to mix together, as what was once a blood moon had now developed into a solar eclipse. A solar eclipse. Klein was baffled. Chapter 19, Crimson. A solar eclipse. Klein's eyes widened, his black pupil absorbing both crimson red and bright orange, two colors, insoluble, distinct, yet seemingly mixing into one. The sky itself had an interesting hue, with some patches reflecting crimson, while others, bright orange, and in some spots, both colors seemingly casting their illumination in harmony. This was a sight Klein, Amon-Isis, or anyone in this world had never seen, a pure and baffling sight. The cogs in Klein's head were churning faster than ever, as he almost immediately asked a question, not to anyone but to himself. Is the blood moon caused by the sanguine ancestor or the Great Mother? Klein had no answer to his question. He knew that even when the barrier was at its peak strength, the primordial moon could still bring about crimson on this world to affect those that have taken over her pathway. Yet, this didn't stray from the fact that the sequence 0, moon, also had the corresponding ability to herself. After all, if the sun could shine its radiance on this world, then why couldn't the moon, in a mystical sense, do the same? Before Klein could make any further assumption, he noticed the crimson retreating, while the sun's bright brilliance took over the land once more. In a few unassuming moments, the world returned to its normal stature, while Klein and Amon-Isis remained frozen in their spots, their gazes still fixed at the blue sky, at the brilliant sun. Is that a normal occurrence? Amon-Isis already knew Klein's answer upon asking this question. Having traveled for months with the men, she had picked up on a few skills, one of them being able to discern some of Klein's emotional fluctuations. Previously, when the blood moon began to creep in, Amon-Isis had immediately sensed the slight change from happy and calm to alert and now composed. She later sensed another fluctuation in his emotional state, specifically extreme surprise and bafflement, when the solar eclipse had occurred, enabling Amon-Isis to credit this phenomena as abnormal, even to a long-lived angel like him. Klein didn't verbally answer but instead shook his head in no. Amon-Isis exhaled a deep sigh, as she turned her head fully towards him, displaying a curious expression. Klein remained unbothered by her sharp but serene gaze, his head still fixed at the sky. He finally retracted his gaze and locked eyes while resting it on Ammonis's. A smile took shape on his face, as he tipped his top hat, and spoke calmly, "Shall we resume our walk to Tingen? The previous disturbance has already wasted quite a bit of our precious time." In the tone of charlatan, with hidden spite deep beneath his soft tone, Ammonis felt as if the man in front of her was a professional clown, only lacking the extensive face paint and cartoonish clothes. Then, she remembered that Klein was indeed a professional clown. Still, his tone unnerves me sometimes. Carrying this thought, Ammonis and Klein resumed their walk towards the city in silence. As they approached, Ammonis felt the air becoming a bit heavy, which instantly attracted her attention to her surroundings. As a sequence too, Ammonis could, to some extent, sense if some mystical ability had been applied in a wide range of areas, and currently she could sense the illusions. Before she could question Klein, her surroundings shifted as a thick grayish-white fog became visible to her. Klein chuckled while exempting her from his illusions. "You don't think I can just leave this town without any concealment? That would result in it being raided by the mythical races, or by other human factions." He then turned towards her and continued in a serious tone. "Despite traveling for months, walking across regions over regions, have we come across any human settlement that wasn't abandoned and deserted?" "Exactly." Ammonis understood his implications and nodded in agreement. She then slightly tilted her head. "But wouldn't the Sapphira Castle's fog attract even more attention?" Klein nodded in agreement. "It would have attracted attention if it wasn't for the blinding grace of the bright sun." Ammonis stopped walking, as her mouth slightly opened. Klein, witnessing her shocked expression, held back a laugh. "Grisha once took my help for something." Klein suddenly paused, as he raised his right hand, resting it on his top hat, his smile developing into a grin, as a cane seemingly appeared out of nowhere in his left hand. "I am a fool that believes in equal and equivalent exchange. If my assistance is taken in a matter, I will, of course, exact a corresponding price for it." Tipping his hat, the cane disappeared once more, while his posture returned to normal. "The price I exacted from Grisha was to watch over Tingen, and hide away the attraction that may be caused due to Sapphira Castle's fog, though it's only hidden away visually and convergence can still take its effects." Convergence. Ammonis swiftly noted the important detail, among various others. She didn't feel too good about Grisha watching over Tingen, but could understand Klein's reasoning, which led to Ammonis acknowledging her powerlessness against this world. "Phew. Before meeting Klein, I thought I was in a pretty good situation when it comes to strength. After all, I am a subsidiary god. But well, I can barely hold my own against the many threats of this world. Sequence 2 is rather weak." Ammonis lampooned and spiked herself. "Too naive. I should have known better." She cursed herself while nodding at Klein. They both began to walk again, while Klein reapplied illusion to hide the grey fog from Ammonis. Soon, they reached the town's entrance, prompting Klein to look at Ammonis. The latter understood his implications, as Klein's appearance and clothes squirmed around before taking the shape of the wandering magician, Merlin Hermes's clothings. He then stopped concealing himself, only keeping the illusion up for Ammonis, since a demonic wolf would startle the people. They both walked in again, as Ammonis took a step back, letting the men walk forward towards the middle of the town. As he did so, the people around them, seemingly recognizing him, were shocked expressions, but those were quickly replaced by bright smiles and amazement, intriguing Ammonis. Soon, they reached the town square, with the entire town eventually gathering around them, due to the news of Goddess Envoy having graced the town with his presence. The Goddess Envoy, Merlin Hermes. Klein wasn't too surprised by this, for he had already expected an assumption like this to arise. On the other end, Ammonis was very intrigued by the people's assumption of Klein, and thought to herself, "Interesting. Would this viewpoint of people act as anchors for Klein too?" Ammonis paused and thought for a moment. Suddenly, Klein's previous statement rang back in her mind, prompting Ammonis to furrow her gaze. "He is a lot smarter than I imagined. Not only does he have my word in helping him obtain the full uniqueness, any subsequent faith that will be derived from me would allow him to gain a part of anchors due to being seen as my envoy. He essentially killed two birds with one stone." Ammonis looked back at the Goddess Envoy that now stood in the middle of town, receiving glorified greetings, presents, and gazes from many people. "The angel is here. Does the goddess have an important message? Give my newborn baby blessings. Bless our marriage, O the gracious angel. Can I not do work? How many months has it been? Oh goddess, the baby is kicking. I am not even an angel of mother's pathway, what the fuck am I supposed to do with your pregnancy or marriage?" Klein was somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd, earning a scoff from Ammonis. He took a step back, maintaining his otherworldly angelic smile, and said in a serene voice, his tone resembling that of Ammonis, Now, hold on." Klein raised his hand in front of his chest, in a halting manner. Seeing this, the people visibly took a stance back, both respectfully and fearsome. Klein put his hands back down and cleared his throat. I have come here today, not in the name of the goddess, but for my personal respite. He paused, and discreetly turned his gaze towards a demonic wolf, standing not too far away from the crowd, observing him. He and Amon-Isis had a talk about this, while on their ventures, and had both decided that. I wish to live here, in this town. More specifically, I wish to have a humble abode in this town, so as to overlook its developments with my own eyes, and to have a place I can call home, in this dark world. Klein's tone became solemn at the end. An act that earned him curious glances, as the people around him began to ponder about the envoy's past. Klein and Amon-Isis had quickly run into a problem on their travels. They were essentially homeless. This was especially the case with Klein, whose real body had been inside Sapphira Castle ever since he had come to this era, having only used historical projection ever since to descend in the real world. Whereas, Amon-Isis, whom had a home of her own, wasn't particularly keen on going there. They only had Sapphira Castle as a somewhat safe base of operation, but Klein considered it to be a dangerous notion, since prolonged exposure to Sapphira Castle will leave a mark on Amon-Isis which may attract others' attention. Hence, they unceremoniously decided to have a house in Tingen. It was unknown to the outside world, and their presence would prove adequate in case of danger looming over the town. Shock and excitement plagued the crowd's mind, as they began to discuss among themselves on the envoy's wish. Not long after, a man in his 30s with brown hair and a bun of the same color, stepped forward, carrying the words of the people behind him. We humbly accept your wish, but there is one problem. That is, there are no vacant buildings for you to live in. It will take us some time, but we will build a house for you. The men explained the situation with a slightly scared yet firm tone. The crowd behind them held their breath as Klein began to chuckle upon hearing this notion. He looked at the men standing before him, his deep black eyes reflecting the man's visage. That's not a problem. Come with me, Klein said, as he turned around and began to walk away to a certain direction. The crowd was stunned for a moment, before quickly began to follow after him, with the men with brown hair at the most front. In just a few moments, Klein alongside the crowd reached the periphery of the town. Looking over at an untouched grassy land, Klein lifted his silver-inlaid cane, while resting his hand on his magician top hat, as he announced to nature in a calm tone, I wish for a simple humble abode. Klein made a wish. In the next second, he granted his own wish, creating an extremely small-scale miracle. Instantly the land in front of him flattened, as a building not too big arose from the ground, settling itself on the land. It was made out of wood, stone and cobble, with a beautiful sizable garden in the back. Witnessing such a spectacle, the crowd was instantly shaken, as some instinctively began to pray to the goddess of misfortune while others, too stunned to do anything. It was a miracle. An entire building had appeared out of thin air. The man standing in front of the crowd wore a look of shock and amazement, as he took a step back and casted his gaze on the wandering magician. Of course. He is the goddess envoy. He can cast miracles. He clapped his hands, and began to recite the honorific name of the goddess of misfortune. Cheers of pure awe and shock sounded through the environment, as the miracle invoker received countless praises, while the goddess of misfortune, countless prayers. Said goddess overlooked the spectacle with mixed feelings, and the house with bafflement and cheekiness. Klein knew. The house that had been created through the power of miracles was in fact Amon-Isis' own house. Or at least, it was a 1-to-1 replica of her house back in the demonic wolf settlement. Same exterior, same garden with the exception of moonflowers and vanilla extract. It was also the same size as her house. He definitely used the blueprint of my house to make this one. Oh Klein, you never fail to surprise me. Amon-Isis chuckled. She then overlooked the cheering and happy crowd up front, and felt her gaze becoming weary, while her smile became a bit warmer. There's a significant difference from last time. This is nice. Even if I keep track of their condition from prayers, witnessing these emotions in person brings out a different feeling. At that moment, Amon-Isis felt her humanity ever so slightly strengthening, prompting her to smile brighter, and shake her head. The interior is different. This was the first thing that came to her attention upon stepping inside. Amon-Isis' house was mostly empty, with the bottom floor messy, and crowded with books and notes written by her as well as some records she had kept throughout her research of this world. While upstairs was her bedroom. Research. It had been quite a while since I bothered doing that. More specifically ever since she had met Klein. Amon-Isis' life had taken a turn for better or for worse. She had gained a friend in this unfamiliar dangerous world, but that friend of hers had brought more trouble than imaginable in her life. Haha, I suppose a price is always exacted for what fate bestows. Thinking that, Amon-Isis turned her attention back towards the house. The bottom floor was divided into two sections, one comprising a kitchen, and the other, a living room of sorts, with cozy couches, a chimney, and cupboards to house stationery. The upstairs had two rooms, one being Amon-Isis's and the other belonging to Klein. Amon-Isis was instantly reminded of Victorian-era England houses, and felt the vibe to be quite similar. Now that I think about it, Klein's clothing also resembles that of an etiquette gentleman from the Victorian era. Seems like he may have been a fan of that time. Amon-Isis walked towards a couch and sat down, while Klein directly entered the kitchen. Amon-Isis loudly heard some sharp metal bumping and crockery crashing coming from the kitchen. Soon, Klein emerged from the kitchen, holding a tray that had 2 porcelain cups of warm tea. "You really like tea, huh?" Amon-Isis teased as Klein poured a cup of tea in a dish and slid it over to her, while summoning some modern-day snacks. "It's not that I adore tea, it's more like a fresh cup of tea is worth savoring." Klein replied as he took a sip, influencing Amon-Isis to do so as well. "I suppose I can agree with that. Now, back to the topic." Amon-Isis' tone developed from soft to serious at the end, as she straightened her posture. "What was with the solar eclipse earlier?" Klein sighed, looking over at her, and shrugged his shoulders. "If I were to be honest with you, I don't know. This was the first time I had seen an eclipse in this world, so I naturally have no idea over its implications." Klein honestly answered. "Indeed." Amon-Isis furrowed her gaze, and remained silent. She took a few sips of her tea, before asking Klein in a flat tone. "What is exactly the Crimson Moon?" Chapter 20, Odd Pathways. What is exactly the Crimson Moon? Klein's breath subconsciously became heavier, as he put his cup down, his gaze far wary than ever before. He used his clown prowess to conceal his emotions, taking forth a stoic look. "Well, I suppose there are some things more suitable to be revealed now." "Suitable to be revealed now?" Amon-Isis keenly nodded. She noticed her surroundings becoming darker, as if a thick shadowy veil had curtained the entire house. The realm of mysteries. Klein remained silent, collecting his words for a moment, before beginning to speak. Let's start with pathways. The demonic wolf pathway's real name is Sleepless, or Darkness Pathway. Amon-Isis nodded, already aware of this information from the red light above the spirit world. The Phoenix Pathway is the Death or Corpse Collector, while the Giant's Pathway is, in fact, Twilight Giant, or Warrior Pathway. Amon-Isis momentarily paused, as her pupil slightly dilated. Darkness, Twilight Giant, and Death. She recalled her first meeting with Klein and the info he dropped on her, one that she took a long time to digest. If I remember correctly, Darkness, Twilight Giant and Death are neighboring pathways. Could this be the reason why giants prominently target demonic wolves? Because of... She opened her mouth very slightly, and uttered in an inaudible tone. Convergence. Amon-Isis didn't have much of an idea about convergence, or even awareness of its concept before meeting Klein. Only after traveling with him for months, as well as from the various information from Klein and the occasional mention of convergence, did Amon-Isis had any form of idea over this concept. To Amon-Isis's understanding, convergence was a mystical attraction between the various pathways that brought them together some way or another. She had presumed that it was likely the strongest between neighboring pathways, with the non-neighboring pathways facing little to no effects of it. Why did this convergence happen? She only had a guess that it may have to do with the deceased great old ones well within the characteristics. Now realizing that the long-time enemy of demonic wolves, giants, were that of a neighboring pathway, Amon-Isis felt her theory to likely be correct. It can't be a coincidence. Also, phoenixes are from another neighboring pathway. Who could have thought? She mused, as she witnessed Klein continuing in a serious tone. The elven pathway is tyrant or sailor, devil's pathway is abyss or criminal, dragon's pathway is visionary or spectator, and mutant's pathway is chained or prisoner. Klein listed down the true names of all mythical races' pathway, leaving only one. The one Amon-Isis was most interested about. And the sanguine's pathway is... Klein paused, looking out of the thickly curtained window. He visibly sighed and turned back to her, uttering, "Moon." Or apothecary. Amon-Isis deeply sighed and reclined her head. As expected. This is the reason why the Crimson Moon always shines upon the battlefield that has sanguines in it. The sanguine ancestor, Lilith, has for a long time been the Mother Crimson, for this reason. Who knew she truly was the moon? As the sequence 0 of the pathway, and from what she has shown so far, she definitely has the ability to call forth a blood moon at any moment. Then, was she trying to fight against that man before? To fight against the bright Illuminous? At that moment, Amon-Isis' train of thought came to halt, as the experience of the previous blood moon, followed by the solar eclipse, traveled up her mind once more, making her first stand on end. The crimson moon from before shined far brighter than ever. Far brighter than any blood moon, far brighter than any crimson battlefield. Its radiance bore an aura far different than the one I'm used to or have heard of. Amon-Isis leaned forward once more, her eyes darker than before. If the sun isn't the sun, so to speak, then the moon shouldn't be the crimson moon too, right? Seeing Klein nod, Amon-Isis tilted her head and adjusted her posture as she continued. Then, my real question to you is, what was the crimson moon from before? Usually, the crimson moon represents the sanguine ancestor, but that crimson moon from before. I may not be too strong, or my spirituality may not be too keen, but there was a clear noticeable difference between the crimson moon that represents the sanguine ancestor, and the one from the... There was an entirely different air to it. It was as if the moon itself was watching us. Amon-Isi's voice trailed off at the end, as crimson dawned on her psyche once more. Her hair stood up, as the ominous red flashed past her eyes, making her gulp and lean back to support herself. Yeah, that's not normal. She thought, slightly shaking her head. This didn't dawn on me at the time. Perhaps due to shock, might be due to mild excitement too. Amon-Isis felt herself becoming much more lacking in quick observation and analysis, and immediately pinned the blame on Klein. There is much more to the crimson moon than what most might think. Klein said after a prolonged moment of silence. He leaned back completely on his chair, hoisting his one leg on the other. His statement took Amon-Isis by surprise, as she leaned forward, expressing eagerness to know. Go on. Klein lifted his hand, and caressed his chin. His gaze remained fixed as Amon-Isis as he spoke. Do you remember Mother Goddess of Depravity's honorific name? Amon-Isis suddenly did not feel good about this. Mother Goddess of Depravity, one of the three pillars. Wait. Hold on, what's this got to do with her? Amon-Isis' thoughts became wild, as she solemnly nodded, the bad feeling in her chest expanding further. Mother Goddess of Depravity. Origin of evil. The indestructible. Klein uttered the Great Mother's honorific name again, his tone weary and calm. There is actually one more line to this honorific name, though that line no longer holds true for her. Klein quickly observed Amon-Isis' reaction, taking note of her twisting expression. Not wasting any time, he opened his mouth and uttered. Mother Goddess of Depravity. Origin of evil. The indestructible. Brood hive of filth. Amon-Isis' eyes widened. Almost immediately, she dove into her memories, recalling the names of the 9 Sapphira that were on this planet. Sapphira Castle, Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, City of Calamity, Knowledge More, Key of Light, Tenebrous World, Nation of Disorder and the Brood Hive. Brood hive of filth. Amon-Isis felt her understanding of pathways deepening, as she looked back at Klein, who without waiting on ceremony answered the unvoiced question she had. The pathways belonging to Brood hive of filth are Mother or Planter pathway and Moon or Apothecary. Her gaze completely froze on him, while her mind went astray. Many thoughts plagued her mind, all at once, making Amon-Isis feel like her head might explode. This doesn't make any sense. Brood hive supposedly belongs to the goddess of origin, so what does the Mother Goddess of Depravity have got to do with her? Amon-Isis blurted out, questioning. Klein maintained his composure, as he slowly answered, isn't it pretty simple? The brood hive originally belonged to the Great Mother, the primordial moon. Goddess of Origin would merely be the title of the Great Old One who had incorporated the brood hive as well as the Mother and Moon pathways. These pathways, as well as the corresponding Sapphira, belonged to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. His explanation didn't answer much of Amon-Isis' question, but only seems to have given birth to newer ones. She remained silent for the longest of times, sorting her thoughts. Klein, noticing this, also kept his lips sealed, while he further contemplated on the information he would have to reveal to her currently. Not the apocalypse. I'll save that for later. Let's just go with outer deities for now. Coming to a decision, Klein noticed Amon-Isis speak again, this time her voice far calmer and quieter. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. Klein nodded quietly as Amon-Isis continued. The Moon and Mother pathways as well as the brood hive belonged to the Mother Goddess of Depravity, but were somehow taken away from her, causing the birth of the Goddess of Origin. Klein remained still and replied leisurely. Half correct. There has never been a Goddess of Origin in this world. It is only the name of the Great Old One that will be born if an existence were to rise to transcend the sequence using brood hive and its corresponding pathways. Sensing Amon-Isis's growing confusion, Klein couldn't help but release a sigh and continue. Other than the primordial God Almighty, and Lord of Mysteries, there has never been another Great Old One in this world. Eternal Darkness, Calamity of Destruction, Key of Light, Demon of Knowledge, Father of Devils, Anarchy, and Goddess of Origin, merely exist as Sapphira and the will within the corresponding characteristics and uniquenesses. Amon-Isis took mental notes, and habitually analyzed the information. After a while, she followed with another question, one Klein had already expected. Then what about Mother Goddess of Depravity? If the pathways and brood hive were split apart from her, then how was she able to maintain her Great Old One status? What even happened to her? Suddenly, Amon-Isis thought back, and realized their conversation over Crimson Moon had devolved into talking about this pillar, who had held the authority over Moon, at some point. She quickly deduced a connection between the two, and spoke before Klein, is the Crimson Moon, in reality, the Mother Goddess of Depravity? Klein was quite surprised at her analysis ability, and simply nodded. Witnessing the confirmation, Amon-Isis felt her mind on the verge of explosion. She took a deep breath, and recited a poem in her mind, which instantly soothed her. She then analyzed some of Klein's previous statements, and quickly found a detail she had previously overlooked in the past. There are a total of 22 pathways on this planet. There are an unknown number of pathways and great old ones in the cosmos. Immediately, she found her answer. Mother Goddess of Depravity is an outer deity. Amon-Isis asked wearily, upon which Klein once again nodded. Fuck. How the hell did I miss this? Amon-Isis cursed herself, while Klein shook his head around and continued. Mother Goddess of Depravity is an outer deity, the Crimson Moon, and the third pillar, as well as the child of the original creator. Now that makes a lot of sense. The child of the original creator. But then, how did her pathways get separated? Amon-Isis didn't have to ask, as Klein, having made up his mind, simply continued onward. There was a time when the original creator woke up from his slumber and began to converge with everything around him. During this, the pathways and part of her original Sapphira, corresponding to Moon and Mother, was separated from the Great Mother, and crashed on this planet. This piece of Sapphira regenerated to form the brood hive, and subsequently, the possibility of a goddess of origin. Due to having these pathways going out of her grasp, the Great Mother naturally lost her symbolic weight, and became not much different from the other great old ones. She had lost her pillar status, with only a mere symbol of it remaining. Klein elaborated deeply, solving a lot of Amon-Isis's doubts and questions. There was a deep silence in the room as Amon-Isis digested the information, while Klein cleared his own thoughts. He could feel countless gazes peering within the realm of mysteries, which barely concealed them due to the still largely strengthened world barrier. To think the outer deities could still gaze through the barrier despite its strength. Klein felt tense. While he hadn't meant for Amon-Isis to know of the information over outer deities this early, the previous spectacle had given birth to many questions that Klein could totally avoid, without making Amon-Isis too suspicious of him. For this reason, he had to drop this information. After a long moment of silence, Amon-Isis finally felt herself a little more relaxed, and asked the unassuming Klein before her, then why hasn't the Great Mother taken her pathways back? Klein, having anticipated such a question, answered calmly, when the original creator went into a slumber once more, his condensed will formed a world barrier around this planet, preventing outer deities from moving in. The original creator is the bane of our suffering, but the bearer of our hope as well. Amon-Isis nodded, and couldn't help but look at the dark ceiling. There is a barrier around this planet. This information. How did he even find out about these things? What sort of research did he do? Or could it be that he has been alive since the first epoch? This reminds me. What epoch is this? Klein smiled and relaxed himself. Second. Amon-Isis suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Second. So, you are telling me a fight between two pillars took place in the previous era? Actually, now that I think about it, an epoch is a time period that begins and ends when a major event takes place on a planetary scale. A fight between two pillars of this universe does qualify for an epoch shift. Amon-Isis felt that she had a clear timeline of this world now. She brought her attention back to the Crimson Moon, and asked, is the sanguine ancestor affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity? Klein immediately acknowledged with a nod. Amon-Isis thought deeply for a moment, and then asked again. The Mother and Moon pathway are outer deity pathways. Then, are there any more pathways belonging to outer deities? Klein answered softly, yes, there are. Out of the 22 pathways and 9 Sapphira on this planet, only 16 pathways and 6 Sapphira originated directly from the original creator. The rest of the 6 pathways and 3 Sapphira were torn apart from outer deities. Mother and Moon from the Great Mother, Chained and Abyss from the Mother Tree of Desire, and Justiciar and Black Emperor from Son of Chaos. All 3 of them are the original creator's children. Amon-Isis swiftly took note and sighed heavily. Conversing with him over these topics is always a little tiring. She thought, while wondering over how many other secrets there might be to this world, she had begun to be familiar with. I still want to go home. A soft whimper escaped her mouth. Listening to it, Klein felt sorrow for his dear friend, and inwardly apologized for hiding the truth of this world. After a while of settling down, Amon-Isis spoke again. The weirdness of the sanguine ancestor should be due to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now it makes sense why devils and mutants have always been an interesting bunch. Klein sighed and elaborated. I see. Yes, Lilith is affected by Mother Goddess of Depravity, alongside Giant's Queen who has Mother Uniqueness. The Mutant King and Devil's Monarch are also under the influence of Mother Tree of Desire. Klein paused for a moment, as a certain magic wishing lamp surfaced in his memories. I wonder where the magic wishing lamp is, in this era. Maybe I should go and look for it. Inwardly coming to a decision, Klein answered with honesty, as for Black Emperor and Justiciar, truth be told, I have no idea. At that moment, an illusory voice resounded in Klein's ears, taking his attention instantly. It was a prayer. A prayer from. I can confirm that the previous incident wasn't caused by the goddess ancestor. Fred. It was a prayer from Fred. After meeting and getting saved by Klein, Fred naturally had far too much gratitude for the King of Yellow and Black to simply shrug off such a life save. Hence, Fred had become a sort of insider that kept him updated with info on the city of Sanguines. Klein discreetly answered the prayer with, I am aware. Receiving a thankful prayer, he turned his attention to the newly acquired information. Interesting. From observation, the Great Mother doesn't seem to have brought the previous blood moon with the intention of controlling Lilith. It was to specifically overpower the bright radiance. But why? What would she gain from doing so? He immediately thought of Giant's Queen Umbella, and her possible correlation to this situation. Then he discarded the theory as to Klein's knowledge. Giant's Queen was nothing more than an unfortunate soul that happened to be the future god of Mother's pathway. Yeah. An unfortunate victim of ancient sun god, sanguine ancestor, and my dear Evernight goddess. Thinking back to the solar eclipse, Klein was incapable of coming to a conclusion due to extreme lack of knowledge in that regard. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait too long. Seeing Isis no longer had any following questions, as she herself had to sort out a lot. Klein sighed and took out a gold-embroidered pocket watch, and checked the time. Are you ready? Klein slowly got up from his chair, and settled his clothes. Noticing Isis' confused glance, Klein chuckled and said, have you forgotten about it? We have to meet Grisha today for the weekly meeting. Oh. Seeing the look of enlightenment, Klein lightly giggled, before opening the dark curtains, receding the realm of mysteries. Isis also got up from her chair, as Klein pulled the both of them inside Sapphira Castle. A crimson hue washed over Isis' eyes, making her ever so slightly shiver as the familiar ancient copper-mottled table appeared once more in front of her. Turning her head towards its long end, at the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, sat her friend, Klein. Staying still for a while, Klein extended his hand towards a bright crimson star, extending his spirituality, as it brightly shone up, expanding to the figure of a man in clergyman robe, with raven black hair, with tips of blonde at the roots. From his neck dangled an ancient cross, and reflected in his golden eyes was the innocence of a newborn. Isis tensed. Chapter 21, one of many to come. They have been staring at me for 10 minutes now. Grisha had an awkward smile on his face. When being pulled within Sapphira Castle, he had expected to be immediately questioned regarding the solar eclipse that was caused due to him battling against the sudden blood moon. Yet, as time passed and neither of the two spoke up, Grisha felt the situation becoming increasingly awkward. Eventually, despite being a pseudo-visionary, he was incapable of handling the atmosphere and spoke up. Well, that was certainly something. He felt Isis' piercing gaze very slightly softening, while Klein gave him a look of spite. Grisha sighed heavily, before placating himself and turning to Klein, his eyes becoming lustrous while his face wore a soft expression. Actually, I have a few things to ask of you. Klein wasn't surprised by this. Straightening his posture, he tilted his head while wearing a stoic look, appearing high and lofty from Isis' point of view. Go on. Klein tapped the armrest of his high-backed chair with his slender fingers, as the grayish-white fog surrounding his figure swayed gently, whereas the countless stars that littered the cosmic sky of the castle moved from their spots and came together forming various familiar constellations. Isis looked up at the starry sky and instantly recognized some of the constellations. Aquila, Antlia, Auriga, Camelopardalis, Canis Major and Canis Minor. All are earthly observed constellations. Her gaze softened at the thought of home, before she moved it away to stare at Grisha and Klein. The previous crimson moon. Grisha stated softly, earning a deep sigh from Klein. As expected. If Isis could spot the anomaly with the crimson moon, then so could Grisha. Now, whether or not, I should reveal info of the outer deities. Klein rubbed his chin with his slender fingers, tapping on the smooth flesh of his mentolabial crease. His prolonged silence increased Grisha's curiosity, as he thought back to his theory of the above the sequence, while patiently waiting for Klein's response. In the original timeline, Grisha likely began deducing the above the sequence level the moment he gained partial authority over omniscience. Him gaining knowledge of that level before that point might lead to some unpredictable situations. It could be bad or it could be better, but... Klein's lips twitched, before curling into a smile. His gaze narrowed as he spoke eloquently. It's not completely suitable for you to know everything, not until you have the omniscient symbol. He paused after speaking to witness Grisha's calm exterior slightly flatter, earning a light chuckle out of him. But I can confirm that the guesses you might have at the moment are correct. Omniscient symbol. So until he becomes half a great old one, pseudo-god almighty. But why? If it's suitable for me to know these things, then why can't Grisha? Isis instantly questioned Klein's objective, before shaking her head, as she found herself incapable of deducing the mind games of this sequence one. More than enough. Grisha's eyes brightened, as one after the another, countless thoughts began to rise in his head, while his gaze shifted to the ancient copper-mottled long table before him. The sanguine ancestor Lilith is likely the one ruling over the moon pathway, especially given the sanguines are her creation. If, as the sun, I could become the beacon of light and purity, then the same should go for the moon. But that blood moon from before. That was not caused by her for a matter of fact. So does that mean there are outsiders peering over this planet? It isn't too far-fetched to be honest. I doubt there are only 22 pathways in the entire cosmos, and that all of them are just on Earth. From what he said, the theory of above the sequence also seems to likely be the factual deduction. Could the outsiders be the above the sequence? There is something surrounding this planet, like a thick membrane covering every part of the real, spirit and even astral world. Could it be to prevent these outsiders from coming in? But who erected this membrane? What purpose do these outsiders have? What happened between the modern era and this time? Grisha's head was filled with unanswered questions. He gently sighed, and pushed them aside and directed his thoughts to the crimson moon. If the blood moon wasn't caused by Lilith, does that mean there is another existence, possibly an outsider that has authority over the moon? Or could it be that the crimson moon is much more than what it seems? After all, what event caused the silvery moon to become crimson? There is far too much I am not aware of. Grisha thought of it for a moment, before coming to a decision. I can't get answers from Klein. Not until I have the omniscience symbol. If I wish to gain answers, then I'll have to meet the moon, the sanguine ancestor in person. Examining her should give me some answers. I should also keep an eye on the giant's queen, who seems to possess the mother uniqueness, which neighbors the moon. Coming to conclusion, he retracted his thoughts and rested his hands on the table, leaning forward. His action attracted the attention of both Klein and Amon-Isis, as they also leaned forward on their chair, waiting for Grisha to speak up. I suppose you two remember the ultimate goal of this alliance. Now, this is interesting. Both Klein and Amon-Isis thought simultaneously, almost as if sharing a brain cell. They bobbed their heads in synchronization, indicating their understanding. Grisha maintained his smile and nonchalantly continued, very well then. My goal is to get rid of the mythical races from. He paused for a moment, while eyeing Klein from the corner of his golden eye. This planet. And I have a rough plan for it. Amon-Isis gulped, feeling somewhat thrilled, before composing herself and speaking, and this rough plan is. Quite thrilled, aren't you? Grisha slightly teased, maintaining his smile. Amon-Isis, in response, deeply stared at him, while forming a smile similar to his, as if trying to play off the situation. Well. Letting your emotions take even a slight bit of you in front of a top-notch spectator is bound to result in some frivolous situation. Klein observed the two and couldn't help but lampoon. Also, I need to increase my lampooning. It feels like I have been doing less of it for a while now. Klein gathered the gray fog around him and concealed his action of closing his eyes and nodding to himself. Thankfully, neither of the two spotted the sudden shift in the gray fog. Regardless, you both are quite crucial to this plan. Turning his head towards Amon-Isis, Grisha continued, especially you. Amon-Isis' eyes widened under mild surprise, as she considered her role, which this true deity considered to be crucial. Interesting. Klein commented, looking over at Grisha. His gaze didn't go unnoticed as the god lightly chuckled, before beginning to further elaborate. Let us see. My main plan consists of waging war against the humanoid and non-humanoid mythical races, having them sweep over each other. In this way, the gods would be forced into a battle, which would result in their corresponding victories and death. The mythical races following them can simply be cleared afterwards. Both Amon-Isis and Klein felt a shiver, with Amon-Isis asking, so, you mean you want the deities to fight each other to the death? Isn't that what they have been doing all these years? Grisha shook his head and said, yes and no. While the deities may have been battling each other, the war I wish to wage would have their very lives at stake. It is either they die by the hands of others, or take those others with them. Both paths lead to death. Klein said wearily, earning a nod from Grisha. Then, a long silence permeated the castle, as the duo, Klein and Amon-Isis, made sense of the true god's words, while the latter patiently waited. He is being quite vague on his method. Waging a war between deities, with the end result being their destruction. How exactly will he enforce this? All pathways have quite a number of ways to escape a perilous situation, and the deities themselves favor their survival over everything else. Amon-Isis was quite confused over Grisha's plan, and found herself incapable of seeing it come to fruition. But, if anything she had learned in her travels with Klein, Amon-Isis knew for a fact that she was weak. Not just in terms of strength but even in terms of mental games, she was no match for the god in Klein, sitting beside her. Hence, she was prompted to simply sit back and let Klein comment on the plan. He can then elaborate the plan to me in actual, comprehensible human language, instead of whatever he just blurted. She lampooned while turning her head towards Klein. Interesting. Seems it wasn't just Ormur's betrayal that caused Lilith's fall, but a certain sun god might have also played parts in it. Klein reflected. Without turning his head towards Grisha, he observed the ancient long table in front of him and asked, "And who will be the victims in this little plan of yours?" Grisha's smile became slightly more radiant as he spoke. Faster, Lilith, and... Pausing, his smile became brighter as he uttered. Phlegria. This might be a bit bad. Fanatic, deranged, wild. Fred had no words to describe the situation before him. It was chaotic and maddening, as if all hell had broken loose at once. Following the previous blood moon and the brief solar eclipse afterwards, there came a significant change in the city of Sanguines, more specifically to its residents. The Sanguines. Sanguines had always been unstable. Some were mad, others threading on rationality, some having formed a balance between the both. They were a race that was the closest to humans, to the point, only a few physical and physiological distinctions differentiated both. Yet, as time had taken its toll, so did the Sanguines. Fred had come to notice the slow but noticeable shift in Sanguines' behavior. A race that was known for its unusually eloquent behavior had grown more frivolous. More and more of them had gone mad, some lost control, wildness, excitement, thirst, and the instinct to mate seemingly taking over each and every one of them. This was a slow and gradual shift which allowed those still having their rationality maintained to enforce isolation, execution, and treachery on those that were no longer sane. Just as it felt that the situation had come under control, crimson descended from the sky, bathing the entire world, soaking it in dark bloody red. This was the breaking point. As madness spread through the entire city like a wave in the ocean, it suddenly halted, as the crimson glow was enveloped by the orange rays penetrating the sky itself, providing a respite to those that have gone mad and an end to those that have become monsters. Eventually, the crimson halted its embrace and retreated, letting the bright sun take its rightful place, washing away the madness and insanity brought about. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. The bright radiance, while helping the Sanguines against the increasing madness and chaotic nature that had plagued them from the past several decades, it also burned their skins, tearing away their pale flesh, boiling their bright red blood. It was a bane and a boon. But despite that, the mental condition of Sanguines suffered a terrible, perhaps irreversible blow. Fred, currently in Moon City, overlooked the city, its primary residents, Sanguines, wandering around aimlessly, like zombies looking to eat something. Perhaps, it was the last bit of rationality that prevented most of them from pouncing over the humans walking among them. The city itself was in chaos and disorder, with humans, Sanguines, vampires alike scattered among the sprawling chancel, some to survive, others simply wanting to get away, while some took the opportunity to fulfill their unsatiated hunger. I need to report this to Merlin immediately. Fred thought, while moving away from the countless bloodthirsty gazes. He was panicked, scared, evident from his uncontrollable shaking body. Yet, he continued to move forward, eventually making his way to the entrance of the city, the least crowded place. Finding a shadowy spot, he knelt down and clasped his hands, closing his eyes, as he chanted in a soft but shaking tone. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Following the honorific name of the fool, Fred elaborated on the situation of Sanguine race in detail, making sure to not leave out anything. Finishing, he chanted the honorific name once more, as a thanking prayer, before getting back on his feet. Just as he was about to turn around and walk back to Lord Quan's mansion, Fred felt an insanely cold chill behind him. Instantly, he felt the control over his own body weaken, as he found himself frozen, incapable of movement. His vision was slowly enveloped by darkness, as great fear and terror plagued his mind. Just as he felt his grip on his body completely loosen, an explosion sounded beneath him. Fred felt his control over his body return. With it, he felt a tight grip on his shoulder, before being flung in the air, disorienting him as his body crashed on an archway. The impact completely broke the support pillar, as the archway collapsed with Fred's unconscious and battered body. In his previous spot, from the very torn-apart ground, emerged countless green tendrils and roots engulfing the entire area, spreading onto everywhere, as if they had a life of their own. At the surface of these roots were lush green leaves, and in some spots even wood. These roots and tendrils flung around, before tying themselves to a figure that had emerged from the shadows. Its body was illusory, near transparent. Its face was hollow, while the figure itself was devoid of any clothing. It had long hair that covered its figure, and finally it was floating in the air. Before the figure could escape, the roots and tendrils latched onto its form, locking it in place. The violent movement of roots and tendril quickly resulted in the entire area turning to rumble. The crowd surrounding the spot panicked, with most if not all running away. The loud commotion jolted Fred of his unconscious state. Immediately, he felt massive stinging pain crawl up his spine, while his vision blurred between dark and blur. His mind was hyperactive as the previous memory resurged, causing Fred to instinctively discard pain and focus on escaping. He quickly got up, before limping back down, resettling on the debris. A shrill cry escaped his mouth, yet he couldn't care as he immediately got back up again, his vision clearing, as he noticed the movements of the crowd, attempting to follow them to a safe spot. It was at that moment, a loud howl sounded through the air. Looking up at the sky, at the tallest of the arches, was a figure standing on all fours, its size wider and bigger than the very arch it was standing on. Upon keen observation, some humanoid features could be discerned. Fred, with his preliminary knowledge, quickly thought of the demonic wolves, before he took notice of the lack of extra limbs demonic wolves were known for. He then turned his head towards the destroyed part of the entrance, where he had prayed to Merlin Hermes, and saw the amalgamation of roots, flesh, tendrils, and woods. At the epicenter was a shrill cloudy figure, trapped in the spot by nature itself. More howls ringed in Fred's ear. The environment quickly shifted as dark clouds enveloped the entire sanguine city, while the sun descended at the edge of the world, with the crimson moon slowly rising from the other end. Screams of terror echoed in the city, as fleshy tentacles and roots emerged from seemingly nowhere, chaotically flunging around. Some of these roots launched towards the figures on the archway, neatly stabbing through their bodies, dyeing the arches in crimson red, complementing the shine of the crimson moon. It was as if a revelation from God. Fred suddenly felt his instinct trigger as he knelt down and took shelter in the debris, incapable of going anywhere under fear. He then noticed more figures emerging from various places, which previously appeared empty. The entities themselves were indescribable for Fred, both due to his erratic fear, and also due to their illusory nature. Thump. Thump. Fred felt the ground had suddenly begun to shake. He moved his head towards the entrance of the city, as loud growls alongside innumerable footsteps sounded in his ears. The entranceway was filled with thick white smog, which Fred was unable to see nor sense through. Numerous shadows quickly became visible before stepping out of the white smog. Fred saw humanoid figures that appeared nightmarish. Their flesh appeared broken, dried, with some having no eyes in their socket, instead green pus spewed out from them. Their mouths hung open, revealing their broken or disgusting teeth as well as their mutilated flesh, their white tongues or absence of it. Flesh was visibly absent in various parts of their bodies, with their bones and veins visible. These humanoid creatures loudly growled before rushing into the city in a disorderly manner, with the thick smog following them. Loud explosions sound all around the city, with structures crumbling down, fire burning away the flesh and roots, reducing them to ashes, and molten steel washing the entire city. Z-zombies. Fred immediately understood what was happening. Creatures resembling wolves, illusory figures, zombies. This all matched the description of mutants. The mutants had waged war on the sanguines. Phlegria. Grisha uttered, his voice echoing in Sapphira Castle, and within Amonisi's ears. It's finally time. She felt a slight chill, as the thoughts of killing Phlegria, the Evernight demonic wolf, gave birth to countless scenarios in her head. Correct. The fall of Lilith, Kvaster, and Phlegria was caused by Grisha. Then was Ormur's betrayal also caused by him? Could he have instigated the betrayal in the first place? Perhaps history isn't as simple as tales and told. What appears on the surface might have much deeper implications hidden underneath. Klein suddenly halted his rapid thoughts, as a figure in history surfaced in his mind. Now that I think of it, I have very much neglected giants, especially when they have a being among them that may be polluted by the Great Mother. The giant queen, Umbella. His pupils suddenly contracted. Initially, after learning about Giant's Queen anomaly from the Seven Lights, hadn't I considered going to Kingdom of Silver to check on its resident? What happened to that plan? No, it's more like the entire thing slipped past my mind. Every time I did consider it, I was conveniently called for something else, such as a meeting, or Amonisi's. The last time a series of coincidences like these happened around me, the end wasn't pretty. Could it be that this is a warning stemming from spirituality? That I should not head to Kingdom of Silver because it might be too dangerous for me to handle? The ever-so-cautious Klein immediately considered the possibility, finding the situation quite similar to his previous reasonable encounters. And if anything, I have learned from those encounters, not dealing with them in due time usually results in a bad situation escalating to something terrible. A sigh parted his lips, as a man in his 30s with a deep receding hairline and sharp gray eyes flashed past his mind. Captain. Another sigh escaped him. Klein thought back to the anomaly with the Kingdom of Silver. The kingdom itself has faith in the Giant Queen, which means if anything, the danger should be related to her and not Ormur. Other than a Sequence Zero deity, I fail to see anything that might be a cause of danger, but again there is a lot I am still not aware of, which means I can't take anything lightly. If my spiritual self is warning me to a point of subconscious ignorance to the matter, then the warning has to be serious. Then. Yeah. I should wait until I gain the full uniqueness and become a true Sequence Zero, in a sense, before tackling this matter. No matter what it may be, I should be able to resist, unless somehow an actual entire outer deity descended out of nowhere. Klein slightly teased himself before coming to a conclusion. I have neglected the matter for some time now, might as well keep it up for a little more. Forgive me, O residents of the Kingdom of Silver. Klein turned his attention back onto Grisha and Amon-Isis, neither having continued the conversation due to Klein's prolonged silence. As expected, Klein uttered, while leaning back at his chair, clasping his hands. Then, how shall we execute such a massive catastrophe? He followed with a question aimed at Grisha. The latter waved his hands in front of his face. Not yet, there might be a slight change now. He paused for a moment, thinking back to the sanguine ancestor. Let's discuss the details in further meetings. Hee. That hee. This guy never fails in giving me chills. And what about the slight change in plans? Amon-Isis tried to decipher the hidden meaning in Grisha's words. Klein, seemingly unbothered, returned a smile at Grisha, indicating his understanding. Some time went by, with none of the three speaking another word. This indicated the end of the meeting, and so Klein and Amon-Isis didn't wait on the ceremony, greeting the son a farewell until the next meeting. Not before. By the way, you two should take care of yourself. Especially once you return to the real world. Grisha subtly warned. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Klein and Amon-Isis had the same exact thought once more. Without replying, Klein cut off the connection, letting Grisha's astral projection descend back into the real world. Seeing his figure disappear in fiery crimson, Amon-Isis turned her head towards Sapphira Castle's owner. I am confused. She didn't try to hide the fact that this particular meeting went over her head. Hee, what can I say other than wait and see? That doesn't sound good to me. She slightly gulped before a flash of crimson passed her vision, with the grayish-white fog disappearing into nothingness. The not-too-familiar living room entered her vision again, with Klein's figure in front of her. Just as she sighed, instantly, Amon-Isis heard a familiar, yet unfamiliar, clear yet illusory voice suddenly rang in her ears. Before she could react, her vision blurred, as suddenly Amon-Isis felt as if her head was being split apart. The illusory yet distinctly clear ravings drilled into her head, as her very ear threatened to give in. Klein, quickly noticing the anomaly, tried to take actions to help his friend, but then, a mystical, crazed and depraved voice sounded in his ears. It was a raving he had never heard before, far more crazed, more monstrous than even the ravings caused by the mental imprint of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, the previous Lord of Mysteries. But, unlike Amon-Isis, Klein was able to resist the mad influence of the illusory voice, and immediately deployed Realm of Mysteries, the embryonic divine kingdom of the Fool. With the Realm of Mysteries' concealment in effect, Klein was able to cut off all connections to the outside world, getting rid of the maddened ravings that plagued the duo. The reason Klein didn't immediately pull them back within Sapphira Castle was due to his unawareness of the situation. In the case where he wasn't aware of the enemy, revealing something as big as a Sapphira might not be the wisest move in the long run. Another reason was that Klein found himself capable of resisting the illusory ravings, which meant that merely the pseudo-divine kingdom was enough for this conundrum. As the voice faded away, Amon-Isis fell down from the chair to the floor, panting heavily as the throbbing pain in her head slowly reclined. While Klein reclined in his chair, and rubbed his forehead with his left hand, breathing in silence. For the longest of time, neither of them spoke, as sounds of panting, moans, and grunting filled the air. What was at? Amon-Isis barely managed to ask in a low voice. Suddenly, Grisha's previous warning surfaced in her mind, causing Amon-Isis to be filled with a bout of anger. I might have a theory. It seems. Klein paused, looking down at the demonic wolf which had curled herself to better support her shaking body. It seems. Amon-Isis repeated his last words, causing Klein to chuckle. Haha, it seems Phlegria might be. In the dark ancient black chapel, with the crimson moon shining atop the ancient structure frozen in time, a howl emerged resounding in the ears of each and every demonic wolf, making quite a lot of them to immediately lost control on the spot, the thin illusory threads drilling from their body, making slight movements before ultimately resting back. The crimson moonlight shined bright, drilling through the intricate windows of the ancient divine chapel surrounded by grey fog, illuminating the figure of a giant amalgamation of thin maggots seemingly cluttered on the body of a large demonic wolf. These thin transparent maggots moved around the body, drilling in and out through the pores in the flesh of the evernight demonic wolf, crawling in his bones, biting at his very flesh and flowing like blood in his veins. His transparent shining heart was clearly visible from his body, having no protection of a ribcage. It beat endlessly, as if as a last attempt to support his crumbling body. Countless tentacles kept phasing in and out from the bottom of the demonic wolf, as it sometimes formed legs, other times dissociated back into thin tentacles. Darkness surged back and forth covering and concealing various parts of his gigantic form. At the place where the face of this demonic wolf should have been was an illusory featureless mask. This featureless mask seemingly kept changing its form, trying to form various faces, yet failing completely. Within the mask was complete darkness. The darkness at his face and the illusory mask that was drilled into it seemingly tried to push themselves apart, to completely diverge, yet a strong force bound them together, making them incapable of complete separation. Wanting to separate yet converge at the same. Another howl resounded. It seems Phlegria might be dissociating. Chapter 22, Granted. In an unassuming part of the vast ocean, an island far away from any land, any shore, from the reach of any creature stood. On its shore, a giant scaleless serpent laid. His body coiled in itself, with his head wearing an expression of extreme pain and fear. What even happened? This was a question that constantly echoed his mind, ever since he had regained a shred of consciousness. Incapable of moving his own body, the scaleless serpent could do nothing but remain laying on the coarse sand, slowly recovering. Thanks to his accumulated good luck and probability manipulation, he hadn't encountered any danger despite being in such a vulnerable state for months already. It's also because of my good luck that I even managed to escape that calamity. Thinking back to that day, one where he and a calamity elf, alongside his army of elves, had attempted to attack the human base at the Great Shore, bringing forth a calamity that would sweep their enemies, only to be annihilated by an even bigger calamity, bearing the aura of the very tyrant. The scaleless serpent shivered. Merely thinking back to that day, remembering the very scene of that calamity, made him feel as if he was right in the clutches of the giant palm, slowly being torn apart head to tail, incapable of doing anything except scream. No need to ruminate over the past. I have managed to escape from my death, that's all that matters. The scaleless serpent assured himself, before letting out a sigh of relief. His body that was ridden with wheels of varying shape, all representing the possibility of a future, suddenly began to crack. Having already coiled in itself, it began to melt, turning into a stream of pure golden liquid, before converging in itself, forming a humanoid body. He had blue messy hair, pointy ears, and deep blue eyes with a hint of gold and a wheel-shaped pupil. The wheel-shaped pupil made a turn, before morphing into a simple oval one. He had finally recovered enough for him to start moving again. Standing on his two legs, the snake of Mercury, the god of luck of the elves, one of the many subsidiary gods of the tyrant, shook his head while letting out a deep breath. I need to report the calamity to the Lord, and also bear the punishment I might get for stepping over the Queen's arrangement. He gulped under fear, before slapping his head on a nearby rock. If only I hadn't listened to that brainless war addict. He cursed the calamity elf with all his heart. Worst of all, that bastard and his team died. Not even their remains were left. I am the sole survivor, so I'll have to bear all the punishment by myself. My only hope is the Queen, otherwise God's wrath will be my end. Vigorously shaking his head and gritting his teeth, the snake of Mercury grunted before approaching the sea, so as to return back to the elven kingdom. Just as he was about to dive in the water, shaking off his rising mild fear from remembering the past, he suddenly felt his surroundings shift, the cloudy sky switching to a bright clear blue. The crashing waves halted to a deadly stillness, reflecting the blue of the sky. The island on which he was standing, disappearing into nothingness. What lay in front of him now was the vast, azure expanse with a tall rocky peak not too far from him, rising towards an endless sky. Its texture was all black, with wheels encircling its entire length, and a giant scaleless serpent coiled around the peak, its tail at the very bottom, and its head disappearing into the sky as so the top of the peak. The snake of Mercury, witnessing this heavenly sight, immediately looked up at the sky and, his gaze pierced through the endless blue, before he grit his teeth in frustration and anger. Within the endless space, soaring in the endless skies, were creatures with gigantic wings, stretching out from their hard, scaly bodies which appeared almost like rocks. The snake of Mercury immediately recognized the gigantic creatures to be mind dragons, and the place he was in was his subconscious, adding up to his annoyance. Stomping his foot on the still blue space, the snake of Mercury forcefully stepped out of the sea of collective subconscious, returning to the real world. With his return, the mind dragons also descended into the real world. Looking back up, the snake of Mercury slowly began to revert to his primal form, morphing into a scaleless serpent, when he suddenly halted his transformation. This was because he quickly came to notice that the mind dragons only soared past him, not bothering to fight against the weakened god of luck. From their trajectory, he quickly deduced their destination, which only made his eyes widened and his facial expressions to twist into a shock. They can't be serious, no way. This flock of mind dragons, from what the snake of Mercury could deduce, were heading towards the Elven Kingdom. They were heading to attack the Elven Kingdom. In just some moments, the mind dragon disappeared from the subsidiary god's view, while he remained rooted to the ground, silently watching over. A singular thought ran across his mind, rushing him to return to the Elven Kingdom immediately. A war is about to ensue. How interesting. Smoke, steel, ashes, and bodies. The abundant and prospering Moon City, the hometown of all sanguines and the place bathed in crimson, had seemingly undergone a regression. The arching pillars had fallen, the buildings had been torn from the ground, debris ridden everywhere for as far as the eyes could see, and the corpses of mutants, sanguines, vampires, and humans littering the entire place. Thick bushes covered the area, with roots, trees, and tendrils hoisting the entire city in its grip. It was like the warmth of a mother that covered her children, providing protection against those that dared cause them harm. It was a mess but an interesting sight, especially so for a man in a clergyman robe, a cross dangling from his neck, his innocent eyes reflecting the sack state of the entire Moon City and beyond. He stood further away from the Moon City, at the edge of a cliff. He took in the furthest point of the city, noticing a tall imposing tower, seemingly made out of flesh. The Sanguines have been on the winning edge in this war. The sun god, Grisha remarked. He moved his gaze upwards at the sky, noticing the dark clouds that dampened the sunlight, struggling to illuminate the city. He chuckled, before controlling the weather, bringing more dark clouds, darkening the surroundings further. He then looked before him, extending his hands, he softly declared. I, the resplendent and decadent sun. He paused, grinning widely as he continued. Call forth. The Mother Crimson. The sanguine ancestor. The crimson moon that shines atop this world. Instantly, his surroundings began to undergo a rapid change. Small plants sprouted out of the decadent land, the flowers that have yet to bloom, suddenly blossomed completely with their bountiful seeds rapidly germinating into beautiful and fresh fruits. It was a miraculous sight. The once barren land, now prospered with life. Grisha remained unfazed by this, as he slowly continued, already feeling a presence behind him. Lilith. The wind grew faster as vines and roots sprouted out from the ground, crawling towards Grisha's body. He did not attempt to resist, simply turning around, as the vines crawled up his legs, encircling his entire body, while the roots quickly took hold of his arms, fixing him in a place. While he was being spiritually, physically, and mysteriously trapped in his place by the vines and roots, a figure stood not too far from him. He quickly noticed the figure to be that of a beautiful and plump lady. She stood on the ground bare feet, with various small plants and ears of wheat growing from her feet. Her white dress fluttered about in the air, outlining her voluptuous figure that exuded a maternal aura. Just below her large chest was a miniature crimson moon floating on her slender fingers, radiating a crimson glow, which seemed to want to grant new life to the beautiful land around. You. The Mother Crimson, sanguine ancestor Lilith uttered, her serene maternal voice trailing off at the end. She is attractive. A true beauty goddess. Grisha inwardly remarked, narrowing his gaze. He witnessed Lilith, slowly inching closer to him, her beautiful emerald eyes reflected his handsome figure. Grisha noted this figure to be the sanguine from of the sanguine ancestor. Good evening. Isn't the weather quite cloudy? Grisha politely greeted, donning a bright smile on his face. The sanguine ancestor remained unaffected by his calm demeanor and quite playful demeanor, coldly staring at him. She did take note of one interesting thing, the sudden relief and serenity in her current mental state. She felt much lighter and relaxed than even in this restrained form of hers. Merely being in his presence is impactful. The thought crossed her mind. Grisha, on the other hand, rested his gaze on the miniature crimson moon floating on her fingertips, trying his best to avoid examining her sensuality-evoking figure. The moon uniqueness. He quickly identified the object, before swiftly taking note of the foreign presence, a sinister aura radiating from this uniqueness. Normally, the influence originating from the mental imprint within the characteristics and uniqueness was insensible. Since the very uniqueness and characteristics were the embodiment of the original creator's will, they themselves did not have a sensible presence, only exuding a mystical attraction, and the passive effect representing the corresponding pathway. Grisha could, for a fact, tell apart that the aura radiating from the uniqueness and subsequently Lilith was foreign in nature, as if an external influence had a certain grip on the sanguine ancestor. Suddenly, the sanguine ancestor felt a gaze land on her. No. The gaze wasn't just on her, but it seemingly landed on everything. Watching over every part of the world, emerging from the depths of every shadow in the world, even that of her. All these gazes peered at the thick, invisible membrane that surrounded the world in its entirety. The sanguine ancestor took notice of this, looking down at the miniature crimson moon and then at the world barrier. What do you want? Grisha returned his gaze back at her face, as the roots slithered about on his body. His golden bright eyes observed her voluptuous figure deeply, before his lips parted, as deep and solemn words ingrained into reality itself. Would you be interested in an alliance? Yawn. Amonices yawned loudly. Opening her eyes, she gazed at the room she was in, a perfect replica of her own. Nice. Inwardly remarking with a smirk, the relatively short demonic wolf lazily stood up from her cushion, before walking towards her mirror. She stared at her image, comparing it to the one she was used to seeing back in the demonic wolf settlement. I have gotten smaller, almost the size of a normal wolf. She let out a sigh, before noticing the small nightcap that rested on her head. She stared at it for some moments, before breaking into a light laughter, smiling. You would look good with this nightcap. She remembered the comment of a certain man, as he rested this nightcap on her head, before bidding farewell for the night. Opening her door, the smell of freshly cooked meat entered her nostrils, jolting her from out of her stupor. Quickly, she rushed down the stairs, skipping some stairway steps, as she made her way towards the kitchen of the familiar house. Just as she expected, there stood, leaned against the wall of the kitchen, a man wearing an apron. In his hands were occupied by modern kitchen utensils, his black hair slightly messy, with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, revealing his slender arms. He turned his head towards her, his black eyes slightly dilating, before flashing a smile. Morning. I was about to wake you up actually, said Klein Moretti. Amon Isis looked at his figure deeply, her gaze softening as she spoke. Thanks for that. What are you cooking, by the way? Oh, just some pork meat. Some villagers brought it as an offering to the house today. Klein explained as sizzle sounds escaped from the firewood burning in the kitchen, providing heat to the utensils. Amon Isis closed her eyes and sniffed the air, before salivating. You should clean yourself. I'll set up breakfast, Klein said as he leaned down towards the pan placed over firewood. Amon Isis stared at him for some moments before walking away, chuckling. He would make for a pretty good husband, she remarked inwardly before suddenly pausing. Wait a moment, she looked down at the wooden boards. He can cook, clean, take care of kids, has a slender body, knows finances. As more and more facts flashed past her mind, Amon Isis's mind inched closer towards a conclusion. Klein was the perfect male wife. What am I even thinking? She shook her head vigorously, her small night hat threatening to fall off her head. Going back to her room, she quickly readied herself before stepping out back into the living room, no longer wearing her night hat. Her mouth watered up, due to the scent in the air, as she jumped on the couch with Klein sitting in front of her on a chair, adjusting their plates. Looking down on the crispy texture of the tender pork with golden undertones, Amon Isis gulped. Her extra limbs as a demonic wolf had undergone a small change, specifically her paws morphing into more humanoid hands, which could now pick up and grip utensils like spoons and forks. Her small knife ran through the tender meat, splitting it into two, before she slowly shaped one half into a small cube. Her fork soon pierced into the soft meat before picking it up and resting it on Amon Isis's mouth. Just as she ate the meat, she threw away the knife and fork and leaned forward, flipping the plate and swiftly gulping the entire pork in one swipe. Magically, the plate landed back on its spot on the table without breaking. This went unnoticed to the demonic wolf who rested her whole body on the couch, munching on the delicious and delicate meat. Klein's arm was frozen in midair, while his eyes were fixed on the mythical beast. His face wore an unexplainable look, ranging between shock and surprise. What the fuck did I just witness? Amon Isis was unbothered by his gaze, having gotten used to it. You are a good cook, much better than I ever could, she complimented, while displaying a pleased look. Klein tried to form some words but ultimately failed. So, he opted to focus on his meal instead. He took a bite of his own delicacy, inwardly praising and commenting on his skills in silence, which was eventually broken by Amon Isis's voice. So, what's the plan? We have been living together for a while now. Klein looked up at her, munching on the delicate meat. Nothing much, to be honest. We can't go on our little adventures due to the state of war the world is currently embroiled in, Klein explained, as he took another bite from his plate. Understandable. I suppose that will remain the case until that being's plan comes to fruition. Correct. Though, the world wouldn't really become any safer, following the war. The main difference would be that you and I would have the capability to actively participate, even if we were to come across a deity. Klein wiped off his mouth with a handkerchief, while resting his utensils on his now empty plate. We. More like you. I would at most be a sequence one. Amon Isis cursed. Regardless, his exposition is factual. While the mythical races have always been at a war with each other, currently, it's almost as if a spark has been ignited on an ancient powder keg. It's no longer just an attack, but a full-fledged war that would eventually lead to a divine battle. Amon Isis narrowed her gaze. The mutants waged war on the sanguines, dragons on elves. Death's envoys have seemingly disappeared, but they may be in an internal struggle with the giants. Only the demonic wolves and devils haven't jumped into this mess. Amon Isis spoke, stating all the facts about the world she was aware of. Any changes? Klein let out a sigh as he closed his eyes, remaining still for a while, before he opened them again and shook his head in decline. The god of war of Kvastor is heading towards the Moon City. Again. The god of war of Kvastor had led the first assault on the city of Sanguines, commanding an army of over 1,000 mutants. While the surprise attack couldn't be exactly called successful, majorly due to the Blood Queen and Sanguine ancestor swiftly stepping in. However, the city still suffered a massive blow, causing several casualties. Amon Isis was quickly reminded of Klein's state upon hearing about this attack. It was the first time she had seen him mildly panicked and worried. He may have tried to hide it, but the worry on his face was evident. It's so weird. He is a being so close to achieving the status of true deity. He doesn't even have to worry about believers much, as he can use his avatars for anchor. Yet, this is possibly the only being I have seen in this world, perhaps bar Grisha, that is actually worried over a human. Good thing, that guy, what was his name again? Fred. Yeah, good thing that Fred guy survived. Otherwise, Klein might have. Amon Isis stared at him silently, confusing Klein. The Blood Queen has gotten word of his incoming approach, and is heading to confront the mutated army. I am sending some avatars to take a closer look. Klein continued, before retracing his attention away from his avatars back to the demonic wolf. Noticing she had nothing more to ask, Klein contemplated on bringing up a certain topic. Amon Isis took notice of his pondering expression, which sparked her curiosity. After a while, Klein came to a decision and leaned forward, curling his fingers together. Actually, one interesting fact about this world is that it takes 365 days for it to complete one rotation over the sun. Amon Isis' ears twitched. Interestingly, I have always thought of this world to be like a parallel of ours. Seems like that theory might be correct. When Amon Isis had newly transmigrated, she had spent an entire day mapping out the day and night cycle and discovered that, even on this planet, a day consisted of 24 hours. This allowed her to make an estimation of the size of this world, and found herself to be disappointed that this wasn't some cool Xianxia or cultivation novel-sized realm. Cringe memories, here they come. Amon Isis tried her best in concealing her emotions. Since a year in this world also consists of 365 days and 24 hours in a single day, I was able to map out the weeks and months, so as to have a time estimate. He extended his hand, and took out a piece of paper. He straightened the paper, turning it into a sharp blade as he aimed the paper on her before throwing it at the demonic wolf. Amon Isis swiftly catched the paper with one pseudo-paw, while extending her other as they shared a handshake. She took a look at the paper, which consisted of the info on the week and month's distribution and a hand-drawn calendar. She quickly noticed at the top was a doodle of a man with a large top hat and a creature with 8 limbs, with a nightcap on its head. Amon Isis identified the doodled figures to be her and Klein. How cute! She smiled and looked at Klein, who wore a stoic expression. Looking back at the calendar, Amon Isis quickly swiped her gaze through the various months, before resting it on the last month of the year. December. Her gaze fixed itself on a red circled date on the December calendar, the 22nd of December, which had been highlighted with a note, Amon Isis's birthday. Wait, what? Amon Isis looked back at Klein. My birthday is on 22nd of December. Klein nodded. I am not aware of you, but the real Amon Isis's birthday falls on 22nd of December. Yeah, same as me. I was also born on 22nd of December. Amon Isis said in surprise, earning a light chuckle from Klein. How interesting, coincidentally me, as in Zhou Mingrue and Klein Moretti also have matching birthdays on 4th of March. Klein wore a peculiar expression, as he pondered over the mystical connection that may be related to them and their current body. Perhaps birthday is actually more significant than a mere coincidence. Well, there are no ordinary coincidences. Klein rebuked his head. What's the current date today then? Looking back at Amon Isis, Klein replied leisurely, I was just getting at that, today should be the 22nd of October, 2 months from your birthday. Klein paused for a moment, noting Amon Isis' surprised but slightly excited expression. This is important for you. A deity's birthday is treated as quite a significant day in religion. Considering we have a growing one that worships you, the info of their goddess's birthday approaching will spark a large religious event, which will acquire many prayers and growing faith, if everything goes right. Klein displayed a genuine smile. You might just gain a human body on your birthday. Amon Isis couldn't help but form a wide smile on her face, upon hearing this. I see no problems. She simply stated, prompting Klein to shake his head. It's not as simple as it may sound. The people would expect something big to happen on such a day, a bestowment or a miracle of sorts. Amon Isis nodded, understanding Klein's implication. She pondered over it for a moment, before looking back at him. Why worry when I have the world's most renowned magician in front of me? Amon Isis said in a delicate, teasing tone, earning a sigh from in response. Just what I expected from you. Wearing a tired smile, Klein nodded and said, then, I suppose I can leave you to plan out your own birthday. Just make sure it aligns with the enigmatic figure of the goddess of misfortune, and the miracle that will be displayed is something you will be able to recreate, should there come a time when you and I will no longer be together. Suddenly, Amon Isis felt her heart sting. Should there come a time when you and I will no longer be together? The statement suddenly repeated itself in her head over and over. Would it? Will there be a time when you and I won't be together? Why? Why would we not? What could happen? Various questions surfaced in her head, with Amon-Isis wanting to voice them out to him, yet just as she went to open her mouth, it closed in on itself. She witnessed Klein stand up and take their plates away, as the men pondered what to make for the lunch. Amon-Isis remained frozen on the couch, as she thought over his previous statement. While we may be friends, sharing a distant past, Klein and I have different goals and ambitions. He wishes to rise to Sequence 0, while I simply wish to return home. Would this difference in ambition lead to our eventual split up? She had never thought about this, or perhaps had consciously resisted the thought. Klein was her first friend, and naturally, Amon-Isis felt deeply attached to him even if out of loneliness. But, she did enjoy her time spent with him, for how troublesome he was, Amon-Isis had enjoyed every moment of cursing, lampooning in silence. Her life was flipped on its tail after meeting Klein. For better, and for worse. To Amon-Isis, it was the best. Yet, the realization that the sweet dream might not last forever dawned on her, like a child realizing he can't have fun all day with their favorite friend, in her case, her only friend. And so, the demonic wolf sat there, on the couch, staring at the table before her. Silently, she took the feeling of her humanity strengthening and opened her mouth, speaking in an inaudible low tone. I wish. Amon-Isis made a wish. A wish to no one. Yet, to her unawareness, the world, or Amon-Isis's most renowned magician in the kitchen, let out an audibly deep sigh, while chuckling to himself. Granted. Chapter 23, To Conquer. Extreme, and I mean, extreme major credits and appreciation goes to Chaotic Writer, my editor, for this chapter. Thanks bro. It was the middle of the day. Clouds lining the sky, casting their shadows on the land, one characterized by deathly stillness. Standing on a tall hill, devoid of any life in its surroundings, was a beautiful woman exuding a cold aura. Her long, black hair extended to her knees, crimson-colored glistening eyes, their glow overpowering the surrounding light. Her face was enchanting, a sculpted beauty beyond the concept of mesmerizing. Her lone figure remained still, as if waiting for someone or something. The clouds in the sky clustered, crashing together over and over, as lightning streaked across, a thunderous roar soon echoing. It was then, the women noticed a white, thick fog forming and rapidly permeating the surroundings. This phenomenon was further highlighted with the clashing dark clouds, the lightning streaks arcing around the fabric of space, providing illumination to the increasingly dark and cloudy land. The woman remained unmoved by this, remaining at her spot as the thickish white fog enveloped her figure. Fog filled her eyes as she found herself incapable of even sensing her immediate surroundings. This feeling extended to her connection to the moon, spirit world, astral world, leaving her truly isolated. Yet, even with all this, the woman's neutral countenance remained unchanged. Suddenly, she felt countless gazes land on her from all directions. Some eyeing her chest, other her face, gazing deeply at her figure. These gazes were seemingly devoid of any life, or an extreme craze. A sigh parted her red lips, followed by a light chuckle. The air coating her skin suddenly turned heavy, boiling to an extreme degree, with small molten particles materializing and penetrating her every orifice. Those particles, then more, turning into steel, seeking to destroy everything in a slow and painful manner. Her lips now curled up into a faint smile, as her crimson eyes flickered, before turning incandescent, while her enchanting figure regenerated all the continuous internal devastation the molten steel caused. She took a step forward, as the surrounding fog began to violently churn, and soon parted before her. The fog seemed to resist the change as it tried to calm itself, but the churning reaction spread to all of its corners. The unbearable temperature rapidly rose, vaporizing the very hill the woman was standing on. In this fog-covered blazing region, the woman's light smile turned into a wide grin, an action which seemed to have a subtle effect on the surroundings. Suddenly, a bright, almost blindfold crimson light shined out from her body, completely splitting apart the already unstable white fog. The velvet crimson light descended on every corner of the land, overpowering the extreme temperature fluctuations with an abundance of vitality. It wasn't too long before the entire landscape was bathed in this vital-filled crimson. The white fog seemed to have been revitalized as it struggled, seeking to expand once more, and overpower this mysterious spiritual essence. However, it remained incapable of doing so, as it failed to stabilize and its ripples and dispersal once more resumed. Not even the dark clouds above this carnage were spared as the crimson blood moon casted its illumination, its surface somehow reflecting on the dark clouds, and dispersing it. The rippling white fog swayed, before vanishing down once more. Suddenly, shadows took form one after the other, their outlines visible even under the overpowering illumination of crimson. The sounds of footsteps resonated across the plain as a figure stepped out, making itself known. Nearly 50 feet tall, a skull formed of iron, lighted in pure violet blaze, a giant sharp tail protruding out of his back, while his body covered in pure steel armor. Emanating from him was a terrifying aura of supremacy, forcing every being, whether living or dead, within the surrounding hundreds of kilometers to remain still in total subjugation. To think the goddess of beauty, herself, would step out of her nice and comfortable little playground. You aren't fit for the battlefield, your sticks for arms will shatter from the slightest exercise. From the imposing being's jaws erupted a mocking and thunderous voice, instantly inciting up the woman's psyche, before she swiftly calmed herself. Humph, am I to watch while you wreck my domain, and conquer my people? Hee hee, what conquering? Wasn't your last, pathetic attempt at an invasion enough of a lesson? The goddess of beauty, the blood queen of sanguines spoke. Her tone was light but taunting, carrying a sense of eloquence and undeniable charm. The intimidating armored being burst into laughter, his thunderous voice embedding deep within the fabric of reality. What a surprise. The sanguine queen seems to actually have her ways with words. This conqueror then shook his head and let out a deep sigh. But, nonetheless, too naive. While your short-sightedness saw my previous acts as defeat, I see unrestrained glory. What unrestrained glory do you speak of? Has your chained and accumulated stupidity been finally released after so long? The sanguine's queen rebuked. Stupidity? Mind me, but the only one stupid here is you. As the loud, thunderous voice spoke, more and more figures walked out of the thick white fog, zombies, werewolves, puppets, spirits, wraiths as well creatures resembling flaming giants, gorgons and others. Just behind the conqueror stood 3 figures, one a giant, 20 feet tall with a burning charred body, his head burning in purple flames, and beside him was an equally black-robed mummy creature. In the middle was a sensual-inducing creature half with a voluptuous female physique, and extremely thick black hair, moving like snakes, with cold eyeballs all over their surfaces. Appearing alone to face an army of hundreds of thousands. Aren't you pretty confident? You big bats aren't even capable of fighting us head-on. How fascinating. Wait, don't tell me. Your subjects abandoned you. Taunt after taunt spat out from this conqueror's mouth, increasingly provoking the goddess of beauty. Enough. She spoke out loudly in an annoyed and slightly frustrated tone. Her tone seemed to have an effect on the conqueror, as he laughed out loudly and spoke. So it shall be. I'll deal with you first before heading towards the desolate city. The moment he finished speaking, the god of war stomped the ground at his feet, the impact causing the bedrock kilometers below to deeply fracture and then shatter into a terrifying earthquake. The land itself, within an area which could be considered a large nation, was split into half. The large army behind him turned transparent and invisible, to most but not the sanguine queen as she observed them swiftly taking a battle formation in the form of an arrow. An arrow with the ability to pierce through the mightiest of foes. At the tip of this arrow was the very symbol of war, and at both ends were the black-robed mummy, the god of spiritual creatures Tolzna, and the herald of catastrophes, Gorgon. Occupying the rear of the formation, standing tall as a blazing purple furnace was the symbol of strive and rust, the calamity warlock. The thickish white fog instantly reappeared within the crimson-bathed land, and engulfed the split land, going far over a 50 kilometers radius, providing the army a tough defense as well as incredible stealth. Hundreds of thousands of footsteps sounded at once, as the entire army turned into one giant purple arrow, and neared the Blood Queen at insane speeds. Even the constant oppressive aura and combusting-inducing blazing arrow seemed to falter before the goddess of beauty's form, as she simply lifted a hand, the moon's crimson shine deepening to an extreme degree. From this light, an innumerable amount of doors, some on the path of the arrow, others occupying every single space in the land rapidly materialized. All of them possessed their own unique and mysterious symbols engraved onto them, as they swung open. At once, from the massive door of summonings, sanguines and vampires flew out, each already having deployed their massive bat wings empowered by the crimson moon itself to further hinder the highly mobile titanic arrow. These sanguines seemed to be overflowing with endless spirituality and abundance of life, as their every move was amplified by the crimson light. On another end of the battlefield, the Blood Queen flew to the air, the massive and imposing crimson moon serving as her backdrop as her perfect figure reflected the entire battlefield. The split ground shook over the impacts and from the numerous tiny cracks, molten steel erupted forming thorny edges that instantly pierced through the hearts of a large number of sanguines, resulting in their deaths. The thickish white fog lit up as violet flames spread onto the entire battlefield tearing away at the crimson moon-enhanced sanguines. Those who were swift enough to escape this assault flew into the sky closer to the crimson moon for protection, but they were immediately shot down and incinerated by an endless volley of blazing violet arrows. Another large swath of them succumbed to an innumerable amount of flame-immune mystical pathogens, and curses already permeating the space. More and more sanguines fell, incapable of handling the relentless and mysterious assaults, as the titanic purplish arrow sped throughout the battlefield, vaporizing and conquering all on its path. Just as loss seemed imminent for the sanguines, a loud clap resonated in the air. Suddenly, a thick black fog manifested onto the ravaged land, overpowering the fog of war. The many door of summonings which had been destroyed in the assault, suddenly reformed and once more swung open as an entirely new sanguine army, full of vitality joined the battlefield. This didn't stop the arrow, which kept the lead while splitting into various smaller arrows. Within some, wraiths and evil spirits, assisted by the mirror mazes of unagings and despairs, sneakily possessed many sanguines, and were bombarded by an uncountable number of flaming arrows, killing the enemy. However, these wraiths and evil spirits were unaffected by all this, as the damage they incurred was shifted to various blazing arrows, containing a number of disciples of silence. These inferno-covered demigods featured in thorny vines piercing their bodies, turned bloodshot, and burned further due to the damage they suddenly received, as well the plagues, madness, and catastrophes they incurred. Suddenly, invisible waves were released from their battered forms as they spat out curses, stemming from their current torment. This was the damage accumulation followed by the release of the disciples of silence as these potent curses swept through the opposing force, annihilating most of sanguines. Besides this, hot magma, molten steel and the blazing arrows composed of abnormally high temperature fire tore through the battlefield at supersonic speed, accurately piercing through the heart of each and every remaining sanguines, culling their numbers. Once more, defeat was imminent to the sanguines. However, the doors of summoning once more materialized and opened, more even healthier and vigorous sanguines walking out of them and rushing towards the ongoing battle. Even with world-ending calamities and disasters occurring, the seemingly endless sanguine force remained relentless. Each time, when the sanguines felt ever so close to losing, an entire new army walked out of the doors of summonings. It was endless. If not for the chained and accumulated pool of spirituality, the mutated army would have soon run deficient. However, spirituality wasn't a problem for their opposition, who bathed in an endlessly rejuvenating spirituality in the crimson light. As the battle went on, the mutated army, led by the god of war, began to increasingly rely on the fog of war to earn some much-needed respite under the endless horde. Due to this, the scales naturally tipped in favor of the sanguines, as the crimson moon made by their queen continued to disperse the fog of war, causing casualties to appear within the mutated army. However, these soldiers didn't lose too much ground, as with the use of the intricate chain of command, they could make use of an unaging's elusive resurrection and swiftly rejoin the battlefield. However, this recovery can't be maintained for long. At the head of the indomitable violet arrow, the god of war thought. Through his second-in-command, the Calamity Warlock's analysis, they had discerned a crucial detail. The amount of sanguines coming out of the doors of summoning weren't any more than the one being killed on the battlefield. He moved his gaze and subtly conquered a few doors of summoning which had just swung open to release another wave of rejuvenated sanguines. Through this act, and the mirror maze of his fourth-in-command, the Herald of Catastrophes, Gorgon, he could subtly observe the doors of summoning intricacies. Ah, I see. So that's how. Within the strange door of summonings, hiding at an unknown and difficult-to-trace location was a giant fleshy creature, resembling a massive and grotesque female reproductive organ. The organ shook around, as the singular hole it had at the bottom expanded and released a large, dark gas that quickly formed into tens of thousands of sanguines. This process repeated as hundreds of thousands of sanguines were reformed, and subsequently released back into the battlefield, through the doors of summoning. I was wondering where the goddess of life was. The god of war remarked as he directed his army to once more plunge into the battlefield. Once a sanguine perishes, their life essence is extracted by the crimson blood moon, eluding even my cull, and the curses released by Tolsna and his chained troops. The goddess of life, connected to the blood moon through the blood queen, rebirths the fallen sanguines, granting them new life, essentially creating an immortal army. To get around this, one will need to either take care of the goddess of beauty, or the goddess of life, but that's essentially impossible. They're directly connected to the crimson moon, and hence the sanguine ancestor, making it non-exploitable. Forcefully jumping into or interacting directly with the hidden goddess of life might instead leave you facing this true goddess. To test his analysis, the god of war controlled a zombie, hidden by numerous mirror mazes, and made it reach out for one of the doors of summoning. The moment it contacted it, its pus-filled body was suddenly filled with vitality as new life rapidly grew in its half-opened abdomen. Yes, a zombie was about to give birth to an unknown life form. With a mere thought, the god of war incinerated the zombie, and completely excluded it from the rest of the army, as a full proof against the new life, which might spread through it and infect his army. The god of war then sensed the entire battlefield, feeling the losing tug of war his conquering aura was experiencing facing the crimson moon. Even with this, and the obliterated fog of war, the god of war subtly vanished from his rank, letting his second-in-command, the Calamity Warlock, substitute for him. Right beside the beauty goddess, a purple sword appeared and completely cleaved through her figure. However, her split halves congealed into moon paper figurines as she appeared on another end of the battlefield. The symbol of war, wielding his blazing sword, wasn't surprised by this, as his cull and endless volley of violet arrows followed and pierced through endless substitutes of the beauty goddess. Adding onto that, the battlefield was instantly morphed into a fiery hell and frozen blizzard, bringing absolute carnage onto all the sanguines including the Blood Queen. Even with this, even with the god of war's cull which allowed his attacks to bypass all substitutes and aim for the real target, the crimson light remained, and from it, the Blood Queen was reborn time and time again from nothing. Following this, invisible waves spread from her figure, causing the subsequent attacks and effects directed at her and her subjects to falter before her beauty. Apart from this, the god of war, and subsequently all in his army, felt the crimson's moon shine on them as new life rapidly grew within their bodies. This caused a chuckle out of this conqueror as he conquered all the growing new lives and then cursed and vaporized them, transferring all the pain and damage to his third-in-command, the god of spiritual creatures, Tolsna. This black-robed ancient bane, looking like a mummy wrapped in bandages, writhed in silent agony as he carried all of the army's burden, and then turned it into a potent curse which instantly wiped out the hundreds of thousands of the reborn sanguines who had just stepped out of the doors of summoning. Suddenly, Tolsna's vision darkened. He felt restraints applied to his body, which prompted him to immediately try and phase into the spirit world, but he failed to do so, as the darkness solidified on him while he felt his spirituality growing increasingly unstable. The change threatened to rip through the body of heart and mind, as well as his soul body. Far away from him, the Blood Queen's figure quickly took shape, with the one of her eyes missing, as blood oozed out of her hollow socket. However, the wound was instantly healed without leaving a scar. Her assault didn't just occur on this ancient bane, but also on all the mutants connected to him, restraining the capabilities of the mutated army. Spirituality was needed for everything within the Beyonder world, and for the Sequence One beauty goddess who could represent the Crimson Moon to an extent, and seize control of this spirituality, this move was especially deadly. Immediately, she dodged an incoming strike of a purple sword, with the moonlight. The Blood Queen had to keep moving around the moonlight as she dodged the sky-filled volleys of blazing arrows, which floated between a metallic sheen and a violet color. Before she could completely destabilize the god of spiritual creatures and his mutants, she suddenly felt her surroundings shift, as a desolate land encroached in fire, blood and rust appeared before her. Aurnia felt her connection to the blood moon weakening as the landscape once more changed and featured a large thorny dark forest, with thick dark vines. Instantly, the Sanguine Queen realized the thick dark vines to not be vines, but poisonous black snakes, an entire forest of them. They covered the entire ground, reaching up to the sky and towards her lonesome figure. The air suddenly turned thick with plasma burning away her flesh, and chilling frost encasing her in ice. While this happened, a gigantic violet arrow condensed above the sky and conquered the surroundings while instantly reaching the struggling Sanguine Queen. Even while feeling the suppressive effects of the conquering arrow, the Sanguine Queen resisted as crimson light suddenly shined from within her body. This wasn't from the Crimson Moon which she was currently isolated from. Instead, it was from a door of summoning within her body which had a miniature Crimson Moon within. This shine gave her the strength needed to briefly resist the all-encompassing arrow which seeked to force her down. Aurnia then exuded her beauty, mitigating and halting the scorching tip of the arrow right before her eyes and then affecting the forest of snakes right around her. The carnage-inducing dimension seemed to halt in awe at her figure, as cracks began to appear around the realm's edges, with deep crimson light soon pulverizing through, and illuminating everything. Suddenly, vitality filled not only all the snakes, but also the steel, blood, arrows, the very air was filled with vitality as new life rapidly grew. Always an interesting day fighting the Sanguine Queen. A sigh escaped the symbol of war, as he chained the effects of the new life in him, and let a section of his army bear the burden while he brought an end to them using his borrowed power. He knew he couldn't completely conquer the effects of the Crimson Moon, and thus made use of the authorities his lord had granted, following a special deed ritual. He wasn't surprised by Beauty Goddess prevailing in his assault, as taking her down wasn't what he aimed for. The real reason for isolated Aurnia was so she couldn't finish off his third-in-command, Tolsna, as she had previously placed his fellow subsidiary god in a tough situation. Having cut off any connections with the troops he just sacrificed, the symbol of war glanced at Aurnia and let his taunting voice echo in the devastated land. Just how much power can you borrow from the Crimson Moon? The beauty goddess suddenly had an ominous feeling as she spread her spirituality to envelope all sanguines on the battlefield, in order to forcefully throw them into the rematerialized doors of summoning. However, she couldn't feel any of these doors anymore. Not just that, she couldn't feel her connection to the goddess of life, to her own subjects, and worst of all, to the sanguine ancestor. This also extended to the spirit world as well as the astral world, with even the material world she was floating in, feeling very faint. They had all been conquered. A pillar seemed to rise before her, turning everything into rust, strife, blood, seeking to place every dimension below its base. This pillar was in fact an impossibly large violet sword occupying all of the remaining senses of the Blood Queen. Can you regenerate from this? A mocking voice sounded from everywhere and nowhere at once, and suddenly, Aurnia could perceive the god of war. But it wasn't one, not two, and not 100. Instead, it was hundreds of thousands of god of wars, each as real as the last, all seemingly supporting this pillar of a sword. This conqueror had shared his status to all of his army at once, making every single one of them equal to his. It didn't take long for Ornia to realize all her subjects had been incinerated, but couldn't rejoin the battlefield due to the doors of summoning succumbing to this all-conquering aura. She was truly alone and on the brink of total suppression as the pillar instantly appeared next to her. However, nothing came. Ornia, now in a deep crater on the massive wasteland, looked up with wide, shocked eyes at the top of the crater where the tall blazing figure of the symbol of war stood. However, she noticed the weird expression on the skull which acted as the conqueror's face. Through her authority over spirituality, the beauty goddess could sense the faint presence of the conqueror. His spirituality was extremely faint, seemingly having been almost depleted on the last failed attack. The god of war had depleted his spirituality at possibly the worst moment of battle. How unfortunate, the god of war spoke nonchalantly as Ornia felt her subjects, the sanguines, returned to the battlefield. However, the absence of the crimson moon made them pause in surprise as some of them reacted swiftly and moved towards the deep crater where their queen was, while the rest tensely stared down the mutated army. The god of war wasn't bothered by all this and instead was deeply entangled in his thoughts. My spirituality was mostly expanded right as I was about to deal the finishing blow. How coincidental and unfortunate. I miscalculated the spiritual expense of the last attack. Or, more likely, I ignored this detail. The Dragon of Nightmare? No, that twisted dragon isn't foolish enough to interfere with the actions of a major ally. Especially when I was going to conquer the beauty goddess. The god of luck. He supposedly vanished after a failed attempt at invading the Great Shore. And it can't be the theft of the giants, as I was always on the lookout for them. All the other races are currently wary following those attacks. While the god of war's thinking speed was extreme, he didn't just stay put and do nothing as he assigned his fourth-in-command to subtly examine the army's retreat path. After receiving a charming mental note that all was clear, the symbol of war flashed a smile at Ornia, who remained wary of any sudden moves. However, her eyes twitched as through her senses, she saw the entire mutated army seemingly get covered behind a one-way gigantic mirror. This mirror then broke into shards, with nothing left behind. But what caused the Blood Queen to turn incensed was a path of violet flames on the split land, shaped in the form of words in Jotun. We escaped into the mirror world. If your uneducated, reproduction-filled mind couldn't tell. You can try following my shadow. The Sanguine Queen flared her nostrils and let out a deep breath, calming her mind. She couldn't let her subjects view her in such a state. After draining the spirituality within the taunting flames, Ornia reassured her subjects, and then created doors of summoning for each and all of them. As she passed through one herself, she let her thoughts burn. Mark my words, god of war. For this humiliation, I will make sure this grand war will be your last. Granted. Sitting in the vast back garden, Amon Isis ruminated over the past few days. As a mythical creature, her sense of time was very much warped, making the month that had gone by since then feel like a few days. The small seed she had sowed in the garden had now fully bloomed into night flowers, complementing the look of her garden, while giving life to the quaint house as a whole. Watching over them gave her a peace of mind. Sighing, Amon Isis closed her eyes, feeling the gentle breeze brushing her sleek fur. Just as she started immersing herself in the peaceful moment, her blissful moment was suddenly shattered by an extreme loud hammering noise. Clank clank. This fucking guy. Amon Isis' expression twisted, as she turned her head and observed a man standing some distance away from her. He had black hair, black eyes, and a comically large hammer in his soft hand. In front of him was an anvil, and on the anvil was a piece of metal. Klein lifted the hammer up in the air before bringing it down on the piece of metal, creating an ear-piercing noise as sparks erupted from the metal. He meticulously repeated the motion, occasionally halting to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Amon Isis silently observed him, wearing a frustrated look, as her arms covered her sensitive large ears. Chapter 24, Preparation. What is he even doing? Amon Isis silently watched from afar, as Klein repeatedly hammered the piece of metal on the anvil. From his expression, it was apparent he was completely engrossed in his task to the point of seemingly not even noticing her frustrated piercing gaze. Amon Isis' ears repeatedly twitched as the hammering sound grew louder and sharper. Eventually, the annoying sharp noise reached a point of no return, and thus, she got up from her comfy pillow she had dragged to the garden from her room. She hastily approached Klein, the ends of her lips constantly twitching, her fangs fully bared. Standing just behind him, Amon Isis waited for a moment, confirming that this sequence one had somehow not taken notice of her presence. Klein lifted his hammer back up, ready to strike the hunk of metal on the anvil again, but just as he was about to, Amon Isis swiftly lifted one of her arms, and smacked Klein across the face, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down on the ground. However, the hammer also flew out of his grip due to this, and dropped on one of Amon Isis's many paws, causing the demonic wolf to let out a scream of pain, and lose her balance as well, falling to the ground while writhing in pain. Ow! Ow! The duo hissed in tune, as the demonic wolf held her throbbing paw up in the air, while the man held the side of his face which still ached from the direct smack it had received. After recovering somewhat, Klein supported himself with one of his arms and sat up, gazing over at the pained Amon-Isis. What the hell? What did I do to get hit? He shouted at her in an angry tone, while rubbing the side of his face. Amon-Isis supported herself with the rest of her 7 limbs, and looked at him with annoyance and anger. Your useless hammering not only ruined my inner peace but also served as a reason for my current headache. Shouting at him, Amon-Isis held her deer paw, gritting her fangs in pain. And you seriously hit me for that much? Klein instantly retaliated, causing Amon-Isis's wail to suddenly halt. Her entire body turned stiff, with a confused expression slowly settling. Actually, you are right. Why did I hit you for that much? That wasn't even my intention when I was approaching you. Amon-Isis calmly stated, as she plunged herself in deep thoughts. Klein, upon hearing that, let out a deep sigh, as he too had a change in demeanor, with his pained expression settling. Phlegria. He softly uttered, removing his hand from the side of his face, which had now turned red. He extended his hand and brought out Life's cane from the historical void, and bopped Amon-Isis's nose with its tip, earning slight retaliation. Instantly, her pain vanished as her paw was fully rejuvenated. Amazed, she saw the cane disappear, with Klein leaning back, his 2 hands supporting his body. It seems you were subtly influenced by Phlegria's madness, causing you to lash out at me instead of settling it like a civilized demonic wolf. A civilized demonic wolf. Klein elaborated, rubbing his face. Amon-Isis, upon hearing his explanation, shook her head, sighing. Forgive me. It wasn't my intention to hit you. She sincerely apologized, lowering her head. Klein chuckled at this, and slowly got up. It's fine. Just, maybe try to keep some distance when you feel annoyed. Klein awkwardly said, ruffling his hair, receiving a light laugh from Amon-Isis. Got it. Now, if I may ask, what are you doing? Amon-Isis curiously glanced at the anvil and normal hunk of metal that was resting on it. She then turned her gaze at the comically large hammer on the ground, inwardly noting that the damage it had caused to her deer paw was much more than it should have. Well, to be honest, nothing really. Klein replied with a smile. He fully utilized his clown prowess to hide his embarrassment and awkwardness. Amon-Isis raised a brow at this and narrowly stared at him. For the longest of time, neither spoke, as Klein tried to avoid her gaze while Amon-Isis's eyes remained fixed on him. Okay, I was bored and had nothing to do. Klein finally admitted, dropping his facade. And so you started beating a piece of metal on an even bigger piece of metal. Hearing this, Klein presented Amon-Isis a beautiful soft smile. Men truly are weird. Who tries to fix their boredom by smashing some random metal, leading to noise pollution? Amon-Isis shook her head in disappointment. As if reading her thoughts, Klein continued, I mean, it wasn't just that. Earlier on, one of my avatars found this hammer. Klein stepped towards the anvil and reached out with his hands, grabbing the giant hammer beside it. It was found in a washed-up battlefield between giants and some other race, which I speculate to be phoenixes. It's a mystical artifact corresponding to a sequence 5, Guardian. From divination, I was able to determine that this artifact, when smashed into the ground, can create a defense barrier around the wielder. This defensive barrier can reflect most attacks and effects lacking godhood, and its only downside being the barrier can only last for 30 seconds before shattering. It then enters a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Klein thoroughly explained the abilities and side effects of the artifact he had named Guardian's Hammer. In addition to the barrier ability, merely holding the hammer buffs one's physical capabilities, including a strong resistance to most mystical effects. The only real side effect to this artifact is the constant spiritual drain. Of course, for beings like us, this side effect is irrelevant. Klein smiled as he lifted the hammer up in the air, aiming it towards the metal piece sitting on the anvil. Amon-Isis, who was keenly listening to him, saw this and took several steps back, instinctively covering her ears. Klein took a step back, bringing the hammer down with incredible speed. For a second, nothing happened, but then a sharp noise resounded in the air, as Amon-Isis noticed cracks appearing on the metal piece before extending to the anvil, before it crumbled down, completely broken. And, it can hit really hard. Klein commented, resting the hammer back to the ground, and moving his gaze from the crumbled anvil to Amon-Isis's paw, on which the hammer had previously hammered. Amon-Isis continued to stare at the crumbled anvil, then back at her paw. Scary stuff. She returned her gaze to the smiling Klein with an interesting expression. I see, what stuff have you broken with it so far? Klein scoffed at this question, realizing his friend knew him quite well. Maybe. I tried to make a cave. Did that cave collapse on you? Is that why you came home yesterday in a sour mood? Klein's lips twitched, as he sent the hammer into his junk pile, while gazing upon her, his expression loudly speaking for himself. Amon-Isis met his gaze with a grin, silently laughing to herself. It's fine. Take me with you next time. I'll cover you while you can dig your cave. She got up on her hind legs and lifted her hand, patting Klein's head as if he was a moody child. My mysterious image. I think it's no more now. She is treating me like a kid. Klein lampooned while his expression increasingly twisted. Ignoring this, Amon Isis continued to pat his head, letting out a snicker or two in between. Shrine is ready. Today was a great day for Tinjin. The entire town had gathered in the middle of the city, looking at a small building made out of furnished stone and concrete. It had arching pillars supporting a dome, from which a small miniature door hung. At the middle of the dome, down at the ground was a sacred emblem, resembling a resplendent star. It was pitch black in color, with streaks of crimson across the building. A beautiful building, appearing serene and dreamlike. Merely looking at it gave the people a deep sense of warmth. There were talks of joy, shout of excitement, cheers of fulfillment. The crowd was full of pride at their handiwork. Now, there is still a lot to prepare for. Let us all first pray to our goddess. A man draped in a pitch-black robe, standing in front of the shrine spoke out loudly, grabbing each and every person's attention. The crowd settled down with silent agreements, as they all clasped their hands and prayed in a single chorus. An existence from a bygone time. The Lady of Concealment. Herald of Misfortune. Mistress of Repose and Silence. Following this, the people remained still at their spot for some moments, before parting ways, some going for work, or to prepare for the upcoming Winter Gift Festival. Winter Gift Festival. A few days ago, the goddess's envoy, wandering magician Merlin Hermes, had gathered the entire town at its main square, and had made an announcement revealing the special occasion of the goddess's birthday, exactly 61 days away. This announcement had naturally sent the town in a creative frenzy, as the most recognizable individuals in the town gathered together and began to formulate a plan to please their goddess on her birthday. One of the first suggestions made in that meeting and almost immediately implemented, was the construction of a shrine dedicated to the goddess of misfortune. A praying shrine, said the wandering magician. Yes, a praying shrine. I feel like there should be some form of altar, a medium through which we could pray to the goddess aside from merely reciting her honorific name. Elaborated a man with a thick brown beard, named John Wickham. I see your vision. Sure, go for it. The wandering magician tipped his feathered hat, a pigeon immediately making an escape as the hat was lifted from the man's head, startling this pious believer. That's not all, Merlin. I humbly request your inputs on the design, a theme of sorts. You are more acquainted with the goddess than any of us. And thus, I assumed you would be aware of what pleases and displeases her. This is our first time doing something for the lady, my first time doing something for her. I want to get this right. Please. John gave a deep bow following this. Merlin's eyes contracted, as he let out a light chuckle. He waved his white-gloved hand before John's face, who slightly peeked at him from his bowed position. You are doing a lot for her. Look at yourself for a moment, a man once treated as a slave, now getting to work on buildings and architecture. You as well as many others had an understandable hatred for the gods of this world. And now, you piously serve one. The goddess does not hold value for material things, but it is your faith, your piousness that truly matters to her. So long as what any of you do or offer is done out of the goodness of your hearts, then the goddess will welcome it with open arms. This momentarily stunned the pious, brown-beard John, as his facial features softened, his hands curling into a tight fist. I understand. He spoke, while straightening his back. Seeing John's resolved look, Merlin smiled brightly, before saying, though, I must admit, the goddess has a fondness or likes darker colors, a bit of gray to black tone. You can do whatever you wish to do with this info. John immediately let out a gasp upon hearing that, while Merlin began to blow soap bubbles with a fascinated smile. Damn it. Thank you, Merlin. John instantly turned around and left for the town square, the agreed place to build the praying shrine. It didn't take him too long to reach the designated location. Seeing various basic construction materials already gathered, John quickly made his way into a nearby building, familiarly navigating its doors and corridors before reaching a certain room. He knocked on the door twice, as a distinguished sound rang from inside. Come in, John. Stepping inside, John came face to face with a man of a relatively tall stature, sitting on a chair. In front of him were various papers that had the drafted design of the praying shrine for the goddess. Got any ideas from the envoy, my friend? The man, named Nulwick, said without turning to face the brown-bearded man. Actually, yes. Throw all those designs and rough work, gather everyone, and give me a new blank papyrus sheet. Null finally turned to peer at his friend, and noted the latter's determined expression. Due to this, he did not follow up with any question, but instead stood up from his chair, walked up to a nearby shelf and took out a papyrus fiber, handing it over to the other John, before leaving the room. John soon heard some ruckus outside, as he let out a sigh, walked up to the table and made a big ball out of the goat skin and other sheets they had used for their previous drafts. He took aim, and threw the ball in a nearby trash bin. Smiling, he laid down the canvas on the table, as Null stepped back into the room with a number of people. In a few short moments, the room was filled, with people surrounding the table, surrounding John and Null. The former took a deep breath, and said, "From what Envoy describes, the goddess has a preference for darker shades of colors. Hence, let me first propose the main color scheme for our project to be black and gray." The crowd keenly listened to John before nodding in agreement. Among them, one, a female named Rosetta, raised her hand, attracting John's attention. "How about some streaks of crimson too? That would accunate the shrine's look with the crimson moon." John reacted by nodding excitedly at her, while wearing a deep smile. "Excellent suggestion." A wave of excited chuckles filled the room, including Rosetta and John, before the latter looked down at the canvas and picked a reed pen. "As for its design, behold people, for I am about to fashion a masterpiece." He brought the pen down on the fiber, sighing heavily, before moving, drawing a streak of line on the canvas. The hours that went by afterwards saw numerous suggestions thrown around, with some accepted while others rejected. John did not halt his moving hand, remaining incredibly focused, and occasionally opening his mouth to utter accepted or denied. Time flew by, before he finally put down his pen, taking a step back, deeply gazing at the design of the praying shrine he had drawn. The shrine they had designed resembled a small archdome, propped up by stone pillars. From the dome up above, hung a miniature door, directly beneath it was a resplendent star. For a long time, none of the people uttered so much a sound, before a loud clap resounded through the room. Some droplets of tears escaped John's eyeball, as he let out a light laughter which soon turned into a guffaw, while his friend, Null, placed a hand on the man's shoulder. And thus, the design was finalized. With the dictation of Null Wick, a fortunate or unfortunate beyonder of the White Tower pathway, the townspeople quickly began to work on this design, putting their all to bring it to life. And that, they did. Standing in front of the praying shrine, John smiled widely, looking over at his friend Null from a distance. He then looked around, watching the various people, some of which he knew, while others he didn't. Sighing, John was about to pray himself, when suddenly, the figure of a certain magician entered his vision. Merlin Hermes, donning his usual attire, flashed a smile at John, before turning around to examine the shrine. "Perfect. I am sure the goddess will be pleased." "I hope so too. Actually, if I may ask, does she occasionally watch over Tingen? Has she seen the shrine, Envoy?" John asked with curiosity, to which Merlin nonchalantly replied, "The gods aren't omniscient. While the goddess may watch over this town, that doesn't necessarily mean at all times." John's eyes widened as he gave a nod. He saw Merlin's smiling expression, as the wandering magician gestured at a street. "Care to join me for a walk?" John instantly gave a nod, as he and the goddess Envoy began to stroll through the town in silence. While walking around, John took note of the cheerful environment, the smiling faces of the people, some jolting around, prepping and planning for the upcoming winter gift festive, others enjoying the blissful moment of calm and the happiness of their lives. It was euphoria all around. Seeing all this, John felt many emotions rise in him. Happiness, joy, sorrow, anger, piousness, too many for him to name. His life prior to being rescued by the goddess continuously flashed past his mind. "Can I ask you something, Merlin?" "Sure, go on." John hesitated for a moment, looking straight ahead. No, he was looking back at his past, remembering every moment from his birth to now. Why? Why does the goddess help us? What reason is there for her to do so? Merlin, as if having expected this question, chuckled. He turned his head to gaze at John's softened expression, and spoke softly. "Believers are just as important for a deity, as the deity is to the believer." John looked in confusion, trying to grasp the meaning of the response. Do you mean, we were saved because the goddess needed us? Does that mean when her needs are fulfilled we will be discarded? John's voice turned distant towards the end, as his wounds, which he had thought were now healed, seemed to resurface. "Is that your conclusion?" Merlin responded, still maintaining his smile, while noting John's features, displaying relief, but also uncertainty and wariness. Letting out a sigh, Merlin elaborated further. "A god can only exist if there are people that believe in them. Their views, faith, ideas, and the mental image is what shapes a deity." Pausing for a moment, Merlin continued with a question. "When you think of the goddess of misfortune, what image appears in your mind?" John's eyes flickered. A beautiful lady donning a dress of dark colors, her face hidden behind a veil, while her dark resplendent eyes watches over Tingen, her people. Merlin maintained his smile, as he posed another question. "What do you reckon her true nature is?" John's gaze slowly turned towards the wandering magician. Enigmatic, unreachable, a deity beyond the scopes of mortals, her every words and actions carrying a deep sense of serenity and repose. Any being witnessing and experiencing these divine actions would be instantly filled with peace. Merlin let out a chuckle as he asked one last question, and why do you think she saved you all? John felt his throat arching as he tried to find words, yet none made it out. Merlin, seeing this, put a fingertip at his own lips. You don't have to answer that. Whatever you believe the case may be, tuck it deep within your heart. Let it resonate with your prayers, and sing out a beautiful hymn bearing your experience. Saying that, Merlin pointed up front towards the newly built shrine of the goddess of misfortune. They had walked in a circle back to this inspiring structure. John looked down at the pointed finger, following it to the people's masterpiece. He deeply gazed at it, as some tears began to flow down his cheeks. He noticed Merlin having disappeared from the corner of his eye, yet John could no longer focus on that. He took a deep breath, and moved forward, soon stopping just before the stairs of the shrine. He dropped down to his knees, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes. Remembering the words of Goddess's envoy, John felt his body begin to shake, as multiple words began to take form in his mind, before finally, he let out a soft cry and chanted in between. An existence from a bygone time. The Lady of Concealment. Herald of Misfortune. Mistress of Repose and Silence. He chanted the same words over and over and over. Standing not too far away from John, Merlin gazed at a short demonic wolf, whom had been staring at her believer for quite a while now. Isis felt deep emotions fluttering about in her heart, as she heard illusory prayers, one carrying with them a deep sense of sorrow, happiness and thankfulness. A deity being the embodiment of common people's hope, and the reasons for their happiness. The wandering magician commented, causing the demonic wolf to narrow her gaze, before shifting it onto him. Isis locked gazes with Merlin, staring deeply at his dark eyes, before uttering softly. I wish to feel human. It was a simple statement that carried with it many meanings, interpretations, and assumptions. Merlin began to laugh softly, as he lifted his hat from his head and rested it on Isis. He turned around, maintaining his smile, as he waved his hand and spoke. You are already quite human, the very fact that you wish to feel as such, is proof enough. He then slightly turned his head around, his eyes reflecting her figure. Remember one thing. You are a she, not a she. Merlin began to walk away, as the sun set down on the horizon. Many began to gather around the praying shrine, chanting an honorific name in a single beautiful chorus. Isis remained rooted to her spot, for the longest of times. Chapter 25, I Trust You. Night had come early today. The crimson moon was tucked behind clouds, dampening its illumination, on the city hidden in the northern continent. Its soft light highlighted the city's serenity, serving as the moment of calm for the residents. The entire town, a population of over 500 people, carried the same expression of reverence, walking in unison, slowly approaching the beautiful, reposed structure at the middle of town. The shrine of the goddess of misfortune. Each and every person, regardless of age, gender, and social status, gathered at the shrine ignoring the coldness of the night, for it did not matter in the face of piousness. Few individuals walked ahead of the gathering, distinguishing themselves from the crowd. These people stood on the base of the shrine, its floor made of black cobble, as they silently made various hand signs, directing the crowd into a proper formation. The people naturally obeyed without making any hindrance. Within just a few moments, the crowd rectangular manner before the shrine. Now we shall all pray, with open hearts, in a single chorus. Said a man donned in a pitch-black cloak, his facial features being wrinkled and covered with a gray beard, and a head of similarly colored hair. His tone delivered a great sense of affirmation mixed with the wisdom of an elderly individual. Hearing him, the people all let out a loud sigh of relief and readied themselves. Clasping their hands, they closed their eyes while a cold breeze swept the city, fluttering the varying their hair, and sending chills while forming goosebumps on their skins. As their eyelids shut, darkness dawned, and their lips parted with a sound, soon aligning as one chorus, resonating through the surroundings. An existence from a bygone time. The Lady of Concealment. Herald of Misfortune. Mistress of Repose and Silence. Almost immediately, a feeling of nostalgia washed over. With it came serenity, repose, silence curtaining every ear, the ground beneath seemingly stretched away from the people's feet, gravity no longer displaying any effect. Their spirit bodies themselves began to float away, stretching towards the sky, reaching an infinite height embraced by darkness. One man among many, fluttered open his eyes, his sight greeted with the embodiment of the unknowable. He could not feel the ground beneath or see the sky above, he could not feel his hands, neither his legs, his heartbeats became audible, his mind grew faint. Then, a figure appeared before him. She was a woman of fair skin, with shoulder-length blonde hair, blue hazy eyes that reflected the nothingness of surroundings. Instantly, a gasp parted from the man's lips. The beautiful figure of the woman that only existed in his eyes, presented a beautiful smile, a charming smile, a simple smile. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes, before a muffled cry escaped. It wasn't just one, but many. The beautiful chorus of prayers were followed by soft, almost dreamlike cries. Tears fell on the ground, dissolving into the soil. Many dropped to their knees, hands covering their faces. The young ones simply stood motionless, watching over the emotional adults, some even providing warm, comforting embraces. It was a strangely peaceful moment. The burden their hearts secretly carried was being slowly released. The long night went on, the cold, but lively environment remained. All within the city tucked deep within, embraced by the darkness and serenity. A gift offered by the night, to sweep away all hardship, carried by the cold wind. The winter gift festive came to an end. Sitting in a rather dark room, only faintly illuminated by the crimson moon, Klein and Amon-Isis breathed out a sigh, watching as the winter gift festive came to a close. It went just as they expected, without a hitch. I was actually worried something might go wrong, but it seems luck is on our side, Klein said, reclining in his chair he had brought into Amon-Isis's room. Amon-Isis herself laid down on her comfy pillow, her ears ringing with hundreds of prayers, the piety of her believers filling her heart. Amon-Isis felt more changes slowly occurring all over her body, causing her to remain silent, as she tried to digest the changes. Klein noticed this and let out another sigh, as he leaned forward patting her head. Amon-Isis slightly opened her eyes, before closing them back again. This time, she did not resist his head pats. "You are close," Klein commented with a smile, before retracting his hand. He laid back on his chair and let his gaze wander to the ceiling. Silence dawned, neither of them spoke. "I have always had this thought," Amon-Isis suddenly said, as she stood from her pillow. She looked at Klein's face, staring deeply at it. "You are different," Amon-Isis plainly stated. Klein's expression slightly twitched, but he remained silent, letting her continue. "I have been in this world for years. Having witnessed various mythical creatures of my own race, and various others on our travels, and have come to notice this fact. The one trait common in all was greediness for power. We all strive to rise in sequence, grow stronger and rule over everything even in madness. For this, all will go to any extent, no matter the destruction, misery, sacrifices made, including themselves." She stated all this in one cold breath. She has matured. Klein thought as a smile formed on his face. He was understanding where this friend of his was getting with this. "This isn't the case with you. You have been alive for far longer than I, possibly for as long as the ancient deities have been in this world. Yet you still value these small things. Humanity. You still care about people, about humans, and you strive to maintain rationality even if it means losing power. You are capable of forming friendships, bonds, have faith, trust, and hope. You are different in every single way possible." Amon-Isis suddenly paused, letting out a chuckle. "I envy you." Uttering this, she shook her head. "I really envy you. You who have lived far longer than I ever could imagine, have a much better mindset than I could ever hope to possess." This. Klein's eyes slightly widened. The Amon-Isis, or should I say, the Evernight goddess I knew would have never said this. Almost immediately, he wanted to let out a chuckle, but instead, he closed his eyes, a sigh escaping his lips. Well, of course, she wouldn't. He opened his eyes again, his dark eyes reflecting the figure of Amon-Isis. She is not the Evernight goddess. She is Amon-Isis. A normal woman thrusted into the body of a demonic wolf, a true mythical creature for merely trying to pirate a show. Klein waved his hand. "That's not true. You have a better mindset than when we met the first time." His first meeting with Amon-Isis surfaced in his mind. "Who knew I would be sitting here, in the hopes of not changing history, I ended up influencing one of the most crucial figures that shaped this world." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Amon-Isis break into a simple, soft laugh. "Our first meeting, that brings back memories. It has not been too long yet, it already feels as if hundreds of years have passed since then." She paused for a moment, a calm expression surfacing as some of her fur began to detach from her body, revealing beneath a fair white skin. Klein took notice of this, causing his smile to widen. "I was very wary of you, to say the least. Mysterious, powerful, knowledgeable, and amiable. You were suspicious, and I was naturally scared. Less scared of being acquainted with a potential threat, but more so that perhaps my first friend was just using me." Klein chortled upon hearing that. "Can't say I blame you. I would have been suspicious of myself too. Now you see. But regardless, it was nice to have a friend, even if I could only trust him to an extent. I used to have nightmares every day, despite one of my main abilities being dreams and nightmares. Isn't that ridiculous?" Klein noticed her extra limbs begin to retract. Those long protruding arms like paws wriggled before beginning to dissolve, slowly retreating into her body. "Those nightmares have long stopped since then. Yet, the memory remains, Klein. I still remember waking up, panting heavily, shaking my head, wanting to cry, yet no tears were shed. Then, one day, I met a man wearing an out-of-place formal attire and a comically large top hat. And then those nightmares disappeared. Not like things became any better, even though I didn't have to deal with nightmares anymore, I now had to deal with the passive troubles brought about by having acquainted myself with a trouble magnet. They both snickered at the comment, as Amon-Isis continued, a lot happened. I get to be in a meeting with two of the strongest, knowledgeable figures in all of history. I came across many things, most of which, pretty much everyone in this world is likely unaware of. I became a part of an alliance looking to kill the deities and loot their corpses. I went on a worldwide trip that. Well, we couldn't explore further than the northern continent, but it's fine, we have all the time in the world to do so. I also have worshippers now, and a religion with me at the tomb, and I am slowly regaining the very fundamentals of my existence and essence of my life. Humanity. Amon-Isis's facial structure slowly began to change. Her triangular face retraced and lengthened, with most of her fur either retracting and settling on her eyebrows, growing on her elongating raven dark hair or simply falling off. Her nose changed to match her fair skin, growing thin and elongated. Her cheeks protruded out and her jaw grew and turned sharp. At the same time, her lips and teeth underwent drastic changes, complementing her growing human looks. Finally, her eye color remained unchanged and instead, the corner of her eyes softened and grew rounder. My life was flipped on its tail. Initially, I disliked this change. Yet, it was only until some time ago that I realized how much I enjoyed it. I enjoyed adventuring with my friend, my best friend, my one and only friend. Amon-Isis's eyes flickered as she offered a genuine, bright smile. Klein listened to her, feeling a flutter in his heart. He slowly got up from his seat sitting down at the ground barely a meter away from her. He took one of her hands, yes hand, in his, intertwining his fingers with hers, while witnessing Amon-Isis's last extra limbs vanishing to make way for her human limbs. Klein didn't have too many words to bring out, for he had never experienced this type of situation. What he did wanted to utter was, "Thank you." The words instinctively escaped his lips. Amon-Isis maintained her smile, though her gaze slowly grew distant. Her eyes were now like that of a human's. She slowly moved her head looking down on their intertwined hands, weakly affirming it. Suddenly, she hesitated, wanting to ask a question but afraid of the answer she might receive. Regardless, she took a deep breath and then spoke, "I have a question for you." She noticed Klein nodding. "You are not the type of person who wants to grow strong just because. Even if it may be due to master or convergence, I just don't know. I have a feeling you have a deeper reason to want to possess the full uniqueness." Klein's lips twitched. Shit. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating his response. Then he stopped thinking. He looked straight at Amon-Isis's human face now unstiffening, hesitation was evident on his face before he replied. "To rise to Lord of Mysteries." For a moment, Amon-Isis thought she had heard him wrong, causing her to become incredibly silent. Suddenly, her mouth moved as she yelled, "What?" Klein had expected this response and therefore wasn't surprised by her tone. "Why you want to become a great old one? But why? What need is there for you to go above the sequence?" Amon-Isis bombarded him with questions causing Klein to grow increasingly solemn. After a while, he took a deep breath amidst Amon-Isis' non-stop questions and answered. "You remember when I told you about the world barrier and the outer deities?" Suddenly, Amon-Isis stopped talking. "Wait, don't tell me." Amidst her shock, Klein continued, "Well. The truth is that, as time flows, the world barrier will corrode away as the will of the original creator slowly fades." He paused looking out of the window, casting his gaze on the invisible world barrier. "Eventually, this protective barrier will shatter. The outer deities will invade the planet, bringing the end in passing. Some want to take back what is theirs while others simply want more due to convergence. In the face of such a world-ending calamity, even the sequence zero deities will be helpless. The outer deities all are great old ones, with the 10 strongest in the vast cosmos eyeing this very planet we live on. Only a great old one could face such a disaster and hope to save anything. I can't sit still and let these beings destroy everything in front of my eyes. I wish to save people I care about, Amon-Isis. That includes you too." Klein elaborated thoroughly. Amon-Isis silently listened to him, shocked, incapable of bringing any words. She stared at him for the longest of time, making sense of his words, tightening her grip on his hand. Even at the cost of your life." Klein's mouth slightly turned agape, before a tired sigh escaped. His lips curled up into a small smile while his eyes shuddered slightly. "I won't lose too much, just myself. There are always some things that are more important than others." He slowly got up from his position, letting go of her hand. "I won't force you to walk down the same path I do. You may remain at your current level, or you could choose to advance in the future. No matter your decision, I'll respect it." Saying this, he paused for a moment, as Amon-Isis' still morphing head turned towards him. "No matter the outcome, we will remain friends. Forever and ever, until death do us apart." Another sigh escaped. The King of Angels walked out of the room, closing the door behind him, seemingly heading towards his. Ammonize's head followed Klein's figure, her eyes flickering at the closed door. Her constantly deforming body began to shake, as Ammonize turned her deformed head towards her window staring at the bright crimson moon. Maintaining her stare for a while, Ammonize moved and curled her entire body. Her wolf-like silvery legs lengthened with their hairs retracting with her fair, smooth skin. Her legs became as straight as that of humans. What do you mean by, some things more important than others? Have you considered that you may be important to other people like me? More and more of her fur rapidly began to fall down from her body, from her hands, legs, chest, and her back. You wish to save people you care about. People that you have met in a foreign world, to be able to form bonds strong enough to be willing to give your life. Just how human are you, Klein? Her shoulders broadened before becoming slender, her long arms thinned. Her chest and her head began to be split apart as a slender neck formed in between. Her elongating and wild hair finally settled at her knees. You, my friend. I have no words for you. Other than. Her upper torso began to contract, becoming slender, forming curves. Her chest inflated outwards, forming a pair of relatively large breasts. Below her chest, a noticeable midriff formed. Her lower torso went through a similar change, forming hips, thighs, legs and finally a pair of soft and beautiful feet. A faint split appeared at her nether region, in between her ample thighs. Finally, her deformed face took shape. With it, Ammonize had truly gained a humanoid form. Ammonize felt these changes appearing all across her body. She remained in her curled-up position for a while before standing up on her two legs. She easily reached a height of 6 foot, 2 inches. She took a step forward, almost losing her balance before steadying herself as she stopped just in front of her mirror. She stared at her figure. Her beautiful figure. She had deep dark serene eyes, black long and wild hair reaching up to her knees, and a beautiful face with distinguished features. White, snow-like skin that contrasted the darkness around her, a pair of relatively big breasts, with deep pink nipples sticking out her slender waist curved outwards to form her neither supple posterior granting her an overall sensual look. I trust you. Her rosy red lips twitched, before curved slightly, faintly revealing her pearly white teeth. Suddenly, the door to her room was flung open, as Klein walked in with a black fabric in his hands. By the way, I got you a GIF dash, his words were cut in half, as his gaze landed on Ammonize's fair and amazing, naked body, giving an open look to all her amazing features. Their gazes eventually entwined with each other, their dark eyes reflected each other. Chapter 26, Liar. Sorry. Saying that, Klein closed his eyes, turned around and left Ammonize's room, closing the door behind him. When did I get transmigrated to some cliché rom-com anime? He lampooned while leaning his body against the door frame. Ammonize continued to stare at her closed door, her expression serene, while her body unmoved. Slowly, she made a turn and stepped towards the door, stopping just before it. Are you outside? She asked, instantly taking note of the change in her voice. It was much softer, and had a deep sense of calm and serenity, further complemented by her physical features. Yes. A soft reply sounded. Ammonize narrowed her gaze, before sighing. She leaned forward, pressing her whole naked front against the closed door. She felt a sting of cold travel towards her bare skin, causing her nipples to retract and tighten. Well. Why didn't you knock? Ammonize questioned while pressing the side of her face against the door, as if deeply listening to the man's breathing on the other side. He leaned against the door, deep, soft breaths, a bit of awkwardness in his previous tone, seems like staring at my body did a number on him. A soft chuckle parted her sweet lips. Ammonize wasn't too bothered with having unintentionally flashed Klein, mostly due to the fact that she had been roaming around, completely naked, with the same men for nearly a year. When Ammonize initially realized this, she visibly felt awkward and slightly embarrassed, but as time went by, she had gotten used to it. This was the reason why she was unbothered being naked by human standards. Of course, this did not mean she lacked the need for clothes. Just as this thought came to her mind, she heard a calm voice, tinged with a bit of shyness, sound behind the door. Well, I was too caught up with the excitement of giving you this that I forgot. Klein replied to her previous question, as Ammonize heard some ruffle, before a creaking sound resounded from behind her. She didn't have to turn her around, as just from the corner of her eyes, she noticed the single chair in her room had vanished, only a dark piece of fabric at its spot. A month ago, I did a divination to see how much time it would take for you to gain a human form. Realizing it wasn't too far off, I started making something for you. Klein continued further, his voice trailing off at the end. Ammonize let out a deep sigh, followed by a chuckle as she walked towards the small piece of fabric lying on the floor. Leaning down, she picked up the fabric, and inspected it, realizing it was a dress. A long black dress. Huh, wait, you made this? Ammonize uttered, surprised. Yeah. She laid the dress down, noting its plainness and the smoothness. It was just the type of dress she liked to wear back on Earth. You are kidding, right? This guy knows how to sew a dress from scratch. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. It was a bit over a month ago, she and Klein were lying on the ceiling of their house, sunbathing, when Klein had asked her a particular question. What kind of dress do I like to wear? Isis repeated, earning a nod from Klein, who had donned sunglasses. Let's see. I usually dress professionally when going to work, and wear shorts when at home. For casual walks, I just wore jeans and a simple shirt. Isis used her paws to scratch her chin, squinting her eyes while looking at the bright sun. But, I had a liking for simple, silk dresses. Like the ones you wear at the party. Well, at least in my case. It is a pity though, I would love to wear them casually. She ruminated out loud, with a sigh. Klein stared at her for some moments, before turning his head away, looking at Tingen in the distance. Noted. Back in the present, Isis was pleasantly surprised looking at the beautiful hand-sewn dress, moving her eye between it and the closed door. Thank you. She uttered before she finally picked the dress up, approached her mirror, while examining her naked body once more, before hoisting the dress in the mid-air and letting it fit on her. Klein heard some ruffles coming from inside, before he felt a push against the door. You can come in. Klein sighed. Closing his eyes, he turned around and entered the room. First, he saw the intricate window, letting the faint illumination of crimson dawn in the room. Then he moved his head, his gaze landing on the only other person in the room. A beautiful woman wearing a long black silk dress. The dress was plain and simple, a perfect fit for the woman's figure, faintly outlining her physique, a slender curvaceous body, while the sleeveless dress itself was quite unrevealing, only displaying her smooth collars. Silence dawned the place, as Isis took note of Klein's prolonged stare on her. Enchanted are you? She smirked before walking up to him, her smirk widening at his average, but shorter stature. However, the tall Gaul quickly realized Klein's puzzled look which seemed to be directed at her head. Isis felt incredibly confused, causing her ears to twitch. Wait a minute. She traced Klein's gaze and finally realized what drew them. He was staring at her two tall ears. The wolf ears she still possessed. What kind of weird anatomy does she have for ears to be at the top of her head? This was the only thought that echoed in Klein's head. Wolf ears, wait, did the Evernight goddess also have them? Well, she had 4 extra limbs akin to a demonic wolf, so I won't be surprised. Maybe she just concealed them. She had human ears, and also wolf ears. Wait, does the current one also have a? Klein slowly retracted his gaze from her ears down to her weights. Sure enough, there was a large protrusion on the back of her dress which he attributed to her tail. Isis noticed his gaze and slightly bent around, finally noticing the protrusion. Seems the polymorphy wasn't perfect. She is essentially half human half demonic wolf, a furry of sorts. Klein had a weird expression as he plunged himself into deep thoughts. His silence caused Isis' ears to move about, before she finally said out loud. Yeah, there are some things left behind from my original form. I suppose concealment would work. Yeah, interesting to be honest. Klein commented, tapping his chin with his slender fingers. What do you mean by interesting? What are you interested in? Isis felt weirded out, causing her ears to straighten. Klein continued to stare at her ears, before mildly extending his hand. But then retracted it, and locked eyes with the goddess of misfortune while asking with some hesitation, can I touch your ears? Why? Isis blurted out, the fur on her ears and tail now slightly upright. Just curious. Klein replied in a serious tone. I do not like your curiosity. She inwardly commented, while letting her eyes linger on his. Slowly, Isis bent down, leaning her head towards Klein. Only for a few seconds. Klein was mildly surprised at her obedience, before he extended his hand. Just as his finger came in physical contact with her fluffy ears, Klein immediately took note of their softness. Amazing, they are so soft and squishy. Klein pressed her ears with his slender fingers for some moments, before Isis retracted her head. Okay, time's up. Klein let out a disappointed grunt, earning a chuckle from Isis. What a moody kid. She smirked, before patting Klein's head, causing the latter to raise a brow but not resist. Eventually, they both sat by the window, with Klein summoning an extra chair from the historical void. Isis opened her window, letting the fresh air flow in as she leaned her back against the cold frame, her wild, beautiful black hair fluttering about, with some strands lying on her dress. The faint crimson that shined on her, making her beauty further stand out. Klein stared at her in silence, not wanting to utter a word as his mind was drawn to a conclusion. Isis was possibly the most beautiful woman he had seen in his life. Slowly, his lips moved, as a few soft-spoken words resounded followed. So, how does it feel? Amon Isis at the nightly sky, her gaze instinctively narrowing while her tail, bow partly freed from her clothes, fluttered about. A bit unusual, seems like I got used to standing on 8 legs. She snickered, before looking down, gazing at her fluttering dress. You seriously made this all by yourself, and I am assuming from scratch. Just how many more hidden talents do you have that I am unaware of? Amon Isis asked curiously, a small smile on her face. For starters, I can sew a dress, make confectionery, brew wine, play music, draw, cross-stitch. And thus, Klein began to state the very long list of things he was capable of doing. With each new skill he mentioned, the goddess's eyes widened while ears straightened and pointed to the sides. What the fuck, this guy is like an entire town on his own. Amon Isis suddenly felt extremely talentless, causing her ears to sway. They both laid in silence as Klein finished his statement, looking over at the latter, whom had a strange expression on her face. That's very nice, she commented, maintaining a strange serene smile. Klein looked at her strange expression, chuckling to himself as he waved his hands in front of her face. I learned them due to the Attendant of Mysteries ritual. This piqued Amon Isis's interest, as Klein described. The ritual is to build a town consisting only of marionettes, with each having their own unique trajectory of fate. As these marionettes interact with each other, they will act as a sufficiently real-life painting and create a corresponding area in the spirit world. Amon Isis was surprised upon hearing this. A marionette town, considering it's a town, it can't be 1 or 2 marionettes, probably hundreds, no. Thousands of marionettes. She turned her head towards the horizon, looking over at Tingen in the distance. The Sequence 1 rituals are no joke. How did he even maintain his rationality or sense of self? According to the description of ritual, each marionette will need to have their own personality, life, acquaintances, and many more that makes a person. How interesting, there is so much about him I am not aware of. Amon Isis made a mental note before a thought resurfaced in her mind. She sighed, and turned her head back to Klein, deeply gazing at him. You wish to become a great old one. Amon Isis spoke lightly, her voice trailing off at the end. Klein suddenly felt an extreme feel of calm was over him, causing his gaze to lower, his eyelids shut. This world needs a Lord of Mysteries to survive the apocalypse. Klein stated solemnly, before softly chuckling, actually it needs God Almighty too, and the other great old ones that can be born in this world. Amon Isis narrowed her gaze at him, before it drifted back to the sky. She stared at the pretty stars that appeared not so pretty anymore, imagining them to be the outer deities that were eyeing this planet. Eyeing this very moment. I still greatly can't understand you. You wish to protect a planet you do not even belong to protect those people you care about, people that you have met in a foreign world, knowing that there are others waiting for you back home. Yet, you choose to embark on a path that will likely guarantee you'll never be able to meet them again, or at least going back. Just, how do you make such a decision? Questioning, Amon Isis's gaze fluttered as the answer itself surfaced in her mind. Humanity. To be capable of sacrificing oneself in care for others, the humanity Klein possessed allowed him to make a decision that was by no means logical or reasonable. He, who did not belong to this world, was under no obligation to save it, let alone sacrifice himself for it. Yet, he did so with no regrets. Amon Isis, upon coming to this realization, felt her own humanity strengthen. A sigh parted her lips as she witnessed Klein's lips curling upwards, slowly. Guess. A cute chuckle sounded. The women laughed tiredly. As I have said before, you are not obliged to follow the path I chose. He suddenly paused, discreetly gulping. You can choose to continue looking for a way back home. I will help you to the best of my ability. Klein suddenly felt his heart pounding, with his gaze becoming unknowingly weary. Amon Isis let out a deep sigh, gazing back at the resplendent stars, thinking to herself. To follow you. She felt her lips slightly parting, a humming noise sounded. Neither of them spoke, simply staring at the stars, one contemplating as well as dealing with the hundreds of prayers, while the other feeling solemn about his friend. His one and only friend. The night crept in, the crimson faintly illuminated. While the two mythical creatures did not need sleep, it was one of their cherished hobbies, even more so for the sleepless angel. But this night had something special about it. It gave birth to a beautiful being, in both Second and Pre-Epochs, a female, one to serve the Evernight while other to live a life of calm and luxury, for one to be the subsidiary god, while other to be a successful businesswoman. Two mismatched, seemingly have no relation with each other. Yet, in this very moment they were one. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Mysteries. This thought echoed in Klein's mind, as he got up from his chair, and left the room without uttering another word, confusing Amon Isis. Before, the goddess of misfortune herself could have moved from her chair, the man returned. In his hands now was a small cream cake that appeared a bit burned from the sides. Baking is a tedious task in this era, so forgive me if it appears or tastes a bit charred. Klein said nervously as he pulled out a table from historical void and rested the cake on it. He then summoned some candles and put them on the cake before lighting them with his spirituality. Amon Icy's eyes widened upon seeing the cake, as she had not expected Klein to prepare one for her. Klein. She whispered under her breath as a smile took shape on her beautiful face. Her ears twitched, as she stood up and approached the men, standing just beside him. She looked at the cake, smiling and said, "Thank you." A chuckle escaped Klein, as he took out a birthday cap from historical void and rested it on her head, before backing away and realizing that Amon Icy's long ears, which were instinctively erect due to the presence of a foreign object on her head, completely hid away the relatively large birthday cap. He sighed, shaking his head, as he handed her a knife. Amon Icy's ignored the unfitting hat on her head, and took the knife from his hand, their fingers brushing together in the process, causing Amon Icy's fluffy tail to instinctively wag. She took a deep breath, and cut her birthday cake with Klein singing, "Happy Birthday," in his tone-deaf voice. "Happy birthday, Amon Icy's. This is a happy birthday to Amon Icy's from me too." Her gaze pleasantly narrowed as she took out a slice and held it against Klein's face, the latter edging closer as he took a bite out of her fingers, making small chewing motions, and then said, "Not as bad as I thought." Amon Icy's began to laugh at his remark, as Klein took the cake slice out of her hand, moving it closer to Amon Icy's, prompting her to take a bite out of it. "You are right. It's actually really good." Amon Icy's immediately took another slice out of the cake and ate it, licking her fingers vigorously. Klein witnessed her action, his gaze fluttering as a sigh escaped from his lips. Lifting his hand, he too licked his fingers clean. They both enjoyed the cake baked by the King of Yellow and Black, one appreciating his cooking, while the other, the birthday woman, perhaps was enjoying it less for that it was her birthday cake but more so that it was baked by her friend. After wrapping up and dispelling the projections, Amon Icy's yawned out loudly, stretching her arms. She was about to turn around and jump in her comfy pillow before the realization that her body was no longer that of a demonic wolf dawned on her. "Ah. I need a bed." Klein looked back at her, then at the pillow. He chuckled before snapping his fingers as the comfy couch changed its positions to the other side of the room, while at his previous spot appeared a gigantic single bed. On the bed was a soft mattress with many pillows and a nice blanket. Almost immediately, Amon Icy's jumped and landed on the bed, rolling around before snuggling within the blanket, her protrusion at the back visibly moving. "Thank you." Her muffled voice came as her face was buried in her pillow. Klein broke into a laugh upon seeing this, earning a hum from Amon Icy's. He turned around while still chuckling and approached the door, grabbing the handle before turning his head back and gazing at beautiful women who equally fixed him. "Good night, Amon Icy's," he said, noticing the smile on her face widening. "Good night, Klein." She spoke out, softly. Their gazes locked together for a while, before a sigh parted as Klein turned around and left the room, closing the door behind him. Amon Icy stared at the door for a while, before turning her to face the wall. Her eyes did not blink, only her eyelids slowly fluttered, as she tightly hugged her pillow, while snuggling her whole body, letting her hair tangle in itself. "To follow you, is perhaps the best choice I could make in my life," she thought, closing her eyes, as the sleepless angel fell asleep. Sitting on his bed, he held his head low, his hair dropped down into bangs that covered his deep dark eyes, while his hands tightly clutched the mattress. There was one certain fact about Klein, something he had made peace with a long time ago, that was that Klein was a liar. From the day he had transmigrated, awoken in the body of Klein Moretti, to this very moment, Klein's life was built on lies and false. He lied to his sister and brother, to his colleagues back when he was a Nighthawk, his friends, the Tarot Club, his landlord, his alliances, people that trusted and had faith in him. While he had never confirmed anything about the Tarot Club's misunderstanding, the fact remained. He had lied to pretty much everyone in his life, including himself. This was something Klein had long made peace with. After all, how could he have survived and thrived if he hadn't lied? He probably would have been in some mental asylum otherwise had endangered the lives of many that were close to him if he hadn't. Klein had felt bad for lying, for not being able to express himself truthfully and fully to the people that deeply cared for him. But, perhaps this was the worst he had ever truly felt. Lying to Amon Icy's. Klein felt truly bad for it, worse he felt betraying her very trust. Klein had lied to so many people, over so many things in his life, yet perhaps this was a first for him when he truly felt worse than he has ever done. Why was this so? Was it perhaps due to Amon Icy's being the first person he has been so open with? That she was his true friend, one with whom he could be himself? No. Even this relationship, this friendship Klein had formed was built on lies. He had lied about himself from the start, hiding possibly the most gut-wrenching secret ever, keeping his friend in the dark even if it was for her own safety. Then came fear. One day he would have to reveal this secret, to reveal that the world she had so dearly and desperately longed for, only existed in memory. After all, how could one return if they have never even left? How would Amon Icy's react when faced with this truth? Would she shatter down, break, be on the verge of losing control or directly turn into a monster? No. That's why Klein had kept it a secret so long, he would not let it be. But then, another question surfaced in his mind, one that made his heart pound, his eyes to flicker, and his throat to gulp. How would she feel knowing her only friend in this world, in her world, had always been lying to her about what she cherished the most? Klein had no answer, nor speculation to this. Sat he was, on his bed, clutching his mattress, his eyes weary, almost hollow. The crimson shined through the window, reflecting his pathetic form. "It's time," uttered the resplendent and decadent sun. Gazing over at the cloudy weather, his eyes reflected a battlefield. Bones, flesh, scales, lightning, fire, madness, and death. Rationality and tyranny. Two opposites, making Grisha wonder why they were neighboring. An aspect of omnipotent and omniscience. The thought crossed his mind, as his gaze narrowed before his figure slowly turned illusory and vanished. Much away from the battlefield, across an entire continent, he reappeared, cracking his fingers, as his gaze settled on a man in a black robe, with dark curly hair flowing down his shoulders. Besides him was a man, looking young and handsome, giving off a fiery feeling. He donned a black, metallic armor, seemingly splashed with blood, with his long red hair complementing his appearance. Don't you think a white chapel is weird and a bit boring? It looks so plainer and has no taste. It is the Lord's wish that his chapel needs to be all white. His wish is my command. Still though, maybe we can add some red streaks. Maybe some black as well. How about we make the chapel out of bones? I'll take the bone suggestion. But you'll have to be the one to find them. So bet it. Saying this, the man in black armor, the Red Angel Medici, grinned widely before disappearing in a streak of fire to find the bones needed to build not just a chapel, but a cathedral. The man in black robe, the Dark Angel Sassurer, watched his fellow angel disappear while shaking his head and then sank into the shadows. Grisha let out a sigh and a faint smile graced his face, when suddenly crimson engulfed his vision. It soon disappeared as he now found himself seated in front of a long ancient copper-mottled table, surrounding him the familiar thickish grayish-white fog, on top the ancient dome propped by various pillars of varying heights. At the end of the long table, on the seat of Fool, sat Klein, looking over at the vast nothingness, before turning his head towards Grisha. "Good afternoon." Klein greeted with a smile, yet he received no response. Confused, Klein noticed the men in clergyman robes staring directly ahead of himself. Ah, of course. Turning his head to the other side, Klein's dark eyes reflected the beautiful figure of a woman, donning a black plain dress. She had fair smooth arms, and slender fingers with her hands clasped together, resting on the table. Half of her face was concealed by a thin black veil, only barely revealing her dark eyes that radiated a feeling of serenity and calm. On her head, besides the veil, was a big black sun hat, adorned with black feathers. The woman, the goddess of misfortune, Amon-Isi, stared back at Grisha with a grin on her face, while slightly tilting her head. "Why? Hello there," she said with a sweet voice that had a hint of spite. Klein discreetly facepalmed at this, before coughing to drag the duo's attention. It worked wonders, as both heads turned towards him. Klein released a sigh, and observed Grisha. "Good afternoon." In response, the dual pathway true god flashed him a smile and softly replied, "I heard you the first time." "Good afternoon indeed." He then turned towards Amon-Isis and said in a flat tone, "Hey." Her lips twitched as she narrowed her gaze, and stared at him coldly. Grisha, unbothered, turned his head back at Klein, and stared at him for a moment before saying, "The plan is laid out." Klein's eyes flickered, as his lips curled up. He leaned forward, clasping his hands together as he spoke. "I am all ears." Suddenly he glanced at Amon-Isis, his gaze fixed at her head, causing the latter to awkwardly stare at him. She turned her back towards Grisha, her gaze weary as she keenly listened. "But first I need to confirm something. Do you want to advance to sequence 1? Grisha asked, returning his to the goddess of misfortune. Klein also subconsciously shifted, his eyes reflecting her serene figure, silently reminding Amon-Isis of his previous statement. "You are not obliged to follow my path." Amon-Isis let out a deep breath before looking straight ahead of herself. "To follow you is perhaps the best choice I could make in my life." Yes. Chapter 27, Sapphira Castle. At the center of an amalgamation of cities, buildings, and mansion, lay an imposing black chapel, surrounded by thickish, grayish-white fog, seemingly enveloping this world's history in it. Drilling through the intricate windows of the ancient dark chapel, the crimson moon illuminated the figure of a grotesque amalgamation of thin translucent maggots cluttered onto the body of a giant demonic wolf. Innumerable tentacles, made out of thin maggots, surrounded his figure, some drilling out of his lower abdomen, creaking through the very orifice of his skin, while others seemingly out of thin air. On his head was an illusory faceless mask, squeezing itself onto the facial bones of the evernight demonic wolf. Darkness laid as his body phased between concealment and visibility, with his mirror-like heart tightly and desperately pumping blood throughout his body. A howl sounded, piercing the ears of each and every being within the demonic wolf settlement, making some lose control, turning into monsters or marionettes, while some felt their psyche being split apart, severed, fooled and concealed. Suddenly, the howling stopped. The environment returned to tranquility and peace, silence curtaining the desolate settlement. The thick, grayish fog trembled, as inconceivably, another similar fog appeared, pushed aside the fog surrounding the dark chapel, and rushed in. The intricate windows trembled under the force applied by this mysterious fog, and before long, these windows shattered, unable to bear the burden further, and the intruding fog made its way within the dark chapel, avoiding the figure of the evernight demonic wolf that had gone completely silent and still. The fog gathered right in front of this god, flowing like waves in the ocean as it began to form letters in Jotun. They came together to form two words. Two words that together spelled out Moon City. The environment became deathly silent before trembling again as the foreign fog dispersed itself, completely vanishing, leaving no change for corresponding tracking. Suddenly a chuckle sounded, before breaking into a loud, crazy mad-driven laugh, echoing through the entire demonic wolf settlement, through the land, air, echoing in the very spirit and astral worlds. Sapphira Castle. Laughing, two coherent words escaped. The tentacles began to sway in all directions, violently as the shattered intricate windows, like a miracle, repaired themselves. The evernight demonic wolf stood up, a mad grin forming on his formless face, as darkness stretched out in all directions, carrying with itself a message to all his subsidiary gods. Return. First we need to get Phlegria involved in the divine battle that will eventually take place in Moon City. This normally would be difficult to accomplish, considering the mad and unpredictable state of the annihilation demonic wolf, and the lack of motive to directly attack the sanguines or mutants. Thus, I came up with a very simple solution. You once told me that Phlegria is looking for Sapphira Castle, and has even issued an order to search for you. That can be exploited. It's pretty simple and self-explanatory what you have to do. Provoke the annihilation demonic wolf with Sapphira Castle. Attract him towards Moon City, rest we can leave to our adversities. How many years has it been? Illuminated by crimson, cloaked in darkness, enveloped by this world's history, a structure frozen in time. The god of puppets, Antigonus looked at the ancient dark chapel, its doors wide open with the fog of history concealing its insides. Merely looking at the structure gave the relatively short demonic wolf a shiver with fear surfacing and clouding his mind. He did not like being near this place. Suddenly, Antigonus felt a nudge against his shoulder, prompting him to turn his head and observe a dark giant demonic wolf with serene eyes that deeply reflected his. It's fine. No need to be scared. Her voice sounded in Antigonus' ears, washing away his fear and filling his mind with a deep sense of tranquility and serene. Melantha, Antigonus' elder sister, him a radiant smile, as one of her extra limbs lifted itself off the ground, patting her brother, earning a light growl. Shall we head inside? Antigonus gulped, returning his gaze back at the opened entrance. He knew it was something extremely important for his father to not only call all subsidiary gods back to the divine kingdom, but to also open wide the gates for them to walk in. While the memory of the last time they were called within the divine chapel remained vague, the fear he currently felt was as fresh as then. The translucent maggots curled and his fur trembled as he took a deep breath and nodded at Melantha. The siblings deeply gazed at the open doors, before moving into the fog of history. As they made their way inside, the fog clouding their vision parted ways, letting the interior of the dark chapel become visible. A thick fog lingered about, as the place was shrouded in deep darkness, with crimson light filtering through the intricate windows, faintly illuminating the cold, concrete floor, with pillars dotting about, supporting the roof of the chapel. Antigonus immediately noticed two familiar figures, one a white-feathered serpent, the god of death, Salinger. Besides him a giant eight-legged demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on his forehead, the god of miracles, Kotar. Almost instantly, Kotar and Antigonus locked eyes, clicking their tongues in annoyance. The brother and sister settled themselves right in front of Salinger and Kotar, sitting on the hard cold concrete floor. Silence curtained, as the four figures stared at each other without uttering a word. The tension and mild fear was palpable and everyone understood the punishment any bickering would incur. It was then, Antigonus noticed the absence of one subsidiary god, the goddess of misfortune, Isis. Has she not come yet? Or could something have happened to her? No, what am I thinking, there is no way. He suddenly felt tense, something that didn't go unnoticed by Melantha. Soon, she too came to realize the absence of the goddess of misfortune, and turned to Salinger and Kotar and asked. Has something happened to Isis? She has never been late to these meetings. Salinger hissed, with his deep hollow eyes flickering. I am not aware. His voice gave chills to all subsidiary gods present, making Kotar slightly move some distance away. Salinger's response amplified Antigonus' worry, causing his mind to go astray. How interesting. Suddenly a serene feminine voice resounded, causing all heads to turn towards the entrance of the dark chapel. A tall shadow suddenly took form, darkening as it approached, before walking out of the thickish grayish fog. Antigonus and the other subsidiary gods' eyes widened. From the thick grayish fog, emerged a tall, slender woman, cloaked in a plain black dress. Half of her face was concealed by a thin black veil, while her long black silky hair swayed with the lingering fog. Behind the veil, her serene dark eyes, seemingly absorbing the light around her, reflected the interior of the chapel, as she lifted her hand, adjusting her dark sun hat adorned with black feathers. Her movements were elegant, highlighting her charm. The woman stopped a few feet away from her fellow subsidiary gods. For a moment each of them were stunned, on guard, before noticing the wave of darkness following each step of the women, as well as the serene feeling that radiated from her, leading to Melinda identifying the women. Amon-Isis, she uttered, attracting the attention of all subsidiary gods, especially Antigonus, whose gaze immediately shifted to his sister, then back at the women, whose eyes flickered at the mention of her name. Her lips curled up into a sweet smile as she replied, quite fast on uptake. Amon-Isis. Antigonus' mouth hung open as he looked the women up and down discreetly. Wait, but how? How has she? What? Kotor and Salinger deeply gazed at the women, Amon-Isis, taking in an in-depth note of the human form, discarding the initial thought of it being an illusion. She truly had gained a human form. Salinger hissed, his tail moving about. You gained human followers? He remarked, causing Amon-Isis to chuckle. And is that an issue? Salinger hissed as he held his head low, deeply gazing at the women, earning an even more imposing one from her. Amon-Isis turned her head away from him, looking over at Antigonus, Melinda, then at Kotor and back at Salinger. A sigh parted her pretty lips, as the wave of darkness at her feet suddenly rose up, taking a tangible form of a high-backed chair beside Antigonus. Amon-Isis walked up to the high-backed chair, sitting down, propping one of her legs on the other, while leaning back. She noticed the gazes of her fellow subsidiary gods and chuckled. You don't expect me to sit on the ground now? What if my dress got dirty? She replied smugly. Besides, it's my turn to do laundry, better not to pile more clothes. She inwardly lampooned. Her concealed ears flicked up, as from the corner of her eyes, she noticed Antigonus' lingering stare. Oh. Amon-Isis turned her head towards him, causing the god of puppets to flinch backwards. Amon-Isis tilted her head with a smile, causing the demonic wolf to feel slightly flustered. Does anyone even know why we were called here? Kotor asked nonchalantly, with a very slight hint of weariness. In reality, the god of miracles was quite scared, having received the order to be present in the divine chapel in a bad dream. Not really, but from what I gathered, it seems the Sapphira Castle proxy has made a move. Instantly, everyone became alert, with Amon-Isis' grin turning wider. Sapphira Castle. Melinda muttered before turning to Amon-Isis. You and Salinger left the settlement to search for Sapphira Castle's proxy. Have you found anything? Well, for starters, he is a dubious guy that is bored out of mind, and just slugged around our little house all day. Occasionally, he trims the garden, which prompted me to put a "No Klein" sign on my flower bed. Too bad he is also a provoker and changes the content of sign here and there. Amon-Isis rested her head on her arms, maintaining her smile, while thinking back to her flower bed. Nothing. There were some traces of him in Moon City, but nothing that could be used to find him back. Amon-Isis replied, causing Melinda to remain silent before nodding and turning her attention to Salinger. And you? The feathered snake hissed. There are not many traces of Sapphira Castle's proxy other than what Amon-Isis has mentioned. It is almost like the entity has completely disappeared from this world. Hence I had to leave this continent altogether, in hopes of finding anything related to Kotor or Antigonus's abilities. In the end, my attempts proved futile, as this proxy was much more proficient in concealment than I imagined. The present subsidiary gods, with the exception of Amon-Isis, presented a weary look. Amon-Isis herself simulated interest, putting on a facade of contemplation while thinking, hungry, need Klein's cooking. A hush fell on the chapel as the crimson light shined brightly, the waves of darkness and the lingering fog swaying about. What's the situation with the outside world? Suddenly, Kotor questioned, looking over to both Amon-Isis and Salinger. In response, they remained silent for quite a while, before Salinger hissed once more, and spoke up. The great wars once paused and an unspoken truce reignited. The era is going through a turbulent change, and an end, nigh and absolute, nears. Kotor let out a confused grunt, his expression twisting indescribably. Rephrase it into something understandable, Antigonus commented nonchalantly, his expression weirded. Most races are at war with each other, a full-scale war. Dragons with elves, giants with phenoxys, with the most prominent being the war between the sanguines and mutants. Rumor has it that the mutants are preparing for one final assault at the Sanguine, seeking to bring the end to this race. This naturally means even the corresponding deities will be involved. Amon-Isis answered in a more coherent manner, earning nods from Antigonus, Melanda, and Kotur, while Salinger deeply stared at the women. One final assault. Antigonus remarked, causing his gaze to stiffen, while Kotur sneered. Those damn brainless zombies and reproduction-obsessed maniacs are really lashing out, huh? Also, what do those giant serpents hope to accomplish fighting in the territory of the tyrant? His tone was arrogant, carrying with it sarcasm and rudeness. The other subsidiary gods didn't react to his sharp comments as their gaze remained fixed on Amon-Isis. Who knows? Do you need a reason to deal with your longtime enemy? Amon-Isis calmly replied, her dark eyes penetrating Kotur's figure. The latter felt a shiver at this and slightly jolted backwards, causing Antigonus to laugh at him. Kotur turned his head and growled at Antigonus, causing Melanda to rest and send a glare at him, sending another wave of fear and horror in the heart of God of Miracles. However, the gaze itself seemed to land elsewhere instead of Kotur himself, his substitute. Amon-Isis let out a sigh and said, aside from that, there seems to be a slow rise of a new human faction in some unknown part of this continent. Not much is known about them aside from the fact that they serve the sun god. You all should probably be aware of the situation regarding the sun. Then, there are various cases of human settlement completely disappearing. This usually wouldn't be a big deal, except these disappearances are happening even within the territory of other gods, much like how it happened with us. The subsidiary gods keenly listened, with Melanda taking mental notes. Sapphira Castle Proxy. She uttered, earning a nod from Amon-Isis. Very likely. This was pretty much the only instance of when his existence came to be. Otherwise, divination, prophecy, or any method of tracking or location only resulted in failure. All in all, not too much. The resplendent and decadent sun, the bright crimson moon, the decaying land, war itself. Amon-Isis rested her voice, quietly leaning back. As for me, I only gained more followers because Klein has a hobby of kidnapping humans from here and there. There was also construction work in our house. Had to add a new study room for me, there was also a kitchen and bathroom expansion. Putting no Klein signs on my flower bed, which Klein absolutely ignored, still annoys me. I hope he isn't taking this opportunity to fiddle with my flowers. All in all, nothing much. Just a peaceful time, with my not-so-peaceful friend. Amon-Isis internally mused, a smile appearing on her face. The environment abruptly turned deathly still, as Salinger hissed once more, his gaze having not moved from Amon-Isis's figure, something the women had taken note of. What? If you have something to say, then speak up. As if reading her thoughts, most of Salinger's colossal body stood erect, as he bared his fangs and asked in a hollow tone. Can I have a private conversation with you? The other three subsidiary gods were surprised at this notion, causing their heads to turn to the feathered snake, then at Amon-Isis. Private conversation? What could you have to want to discuss it with Amon-Isis in private, damn snake? Antigouns internally growled, instinctively baring his fangs. Amon-Isis' pupil slightly dilated as an amused look took form. How interesting. Suddenly, Salinger felt his vision darkening before completely fading into black. Shortly, a figure of a beautiful woman became visible. Still sitting on her high back chair conjured of darkness, Amon-Isis tapped the armrest of her chair, remaining silent, waiting for the god of death to speak up. About your human form, I am assuming you have quite a number of human believers. Salinger spoke up, pausing in between, grasping Amon-Isis' unchanged expression, giving him a hollow stare. He hissed, and those believers envision you in this form, they see you as a humanoid goddess, serene and calm in nature. Contradictory to the nature of a demonic wolf. What are you trying to imply? Amon-Isis asked, her voice remained calm, yet strangely deep. Salinger swiftly took notice of this, his gaze becoming increasingly weary of as he continued to think an eight-legged, giant creature, having no semblance of human in it, would be capable of not only gathering enough believers, but also somehow have them envision a form, bearing no semblance to their deity. He paused, the eye caps covering his hollow eyes moving. Seems a bit too far-fetched for someone like you to be able to do all of that alone, especially so, since these believers of yours are definitely not in this continent, perhaps not in the southern continent as well. This leaves the northern continent, which only begs more questions like how someone like you was able to savor humanity, gain believers, while keeping the image of a beautiful humanoid goddess, in a backwater place which doesn't value godhood. Amon-Isis keenly listened as she narrowed her gaze, leaning back at her chair. For many moments, she remained both silent and motionless before curling her lips into a smile, and then broke into a light chuckle. Oh, how correct you were, my dear magician. But I never expected Salinger of all people to bring this up. Amon-Isis lifted her hand, adjusting her sun hat, all while compassing herself and assuming a serene countenance. And she uttered, her tone carrying a sense of horror and deep terror, causing Salinger to unknowingly flinch. There seemed to appear some hesitation within him before he ultimately spoke up, only causing Ammonizes' smile to widen. "Let us see, have you perhaps gained an ally in your endeavors?" Almost immediately, Salinger felt the pitch-black darkness beneath him ripple, while the goddess of misfortune straightened her posture. "Perhaps I have." Ammonizes answered vaguely, her tone cryptic in sense. Salinger remained silent, his body coiling in itself in the darkness, while his giant feathers very slightly did some flapping motion, causing some loose oily feathers to fall into the darkness, immediately being corroded and consumed by it. "Misfortune. I understand now. Do you reckon it will be safe remaining in this place any longer?" He hissed at the end, while lying down back again as the crimson shined, and the darkness enveloping them slowly receded before melting away fully. The figures of Kotar, Melantha, and Antigonus gracing his eyes once more. "Can't say so." Salinger deeply exhaled, his gaze still focused on this elusive goddess Ammonizes, the latter now staring at the ceiling. "Can't say so." The thought echoed in his mind, as he silently came to a decision. Suddenly, he noticed from his peripheral vision the face of Ammonizes deforming into a terrified one, as her head held high suddenly dropped down lower than ever. Salinger immediately knew the reason. His body suddenly coiled in itself as he smashed his head on the ground, noticing from the corner of his vision the god of miracles having done the same, his body visibly shaking with translucent maggots emerging from his body. A deep shadow emerged from the depths of the divine chapel, hanging over each and every subsidiary gods, blanketing their figures. A terrifying and inexplicable gaze soon landed on them. There laid Antigonus, his body shaking badly, on the verge of dissociation. Melantha, her eyes wide opened with one of her paws, rested at Antigonus' back, instinctively trying to comfort him in spite of her horror. Kotar and Salinger, seemingly equally terrified yet much more composed than the other two. Then the gaze landed on Ammonizes, halting. At that moment, the goddess of misfortune felt herself sweating, but she acted on instinct as she discarded all thoughts away, emptying her mind like all the times she practiced under the dictation of the king of yellow and black. Ammonizes felt every hair strand on her skin rise up, while her spiritual intuition warned of extreme danger. Yet, she remained rather composed compared to the rest, only looking down at the concerted floor without blinking. Ammonizes. Ammonizes felt her mind exploding at once, her very psyche on the verge of splitting apart, disassociating. Barely, she managed to notice Antigonus' terrified shaking body, very slightly moving, his reddened eyes reflecting the beautiful figure of the goddess of misfortune. A deep silence clouded the entire chapel with the subsidiary gods barely holding onto themselves. Then, suddenly, an extreme sense of serenity washed over, surprising the subsidiary gods as their conditions were not only restored to normalcy, but also became far better than ever before. The shadow that loomed over began to contract, gathering at the middle as a figure took shape. A giant demonic wolf, translucent maggots with mysterious engravings cluttered at his skin, with tentacles formed of darkness and worms emerging out of his body, and from thin air around in the divine chapel. On his head was an illusory mask, rising and sinking continuously, with darkness and a thick fog hiding behind the mask. The colossal figure was shrouded in a faint mystic fog, weirdly appearing material as if invisible, while his body itself phased between concealment and visibility. The subsidiary gods instinctively rose their heads upwards, their gazes landing on the figure as a deep sense of calm and serenity continuously washed over, as well as an urge to slumber, to dream. Instantly, each of them recognized the figure to be their master or father, the king, the fool, the darkness, the embodiment of annihilation. The Evernight demonic wolf, Phlegria. Each of their eyes reflecting his serene figure, had their intelligence dumbed down, causing them to stare blankly. It was as if their necks had been locked in place. The Evernight slowly moved his fog-shrouded head towards Ammonizes, staring at her humanoid form, then at Salinger. He did not utter a word, and simply directed his gaze at the grayish-white fog that shrouded the entrance of the divine chapel. Sapphira Castle. He uttered in a calm voice, something none of the subsidiary gods were used to. It was as if Phlegria had suddenly gained a bout of rationality. As if his madness had been purged or perhaps had been greatly held back. Moon City. Many of the subsidiary gods' eyes slowly widened, displaying a slower than normal response system. Ammonizes, having long played this scenario in her mind, having partially experienced it under the prominence of the fool, very slowly uttered, barely making out coherent words due to lowered intelligence. War is to commence there. This could be a trophy. Likely. Replied the king of demonic wolves, his tone calm with a slight hint of excitement at the end. But does it matter? Even if it is a trap, to think the proxy would show up after all these years. Saying that, he tapped the ground with his paws as darkness emerged from the ground, spreading and stretching out in all directions. It flew like water, an ancient river that slowly engulfed the entire settlement, even the bright crimson light. Sapphira Castle. The subsidiary gods watched this display of power, as Phlegria in minutes gathered an entire army of demonic wolves, each of them having turned into marionettes with their eyes tightly closed. A smile seemed to take form on the faceless mask as just beside him appeared a bewildered Kotar and Salinger. "You two will be accompanying me." Facing no objections from the feathered serpent and the giant demonic wolf, Phlegria turned to the only humanoid figure, having knelt down to support herself. "You will be taking care of this place in my absence." Amon Isis felt a chill run down her spine, as the orders of her master deeply ingrained itself within her soul body. It was irresistible, unavoidable, like the end that approached everyone. She swiftly nodded, witnessing the head of the king turning back at its marionette army. He took a step forward, walking out of the divine chapel, with Salinger and Kotar slowly walking behind him. He gazed at the night sky, at the shining crimson, and then at the demonic wolf settlement shrouded in a pool of darkness. Slowly, Amon Isis, Antigonus and Melantha also walked out of the ancient divine chapel, Amon Isis at forefront with Antigonus and Melantha behind her. Darkness suddenly engulfed the entire area, bringing it into a world of its own. No, it was a world of its own. Divine kingdom, repose. For a moment, Amon Isis blinked as from the corner of her eye, she noticed the shadows of Melantha and Antigonus move slightly before calming. Her attention was then drawn back to the front, realizing the entire place was now empty. The entire army, composing over thousands marionettes, together with the annihilation demonic wolf and two of his subsidiary gods had vanished into thin air. Grafting. Or an application of the darkness authority. He nearly took the entire race with him. Amon Isis, whose intelligence was back to normal, inwardly mused as she gave a side eye at the subsidiary god siblings. Too bad I wasn't left alone. She smiled, watching the two siblings whisper to each other. Slowly, her smile turned more sadistic, more sinister, as the goddess of misfortune began humming, her beauty echoing through the entire demonic wolf settlement. Too bad I wasn't left alone, hee. Chapter 28, Developments. The longest hour, the brightest night. The crimson shone bright, brighter than ever, casting its light across the lands, tainted, untainted, restraining, overflowing, providing life to otherwise barren lands. The entire sky was crimson today, overpowering even the glow of the countless stars that made up the starry night sky. In the most distant horizon, just outside the sanguine city of Crimson, stood a beautiful feminine figure, her long black hair fluttering about, while her crimson blood eyes reflected the entire landscape. The women, the sanguine queen Ornia, stood, motionless, wearily looking ahead of her, observing the thick white fog rising towards the sky, reaching an inconceivable height. It was like a wave on land, apocalypse, chaos, curse, chained, all these concepts fused with this relentless fog of war, cursing the land, igniting the air, birthing endless, innumerable disaster at its wake, a catastrophe that was to sweep away the moon city, to conquer and end all sanguines. Ornia silently observed the approaching wave of primordial chaos, making out numerous shadows that were poking through its thick exterior, all featuring varying sizes. Eventually, the wave settled, halting, appearing like a large wall of fog. The ground began to shake, clouds enveloping the sky, ever so slightly dampening the crimson illumination. The shaking ground developed into a massive earthquake, cracks began to develop in the land as molten lava erupted, before the very land split apart into two, creating a massive tear between the fog of war and the goddess of beauty. Almost instantly, the latter raised her hands, and a clap resounded. Innumerable door of summonings instantly took shape, each engraved with a unique strange mysterious symbol. These doors creaked open with sanguines and vampires flew out of them, each overflowing with spirituality, being further strengthened by the crimson. In just a few moments, surrounding the sanguine queen, was an army of sanguines and vampires, some floating in the air with their massive vampiric bat wings, others standing on the ground readying themselves with their fangs and corrosive claws bared. A black fog began to envelop the area, covering every inch of the land, even creaking within the white wall of fog that stood motionless. There wasn't a sound made the entire time, the creaking of the ground, the occasional flash of lightning and the opening and closing of doors were the only noise that filled the surrounding. Slowly a figure walked out of the wall of fog, a 50 feet tall giant with a blazing skull and a sharp protruding tail at his back, his body covered in steel armor. It's finally time, goddess of beauty. A sharp heavy voice sounded carrying with it, an extreme aura of supremacy, immediately conquering many of the sanguines. The goddess of beauty, sanguine queen, Ornia did not speak, instead opted to deeply stare at the god of war. Silence once again enveloped the place, as the bringer of war, and the queen of crimson deeply stared at each other. The temperature slowly began to rise before eventually shooting up. I'll tell you something, this is the longest war I have fought in my life for never having my adversaries lasted this long. Shame it will end here today. In a mocking tone, the god of war conjured a giant purple blazing sword, pointing it at Ornia as the ground began to shake again. Molten lava and steel erupted from cracks again, forming giant pillars extending towards the sky. The weather began to change as dark clouds quickly gathered, dampening the glow of crimson. Lighting streaked across as calamities took form, while the wall of fog began to inch closer to the sanguines. Zombies, werewolves, wraiths, ancient banes, warlocks, calamity, apocalypse, hell itself broke loose, as the fog of war flattened and spread itself outwards, stretching onto the entire battlefield and beyond, covering even the Moon City, conquering the doors of summonings as well as every creature, dead or not. Sanguines did not stand on ceremony, as Ornia conjured massive vampiric wings and flew up into the sky, crimson erupting from her beautiful body stirring the spirituality of each and every being, powering the sanguines, depleting the mutants. The black fog enveloped spread outwards creaking within the fog of war, providing vitality to the sanguines, blessing them with new life. Eventually, the two sides clashed, and the final war commenced. Far away from this battlefield, from the eastern continent, in the distant vast ocean lay, both submerged and above, a majestic ancient palace, its blue texture reflecting the ocean that laid beneath it as well as the clear sky above the dark clouds. It extended towards the sky, reaching an inconceivable height, and submerging down in the ocean, seemingly reaching the planet's core. At the very top of the majestic bluish palace, far above the skies, was a bluish throne with streaks of lightning accentuating its appearance. At the throne sat a man wearing a simple loose robe, his ears pointy, his thick hairs a mix of black and blue, his facial features were rather soft. His deep-sea blue eyes gazed at the vast ocean and dark clouds creaking with lightning striking across, while the thunderous spear that leaned at his armrest shook continuously. Wind blew fluttering his mixed hair, as well as his loose robes, yet the man did not blink. Instead, his expression subtly changed. Suddenly, he lifted the thunderous spear, raised it in the air before striking it down. Immediately thunder roared, countless lightning streaks sparked the sky, their end reaching one spot in the sky. The man's gaze narrowed while his lips curled up into a twisted smile, a grin embodying madness. His figure itself began to radiate an immense feeling of tyranny, an aura of supremacy and dominance, striking extreme fear in the very heart of every creature. "You have some guts coming here." Thunder roared once more, as the sea below began to shake, rising, and churning into an enormous figure with a hazy face and two large hands. It rose and rose reaching the skies, standing higher than the very palace of blue, acting as the shadow of the tyrant. Suddenly, a growl resounded, penetrating even the ear-shattering sounds of thunder. The tyrant only grinned wider as he began to fly, holding another lightning spear he had made, as more enormous figures akin to the one behind the tyrant rose up from the sea, while the palace of blue began to be submerged within the ocean, eventually completely disappearing within the blue. A thickish white fog began to fill the air, as the tyrant grew in intensity, his pearly ocean blue eyes reflected a figure. From the depths of the sea of collective subconscious, departing from illusory clouds and the city of Livesid, emerged an omniscient visionary. A white dragon with golden scales at his body and massive wings, its span seemingly enveloping the world, while his eyes green with tints of gold, carrying a boundless sense of calm, wisdom and collectivism. His appearance and the very reflection of his figure could wash over one's worries, savor their moods, anchor their consciousness, relieve them from insanity, expose all secrets, and see everything that could be seen and experienced. Even the tyrant wasn't an exception as an extreme sense of calm and weariness washed over his madness and excitement, while he felt his consciousness slowly departing from this world appearing at the bottom of a large coral mountain with deep thunderous noises echoing behind him and a thick white fog that enveloped his sanity as well as the whole mountain before him. But, almost instantly, his grin remained wide at this exposure of sanity, as he subconsciously struck his spear on the air like solid ground, with blue streaks of thunder immediately erupting and covering the whole area, severing everything, yet not a single one made contact with the visionary as they were fully exposed to him. The tyrant felt his consciousness return to his body, and immediately conjured a giant storm enveloping everything in the surroundings, even the visionary dragon, while the enormous giants closed in. Now at the eye of storm, the tyrant and visionary dragon locked gazes with each other, one's expression twisted indescribably, while the other remained calm. "To think you directly confront me. Has your supposed omniscience finally been breached? Or did you envision a future where I turn you into a lizard skewer?" The tyrant uttered in a mocking and taunting tone, seemingly having an effect on the calm visionary, as his expression ever so slightly displayed annoyance. However, he recovered with a smile, while his colossal wings flapped, sending invisible ripples around. "Your tone hasn't changed in centuries." The dragon of imagination paused, letting a virtual persona delve into the sea of collective subconscious. "As for why I appear before you, it matters not to have an unstable existence as yourself." "Oh. Fascinating. However, your eyes aren't the only ones special." The elf king squinted, his gaze at the opposing deity, who remained composed. "Like that virtual persona you just sent into the sea, or the fact that the ankwelt before me has been imagined. The second he spoke, the sea of collective subconscious moved and Ankwelt's virtual persona was immediately vaporized. It had been baited to walk directly into a trap. The concept of sea was naturally within the grasp of this tyrant, causing both he and the visionary to wrestle control over this mysterious realm. Or, maybe something else. Saniathrim's eyes twitched as he observed Ankwelt, who remained impassive. The Elf King's expression seemed to shift multiple times at once, while the Dragon of Imagination silently watched, observing every detail. After some time, Saniathrum's grin returned as he mentioned, "Is Cvaster's plan so foolproof that you had to come and face me?" He immediately waved his free hand, adding, "No need to waste your breath, for once, I'll play your staring game. Let's see who falters first." Ankwelt looked at this elf for a moment, before sighing, "Your queen has been very kind to you. If my impulses didn't take over each time I witnessed your delicious appearance, I would have presented you to someone." "I have no intention of becoming pregnant." Ankwelt immediately knew who his sworn enemy was referring to. These two divine figures remained floating in the air, chatting like they were long-lost friends, each holding sharp daggers behind their backs. The crimson moon was bright. Its radiance stretches across plains over plains, illuminating every creature, every prospering and decaying land, filling it with vitality, stirring spirituality, providing a maternal embrace to all that laid bare in front of it. But today, it did not shine bright to prosper the lands, instead it shined to illuminate an ongoing war, a battlefield ridden with blood, flesh, suffering, agony of its kins. It shined, illuminating the cycle of death and rebirths, a sanguine dying on the battlefield, fighting for its race against the wretched mutants that had waged war on their land, bringing with themselves calamity, destruction, despair, apocalypse. Once he achieved his purpose, reaching the end of his long life, he returned to his mother's embrace, becoming an infant once more. Growing in the packet of flesh, gaining vitality and strength, as the blessings of life were bestowed upon him. Eventually, as happened to all, he too would have to leave his mother's embrace, to fight along many more like him, to fight for his mother and the greatest ancestor. For only when this war concluded, would he truly find eternal solace, being able to rest forever in the warm embrace of the mother, bathed in the spirituality of crimson. Thus, he walked out of the door of summoning, raising his head, he looked over at the gigantic crimson moon, covering the entire sky. Raising his hands up in the air, he felt the sensation of a cold touch, a gentle feeling washed over him as the crimson moon itself slowly descended from the sky, so low to the point where one could even touch its surface should they gain a bit of height from the flattened, cracked ground. Within a singular moment, thousands of explosions occurred, killing almost the entire sanguine army instantly, returning them to the great embrace of a mother. Yet, as it always happened, the doors of summonings creaked open, the sanguines walked out. A sigh parted from the great symbol of iron and blood. The god of war bore witness to every scene of the battlefield, using his analysis to come to the conclusion that neither of the sides were flattering, holding their own in this battle. Should things continue like this, victory was far-fetched, if not impossible. That would have been the case if. Encircling the giant crimson that departed from the skies, descending to the ground, were thorny, translucent chains crackling, and swaying far away from the battlefield. An ancient, dark figure cloaked with a black cloth stood chained to the ground, its appearance inconceivable to anything and everything, with the only makeable feature were the innumerable chains and thorns that erupted from his body, chaining everything in his surroundings, light, darkness, life, death, souls, even the concept of decay was chained. This caused suffering to the once prospering life that was this land, the suffering this figure accumulated causing the thorny chains that bound and pierced him to tighten further, drawing out bright red blood that seeped in the lands, reflecting the crimson glow. The crimson moon that had descended from the sky slowly began to make its way towards this figure, ignoring the thorny chains that constantly made contact with its surface. The indescribable figure simply remained chained at his spot, not bothering to move, patiently waiting while chaining his overflowing spirituality, as well as the constant new life that was formed in him. A divine battle was to commence. This naturally meant the other deities found their focus settled on it. Thus, descended a timeless and digital twilight from the furthest edges of the continent, harboring a small portion of the sky, and encroaching into the spirit and to the astral worlds, as it gazed over at the battlefield, then at the crimson moon and the chained figure. Simultaneously, the twilight took note of another gaze that had graced or perhaps disgraced this beautiful symbol of war and violence. The vitality this once prospering land had gained through the blood that had seeped in its molten cracks, instantly perished. Everything, dead, undead, alive or non-living, object or creature suddenly entered an eternal slumber, with their essence wandering through mysterious realms and into the depth of the underworld. Death had settled her gaze, resisting the primordial urge to fully open a door and enter the battlefield. She, of course, took note of her enemy, yet surprisingly neither of them attempted to approach one another, or to ensue a fight of their own. The battlefield did not sway, completely ignoring the twilight and death that had settled their gazes. Even the crimson moon, the chained figure, the sanguine queen, the god of war, did not take note of their gazes, nor did they take note of the two figures that stood far away from this battlefield, having witnessed everything that has happened in this war through a simple spell made by the sun god. One, a man in black armor with red long hair, complementing his looks. Another man with raven black hair and dark eyes, donned in a simple black robe, half his figure eye shrouded in shadows that lurked the figure of each and every one. This is torture. Orders. This is torture and you cannot convince me otherwise. I am a warlock, and I can't jump into a war. Yes you can't. It will only make things troublesome and mess with the Lord's envisioned path. Ghhhhh. Gritting his teeth, the Red Angel Medici looked away at the empty sky, making the expressions of a mad child. The Dark Angel completely ignored his fellow angel's sentiment, keeping his gaze fixed at the god of war, who had moved from his position, approaching the Sanguine Queen. It's about to commence. He moved his gaze, shifting it towards the morphing image of the moon, a shadow of a large mountain range that lurked at its feet. Thousands, possibly millions of chains binded the giant monstrosity, yet seemingly having no effects on the crimson moon as a humanoid figure slowly began to take form. Indeed it is. Within the astral world, Grisha silently ruminated to himself, gazing at the real world below. A sigh parted his lips as he moved his gaze towards a certain point in the distant land, taking note of an approaching new army soon to be a part of the grand show that was to take place. Suddenly, he smirked, as he conjured a book in his hands, its cover made of brass and copper, while its page, goat parchments. Grisha lifted his hand as he opened the book and began to turn its page, his eyes resting and reading the contents as he did so. The annihilation demonic wolf will take the provocation from Sapphira Castle's proxy very seriously. Thus, he would gather an army with his god of death and god of miracles and approach Moon City. It is a reasonable development. Grisha conjured a quill of white feather as he breathed out a sigh and began to write. The annihilation demonic wolf will approach the sanguine ancestor and the mutant king. He paused for a moment, before adding. It is a reasonable development. Both the book and the quill disappeared as Grisha took a step back, resting his gaze back at the real world, noticing the evernight demonic wolf slowly approaching the crimson moon and the mutant king. He smiled. A happy smile. Has it finally commenced? Sitting in a simple room, Klein uttered out loud, holding in his hands a porcelain teacup. He took a sip and relaxed himself on his chair, having long thrown away his coat, as he lifted both of his legs resting them on a stool. He took another sip from his tea, while closing his eyes, as if in deep thoughts. Amon-Isis. Chapter 29, Curse. Fire, blood, curses, calamity, war. Lightning creaked, the ground shook, the sky devoid of crimson moon, thousands of vampiric bats flew, covering every inch of it, the illumination of stars, the resplendent nebulae, the faint brown, white and orange planets. Within a singular moment, the ground split apart, molten lava and steel making their escape, freezing and forming innumerable sharp spikes that pierced the hearts of sanguines and vampires alike, causing the land to be dyed in their blood, a blood which immediately evaporated due to scorching temperatures. These spikes rose up in the air, before exploding into countless sharp fragments raining down on the land, as well as up in the sky, piercing sanguine and mutants alike. After all, it did not matter to the army of the god of war if they were hurt, or even suffered deaths, for all their pain, all their suffering were chained instantly, accumulated into a dark apocalyptic curse that would soon sweep the masses. Neither did it matter to the sanguine army. A clap in the air resounded. Suddenly, both on the molten land, and in the dark sky, countless doors of summoning took form, engraved with mysterious symbols, creaked open as a shrill cry resounded out of them. Countless vampiric bats flew out of the door of summoning, flying to every inch of the battlefield, swiftly dodging the rain of spikes, as they gathered together, twisting, merging, taking a humanoid shape. Just as quickly as the sanguine army was swept by the mutants, they replenished again, brimming with spirituality and vitality, facing the war head-on. The battle was essentially paused in an eternal cycle, a repetition of this exact phenomenon. No matter how fierce the mutant army was, no matter how many times they would wipe the sanguines off the battlefield, all it took was one clap to undo their work. Taking note of all this, the god of miracles, Kotar narrowed his gaze, turning some of the sanguines into his marionettes, before discreetly pulling them out of the battlefield. Interestingly, his actions went completely unnoticed to both the symbol of war and the beauty goddess silently facing off each other, nor the goddess of life hidden deeply within the sanguine ranks, constantly granting new life to the army. Besides him, the god of death, Salinger's forked tongue moved as his piercing gaze landed on the spirit bodies of fallen ones. The spirit body of sanguines and vampires instantly vanished upon death, seemingly consumed by the thick black fog lingering in the surroundings, while the mutants had their spirit body chained from life, so when death invaded their mortal flesh, their wasted life merely became a husk to empower the curses of the third in command, Tolsna, and his silent disciple Legion. Salinger's hollow and deathly eyes moved, witnessing the display of two sides fiddling with death, one trapped in an eternal cycle of rebirth, while the other suffering even in the solitude of eternal sleep. This subsidiary god did not appreciate this, and thus, he expanded his death gaze as well as his prepared section of the underworld, taking control over part of the mutants, turning, instantly making them a part of his undead army. Just like Kotar, his actions went completely unnoticed. The concept of darkness itself embraced and empowered their every move, eluding even the senses of the subsidiary gods of both opposing armies. Naturally, they couldn't take drastic measures for fear that the gods on both sides would cast their gazes on their erased existences, and thus, they acted rather covertly and conservatively. Occasionally, Kotar will stir probability in favor of one side, while noting the fascinating scenes he witnessed, in case he ever needed to bring them forth from his memories via a miracle. On the other hand, Salinger would focus on increasing his ranks, using low and mid sequences of the both armies, while also occasionally sensing the deepening presence of the underworld in the surroundings. We should move deeper in the battlefield. Merely spectating from a distance won't result in anything drastic. Salinger hissed, his tail laying itself on the bare ground. The king of demonic wolves had long parted ways from them, simply handing out the order to search for the Sapphira Castle's proxy, and to keep a note on this war. Salinger suspected that their lord may have made his way towards the two deities, facing each other far away from this land. Do we really need to? Kotar grunted, but shivered and instinctively wanted to end his projection upon locking eyes with Salinger's empty eyes. This caused the hesitating demonic wolf to reluctantly step forward, turning even more sanguines into marionettes while taking control over a part of the demonic wolf army as well as the marionettes his lord had bestowed. Slowly, with Salinger flanking him, the two subsidiary gods left the edge of the battlefield and entered. The extreme environment didn't affect them as they were seemingly in their own world. However, they could affect the outside as they further spread their influence. Suddenly, Kotar's spiritual sense took note of something. Where is? He quickly spun his head around, resting his gaze on the sanguine queen. Immediately he took note of her shining crimson figure, seemingly in disarray as she too had noticed the sudden absence of God of War. Yes, the God of War had vanished. The sanguine queen Ornia analyzed and observed every inch of the battlefield, using her inner reflection of the crimson moon and connected to the battlefield within a 500 kilometers radius. Immediately, she noticed the change in command of the mutated army, with the symbol of Strive and Rust, the Calamity Warlock who was originally the second in command now at the head of the army. Ornia, of course, did not take this as a good sign and discreetly signaled her subjects to remain on high alert. She then melted into the surrounding spirituality, her sense piercing the permeating fog of war, catastrophic domains, and curse employed by the subsidiary gods in the mutated army. Suddenly, her spiritual intuition was triggered, prompting her to spread her body further, while subtly implying her beauty to calm even the most hostile concepts. Her abundant spirituality soon clashed with an oppressive and conquering aura, which prompted her to use part of her spirituality to form her body, before a gigantic column of purple blaze that had suddenly appeared. Already missing me, goddess of beauty, the taunting tone was unmistakable, causing Ornia to scoff and fold her arms on her chest. The great god of war had to take an emergency leak amidst battle. I almost pitied your soldiers, almost. Naturally, the perpetual cycle of death and rebirth occurring at every corner of the battlefield, bar where the head of said armies occupied, proceeded. The symbol of war didn't immediately respond to her, and instead, his purple flames acting as a body seemed to tilt to the side as he gazed at the carnage occurring everywhere. Unfortunately, nothing can last for all eternity. Well, isn't it the exact fact that makes such thrilling experiences thrilling in the first place? This subsidiary god seemed to ruminate to himself as he suddenly redirected his focus onto his enemy. I'm a firm believer that for drastic changes to occur, those at the top, leaders, have to make an example out of themselves. He didn't let her immediately retort, and instead, spread his flaming arms wide. This battle. The sanguine queen floated closer, clapping her hands as more doors of summonings took shape all around her and the god of war. Will end today. She finished his sentence, as crimson light radiated out of her body, strengthening the queen and her subjects while simultaneously depleting the spirituality of her opposition. The god of war smiled at this, before breaking into a sudden, stiff laughter, his mandibles moving about as more purple flames erupted from them. He then settled himself, seemingly grinning as he conjured a purple sword, while gazing at Ornia. That it will. Pausing, he pointed his sword at her, while his blazing skull became brighter, illuminating the crimson-dyed land. But who do you think would be the victor? You or I? Suddenly, Ornia felt her spiritual intuition repeatedly trigger, alerting her of extreme danger. She readied herself, clapping her hands, as even more doors of summonings took shape around her. The sanguine army quickly began to gather, approaching the middle of the battlefield while the mutants did the opposite, taking a step back. The concealed demonic wolves noticed the sudden change in the air, with Kotar and Salinger swiftly acting, spreading their marionettes and undeads far and wide into the battlefield, now affecting the some demigods under the god of war and the sanguine queen. You ought to be familiar with how the souls of those that die on this battlefield are only chained and accumulated to empower our devastating curses, right? He spoke, his tone maniac in a sense with extreme frenzy. The blazing sword that was pointed at Ornia suddenly made a turn, now pointing at himself. Now what if that was to be done on a larger scale? Behind the god of war, the mutant army gathered together, taking a barrier formation with the many disciple of silence at the forefront, the thorny vines in their body spreading out randomly, covering the entire barrier, acting as a shield for the rest of the army. Aurnia's spiritual intuition was at an all-time high, causing her to dictate the sanguine army to adopt a more defensive approach. "You mean?" she uttered, her gaze becoming weary, while the god of war held the blazing sword pointed at him, slowly bringing it towards his chest. "Let me tell you something. For a fact, you won't be winning this battle. All this time, countering and waging war on you guys, gave me enough of a realization to know to whom I should direct this final attack towards." Immediately, Aurnia felt almost every single door of summonings around them having been conquered. Quickly, she tried to dissipate these doors and conjure new ones, but the conqueror proved slightly faster than her when it came to using their respective abilities. "You have killed countless of my soldiers, over and over, afflicting them with immeasurable pain. Their suffering, desire to kill, madness and their very souls having been chained should result in a devastating curse, no. What if this was to be done by the very chained god?" Before Aurnia could even think of a reply, the god of war stabbed himself with his own purple blazing sword, letting out a maniacal laugh while doing so. "Hee, you won't be winning this battle, for your little cycle of life and death, with that pesky goddess of life, is about to be broken." Stabbing himself deeper, the flames at his body began to turn black in color, while the fog of war that lingered about began to sway violently, covering every inch of the battlefield, even enveloping the sanguine army as well, permeating within the doors of summonings. The black flames at God of War's body began to stretch outwards, with Aurnia's attempts at stopping them turning futile nonetheless. It was now the realization that was hitting her, the real plan of the mutants. The great symbol of war. Far away from this battlefield, where the crimson had descended, a figure cloaked in darkness moved about, observing the countless chains that swayed and crackled, trying to bind the voluptuous female humanoid figure that had taken shape in front of the crimson moon. Oh. The figure cloaked in darkness, the Evernight demonic wolf, suddenly witnessed as the thorny chains that swayed about, suddenly began to contract back within the chained figure, encircling his entire body, digging and piercing deep within him. His reaction was shared by the crimson moon. The sanguine ancestor Lilith halted her approach. Become a channel for the chained one's abominable essence. The chains binding the figure grew tighter, turned corporeal, threatening to destroy the body it constrained. The two deities had the relevant dangerous scene conjured in their minds as they prepared to use their various methods to depart. However, the chained figure suddenly radiated an incomprehensible charm, instantly mesmerized these two divine beings for a fraction of a second, halting their retreat. The chained figure, an abomination scarecrow representing all the chained desires of the mutant king, all his pain, all his suffering, all his longing, began to shake under the violent pressure applied by the thorny chain drilling into his flesh, bringing it on the verge of explosion. This abomination scarecrow was an essential replica of the chained god, a medium that allowed him to release his most devastating curse yet, without actually being present on the battlefield. As the one that held authority over desires, over the concept of restraint itself, his scarecrow acted as the perfect replica, eluding the senses of even fool as well the penetrating gaze of the crimson moon. To release the result of your suffering, our suffering. To bestow this land, with your blessing, and a curse to our enemies. As the sacrificial chant echoed in the air, the god of war's body began to shake violently as the sanguine queen took a step back. Quickly, she turned around, controlling the concept of spiritually, forming massive barriers curtaining the entire sanguine army, yet it was too late. The abomination scarecrow, far from the battlefield, incapable of withstanding the pressure of the chains any longer, exploded. In a singular moment, crimson disappeared. The demonic wolves that had been tucked away in darkness, concealed from this world, became visible. The fog of war that enveloped the whole battlefield turned black. The entire sanguine army was killed in an instant, leaving a stunned beauty goddess. A devastating curse was released on the land. On the battlefield, covering every inch of it. It was a curse so potent, it followed the sanguines even after their death. Penetrating within the door of summonings, reaching the goddess of life. Quickly, she began to give birth to the sanguines again, so as to replenish their army, yet the life that came to be, melted into a pool of black almost instantly. It was then that she realized that this particular curse infected the very soul body to a point of corrupting and chaining it. No life could sustain such a curse, let alone a newborn. Hence, she had to make a decision. If the army wasn't replenished, the mutants would be able to penetrate within the Moon City, with even the Queen incapable of stopping them. If that were to be the case, with the ancestor suddenly having disappeared, something she took notice of due to the sudden disappearance of the Crimson Light, this would imply their loss in the war, and the outcome unknown. For some moments, the abomination of reproductive organs stood silent, before its surface began to turn black in color, its surroundings began to shake, as it gave birth to new life. New fit life, that was able to sustain itself, yet significantly weakened by the effects of the curse. More and more life was birthed over and over, as they walked out of the door of summonings, in their hands a potion that was used to resist curses and diseases. Eventually, the entire sanguine army was replenished. At a cost. The goddess of life had borne the brunt of the terrifying curse, her body turning into a pool of black as he collapsed into chaos of endless possibilities. New life tried to sprout, before ultimately making peace with the end, ending within the pocket dimension, alone. Within the battlefield, Ornia's vision cleared, as she coughed violently, using her spirituality and the authority of new life, raised at the beauty goddess level to give birth to the remaining curse within her. She then noticed the god of war, almost completely destroyed having acted as a sacrifice for the release of the curse, flashed a maniacal grin, taking pleasure in seeing her panicked and weakened form, while his body slowly reduced to ashes. Live long, he uttered, before his body completely exploded into flames. And thus, the god of war perished. Ornia fell into a disarray. Instantly, she felt the death of the goddess of life, remembering the words of the god of war, realizing the cycle of rebirth was now broken. Ornia gulped as crimson cracks appeared from her body, illuminating and bathing the entire land, as she flew up into the sky, using her abilities to fight off the curse that was applied on her. The crimson that erupted from her body not only stirred spirituality empowering the sanguines but Ornia also enveloped it with vitality of a life-giver, helping her soldiers recover from their affliction. They could no longer bear death or losses, as there was no way for the rebirth empowered by their ancestor and the goddess of life to occur. And with the sudden disappearance of the crimson moon, Ornia couldn't act as the substitute. She noticed the mutant army, mostly unaffected by the curse, changed their formation now under the dictation of the Calamity Warlock, second in command having been promoted to the absolute ruler of war. The sky began to be filled with dark clouds, lightning striking across the sky as various calamities took shape, curses, abominations, flames, steel, venomous black snakes and the dead and undead. The entire mutant army began to approach in full force, taking back their offensive stance with the sole goal of eradicating the sanguine army at any cost. After all, they were no longer immortal. It was at that moment, both the armies, sanguines, and mutant took note of the sudden appearance of demonic wolves on the battlefield. Now fully exposed, Salinger and Kotar became alert and quickly acted, as Kotar cleared his throat, replaced his curse-filled projection with a new one, while his true body repeatedly substituted and resisted the action of the remnants of the curse. However, his projection swiftly acted and proclaimed, "I wish for the affliction on the demonic wolves faction to be minimized to a controllable extent." This miracle invoker reasoned that focusing on dissipating the curse made by a true god, even its remnants, wasn't ideal. Instead, he focused on controlling the affliction suffered by his comrades. Immediately, he fulfilled his wish, creating a miracle. Almost instantly, the demonic wolves felt their condition somewhat restabilize, while Salinger quickly took control, spreading his influence, and killing the remaining curse. The darkness embracing us vanished, Master. Salinger looked towards Kotar, the latter staring at him intensely, as if he too had reached this conclusion. Salinger suddenly heard Kotar's voice in his inner ears, which said, "Master, something has happened." The voice suffered a pause as Salinger quickly controlled the demonic wolf army, waging war on sanguine and mutants. "I can no longer sense him. The connection born from blood has disappeared." Flying in the skies, Ornia looked over, gazing far away to a certain spot where the crimson moon previously had descended. Yet nothing was there, the crimson moon, the thorny chains, the entire land was barren, empty. However, mirror fragments littered on the entire plains. Sitting in her room, Amon-Isis gazed at the starry sky, devoid of crimson moon. Her deep dark eyes reflected the resplendent stars, while her beautiful looks were accentuated by it. Suddenly she felt a weird sensation curl her body, causing her to stiff back, take a deep breath and relax. Has the opportunity arrived? Chapter 30, Devastation. Massive thanks to Chaotic Rider for cooking the deity fight. Peak. Has the opportunity arrived? Amon-Isis questioned the spirits around her. Suddenly, she started chuckling, curling her lips as if she obtained her answer. "I see, quite a wonderful one." She spoke, closing her eyes, and humming a beautiful melody. The demonic wolf settlement shrouded in darkness was quite stale, with only a bit over half the population present. Under the dictation of the three remaining subsidiary gods, the place remained in order, preventing the maddened demonic wolves from wreaking havoc in the absence of their master. Suddenly, each of them felt a tug, drowsiness taking over, as they began to fall asleep one by one. In just a matter of moments, the entire demonic wolf settlement was pulled into a dream, leaving only Amon-Isis gazing at the stars quietly. In an instant, her house shook, causing her gaze to stiffen. Her vision was blanketed by pitch-black darkness, obstructing her view of stars as the wave of darkness spread from her small house, destroying and melting it away entirely. It also destroyed her garden. Beyond the spreading darkness, standing not too far away, Antigonus observed as the pool of darkness destroyed the one small structure, concealed from this world. He had a difficult expression on his face, as if he was going through an intense internal struggle. Which he was. Has Amon-Isis truly betrayed us, as sister and father expected? But why would she? She used to be extremely loyal to father, one of his most trusted subsidiary gods. It doesn't make sense, maybe she is being influenced. Antigonus' many worms of spirit tried to conjure a rational reason that wouldn't shake his already unstable state. Perhaps the beautiful goddess of misfortune, whose appearance was aesthetically pleasing to both demonic wolves and humans, was misunderstood. Before departing, the evernight demonic wolf, Phlegria, had pulled Melinda and Antigonus into a subtle dream, passing over a warning. Be weary of the goddess of misfortune. Alongside this warning, the annihilation demonic wolf blessed the siblings, providing strength as well as empowering their ability in case of necessity. This dream had resulted in Melinda becoming extremely weary of Ammon-Isis, keeping a discreet eye on her, and just as the subsidiary god made a move, she was able to intercept it, resulting in the current situation. The entire time, Antigonus remained silent, partially in disbelief. While most of his worms of spirits did not wish to accept this possibility, the facts as well as this very situation proved them all otherwise. Melinda, on the other hand, had no remorse or reconciliation. Hence, this servant of concealment took charge, attacking the goddess head-on. Through her empowered concealment, allowing her to creak about without Ammon-Isis sensing her presence, as well as use of wave of an all-encompassing darkness layered with misfortune to vanquish her foe. Melinda lowered her gaze, as the tide of darkness receded and revealed ruins of wood and stone. The small garden was completely overturned due to the combined power of repose and horror. Melinda focused her gaze, immediately noting the outline of a figure in black dress, her eyeballs shallow, with most of her skin melted away by darkness revealing the bones and flesh underneath. It was a gruesome sight, one which Antigonus and Melinda were all too familiar with, yet witnessing the dead body of the goddess of misfortune sent a wave of emotions down the former's spine, causing him to lean backwards, his eyes widened. Fake, Melinda commented, causing Antigonus to snap out of his dazed state as he examined the corpse closer. The corpse in question vanished as if it were an illusion, no, a projection. The moment this occurred, Melinda spread the darkness she had subtly laid around the entire settlement in order to buy her some time. However, she felt a strong resistance to this as an imposing illusory door enclosed her figure, as well as Antigonus effectively sealing them. While this occurred, an ethereal door appeared not too far from the ravaged compound, and Ammon-Isis, dressed neatly, calmly walked out of it while holding a worm filled with starlight. Worm of Star. This wasn't all as between her fingers, a worm of spirit moved, morphing into a tarot card depicting a naked woman, seemingly dancing above the land holding a baton in each hand, surrounded by a wreath while being observed by 4 creatures. A man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. The World card. Having already rehearsed this act with Klein, Ammon-Isis wasn't surprised by the sudden attack of her fellow subsidiary gods. Naturally, Klein couldn't make drastic moves like sending an avatar or worse, his true body to subtly aid her due to Phlegria's presence, and thus he proposed an alternative. By applying a mentor of Desolate deception of rules, his worms of spirit and worm of stars would be able to be sneaked into the demonic wolf settlements. After all, Phlegria was a mix of darkness and full pathways. Wouldn't that imply that demonic wolves such as Ammon-Isis possessing a worm of spirit wouldn't be seen or sensed as an anomaly? And since both worms are essentially from the same person, this deception would naturally apply. With this, Ammon-Isis confidently headed to her master's beckoning and sauntered into enemy territory. Antigonus, having dispelled his historical projection that had been sealed by the worm of star, sent out another projection, gazed the seal on the illusory door holding his sister, which had unfortunately weakened enough for her to walk out of it. The siblings then observed Ammon-Isis, who held the Major Arcana card tightly in her hand, opened her mouth as 2 words, beautifully chanted in Jotun, escaped. The world. Right behind her, the darkness which seeked to consume her, froze as an incandescent door of light quickly materialized onto it, and opened, momentarily stunning both opposing subsidiary gods. A figure sporting a black windbreaker with pants of the same color, while holding a black cane embedded with gems, walked out. He held a tall top hat resting on his head, and stopped beside Ammon-Isis. He had black eyes, black hair, and ordinary facial features, his head tilted as the illumination emitting from the door of light provided a backdrop to him. He was none other than. Shall we, Klein? Now the war is getting interesting. Commented the Red Angel Medici, as he lifted his hand, biting at a red apple while bearing witness to an apocalyptic war between 3 different races. Sanguines, mutants, and demonic wolves. After the respective death of the god of war of mutants, and the goddess of life of sanguines, both corresponding armies had been thrown in disarray at varying levels. While the mutants followed with their plan, bringing down all their forces at full strength under the control of Calamity Warlock, they had not expected the sudden appearance of the demonic wolves faction. This addition caused the symbol of strife and rust to decisively split his army to deal with both threats efficiently. However, this still resulted in disorder due to the sudden change of plans. On the sanguine side, the weakened blood queen, Ornia, was swift to capitalize on this fact, and make her subjects adopt a defensive approach. The queen herself dived in the first line, protecting the sanguines from the various calamities, apocalyptic curses, the violet-tinged flaming volley of spears and arrows, and a number of other high-level and elusive attacks. Having lost their concealment, the less organized demonic wolves had to throw themselves into battle, so their weaknesses couldn't be exploited. Salinger and Kotor directed the army, attacking sanguines and mutants alike, with Kotor constantly manipulating probability, turning some sanguines and mutants into his marionettes, and occasionally summoning scenes from his memories as well as summoning Melanda's historical projection. Salinger, on the other hand, directed most of his focus to claim the spirits of numerous sanguines who still greatly suffered from the lingering curse, making them join his ranks. With all this, even with their relative inexperience, the demonic wolf faction could swiftly grow in numbers and overwhelm their adversaries. With the current situation of the war, the sanguines had suffered terribly from the assault of both sides. Their biggest advantage, their constant cycle of rebirth, is now gone. Sasser said as Brass Eyes hidden behind a dark curtain moved to analyze the projection of the war they were witnessing from a safe distance. That reminds me, don't they have another sequence too, Life Giver? Why don't they just substitute him for the goddess of life? Medici asked nonchalantly, to which Sasser replied without turning his head. Unlike most of the other races, not all sanguines are fit to fight wars. A large portion of their ranks thus remain in Moon City, with a few having moved to other neighboring states. To ensure their safety, assigning a subsidiary god is sensible. I see, makes sense. The sanguines are a relatively more rational and intelligent race. Medici tilted his head, shifting his focus to the Sanguine Queen, constantly moving about on the battlefield, providing protection and support to her subjects. Medici, using his conspirator analysis ability, took note of Sanguine Queen's action and deduced that she was buying time. You are right, she is waiting. Medici redirected his attention to the Dark Angel, who elaborated with a neutral expression. The humanoid faction consists of the sanguines, elves, and giants, with the respective deities in a tight band with each other. In this dire situation, Ornia expects help from at least one of them. The Elf King is currently busy with the Dragon of Imagination, rendering himself and his army incapable of coming to aid. Whereas the Giant King is. Sasser's many brass eyes deeply gazed at Ornia, whose tired expression displayed hesitancy and a hint of weariness mixed with fear. Medici also followed examining this beauty goddess, while taking a bite of his apple. There is a saying that goes, do not trust your enemies, absolutely do not trust your friends. Ornia controlled her spirituality, as well as a fleet of thousands of vampiric bats, forming layers of barrier, while she herself moved her gaze towards a certain spot of the night skies, locking eyes with the visible and digitized twilight. Ornia is aware of the situation with elves, and has suspected that the dragons might have attacked the elven kingdom. Hence, she expects the giants to join into the fray. Ornia deeply gazed at the twilight and the somewhat hidden emotionless eyes beneath it that examined the battlefield. To her dismay, and perhaps the greatest misfortune. Slowly, the eye beneath twilight shifted, now reflecting her beautiful figure. After bearing witness to the Mutant King's curse, the Giant King was put on edge, both due to the loss of balance that was caused by this chained god, but also due to death, controlling her impulses and silently spectating the battle. If he were to make any mistakes, or leave any opening, she will ultimately reap the most from this. Ornia felt tense, before gulping, her palm long curled into a fist, visibly shaking, as she retracted her now hollow gaze and returned to the battlefield. Thus, he has determined that sacrificing sanguines is the best course of action here. He can use this opportunity to decrypt the situation and make a corresponding knowledge for future scenarios. Ornia had silently accepted the unspoken proclamation. They were on their own. The sanguines had been betrayed. Medici completely finished his apple, as he remarked in a refreshed tone. How interesting. Death, betrayal, this is just like the many literatures you presented to me. What else is left, then? Will she fight till the butter end, and end in a glorious fashion? Just as he spoke, a giant beam of crimson erupted from Ornia's body as the Sanguine Queen temporarily blinded even the Red Angel, who was simply watching a projected scene of the fight. This prompted him to rub his eyes, while the unflattered Dark Angel said, she will endure and await a signal from the Sanguine Ancestor. Slowly, opening his eyes, Medici let out a grunt, before regaining his exposure as he curiously asked. And what's their situation then? The omniscient eyes behind the curtain surrounding Sasra moved to peer at the astral world. Slowly, he proclaimed, causing a stir in the world itself, his mouths and uttered, a nigh approaching end. In a singular moment, countless mirror fragments entered Phlegria's vision before clearing up as the Evernight demonic wolf now found himself within a dark, illusory pathway extending towards an inconceivable void. Even with his senses tethering madness due to the apocalyptic curse, his vision saw the illusory and colossal spider web paths shifting, overlapping with each other, and enveloping the entire mirror dimension. Their surface suddenly turned reflective, showing the gigantic demonic wolf. The reflections immediately succumb to an all-encompassing darkness, concealing and affecting the concept of a mirror, greatly affecting the entire dimension, while Phlegria's silver of rationality focused on grafting and concealing the madness which was thrown into a boil by Kvaster's curse. Because of his unstable state he was reluctant to use the authority over change granted by the Fool, as the terrifying will within him was using his unstable state to awaken. However, to the tiniest of his remaining sanity's shock, the darkness he had brought forth was quickly brought to an end, affecting even his spiritual sense as he didn't foresee this action. This was immediately followed by the dissociative nature and converging nature of both of his primary authorities calming down, as if chained down. In an instant Phlegria felt some semblance of balance return as he prevented the similar wills within the Fool and Darkness authorities from fusing and awakened itself, using his own will. That chained lunatic restrained my madness. Phlegria didn't believe for 1 second that this enemy of his did this out of goodwill, and thus he immediately uses the darkness permeating the entire dimension to appear all throughout it. All mirrors corresponding to the outside have been chained, not just that, an unfathomable primordial chaos lays ahead, seeking to bring an end to all those who try to force their way out. As the thoughts rushed through his innumerable worms of spirit, his vision was suddenly filled with crimson, permeating every inch of the mirror dimension. The crimson's moon seemed to have descended as a mountain range of vile reproductive organs stood below this grand celestial body. At its base level was another version of itself, made up of all sorts of corruptive curses, all seeking to return back into the mountain range. However, Lilith had given birth to it, and excreted it out of her system, and it was soon forced to remain docile. At the same time, the massive crimson moon grew in size and pushed away at the invisible restraints laid around the mirror world. As a nature walker, Lilith's existence spread even beyond the confines of the mirror world, extending to all her kins, the sanguines. This part of her, laid in all of them seek to recall her true body into its embrace, in order to escape the shackles placed by Kvaster. Realizing this, Phlegria acted and increased the probability of such a scenario occurring so he could sneak out as well. At the same time, he brought an unfortunate end to all attempts which sought to interrupt this. Even if Kvaster used his apocalypse authority to end all destinies, this wouldn't stop the unfortunate end Phlegria created using his Night of Misfortune authority. Through this, he could find an opportunity to escape. And indeed, end was nigh, as a cursed, crazed, restrained, seductive, and maniacal cackle sounded throughout the realm, affecting both divine entities. Don't you too find it strange? I plague you with this abominable curse, pulling you into this prison of mine, and then I proceed to aid you in resisting the effects of my attack. The voice sounded all at once, causing curses and a feeling of solitude to pervade both Lilith and Phlegria. It was like when both were insane demigod creatures, only seeking to converge further, as well as the solitude brought by reaching the top. Both of these conflicting feelings caused a sense of alienation to grow in their own bodies, as if one side seeked to separate and remain alone, while the other side wanted to go wild in a rampage. From the mountain range, several creatures embodying these concepts were born, separating from Lilith. However, this action brought about an inescapable collapse in her psyche. The same happened to Phlegria, who got rid of several of his infected worms of spirits and caused them an unfortunate end, in order to get rid of Kvaster's words. Both gods were once more back to a precipice, as Kvaster had simply exploded a fundamental and primordial dilemma which existed within them. If they didn't act swiftly and get rid of it, they would have completely dissociated. On the other hand, since they got rid of an essential part of their very being, they'll naturally dissociate at an even worse pace. This was Kvaster's aim, bringing both to their end. From the tallest peak of the mountain range of flesh, an extremely beautiful, voluptuous naked woman emerged, her red eyes filled with fury directed at a specific section of the mirror dimension. The crimson moon also reacted, illuminating it as a distorted gigantic figure was revealed. The figure was wrapped in thorny roses puncturing all of its body, with the blood seeping into it, causing the roses' colors to darken, affecting the surroundings. The figure itself was rather blurry, but under the illumination of the crimson moon, a previously restrained feminine form dominated the figure's appearance. Her long red hair was accentuated by the crimson shine, while her enchanting figure was enclosed by thorny roses. Her eyes, punctured by thorns emerging from within, blinked as they locked with Lilith's blood-crazed eyes. Femininity versus femininity, charms to affect even concepts on both sides clashed, with curses, life, mutations, return, nature stroll, spirituality, affecting both sides. If the battlefield had taken place back on the mainland, the entire planet and more would have been embroiled in carnage, forcing the other gods to intervene. Phlegria, who was covered in fog he created as his darkness was countered by the crimson moon, silently watched the two. He noted Kvaster's changed form, likely irreversibly affected by the demoness authority he had chained down and restrained for so long. The charm and after effects of the two deities battling didn't affect him much due to a combination of putting the effect into sleep, or concealing himself from stray attacks at critical moments. To the other two, Phlegria's dissociating form looked like a flicker which remained around the edges of the realm, likely looking for an opportunity to get out of it. However, Phlegria himself was long gone already. Yes, the instant he had achieved somewhat of a balance within his body, Phlegria fooled history, separating his past self and future self from each other. He then grafted his future self into his concealed divine kingdom, and let his past self face the other two. Through the fusion of a realm of mysteries and darkness, Phlegria's acts went completely unnoticed. To think I thought only that Devil Monarch could match my madness. The future Phlegria, within his divine kingdom, a replica of the one in his settlement, mused. Those two were clearly worse than even him, causing him to immediately plan an escape. Of course, the dissociation Kvaster had applied, worked on his past version, still flickering around the battlefield, and naturally not his future self. The future projection of Phlegria observed the fog of history beyond the concealed kingdom. This was a particular period of history within a time before even the era of the gods, where he was still a demigod. He then used his authority over the fog of history to sense if anyone laid around, and then tried to sense beyond it. Indeed, even within a concealed realm, the fog of history, particular to the realm, existed. In his current situation, the fog of history of the mirror dimension, and his fog of history within his divine kingdom existed. And beyond all this was the main fog of history, permeating the world. This was what Phlegria planned on using to work around Kvaster's entrapment. As the fool, he would fool history, making the fog of history he possessed mystically similar enough to the main historical fog. Then, he will fool reality into believing they were one and the same, essentially bypassing the seal. Unfortunately, the moment I exit this place, Kvaster's actions on the current me and the past me will come undone, bringing the sense of solitude, madness, and the dissociation I contracted due to the attack on that day. Wouldn't that be the perfect time to finish me off? Phlegria felt enthralled at the level of sanity he felt, and thus felt slightly reluctant to part ways with it. However, he knew what needed to be done, and thus, he made his past self, moving around the battlefield of the gods, utter my wishes for the end to be brought forward. His wish caused the existing end within his past self, Lilith, Kvaster, and the chains and primordial chaos behind every mirror or reflective surface, to hasten and intensify. As a result, his past self dissociated completely, and ended. This development, which wasn't caught by the other two, on the verge of complete dissociation, who were enveloped in an apocalyptical level battle. The future Phlegria within his divine kingdom became the present through fooling, as he used Kvaster's chains with him to resist the dissociation threatening to resurge. With this, Phlegria had both ended and survived, with the former fate going in line with Kvaster's curse. Fate had been fooled. His senses then picked up on a gargantuan but illusory fog beyond the mirror dimension, trying to penetrate the mirror world in order to unveil the mysterious history within its confines. The gigantic wolf bared his fangs at this, and immediately fooled the boundary where the concept of restrained and primordial chaos laid, causing the main fog of history to faintly resonate with the mirror dimension's own current history, and Phlegria's history. The moment the latter occurred, Phlegria's form appeared within the main fog of history, bypassing Kvaster's entrapment, and dissolving, his concealed divine kingdom dissolved. History has been fooled. The moment Phlegria's gigantic form appeared in the First Epoch's fog, his form irreversibly started dissociating while his sanity mostly vanished. Kvaster's chains vanished as well, causing Phlegria's end to near. The celestial worthy's powerful will flared as the fragile balance was broken, causing the full uniqueness, Phlegria's illusory mask, the darkness uniqueness, Phlegria's dark fur, and the corresponding beyonder characteristics to try and dissociate from their hypercoagulative state. Convergence, divergence seem to work against each other as these authorities once in the hand of the Lord of Mystery seek to fuse and give birth to this great existence, but also wanted to split due to their non-related nature. And thus, Phlegria's form suffered. Suddenly, his surroundings began to change. Chapter 31, Duo. Thanks Chaotic Writer for the fight scene, 3M. Shall we, Klein? Klein's avatar, a miracle invoker, didn't respond. However, his replicated virtual persona within Ammonizes' island of consciousness did. Let's. This was Klein, making use of the replicate authority of a planeswalker, to replicate Vin Rambiz's manipulator capabilities. As for why Klein's avatar wasn't at a higher level, the avatars of those of the error pathway could be as powerful as the original body, but this caused instability and an increase in the likelihood of rebellion, a flaw which could be very easily exploited by various pathways. Due to this, and his main body as well as Sapphira Castle needing to handle crucial matters elsewhere, Klein's avatar was equivalent to a miracle invoker. Of course, Klein being Klein made sure to come fully prepared, and thus, his main body stole from Sapphira Castle the relevant abilities of a Trojan horse of destiny and those of a planeswalker, and then gifted it to this key avatar. With the replicated abilities of a manipulator, Klein's virtual persona silently moved along the dark, searching through Antigonus's many marionettes, in order to decipher and locate the subsidiary god's true body hidden in the fog of history. However, he found nothing. Darkness. The moment Klein's avatar mused this, Melantha recovered and caused the all-encompassing darkness in the demonic wolf settlement, as well as beyond to appear before Klein and Ammonites in order to drown them in their horrifying depths. But then, a bright, incandescent light suddenly appeared, completely melting away the darkness, affecting every demonic wolf including the two subsidiary gods, causing their unstable minds to further melt away. This was daylight. Daylight from the Sea of Ruins. Klein had pulled a scene from his memory and made it descend into the real world. This attack stopped Antigonus's projection's sneaky attempts at targeting his opponent's spirit body threads. It also temporarily removed all darkness in the settlement, giving room for Klein's virtual persona as he could now see the dead island of consciousness of Antigonus's marionette, with a line representing the spirit body threads leading to a specific region in the historical void. Found you. Klein immediately deciphered the exact coordinates and directly descended in a specific region in the Second Epoch's fog of history. However, he didn't meet Antigonus within it. Grafting. Klein incredulously deduced as the entire region in the void melted into a horrifying darkness, consuming him. That was a projection. Antigonus, with slightly crazed eyes, left his marionette to stay in the historical void in his place and assume his form, while his true body, who had his position exposed due to the sudden daylight, move about through flame jump and marionette switching. This powerful light even affected the settlement's edges, pushing at the fog covering it, a fog that was set by his father. Due to this, he resisted the burning sensation that sunlight gave him, as he, as well as all his marionettes, pulled at the historical void, trying to summon Salinger's projection. A death console would be able to kill this apparition with his mere gaze. However, without exception, all 7,000 or so attempts failed at pulling Salinger from the historical void. It was a very unfortunate situation. Misfortune, the god of puppets, realized that the moment the goddess of misfortune put most of the settlement to sleep, she also blanketed the area with misfortune. Misfortune which will plague all those who tried to harm her. While he could manipulate probability to help his odds at summoning his fellow subsidiary god, he knew this would take time, and time was a very scarce commodity in this battle. In an instant, the sunlight vanished, as if it had suddenly reached an unfortunate end. This was, of course, because it did. Melantha, using her gifted abilities as a knight of misfortune, ended this disadvantage, and both she and Antigonus moved around into the darkness that reappeared, escaping Ammonites who seek to subtly pull her brother into a dream. While this occurred, a bacteria with a spot on its surface spectated on the extremely dark battlefield, silently analyzing its intricacies at a high speed. Phlegria seems to have gifted his children with some interesting blessings. The bacteria was naturally a parasite of Klein. As the high-level beyonders of the full pathway could turn even these insignificant creatures into marionettes, it was reasonable to assume no foreign microbes or insects and other small beasts existed this close to Phlegria's divine chapel. To remedy this, Klein's avatar, upon being summoned by Ammonites, brought with him large swaths of microbes among other small living things, all already parasitized. This blessing should be like my dream blessing the even-eyed goddess gave me, though much stronger. To test this further, he made one of his many blinking selves, to subtly parasitize one of Antigonus's marionette. The instant that occurred, the corresponding spirit body threads were retracted, but it still gave Klein a momentary clue of where Antigonus's true body was. Thus, he made a rodent, about 5 kilometers away from this subsidiary god, to steal all of Antigonus's true body's powers. However, all it got was a dead worm of spirit. Grafting. The moment the rodent had this thought, it witnessed Klein's avatars, blinking forms, and marionettes either assisted Ammonites, or tried to steal or gift something to the demonic wolf siblings. Unfortunately, all these thefts and gift attempts either failed or were met with an unfortunate end, lost their target due to concealment, grafted to something else entirely. A much stronger blessing indeed. Could it be, at the sequence 0 level, or even below that, mythical creatures can share certain aspects of themselves, different from how charms are made? This was something a grasshopper, casually jumping around the coarse ground, thought, and it immediately got a positive response from the main body's key avatar. Indeed. It's sharing your own essence with another, which should have serious corresponding risks, or else, many in the Evernight Church would have somewhat similar blessings as I did. He, of course, didn't carry these blessings with him back to the past. At this moment, the entire settlement grew quiet as everything was pulled into a wide-scale dream. With his father's blessings, Antigonus shook off the dream fast, and immediately had a random marionette proclaim, "My wish is for all godhood to temporarily vanish." Suddenly, in an incredulous turn of event, the marionette felt its own godhood dissipate. It was as if its own words and ambiguity had been used against it, causing its wish to only target itself. This was the evil word of a profane presbyter. As an experienced miracle invoker, and one who knew how potent this wish was, how could Klein not be weary of this? With his key avatar hidden in the historical void, the sleep inducement didn't affect Klein as he made a wide-scale theft, targeting this effect, and freeing one of his many avatars who replicated the ability used by the Angel of the Word, Steph. In the sky, one of Klein's blinking versions announced, "Stand-ins are prohibited here." In an instant, all blinking figures, including the one who made the verdict, vanished, while all marionettes in the settlement felt a tight restriction on them. At the same time, some projections vanished, and substitutes became ineffective. The replicated verdict ability with a slightly lower potency compared to a hand of orders caused the marionette switch ability to become ineffective, giving an opportunity for Klein to decrypt and wander right beside Antigonus. The underground cave he was in was immediately turned into a complex maze, with the exit seemingly existing in another pocket dimension. At the same time, an old and giant-modeled clock appeared beside Antigonus, ringing as his movement were suddenly halted. From the mouse avatar which had appeared before the god of puppets, space was torn and seemingly swallowed into a void, spreading to the recovering Antigonus. However, this space destruction came to an unfortunate end, as from the void, Melinda walked out, and her hollow and terrifying eyes gazed at the mouse, instantly instilling a chilling fear into it. Suddenly, snakes appeared from the darkness ensnaring it. In fact, the entire avatar hive mind was affected as mountains of snakes formed from the darkness, drowning even the miracle invoker Klein, hidden in the historical void. This was his greatest fear. The fear of snakes. With the abilities of a horror bishop, amplified to that of a knight of misfortune, Klein was immediately frozen in fear. Fortunately, that fear couldn't completely overcome his senses as a soothing and beautiful voice sounded in his ears. The shadow of doubt may linger, but courage will always conquer. Rise above, let your spirit soar. His fear receded due to the soothing poem and the shared mental connection he and Amon-Isis possessed, using a manipulator's ability. Instantly, Klein stole the Beyonder ability, maintaining the conjured snakes, making them vanish, as all his avatars recovered as well. Strangely, both Antigonus and Melinda seemed to have disappeared, like they never even existed in the first place. As expected, this fight is a somewhat equal one. Klein wasn't surprised by the ongoing fight, having made a vague divination in Sapphira Castle, right before the operation. He only lamented over the fact that he couldn't borrow Sapphira Castle itself, and suppressed the subsidiary god siblings, especially Antigonus, who seemed to have received some abilities of an attendant of mysteries. Well, the main body is camping somewhere here, and needs Sapphira Castle more than I do. He mused, while examining the historical fog. Naturally, apart from confronting the siblings, Amon-Isis, and he had another goal. The Night of Misfortune ritual. Annihilating the demonic wolves were the dessert required for this ritual. A scene suddenly flashed in his mind, causing him to smirk as he pulled his top hat down and walked out of the fog of history, appearing before Amon-Isis, who peered at the calm darkness permeating the settlement. "Is it time?" she asked without turning her gaze, to which Klein nodded. Right after that, a dissociative frenzy spread throughout the entire settlement, affecting every single being associated with the Fool and Darkness pathways. Phlegria had walked out of the mirror world. Within the segment of the fog of history belonging to the First Epoch, a figure shrouded in darkness lingered, a giant demonic wolf with thin translucent maggots cluttered at his body, an illusory featureless mask drilling deeply at his head, yet seemingly wanting to split apart from him. The annihilation demonic wolf was on the verge of dissociation, with the darkness and Fool uniquenesses wanting to converge yet split apart. A similar phenomenon occurred with his 3 Knight of Misfortune and single Attendant of Mysteries characteristics. Phlegria, barely managing to hold his status, was only left with a bare silver cent of rationality as the will within the characteristics reached a point of near convergence, with only the contradicting will of the eternal darkness and Phlegria's own last bit of resistance providing a last barrier. His body shook violently, as the fog of history itself stirred, fluctuating between various scenes of the First Epoch. These scenes displayed the life of a demonic wolf, wandering around the dark and desolate plains aimlessly, letting fate and instincts guide his way. He consumed, converged, suffered, fought, and ran away at times. He bore the burden of loneliness, yet killed anyone that got close to him. He grew strong and stronger, rising in the harsh food chain of this world, yet continued to lead a life devoid of any goals, any aspirations, oblivious to how his existence came to be, and why. Then, one day, he came across an opportunity, an illusory mask, shrouded in an invisible corporal fog, with resplendent tiny specks resembling the stars in the sky, decorating it. It was mesmerizing to a point. The demonic wolf, without displaying any resistance and hesitancy, put on the mask which accepted him. Thus, the Fool and Darkness was born. These familiar, yet unfamiliar scenes flashed past Phlegria's unfocused vision, as his body continued to shake, while his mind was caught in a whirlwind of chaos. It was then suddenly, Phlegria felt a shift occurring within the fog of history, uncontrollable and unforeseeable. Instinctually, he tried to resist, using his own authority over the fog of history, yet it proved futile as the king of demonic wolves now stood within a large room, devoid of much furniture. There was only a small table, a giant soft bed, and a chair, on which was seated a humanoid man wearing formal attire, holding a porcelain teacup in his hands. The man had black eyes, black hair, and ordinary but soft features. Phlegria suddenly felt his rationality spike up, as the figure of the man reflected in his deep dark eyes. No, it was the grayish-white illusory fog that surrounded the figure of the man, radiating an aura Fleegria could not have misinterpreted even on the verge of dissociation. The aura of Sapphira Castle. The man took a sip from his cup, before resting it on the table. His eyes wandered about, eventually locking with that of the Evernight demonic wolf. His lips slowly curled up, as he stood from his chair, lifted his hat from his head and presented a gentlemanly bow. Good day today, isn't it? Chapter 32, One must fall, another shall rise. Fleegria gulped as he leaned back, his gigantic body making contact with the cold walls of the room. He, who would have normally attacked Sapphira Castle's proxy, fought against it, under the extreme warning from spirituality. Immediately, Fleegria felt the illusory mask on his face surfacing, as it tried to split apart from the king of demonic wolves, seemingly wanting to converge with the men before him. He felt the same sensation curling his barely pumping, illusory crystal heart, causing the demonic wolf to whimper. He witnessed the man straightening his posture, as he rested the top hat back on his head and reclined in his chair, slowly picking up his porcelain teacup, as he took a sip from it and spoke. How interesting. His tone was quite persuasive, while not affecting the king of demonic wolf, who was on the somewhat close to disassociation. His last remaining bit of rationality took hold of his body, prompting him to remain still, deeply gazing at the man. Fleegria was going through a whirling of chaos within his head, the commonweal within the characteristic having surprisingly settled upon seeing the man, with the full uniqueness wanting to naturally converge to him. This moment, Fleegria felt some semblance of control return, allowing him to barely hold himself together. Sapphira Castle. He uttered slowly, locking eyes with the man. Silence enveloped the room, as the man took another sip from his teacup, before resting it on the table. He curled his hands together, deeply gazing at Fleegria as he spoke. Yes, Sapphira Castle, the so-called ancient relic, the embodiment of the dominator of the spirit world. Hearing him, Fleegria felt his gaze becoming heavy. It was at that moment he felt Kvaster's curse resurge, bringing his inevitable end closer. With the end nigh, Fleegria's soul body began to dissipate while the illusory mask that had remained fixed on his face for so long dislodged from his body even further. The chaos in his mind remained active, only serving to bring his eternal repose. And thus, the annihilation demonic wolf found himself incapable of speech and able to form some sparse thoughts. He could only continue staring at the men in front of him, whose gaze never left his figure. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, departing some words from his red lips. To think I am having an audience with the first fool after him, an event that makes no sense, yet, here we are. Suddenly, the fog of history surrounding the room that had been conjured in an unknown era, stirred, recording a new event, freezing it forever in time, making it a part of history of this vast world. The Evernight demonic wolf found himself confused. Since he was incapable of doing anything, he had directed all his attention towards the Sapphira Castle's proxy, taking great attention to every word he spoke. Hence, this dual pathway true god now found himself confused, a bit bewildered, incapable of making deductions in his current state. When I first opened my eyes to this world, came face to face with my situation, I had not planned for this conversation to take place, or orchestrated this meeting is essentially an error, a moment contradicting the vast history that lies ahead of this world, forever changing it, fooling it. The man paused, chuckling as he looked at the feature-less illusory mask, extending his hand wanting to touch it, before retracing it away forcefully. His eyes flickered, while his body leaned back, further into his chair. Well, I had not expected anything to go like this. Highlighting my own naivete in a sense. I am someone that is aware of the vast history of this world, attending to mysteries from the moment I was born, acting and digesting. I lead a treacherous life, eventually bearing witness to a time I was never meant to be in. Or perhaps I was. Fleegria felt his legs grow weaker, as more of his soul body dissipated. Yet, it did not matter at the moment, as the demonic wolf found himself strangely captivated by the proxy's speech. This wasn't curiosity, Fleegria had well passed the point of emotions. Instead, it was a strange sense of resonance. Suddenly, a memory flashed. A memory of him walking, his head dropped down, the starry sky and the crimson moon casting its illumination, providing a shadow to his lonesome figure. It was a strange moment, even irrationality has a moment of clarity, in which this otherwise hollow husk, only seeking to kill, and converge, had asked himself an unvoiced question. Why did he come to be? In this moment, perhaps after living for a time, far too hazy in Fleegria's memories, at the very end of his life, has he come to realize the foolishness of this question. What reason could there be to be born? Madness was the essence of this world. The lives of mortals that lived in it were trivial to the tributaries of fate. Fleegria felt his soul body on the verge of total collapse, the illusory mask at his face was almost ripped from his face, as he found himself no longer able to sustain his condition. Mustering his last bit of rationality, Fleegria opened his mouth and forced 3 words out. Why, wow, you. He witnessed the man's smile turn into a tired one, as even with the half-voiced question, he knew of what the fool had wanted to ask of him. To you, being the fool is a choice. To me, that is destiny. The room began to shake, before disappearing within history as the grayish-white fog now surrounded both of them. The man's face contorted, as he took a step back, the fog of history behind him parted, as various pillars of varying heights rose from the fog, holding an ancient dome at the top of their head. The fog of history churned, as it violently cleared away, giving the Evernight demonic wolf, a sight he had never even dreamed to foresaw. Behind the proxy, now laid, an ancient majestic palace, with a vast dome propped up by innumerable pillars. Under the dome was a high back chair, with the sacred emblem of the fool's pathway that was engraved on it, shining brightly. Behind the high back chair, was a bluish-black door of light, formed by countless layers of spherical light, with each spherical light holding within them, a transparent or translucent maggot. The true body of Sapphira Castle. Instantly, the man's figure exploded into thin translucent maggots, before contracting into a singular point forming overlapping spirals, eventually an enormous vortex of maggots with thin illusory tentacles forming from within it. At the center of the vortex projected the same bluish-black door of light. At that moment, Phlegria felt enormous pain engulf his mind, as he felt himself being ripped apart to an extreme point. By using his connection to the Sapphira Castle, and bringing his real body onto the real world, the man, Klein Moretti, had managed to give birth to a convergence of such extreme scales that allowed him to rip the uniqueness of the fool out of Phlegria's body. Phlegria grunted, before screaming in pain as his enormous body began to completely disassociate. His cries-talist heart began to throb, threatening to pierce out of his chest, while the illusory mask on his face almost freed from him. Having already become incapable of maintaining his condition, and with the primordial will within the characteristics and uniqueness wanting to separate entirely, the Evernight demonic wolf could only let out an ear-piercing, blood-curdling howl, as the illusory mask, the fool's uniqueness completely separated itself out of Phlegria's body. With the dissociation of the fool's uniqueness and the separation of authority itself, the attendant of mystery's characteristics escaped out of Phlegria's body, flying towards the vortex of maggots. At that moment, outside of the historical void, within the astral world, Grisha, holding a book of brass and copper cover in his hands, sighed as he opened a blank page and conjured a quill of white feather writing on the goat parchment. Due to a number of interferences, the last free attendant of mystery's beyonder characteristic was incapable of reaching Klein Moretti, and hence was lost in the fog of history. Within the historical void, the last attendant of mystery's characteristics as well as Phlegria's dissociating body suddenly disappeared entirely. While the full uniqueness was taken hold of by one of the many tentacles that emerged out of Klein's mythical creature form. Instantly, his figure too vanished from the historical void, the projection of Sapphira Castle behind him melting into nothingness. The one tricky thing to take note of here would be the revival ability of a miracle invoker. Essentially, when executing this plan, we would have to make interference to stop Phlegria from reviving within the historical void, otherwise leave it to me. Can you halt the revival ability through Sapphira Castle? No, or at least not what I had in mind. Then what did you had in mind? I'll directly take the fool's uniqueness from him. Far above the clouds, shrouded in the starry night sky, at the peaks of to-be-unnamed mountain range, the Hornassus mountain range, emerged a vortex of translucent maggots with innumerable illusory thin tentacles flung about in the air, one of them holding onto an illusory featureless mask. The vortex of maggots suddenly began to settle as it took the form of a man with black hair, black eyes, an ordinary face donning a formal attire. The tentacles did not disappear, only somehow increasing in numbers, as some of them creaked out of Klein's body while some emerged from thin air. Each of these tentacles violently swung about in the air, as Klein began to float, rising beyond the skies. In one of his hands he held the illusory mask, the fool's uniqueness, while his gaze settled on the world barrier. A slow sigh parted from his lips, as he turned his gaze towards the illusory mask in his hands, chuckling about, noting the increasingly violent swings his tentacles made. I suppose there's no point in halting. Klein narrowed his gaze with determination. Lifting his hand, slowly he brought the fool's uniqueness up to his face, taking a last moment of hesitancy, sensing the seal that protected him from the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. Klein's face began to distort, as the maggots that formed his skull surfaced, while he pushed the fool's uniqueness onto his face, wearing the illusory mask. At that moment, visible from every corner of this world, and even beyond it from the cosmos itself, a bright light shined. Chapter 33, The Fool. Pressing the fool uniqueness against his face, Klein's vision was suddenly shrouded by a thick grayish-white fog, the fog of history itself that had been realized around him, displaying events of the time, having long since passed, as well as those of a time having yet to take place. Immediately, Klein felt his body disassociate into innumerable worms of spirits, instantly curling around the illusory faceless mask that had begun to fluctuate, constantly shifting with respect to the outline of his face. On the other hand, his consciousness and sense of self he carried was stretched within the fog of history, extending from a time beyond the first epoch, as well as the fifth epoch that have yet to take place. Under such extreme contraction and expansion of his very mind, Klein felt himself reaching a state of disarray, unable to distinguish fake and real, form coherent thoughts or make sense of anything. His mind was being split apart over and over, causing his body, the cluster of maggots surrounding the fluctuating mask, to tremble. The fog of history began to ripple, as Klein reached a state similar to when he was advancing to the sequence 1, a tentant of mysteries. His thoughts as well as his sense of self was completely dispersed, eventually stretching beyond the boundaries of the fog of history, spreading outwards. It continued to extend, soon enveloping the spirit world, a portion of the astral world and even the entire real world. Every being has divinity. Klein suddenly felt himself existing in the bodies of many, within every human, every animal, the various mythical creatures, insects, pesticides, birds, within every living creature. As such, his mind tethered on the verge of complete dissociation. At the same time, there were little specks of light scattered within the fog of history, dwindling with the ever-advancing arrow of time, flowing parallel to the river of fate. These specks of light represented Klein's tethering self, almost on the verge of total loss. Suddenly, the fog of history of this time rippled, as it was penetrated by a yet-to-occur history. This ripple spread to the river of fate, as well causing distortion, momentarily halting the hand of clock, signifying the march of time. The little specks of light that were scattered aimlessly, suddenly began to gather, gently swaying towards a certain portion of the fog of history that has yet to take place. At the same time, these specks of light flowed in the trajectory of a new distributary realized in the river of fate, and departed from the clock resting within a new time. As the specks of light gathered together forming a sphere of light, a scene flashed past them. The scene depicted a man, who sat on a wooden chair, his figure enveloped by the crimson light filtering through the window. In front of him was a table, scattered with papers and draped with blood and ink shimmering in crimson next to a brass revolver. A notebook laid wide opened in front of the man, a set of words written in lonance laid bare. "Everyone will die, including me." The man's head hung low at his chair, crimson silently dripping from his temples, dyeing even his black hair. His brown eyes were wide open, lifeless, while the crimson light gave a faint outline of the grotesque wound on his head. It was a hole in between his temples, from which blood mixed with brain matter escaped. Suddenly, the lifeless corpse twitched before jolting awake. The blood dripping from his temples halted, as the wound itself squirmed, slowly healing. The lifeless eyes of the lone man in the relatively small room seemed to regain focus. This was the day Zhou Mingyuri had transmigrated into the body of Klein Moretti, drawing the Fool Arcana card, embarking on a new journey, like the fool standing on the cliff's edge looking over at unknown horizons, innocent and unaware of what might lay ahead. The sphere of light became brighter, illuminating more scenes within the fog of history, reflecting the tributary of the river of fate, tangling with the distant time of one of the many futures. More and more scenes flashed past the increasingly bright sphere of light, when Klein met the Nighthawk Dunsmith, Daly Simone, and Leonard Mitchell. The scene of when Klein himself became a Nighthawk, reading Roselle's diary page, foretelling his sorrow of not choosing the seer, apprentice or marauder pathway. The scene of when he became a beyonder of the seer pathway, drinking the sequence 9 potion, hearing the mad raving of Hornassus Phlegria, having no clue of its meaning. His life as a Nighthawk was conjured within the fog of history, investigating the Antigonus family notebook, playing cards with his fellow colleagues, dealing with madness and insanity of this world, learning about mysticism from his teacher, Old Neil, eventually also facing the old man's death. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against dangers and madness. Eventually, this chapter came to a close, with Klein, his captain Dunn, and his friend and colleague Leonard, risking their lives, preventing the true creator's descent, saving Tingen at the cost of Klein and Dunn. Yet, fate played a joke, a cruel one, as Klein was revived once more. Thus began the long journey, a legend laid down by a fool. Traveling, meeting various people, forming friendships, loose bonds, advancing along the seer pathway, acting, digesting, all while trying to find a way back home. A home he had never left. A truth he came to realize later in his journey. All these scenes flashed past the sphere of light, prompting it to grow in intensity, its illumination penetrating within the river of fate, shining above the overlapping distributaries, representing 2 overlapping fates, as well as shining over the fleeting moments of time, that had a separate knot, a branch in its linear path. The sphere of light shined brighter, casting its glow onto every inch of the fog of history, the river of fate, the fleeting time, highlighting various fragments of light, twisting and distorting, represent a conflict that stemmed from the very existence of Klein Moretti. Klein did not belong to this era, to this time. He was someone that had transmigrated in the 5th epoch, living a separate life, coursing through a journey, all while striving towards a predetermined fate he so wished to escape. This was true, it had happened, there was a corresponding section of it in the fog of history. Here lies the problem. This was the 2nd epoch. The fog of history highlighting Klein's journey belonged to that of the 5th epoch, a time that has yet to take place in this world yet, a corresponding fog of history of it already existed. Not only that, there were many conflicts within the river of fate. Klein, at his birth, was supposed to be accompanied with a black curtain, the sequence 9 to 1 beyonder characteristics of seer pathway, a fate that was supposed to take place in the 5th epoch. But it could never come to fruition, as not only did the curtain disappear from Sapphira Castle, the cocoon of light holding the spirit of Joe Mingiri had broken early due to the sudden existence of Klein Moretti, Joe Mingiri himself. But the fate that was tied to him had taken place. The sequence 9-1 Beyonder characteristics that were supposed to accompany his birth had done so, as when this version of Joe Mingiri was released from Sapphira Castle, he had merged with what would have been the future version of himself that also possessed within the sequence 9-1 Beyonder characteristics from the curtain. In a twisted and unforeseeable way, Klein's fate had taken place, a destiny that was realized. At the same time, this wasn't the case, as the curtain had simply disappeared from this world. A contradiction. The fleeting time too had many contradictions within itself. In fact, it had grown a separate branch, a new future and timeline that should never have existed in the first place. When all these conflicts within the fog of history, the river of fate and the fleeting time were realized, a fooling was achieved. All, history, fate, and time were fooled. With the fooling effect now achieved, the various fragments of light existing in disharmony, gathered together, forming a spectrum, allowing Klein, whose psyche had been imbued in everything, to gain an aspect of self-awareness. His stretched-out sense of self, as well as his fleeting consciousness, began to contract, his torn mind regaining its rationality, as well as re-establishing the connection to his real body. At the peak of Hornassus mountain range, shrouded in the thick fog of history, the cluster of maggots surrounding the fool's uniqueness began to settle, while the fluctuating illusory mask dug deeper, inching closer and closer to a set of almost invisible black curtain. The two attendant of mystery's characteristic. As the fool uniqueness came in contact with the attendant of mystery's characteristic, a bright, incandescent light erupted, piercing the sky, shining over the world, casting its illumination onto everywhere, the spirit world, astral world, and even illuminating a portion of the cosmos. The fool uniqueness was accommodated. At that moment, the sky began to shake, as from seemingly out of nowhere erupted a thick grayish-white fog, spreading onwards, covering the entire skies of the planet, as it held on top of it, an ancient majestic palace towering the very skies, the very planet itself. Within the ancient majestic palace, under a sacred large dome, was the bluish-black door of light, formed of countless stacked spheres of lights, each holding a transparent or translucent worm. In front of the door was the high-backed chair of the fool, with the sacred emblem formed of a pupil-less eye and contorted lines, representing secrecy and change, hanging just above the chair, shining brightly. Sapphira Castle. With the accommodation of the fool uniqueness, and having an indomitable connection to the Sapphira Castle, Klein's status as a king among kings of angels drastically changed. With his connection to Sapphira Castle acting as the last missing attendant of mystery's characteristic, the fool uniqueness and the other two sequence 1 characteristics came together, realizing and giving birth to a deity. A true, yet false deity, the fool. With the birth of the fool, the entire world was fooled. The various creatures that roamed the planet suddenly stopped, their expression a daze, as they stood motionless at their spot. This happened all around the world, and to every living and non-living creature within it. Even the fierce battle between the sanguines, mutants and demonic wolves had come to an abrupt pause, as the many creatures taking part in the war stood motionless at their spot, having forgotten their original goal. This affected even the angels taking part, as the Calamity Warlock, the god of death, god of miracles, and the Sanguine Queen too remained in daze. Even the Dark Angel Sasra and the Red Angel Medici spectating the battle had went incredibly silent, with Medici completely having paused, while Sasra very slowly breathed out a sigh. Far away, in the settlement of the demonic wolves, a beautiful woman, wearing a plain black dress, with a thin veil covering half her face and a black sun hat resting on her head, paused her breath as her deep dark eyes became dull, while her enchanting beautiful figure remained standing. In the vast astral world, Grisha smiled, witnessing the projecting Sapphira Castle and the effects of the fool's authority. He suddenly chuckled, landing his gaze onto the Hornassus mountain peak shrouded in thick grayish fog, while silently ruminating to himself. You really weren't joking when you said, my very existence is equivalent to fooling history, fate, and time. The Hornassus mountain peak began to shake, as the illusory, translucent mask, the now accommodated fool uniqueness, slowly outlined a face, while the cluster of maggots twisted and tangled, reforming a humanoid body. In just a moment, shrouded deep within the fog of history, stood a humanoid figure donning a white shirt, a yellow tie and a black windbreaker, with undersides being of color yellow. He wore plain black pants with black polished shoes, holding a silver cane in his hands, at the tip of it lay innumerable resplendent stars. The man had black eyes, with a very small, almost unnoticeable hint of golden yellow in them. He had black hair, ordinary features being projected by an illusory translucent mask at his face. The man's lips slowly parted, a sigh escaped as he lifted his hand, bringing it up to his face, taking off the illusory mask. Beneath the illusory mask lay an inconceivable endless darkness, before it got devoured by translucent worms of spirits that quickly reformed his face again. The mask, no longer displaying a face, squirmed as it began to change forms, morphing into a comically tall black top hat with yellow insides. The man rested the top hat on his head, as suddenly his lips curled. Still holding on to the tip of his tall top hat, the physical manifestation of the uniqueness of the fool, the man took a step forward, walking out of the fog of history, his figure becoming completely visible to the real world. Slowly he walked towards the edge, before bowing down. It was a simple gentlemanly bow, a bow to the world that laid at his feet. As the man tipped his tall top hat, maintaining his smile, he spoke to no one but himself. That went better than expected. Sighing, the man, Klein Moretti, the half-fool, chuckled before resting his gaze onto a certain concealed land on this world. Within the home turf of the demonic wolf, the settlement that was to the annihilation demonic wolf, suddenly appeared an unstable giant creature resembling the physiology of a 8-legged enormous demonic wolf. The evernight demonic wolf that was completely disassociating, while wailing. At that moment, shrouded in a thick grayish-white fog, approached a beautiful humanoid figure.